How to Become a Gentleman Villain. A demonic goat appeared with glowing red eyes, leaving the protagonist to ponder that he could never have imagined a future like this. The demon goat soared through the air, its eyes emitting an eerie red glow. The protagonist remarked that returning to school at this age seemed like more than enough. A beam of light shone from the sky, illuminating the dark night, followed by a sudden blast aimed at the demon from above. Next, a swordsman was depicted, brandishing their blade as they approached the demon. The demon turned its gaze towards the swordsman and the moon, shouting as the swordsman closed in midair. The protagonists found themselves battling monsters, swiftly slashing at one of the creatures. The monster growled in pain from the strikes, while the protagonists stood firm, their sword aglow from the intensity of the fight. Glancing behind, the protagonist saw a group of people, smiling as they remarked on becoming friends with these individuals. The scene then shifted to a rainy day, with fire engulfing the castle. The protagonist called out to someone nearby, while their two friends assisted each other on the ground. Questioning why this person was going to such lengths to stop them, the protagonist received a reply from afar. The person, wielding a dagger, insisted that the protagonist could not proceed. Suddenly, the protagonist drew their sword, revealing that this person was the true protagonist of the story all along, not them. Introduced as Taylor McClure, the protagonist faced off against Ed Roth Taylor, who attacked fiercely. Ed Roth Taylor unleashed a skill named Ignition, revealing Ed Roth Taylor as a third-rate villain in the tale. Aiming a bow at Taylor McClure, our protagonist recounted how originally Ed Roth Taylor was meant to be an insignificant character who barely appeared in the story. Undeterred, Taylor McClure dashed forward towards Ed Roth Taylor, ready for the intense battle ahead. As Ed Roth Taylor aimed his bow towards the ladies, Taylor McClure swiftly stabbed him, accidentally hitting one of the girls in the process. Ed Roth Taylor, bleeding from his mouth in a manner unlike the protagonist, declared that he didn't need anyone's understanding. He smiled through the pain, embodying the essence of a third-rate villain, determined to survive for the sake of reaching the end of the story. In another scene, we witnessed the unruly son of a high-ranking noble family. Then, the story shifted to the true villain of the tale, seated in his room, reading a letter. He now reigned over the academy like a king. The letter detailed sins committed, imprudent profanity in the presence of the Honorable Princess Phenia, meddling in the Holy Sylvania Academy entrance exam, disregarding decency, and sullying the family name out of jealousy. These were grave sins that could not be overlooked. Ed Roth Taylor questioned aloud, "Are they removing me from the family register?" He felt as though the god of fate was mocking him. Thrown out of the dorm room, Ed found himself adrift, unsure of where to turn. When his former classmates spotted him, they whispered among themselves, "Isn't that Ed Roth Taylor?" They murmured, then dismissed him. What's the point of walking on eggshells around him now? Apparently, he's been disowned, one remarked. We won't see him next semester. Huh, he shouldn't have rigged the entrance exam in the first place, another chimed in. Filthy noble. I knew this would happen, muttered a third. Ed Roth Taylor was deeply disappointed in himself, tears streaming down his cheeks. He couldn't comprehend what was happening to him. Then, Ed Roth Taylor began to recount his story. He explained how he entered a game based on the magic school, the Sylvania Academy, his favorite game. In this game, usually, you possess either the first son of a chaebol, a genius ruffian, a young clan master, or an SSS rank hunter character who breaks the rules, he narrated. Of all the possibilities, I ended up as a third-rate villain, kicked out of the dorms right at the beginning of the game. I possessed the worst character at the worst possible time, Ed lamented. Feeling the unfairness of it all, Ed cried out, "This isn't fair. You can't be serious. I've always lived a frugal and simple life without any greed." His classmates overheard his outburst, mocking him. Look at him, saying it's unfair after everything he's done, calling himself frugal and simple. What a scumbag, one sneered. Shameless, added a girl, her words hitting Ed Roth Taylor hard as he fell silent, crestfallen by their disdain. After Ed Roth Taylor's classmates departed, he examined his dire situation, gazing at his reflection in a mirror. To his surprise, he remarked, "But the reason why I'm the worst begins now." Upon viewing his status window, Ed Roth Taylor realized even the NPC farmers had more stamina than him, with a measly 5 points. Despite attending the Faculty of Magic, his intellect was abysmally low, even for a noble. It's no wonder I was originally just a third-rate, trashy villain who appeared early on in the scenarios, he mused. Even in my memory, it's all a blur. I can't even recall what happened to him later on. However, a memory stirred in the recesses of his mind. In a corner of the ending credits, he remembered seeing himself, begging and resembling an old bum. Of course, Ed contemplated. The ruffian who knew nothing about the world was suddenly cast out onto the streets. It's a wonder I'm still alive. Sitting on a bench outside, watching as his ashes crumbled, he pondered, why was it me? How did I end up possessing this body? I don't know the reason, nor do I have any way to find out. But I refuse to let this be my ending. I will make it, no matter what. Realizing that the academy was more akin to a city, sprawling across the Arkan Mountains, Ed recalled his escape into the northeast, into the undeveloped forest, seeking refuge from prying eyes. Reflecting on the point when he was disowned, he understood it marked the extreme beginning of his scenario. Thankfully, despite his family's rejection, he had not yet been expelled from the prestigious Sylvania Academy. This is crucial, Ed thought, as graduating from this top-notch institution guarantees a secure future. Armed with the knowledge of a 5-time dedicated player, he was determined to make the most of his time in the game. My goal is to graduate quietly, he resolved, and live a far more comfortable and fulfilling life than the one I left behind in the past world. However, the daunting hurdle remained, the exorbitant tuition fees for the upcoming semester. Can I secure a scholarship with my current stat? Ed questioned. I'll be lucky not to flunk out. I can worry about tuition later. But for now, I need to focus on the immediate necessities, Ed Roth Taylor muttered to himself, tracing his thoughts on the ground with a stick. He set down his suitcase and opened it, revealing a few items inside. Among them were some showy clothing with no stats, a ceremonial dagger with no stats, and an ornamental cup with no stats. I have enough clothes, Ed observed. But the real challenge is finding food and shelter for tonight. Considering his reputation, he grimaced at the thought of securing a job. I can't go to the dorm. I was kicked out of there too, he muttered resignedly. Looks like I'm stuck here in the woods for the time being. Thankfully, he noted, there was a stream nearby. 10 days until school starts, he reminded himself. Until then, I need to get myself ready for attending classes. Ed decided to cast the Windblade spell, allowing him to chop down some trees for materials. It was a relief to be able to use spells, though he was surprised at how quickly he became exhausted after cutting just 15 tree trunks. Damn it, this only made me hungrier, he grumbled, rubbing his sore arms. Magic should at least feed me before it wears me out. Do wizards get hungry from spellcasting? Because I'm starving, very hungry. Recalling his grandfather's tales from his childhood, Ed decided to try boiling tree bark in the ornamental cup using the ignition spell. Anything edible will do, he muttered, examining the bubbling concoction. If you don't look closely, it almost resembles chicken breast. Tentatively, he tasted the boiled bark, only to grimace in disgust and spit it out. I hate my grandpa so much, he muttered, his stomach growling in protest. Days passed, with Ed still scavenging for tree bark to stave off hunger. However, the lack of proper sustenance took its toll, leaving him weak and zombie-like. After starving for a day and throwing up for 2, I've come to the conclusion that wood is best used for building homes, Ed exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. Determined to create a shelter, he began constructing the frame to support the wooden structure. This isn't easy, he grunted, struggling with the unwieldy wood. 4 supports and only 2 hands. I'll make it work. Several mishaps later, with wood falling on him and frustrations mounting, Ed persisted in tying the pieces together. Finally, after much effort, the frame for his shelter was complete. Still a long way to go, he muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. But at least it's a start. With a weary sigh, Ed settled in for the night, determined to make it through until the start of school. Ed Roth Taylor couldn't bear to sleep on the bare ground, but with no other options, he resigned himself to the makeshift shelter. As he drifted off, he muttered to himself about the situation, feeling the harshness of it all. The next morning, he awoke to the reality of his meager shelter. Ah, fierce indeed, he remarked to himself, surveying the crude structure he had managed to put together. Just as he finished it, a notification popped up in front of him. Your creation is complete. Your crafting proficiency has increased, the message read. Ed learned that he had crafted a basic witch shelter, a rough resting place that would serve for a while. The system informed him of its shabby nature, warning that without constant maintenance, it would soon become useless. So the crafting system's popping up like this too, huh? Ed muttered, feeling a tinge of sadness. He reflected on his life as a noble, realizing that perhaps he was more skilled with his hands than with magic. Right now, I need that handiness, he concluded. Soon after, another notification appeared, announcing the completion of a simple harpoon, crafted from a ceremonial dagger attached to a sharpened tree trunk. Ed's thoughts turned to using it for hunting or fishing, despite its lack of sharpness. Let's get something proper to eat, he resolved, eager to satisfy his empty stomach. For 2 days, fueled by desperation and hunger, Ed pressed on. I shouldn't even be able to move right now, he admitted to himself, feeling the strain of his efforts. But I want meat. Finally, after much effort, Ed managed to catch 2 fish. With the help of the ignition spell, he set about cooking his meager catch. A week until school starts, he reminded himself, finding solace in the thought of making it through. Suddenly, a voice broke through his thoughts, and Ed turned to see a girl standing behind him. Recognition dawned on him, and he realized she was the main character of the story. Of all the people, I didn't expect to run into her here, Ed thought, remembering how this girl had once had him restrained by her guard. It was her guard who had brought Ed to her, and she had ordered him to leave the academy. The girl introduced herself as Princess Phinia, the same person who had kicked Ed out of the dorms. Ed's heart sank at the reminder of their previous encounter, unsure of what her presence meant for his already precarious situation. Ed Rothtailor, a villain who appeared right at the beginning of the game, used his noble status to flirt with the main character's childhood friend. His malicious intent didn't stop there. He proceeded to tamper with the main character's entrance exam for Sylvania Academy. However, his schemes were thwarted when he was caught by a girl who came to take the exam while concealing her identity. Princess Phinia Elias Clowell, the third princess of the Clowell Empire and the Princess of Phinia. Princess Phinia possessed the skill Insight, which allowed her to detect lies and conspiracies. Ed Rothtailor, caught in a pitiful state, tried to make excuses and grit his teeth, only to have all his lies exposed by Phinia's insight. As a result, he was promptly chased out of the dorms, earning the disdain of everyone at the academy. Encountering Princess Phinia once again, Ed found himself in an uncomfortable situation. "What are you doing here?" she demanded, her voice sharp with disapproval. Ed explained, "I'm still a student here, despite being chased out of the dorms." Princess Phinia wasted no time in delivering her verdict. "I'll keep this brief," she declared, her tone icy. "I can't stand to see a shameless person like you around the school. I will personally request your expulsion from the academic department for the dishonorable act of trying to sabotage a fellow student's future." Unfazed by Phinia's words, Ed couldn't help but think about his burning food. "It's burning after starving for 3 days," he lamented internally, slightly annoyed. "I thought she said she'd keep it short. This is a crisis in many ways. Princess Phinia really does have the power to get me expelled." Then, an idea sparked in Ed's mind as he glanced around at the isolated forest. "The sun will set soon," he remarked, his voice taking on a sly tone. "Aren't royalty always guarded by heavily armed soldiers? It's quite surprising to see a noble princess wandering alone in a place like this, isn't it?" Princess Phinia's anger flared as Ed Rothtailor's words seemed to hint at a threat. "If you're trying to intimidate me, knowing I don't have escorts, you'll regret it," she warned sharply. Ed, however, quickly knelt before her, adopting a humble posture. "What do you mean, threaten?" he replied innocently. "I'm simply trying to express my gratitude to Princess Phinia." Using her skill, Insight, Princess Phinia began to probe Ed's words, checking for any falsehoods. To her surprise, she found that Ed Rothtailor was telling the truth. His words held no deceit. The realization shocked Princess Phinia, and Ed couldn't help but notice her surprise. He knew well the reputation of his family, the Rothtailors, once famous and influential. Yet, They had fallen into disgrace, using their name for exploitation and conducting unethical experiments in pursuit of eternal life. The Roth-Taylor family is destined for ruin, Ed explained quietly. Those associated will face imprisonment or execution. However, I was disowned. As a notification popped up about the burnt fish he had made, Ed reflected on his current situation. I may be cold and hungry now, but it's better than facing a worse fate, he thought. I need to convince Phinia without lying, or it will be game over for me. Considering the timeline, Ed realized it was about a week before the school term began. Why would the princess be here? He mused aloud, directing the conversation towards the upcoming class placement tests. Coming here without any escort and dressed plainly, you must be here for Professor Glass' class placement test, Ed surmised, mentioning the notoriously challenging test to find hidden magic beads in the forest. Professor Glass's tests are known to be quite rigorous. He then ventured, of course, as the noble Princess Phinia, you must be aiming for Class A. Princess Phinia, somewhat taken aback by Ed's observations, retorted, Are you trying to flatter me? Some things never change. Ed, undeterred, moved closer to her, his gaze steady. But without my assistance, you'll never make it into Class A, he stated boldly. If my words are false, then you have my consent to have me expelled. Ed Roth-Taylor directed Princess Phinia towards the southeast of the forest, where a small grassy island with a giant tree stood. This tree, known as Marilda's guardian tree, held a gift that Ed had left for her. Princess Phinia couldn't shake the memory of Ed Roth-Taylor from 3 days ago, a liar and a charlatan in her eyes. Yet, as she reached the tree, she found the gift he had mentioned. Meanwhile, at the academy, Professor Glass announced the end of the class placement test. Students were to present the magic beads they had acquired. As the students displayed their beads, ranging from a giant egg to the Eye of Sauron, Professor Glass had a surprising announcement. All of you will start from Class F, he declared, much to the disappointment of the students. Ed Roth-Taylor, observing the situation, commented on the importance of understanding the examiner's intent in a test like this. It's not just about finding any magic bead, he noted. Professor Glass then revealed that those who had found beads lacking in magic power were the ones to make it to Class A. Only 3 students had managed to find such beads, Zix, Loretto, and the one who found a bead with unusually high magic power at Marilda's guardian tree. You there, who found the hidden bead? Glass called out, singling out the student who would be at the top of the class. As the scene shifted back to Ed Roth-Taylor by the lake, he lamented, It's all burned. I don't even have the strength to use a spear anymore. Despite his exhaustion, he had managed to create something, a crude fishing rod made from tree trunk twigs, silk thread, and a small nail. The system announced the creation, noting its low durability and difficulty level of 1 star. The narrative delved into Princess Phinia's unique skill, insight, which had developed from a young age. This skill allowed her to see through flattery and deception, always revealing the truth. Ed had no choice but to provide her with genuine information. However, this posed a dilemma. If Phinia, who held significant influence in the early scenario, found the golden bead and entered Class A, the original story's plot would collapse. Even if Ed managed to avoid expulsion, all the information he possessed would become useless. On the other hand, Princess Phinia contemplated her ability. Insight will always see the truth, she thought. As she looked at the bead in the tree, Princess Phinia realized that Ed Roth-Taylor had spoken the truth. The bead was there, confirming his authenticity. The unfolding events hinted at a shift in the story, with Ed and Phinia's paths intertwined in unforeseen ways. As Princess Phinia walked away, Ed Roth-Taylor couldn't help but wonder why she had hidden her identity in the first place. The realization dawned on him. She was embarrassed about the special treatment she would receive if her identity were known. She wanted to prove herself, to accomplish something on her own merit. She knew that finding the bead would offer the best results in the test, but she couldn't bring herself to take it. It would feel like an accomplishment unearned. The future title of Princess of Love wasn't merely a skill or stat, but a title earned through walking the righteous path. Ed had thrown bait at Princess Phinia. Whether truth or lie, it seemed to matter little. She could discern the truth, and he knew she was confident in her abilities to succeed and rub it in his face. However, as Princess Phinia discovered, Ed had not lied. She found herself unable to enter Class A, much to her frustration. "I will keep my eyes on you, Ed Taylor," she warned, her frustration evident as she punched a nearby wall. Unfazed by her threat, Ed continued with his own plans. He managed to catch a big fish in the river with his makeshift fishing rod, a small victory in his challenging circumstances. Living in a place where he had to run early in the morning to make it to school on time, Ed found himself tired and sweaty. Yet, as he approached Sylvania Academy, he felt a sense of familiarity and determination. Entering the school, Ed found himself amidst the buzz of the opening ceremony. An announcement rang through the halls, signaling the start of the new semester. Despite the whispers and glances from other students, Ed remained focused on his meal. "This is the reward for the victor," he thought to himself as he savored plate after plate of steak, finally satisfying the hunger that had plagued him for days. Students around him whispered about Ed Taylor, commenting on his presence at the ceremony. Some doubted his intentions to continue attending, while others observed his mannerly eating habits. Unconcerned with their opinions, Ed simply focused on his goal, graduation. "I don't have any ambitions," he mused. "I just want to graduate." Meanwhile, the girls at another table discussed desserts made by the head chef of Ophelis. One of them, however, couldn't help but notice a change in Ed Taylor. "That's strange," she remarked to her friends. As Ed sat amidst the chatter and whispers, he could only hope for a smooth journey ahead, free from unexpected twists and turns. All he wished for was to move forward steadily towards his goal of graduation. Today marks the beginning of a new semester at Sylvania, and the professor in our class is expressing enthusiasm about seeing the students in an improved state. They are also eager to witness the progress made by the Sylvania Academic Society. Ed Taylor, however, shares a different experience from the very first day. He recounts how he nearly faced expulsion, a situation he hadn't anticipated. Interestingly, Fenia was the one who reported him to the dean, though judging by the dean's smiling demeanor, it seems she didn't say anything detrimental. Nonetheless, Ed managed to avert the situation. He reflects on the need to tread carefully so that the narrative aligns with the original focus on life skills essential for survival and magical training suitable for students at the Faculty of Magic. A system notification reveals Ed Taylor's combat abilities, a proficiency in bow skills at level 1, earning him the rank of a novice fighter. He demonstrates this skill by hunting a rabbit and skillfully shooting it with his arrow. Considering the synergy between his combat abilities and life skills, Ed recognizes the bow as the perfect weapon. He envisions improving his proficiency to create high-quality arrows, possibly infused with spirit or magic formulas in the future. As Ed collects the rabbit, he is interrupted by a surprising sight in the distance. A girl sits beneath a tree, and her name is Janica Faylover, a second-year student renowned as the top of her class in spirit sorcery. Upon noticing Ed, Janica approaches him with a friendly smile. She remarks, "So you're the intriguing person Marilda mentioned." Ed is taken aback by her sudden appearance, wondering when she arrived. Janica introduces herself, stating, "I'm Janica Faylover, also in my second year like you. Feel free to call me Janica." Ed, slightly bewildered, contemplates the situation. To his surprise, Janica continues, "Are you shocked? I know a bit about you. You see, this forest belongs to Marilda, a high-ranking spirit. She has shared stories about you with me." Janica gestures towards the forest, referencing Marilda's domain. Ed, astonished by Janica's words, questions, "The master of this forest spoke of me?" Janica turns to Ed Taylor and remarks, "Marilda's quite perceptive and inquisitive, isn't she? It's clear she's aware of any unwanted visitors. Don't you think?" Ed ponders her words, considering unwanted visitor. "I suppose I've dealt with quite a few of those." He glances at the rabbit in his hands, thinking about the trees he had to cut for his makeshift shelter. Drawing nearer, Janica reassures him, "Don't fret over the small details. It's the natural way of things for creatures in the forest to hunt and consume each other. Marilda isn't bothered by such occurrences." Ed responds with a hint of embarrassment. Even the mighty wild wolf has a soft side. His cheeks flush as he realizes the implications of his actions. Turning his head away, Ed tries to change the subject. However, Janica persists with a playful smile. "Oh, but there's something I want to show you. Isn't it just adorable?" She reveals a spirit in her hands, explaining that she formed a contract with it just yesterday. Excitedly, she offers, "Would you like to try touching it?" Her hand emits a gentle light as she extends it towards Ed, who wonders, a contract? Is this a spirit? Considering whether he wants to befriend Janika, Ed contemplates his response. Eventually, he tells her, "I'm not sure what you mean. I can't see spirits, or rather, I'm unable to." Janika is taken aback by this revelation. "You can't see spirits," she repeats, surprised. Ed, feeling a bit awkward, turns to leave, stating, "Yep. Anyway, I came here for food, so I should get going." As he walks away, Ed reflects, "Only by adhering to the original storyline can I gain an advantage. Janika Failover holds significant importance in the original narrative. I must avoid getting too close to her." Watching Ed depart, Janika recalls their conversation about the gentle wild wolf. "Just as you said, Marilda, he's quite intriguing," she muses to herself. Thinking about their interaction, she wonders aloud, "No matter how much I try, he really can't see you, can he?" Janika then affectionately hugs the fur of the large wolf beside her. She concludes, "Well, it seems we'll meet again. It's inevitable." From this point onward, Ed Rothstaler recounts his daily struggles, emphasizing the distance between his shelter and the school. It's quite a trek, requiring him to leave at dawn and sprint full speed just to make it on time. Engaged in peculiar activities to boost his stats, Ed catches Janika Failover observing him from the trees. He realizes that if he wants to secure the scholarship, diligent studying is a must. He resorts to writing on a stone slab with a charred stick and borrowing books from the student library, all while Janika watches. Reflecting on his day, Ed mentions washing his sweaty clothes for the next day and hopes they'll be dry by morning. He then explains his additional chores of gathering firewood, checking on drinking water, and preparing jerky for the next day's lunch, all while Janika observes from a distance. The lack of sleep bothers him the most, as he can only manage 4 hours due to his busy schedule. One day, he finally confronts Janika, asking her how long she intends to follow him. Janika is taken aback, responding with surprise. "You knew?" Ed, with a hint of anger in his eyes, asserts, "It would be strange if I didn't. Don't you know who I am? I'm Ed Rothstaler, the worst troublemaker around. Why do you keep shadowing me then?" Janika, undeterred, replies with a sparkle in her eyes and a charming smile. "Well, that's just what others say about you, isn't it? I haven't made up my mind about you yet." Ed is surprised by her response, realizing that Janika might be more complex than she appears. Despite her outward innocence, he senses her independent spirit. However, he remembers her role in the story and finds it hard to respond with a carefree smile. Acknowledging his own villainous nature, Ed mumbles to himself, "I'm a villain. I'm a scumbag." Then, taking a different approach, Ed turns to Janika and says, "Since destiny has brought us together, can you do me a favor?" This piques Janika's interest, and she eagerly listens. Ed continues, "As you can see, I'm in a bit of a mess. I've been cut off from my family, and I'm struggling. Could you lend me some money?" Janika is visibly shocked by the request. Ed quickly adds, "I mean, I'll definitely pay you back. That's what friends are for, right? It's just a temporary loan." His words, however, sound a bit dubious. "How much do you have?" he asks, sounding somewhat like a scammer. Ed Rothstaler reveals that Janika receives a scholarship each year for being the top student in her class. However, this scholarship isn't just a symbol of her excellence, it's a lifeline. Without it, Janika, the daughter of a small rancher, wouldn't be able to afford enrollment or advance to higher grades at the school. Her weakness is money, a fact that weighs heavily on her. After Ed shares this insight, there is a moment of quiet between them. Janika eventually breaks the silence with an apology to Ed Rothstaler, her words carried away by the wind. Ed Rothstaler ponders over Janika's abrupt departure, feeling a sense of loss. He thinks to himself, "Janika Failover," cut out. 3 days pass, and Ed decides he doesn't want to become further entangled with the pivotal characters in the story. He resolves to be cautious, ensuring the narrative stays true to its original course. Returning to his home, exhausted, Ed prepares to rest. However, upon entering, he is greeted by an unexpected sight that leaves him stunned. Inside his house is a girl, sleeping peacefully. Her presence feels even weightier than Janica Feylover's. This girl is Lucy Mariel, the subject of admiration among her classmates and professors, a rare genius and the most powerful among the failed swordsmen of Sylvania. Upon hearing Ed's voice, Lucy awakens, seemingly unfazed by her unexpected location. Ed, bewildered, wonders aloud, why is she sleeping here? What is she doing in this mountain valley? He reminds himself to tread carefully, mindful of the original storyline. In response to Ed's exclamation, Lucy remarks, "You're so loud, I can't sleep." Ed, slightly flustered, retorts, "What should I do? Not you." Lucy then points behind Ed, drawing his attention to a massive wolf spirit that seems to be following him. The spirit wolf speaks, conveying a message to Ed Rothstaler. "Someday, you must save Janica Feylover at all costs." The weight of this unexpected request hangs heavily in the air as Ed processes the spirit's words. The next day, Ed Rothstaler heads towards the forest with his axe and rope in hand, reflecting on Lucy Mariel's short stay at the camp. "Let's get to work," he mutters to himself, questioning whether this endeavor will lead to anything. However, he quickly realizes the folly of his complacent thoughts. A notification pops up, revealing a quest: Joint Combat Training. The scene shifts to the Joint Combat Training session, a one-on-one combat exercise designed to minimize lethality. Most students use fake weapons for safety. Among the participants are Benevolent Princess Phenia, Golden Daughter Lortel, Spirit Sorcerer Janica, Slothful Lucy, and Wicked Clebius. Ed Rothstaler notes that the list of participants seems endless, but he acknowledges that the protagonist, Taylor McClure, holds the most significance. It's Taylor's turn next, but Ed already knows the outcome and doesn't pay much attention to the matches, especially since the winners are usually the first-year students like Taylor. Suddenly, Janica Feylover, a second-year student, approaches Ed. He is surprised by her cheerful demeanor, considering their previous interaction where he asks her for money. Janica informs him, "The list of matches is out." Ed, seemingly disinterested, replies, "I'm not really interested." However, Janica persists, asking why he isn't curious about his own match. Realizing his oversight, Ed thinks, "Wait a minute, I have to fight as well." He remembers that in the original storyline, he was already expelled by this point. This raises the question of who his opponent will be. At that moment, Taylor McClure steps forward, declaring, "I shall perform to the best of my ability." Ed observes Taylor, realizing that it doesn't matter who he fights. His attention needs to be on Taylor McClure. The scene shifts again, as if the game is over, prompting the player to decide whether they want to play again. Ed reflects on this, noting that while it feels like a world beyond the screen, he has lived as a Taylor for so long. Through countless iterations of the game, Ed has experienced various endings, from miserable and vain to true endings that have left lasting impressions. Each path he's taken has been arduous and challenging, filled with countless roots of difficulty and struggle. As the announcement rings out for the practice match, Ed Rothstaler finds himself repeating the words, "Lucy Mariel. Is there a student named Lucy Mariel? Please come up to the arena once you're ready for the practice match." He wonders where Lucy Mariel could have disappeared to, only to see her emerge onto the training ground. She was sleeping under the podium, seemingly unperturbed by the call to the arena. Observing Lucy, Ed notes her status as the top of the first-tier class. The match is set, Lucy Mariel versus Taylor McClure, the protagonist of this world, a swordsman born with innate talent, yet who has never wielded a sword before. In a legendary scene that brings tears to Ed's eyes, Taylor surprises everyone by blocking Lucy's lightning-quick magic with his first swing of the sword. He catches her off guard, closing the distance between them. However, Lucy retaliates with an intermediate-level lightning magic spell, overwhelming Taylor. She is disqualified for using magic beyond the permitted level, granting Taylor the honor of being the first to defeat Lucy Mariel. The referee starts the match, and Taylor launches his attack. Lucy effortlessly blocks his strikes with a shield, then retaliates with her own attacks, sending Taylor flying and causing him considerable pain. Janica Feylover watches in surprise. Ed Rothstaler, already aware of the outcome, reflects on Taylor McClure's life of constant trials. Taylor, a country bumpkin and a struggling student, had never received recognition for his efforts. As Taylor trembles, trying to stand and retrieve his wooden sword, Ed thinks, "That's right, man, you can do it." Despite the despair surrounding him, Taylor refuses to give up hope. With determination, Taylor launches another attack against Lucy Morrow, even though he's injured. Ed, smiling, anticipates the outcome. He knows Lucy will use her lightning magic again. However, to Ed's shock, Lucy Morrow surprises everyone by employing wind magic to halt Taylor's assault. She then unleashes a powerful attack, generating dangerous energy that shocks Taylor. The force of Lucy's wind magic propels Taylor into the air, sending him flying across the arena until he collides with a pillar, the impact reverberating through the arena. Upon witnessing Lucy Morrow's unexpected use of wind magic, Ed Ross Taylor is taken aback. He reflects, not lightning magic, but wind magic. The referee swiftly declares Lucy Morrow the victor of the match, eliciting cheers and joy from the watching students. Among them, Ed Ross Taylor gazes at Taylor McClure, acknowledging quietly to himself that in the end, Taylor McClure has lost. Despite Taylor's valiant effort and unwavering determination, the overwhelming strength of Lucy Morrow's wind magic proves to be too much. As the cheers fill the arena, Ed observes the defeated but resilient Taylor, understanding the weight of the loss he has faced in this match. As Taylor McClure begins to leave the arena, Ed Ross Taylor watches with concern. He realizes the gravity of the situation, understanding that they can't just leave Taylor alone in his current state. Rushing past Lucy Morrow, who asks for the jerky, Ed receives a notification about a magic ability, Protection of the Wind. This magic, granted by a contract with the high-class wind spirit Marilda, automatically shields the user from sudden attacks. Ed reflects on how contracting with Marilda has made him stronger. Meanwhile, the announcer declares that the next combat training will be between Ed Ross Taylor and the respected Princess Phinia Elias Chloe. However, Ed is focused on reaching Taylor. As he runs towards Taylor, Princess Phinia intercepts him. She tries to speak, saying, "Ed Ross Taylor, last time you," but Ed doesn't stop to listen. He continues running, his mind filled with thoughts of Taylor McClure. Arriving near Taylor, Ed calls out to him, using the name Taylor. Though he doesn't know if this has any significance, it feels better than remaining silent. Ed shouts words of encouragement, telling Taylor that his efforts will surely pay off. He urges Taylor not to feel down or embarrassed, reminding him that there will be more challenges to face at the academy. Ed thinks to himself that if Taylor's spirit is broken, he might end up having to work even harder in the end. So he continues to cheer Taylor on, saying, "Walk proudly. You did good. It's just that the opponent wasn't a good match for you. Don't let something like this get you down. There will be many more hardships that will happen at the academy. You should be the one to face it, not me." Meanwhile, a man nearby mentions Phoenicia, noting that she was born with God's blessing. Ed chimes in, adding that the first person to recognize her innate insight was Emperor Close. He explains that Phoenicia's ability to detect lies and conspiracies is a gift that comes with the life of royalty, filled with endless intrigue and plots. Amidst the swirling emotions and tensions of the duel, Princess Phinia Elias Chloe and Ed Ross Taylor face each other on the training ground. Ed, somewhat nervously, requests, "Please go easy on me." In his mind, he knows Princess Phinia had no choice but to confront him directly. Princess Phinia agrees, responding, "Yes, please go easy on me as well." As the students gossip about Ed Ross Taylor, their words cutting through the air, Princess Phinia reflects on their accuracy. They speak of Ed's persistence and his actions towards Taylor, noting how he seemed to want to appear as a kind person despite his previous actions. The students express their discomfort and surprise at Ed's behavior. Listening to their chatter, Princess Phinia acknowledges that Ed used his position to embarrass his juniors, even resorting to altering test results when things didn't go his way. She wonders if this shameless behavior is all there is to him or if there is something more beneath the surface. The combat commences, and Princess Phinia addresses Ed Ross Taylor, expressing her confusion and determination to reach a conclusion in their duel. She launches her magic attack, a combination of wind and fire, aiming directly at Ed. As the battle unfolds, Princess Phineas seeks to rid herself of the mysterious feelings Ed Rothstaler stirs within her. However, her attack hits Ed directly, causing him to fall back and concede defeat. He admits, "I give up." Princess Phineas is shocked by the quick end to the duel, especially as Ed did not even attempt to block her attack. The students react, comparing Ed unfavorably to Taylor McClure, praising Princess Phineas for her victory. Ed Rothstaler, despite his defeat, graciously acknowledges the duel, telling Princess Phineas, "It was a good fight. I learned a lot." However, Princess Phineas observes Ed closely, realizing that he had shown no interest in the duel from the start. After the duel, Ed Rothstaler quickly makes his exit, realizing the weight of the situation. He wonders if it was wise to engage in a duel at this time, knowing Princess Phineas' importance in the scenario. He resolves to act carefully, not wanting to disrupt the storyline. However, Princess Phineas surprises Ed by running up to him. Concerned, he asks, "What are you doing out here without any escort?" Princess Phineas, visibly flustered and angry, accuses Ed of not taking the duel seriously and only thinking about quickly leaving the stage. In her frustration, Princess Phineas' face flushes red as she berates Ed, accusing him of being like a fox-like merchant scheming to take over the school. She laments the challenges she faces in keeping up with the class, especially with Professor Glass's grumpiness adding to her stress. In the midst of Princess Phineas alias Chloe's frustration and anger, Ed Rothstaler places his hands on her shoulders, urging her to take a deep breath and calm down. Looking into her eyes, he reassures her that there's no need to get so worked up. He guides her through calming breaths until Princess Phineas begins to relax. After a moment, Princess Phineas dismisses the incident, saying, "Please forget about it." Ed then asks if he can leave, to which Princess Phineas confirms, "That's right. You can go now." Ed Rothstaler observes Princess Phineas' introspection, realizing that her constant attempts to decipher people's thoughts might stem from her life in the palace. However, his ears start to bleed as Princess Phineas bluntly asks probing questions, suggesting that Ed cut ties with his family due to their dark side and targeted Taylor to create a reason for expulsion. Ed Rothstaler acknowledges Princess Phineas' sharp deduction, though he denies her accusations, stating, "I don't know what you're talking about." Princess Phineas, angered by his response, insists that she's not wrong, demanding the truth behind Ed's actions. In a moment of frustration and perhaps a bit of truth, Ed admits, "I just wanted to make fun of him." He explains that by cheering on Taylor, he hoped to change how others perceived him, especially since he feels disliked by many. However, Princess Phineas sees through his lies with her insight skills, causing her anger to flare up. Flames metaphorically burst from her mouth like a dragon's breath as she confronts Ed's deceit. Ed Rothstaler insists he's telling the truth, though he knows it's false. Yet, after a tense exchange, Princess Phineas' anger eventually subsides. She allows Ed to leave, admitting she has no evidence against him. Ed is surprised by this turn of events, but thanks Princess Phineas before departing. As he leaves, Ed reflects on Princess Phineas' complexity and the weight of her burdens. He acknowledges that she is deeply involved with many people and events, likely due to his own introduction to the scenario. Outside, Ed Rothstaler advises Princess Phineas to relax a bit, reminding her that Sylvania Academy isn't a place where she needs to worry about everything. He notes that while she's adept at seeing through lies, it was the first time someone saw through her. Running once more, Ed Rothstaler realizes the urgency of his mission. He knows that if Taylor gives up, it could have grave consequences for his comfortable life, perhaps even for the entire world. When Ed finally reaches Taylor, he finds him sitting with a broken sword, lost in sadness. As Ed approaches, he pauses, unsure of what to say. However, before he can speak, a girl named Isla Triss, the main heroine, appears and insists that Ed should not bother Taylor anymore. This unexpected encounter leaves Ed Rothstaler pondering his next steps in this increasingly complicated scenario. Isla Triss remarks that Taylor McClure is already having a tough time without you around. Isla Triss insists, "You shouldn't harass him anymore." Then Taylor stands up and exclaims, "You're still here in school, huh, Ed Rothstaler?" Ed Rothstaler, gazing at Taylor McClure, is filled with a revived fighting spirit that never falters, no matter how formidable his opponent is. a willpower that shines through his eyes. I notice it clearly, and alongside him is the princess, his childhood friend and biggest supporter. Isla Triss rushes out the door without a single backward glance. She tells Taylor, "You've overcome challenges before, and you can do it again this time. You've always excelled at it. Don't let this discourage you, Taylor." Taylor McClure asks Ed Ross-Taylor, "What brings you here? Do you have business with me?" Ed Ross-Taylor believes that with Isla Triss by his side, Taylor will rise to his feet time and time again. Ed Ross-Taylor compliments, "You're impressive with the blade. I've seen it once more." Taylor questions, "What are you plotting?" Ed Ross-Taylor thinks to himself, "Yes, I've witnessed many experiences with Taylor and stayed by his side until the end." As Ed Ross-Taylor prepares to leave, he tells Taylor, "I don't have anything like that." Ed Ross-Taylor reflects, "Let's face it, I thought he would save the world, so I should focus on surviving. I treated him like a pushover, given that he was the game's protagonist who did all the hard work instead of me. But now, I'm relieved. Not because the story has veered back to the original track, but because Taylor, with whom I've spent so much time, is still okay. That's all that matters." Watching Ed Ross-Taylor leave, Isla Triss and Taylor express their confusion. What's up with him? Why is he acting so cool? Ed Ross-Taylor admits, "Well, I can't avoid this situation." As he moves forward, he hears a noise. When he turns back, he witnesses a big bang and remarks, "Is it that time already?" Originally, everyone was meant to witness this while seated in the nailed building. Meanwhile, two girls are engaged in a fierce battle at the training ground. Golden Daughter Lortel Keshilno and the spirit sorcerer Janica Failover spar with intensity. Though it takes a different form from the original, Ed Ross-Taylor is confident that Taylor and Isla Triss are observing this scene. Ed Ross-Taylor advises Taylor, "Keep your eyes open, Taylor. One of the many challenges ahead of you is about to unfold. The final boss is Janica Failover." In the end, Janica Failover emerges victorious, and everyone gathers around her, cheering. "Congratulations, Janica Failover. You're the only one from our year who defeated the new students. You have an incredible personality, and you excel at spirit sorcery. Is there anything you're not good at?" Janica Failover graciously thanks everyone. However, upon seeing the condition of her opponent being carried away on a stretcher, she is shocked into silence. Unlike the original scenario where Lucy Mariel defeated Taylor McClure, the joint combat training concludes with Janica Failover becoming the protector of the pride of the past, the enrolled students. Ed Ross-Taylor mentions, Janica Failover already had plenty of friends, but this incident will surely make things even more hectic for her. Well, perhaps it might be for the better. "I won't be encountering her at the camp anymore," Ed Ross-Taylor reflects. "When I get entangled with the main characters, my head starts spinning. It's been 2 weeks since the joint combat training without the main characters, so I can fully focus on my studies and survival without worries. I've got a fishing net," Ed Ross-Taylor notes, "so the food issue is somewhat resolved." Glancing at his status, he realizes he's currently in his underwear. "Is this because my stamina stats are increasing?" he ponders. Feeling like his body is improving, Ed Ross-Taylor reminds himself, it's too early to become complacent. Meanwhile, Janica Failover secretly observes Ed Ross-Taylor, who is in his underwear. Blushing, Janica Failover asks, "Do you enjoy being naked?" Ed Ross-Taylor, taken aback, retorts, "What on earth are you talking about, suddenly appearing here?" "I just came back from fishing," Ed Ross-Taylor explains. As Janica Failover sits near the fire, Ed Ross-Taylor queries, "What's so special about this place that keeps drawing you back?" "It's like a top-secret base," Janica Failover responds, excitement evident in her voice. "I feel like an adventurer here, and that's thrilling. I also wanted to chat a bit and maybe get some advice from you," she adds. Ed Ross-Taylor, now clothed, listens to Janica Failover's words, wondering, "Why me, out of everyone?" Janica Failover continues, "You left early last time, so you might not have seen it. But during the joint combat training last month, I ended up hurting someone." Ed Ross-Taylor recalls, "Didn't her opponent use an intermediate level spell? Intermediate magic wasn't allowed, though." Well, that probably didn't matter to the good-hearted Janica Failover. Janica Failover admits, "I've been trying to forget about it, but maybe I went too far. I can't shake the feeling that I overreacted. Should I apologize?" Ed Ross-Taylor advises Janica, If you believe you're right, then do what you think is best. Thinking about it, Ed Ross Taylor realizes that Janica Faylover, the lovely and cheerful second-year student, was treasured by everyone in every way. If she ever felt guilty or self-critical, he notes, everyone would rally to encourage her and take her side. But Janica knows that having support doesn't erase the mistakes that were made. That's probably why she came to me. Janica remarks, "You're as expected, Ed Ross Taylor. You never blindly take my side." "I can't help it if that bothers you," Ed Ross Taylor responds. No, you misunderstand," Janica Faylover clarifies. "I don't feel offended at all." In her thoughts, she adds, "He wasn't this kind of guy last year." Ed Ross Taylor reflects that while Janica Faylover may seem bubbly and cheerful, she is just as observant as anyone else. Ed Ross Taylor reflects on the fact that, even when he asked for money during tough times, he didn't display the desperation that people usually do in such situations. This demeanor indirectly conveyed a message to others, warning them not to get too close. However, these aspects of Ed Ross Taylor are, in fact, quite reassuring. "I wish everyone in the world was like you, Ed Ross Taylor," Janica Faylover says to him, smiling happily. "Being with me seems to offer a strange comfort," Ed Ross Taylor thinks to himself. The next day, Ed Ross Taylor finds himself in serious trouble. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania is considered a masterpiece, yet very few have witnessed its ending. Especially, rubies often encounter several bad endings early on. For instance, if you save a girl during an ambush by kobolds in the class placement test, you will uncover the secret of the Golden Daughter. She then sends someone to kidnap Taylor, just like that. A notification pops up displaying Bad Ending 3. Taylor has been assassinated in the monster slaying practice episode. If one skips the childhood friend Isla and forms a unit with the Golden Daughter, another notification shows Bad Ending 7. Isla Triss has fallen off a cliff to her death. This occurs because Taylor was supposed to rescue Isla Triss, who had fallen off the cliff. If you protect the Golden Daughter from the fire spirit Tarkan summoned by Janica, another bad ending shows up. Bad Ending 3. Taylor has burned to death. Then someone calls out to Ed Ross Taylor, "Senior, can you not hear me?" Immediately upon hearing this, Ed Ross Taylor thinks, "I must run." However, the girl he's been avoiding steps in front of him. Ed Ross Taylor gazes at her and asks, "How long are you going to keep following me?" "I didn't think you'd ignore me and grit your teeth for so long," the girl replies. "Of course, I'm going to grit my teeth and ignore you. Isn't that obvious?" Ed Ross Taylor thinks to himself. He recognizes the girl as the fourth heroine of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, the business magnate Elta Kechon's only daughter, Lortel Kechon la Kechon, the Golden Daughter. Smiling, the girl says to Ed Ross Taylor, "I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time, Senior Ed Ross Taylor." Ed Ross Taylor muses about the girl. She's also known as the Newbie Crusher. Ed Ross Taylor contemplates the design of Lortel Kechon, the hidden hero in contrast to Princess Fenia. From the beginning, Lortel Kechon was portrayed as a villain, with her true nature revealed later in the story. As players begin to grasp Lortel Kechon's realism, loneliness, and anguish, they find themselves at a crossroads between Princess Fenia and Lortel Kechon. Calling out to Senior Ed Ross Taylor, Lortel Kechon tries to get his attention, but Ed Ross Taylor is lost in his thoughts. He realizes, "I can't let myself be swayed by her words right now. If I engage with Lortel Kechon on her terms, I'll lose the upper hand." As Ed Ross Taylor walks past her, ignoring her, Lortel Kechon pleads, "Can't you at least listen to what I have to say? I want to assist you a bit." However, Ed Ross Taylor responds firmly, "Don't say things you don't mean." Undeterred, Lortel Kechon persists, "Oh, my senior, how can you doubt the respect I hold for you?" She steps in front of Ed Ross Taylor and continues, "Seeing you as an inspiration, even in such challenging circumstances, you continue to learn." "Sure, you're known for your arrogance and self-centeredness," Lortel Kechon acknowledges. "But who cares about that? Please hear out my offer first. I'll give you 3 gold coins as a down payment." She observes Ed Ross Taylor closely and adds, "You've been getting close to Senior Janica these days, right? Can you help me become her friend?" Ed Ross Taylor is surprised by this proposition. 3 gold coins could be a month's earnings for some. He looks into Lortel Kechon's eyes and asks, Does the great golden daughter buy connections with money as well? Lortel Kishon places the coins in his pocket, replying, keep it for now. I understand that the more allies I have, the better. Ed Rostaler realizes that she intuitively grasps the political fight ahead with Princess Fina for control of the academy, and she's already strategizing to gather allies. All right, Ed Rostaler agrees. Let's at least shake hands on that. As they do, Lortel Kishon considers, for those who have always been wealthy, a moment of poverty can be crushing. Surprisingly, for those in dire straits, a small amount of money often becomes their downfall. Reflecting to herself, Lortel Kishon notes, they eventually sell everything, families, pride, even themselves, for the sake of a gold coin. Preying on the desperate is simple and easy. Sadly, that's the way it goes. How intriguing. After this encounter, Ed Rostaler leaves the place, rubbing his temples. If I had accepted that offer, it might have made things easier, he mutters. But it's a shame. I can't even fathom the troubles I'd face if caught between the newbie crusher and Janica Faylover. I must avoid anything that alters the original storyline at all costs. That night, Lortel Kishon does not feel humiliated by Ed Rostaler's clear rejection. Instead, she understands the pros and cons, focusing on profit and self-interest like a shrewd businessman. She casually remarks, "Oh, I didn't expect to see you here." Janica Faylover remarks, So it's you, Lortel Kishon. You look quite different with your hair down." Ed Rostaler adds, "On the contrary, it seems to have awakened the unyielding spirit within her, turning Janica Faylover into one of her allies." Lortel Kishon reflects on the past, thinking, there was quite a commotion about me using forbidden intermediate magic during the joint combat exercise. Addressing Janica, Lortel Kishon says, "It's been a while, but I wanted to apologize when I had the chance." In her thoughts, she adds, "I just wanted to see how skilled the top sophomore student truly was." Janica responds, "So the wound hasn't healed yet, huh?" Lortel Kishon thinks to herself, though I had to pay a hefty price for it. However, she laughs and reassures Janica, "I'm sure it'll heal quickly. Don't worry too much about it, Senior Janica Faylover." In her mind, Lortel Kishon contemplates, Janica Faylover is akin to the main characters in fairy tales. Would it be easier to manipulate her if I used her guilt against her? Janica then remarks to Lortel Kishon, "I assume the conversation with Ed Rostaler went smoothly, right?" Surprised, Lortel responds, "What are you suddenly talking about?" Janica smiles and replies, "I always advise restraint in personal matters, but these spirits seem to enjoy chatting." She mentions her spirits hovering around her. "I can hear most of the conversations around the northern part of the forest," Janica reveals. Upon hearing this, sweat beads form on Lortel Kishon's forehead as she recalls her request. "Can you help me befriend Senior Janica Faylover?" She remembers Janica's words about sincerity and money. Approaching Lortel Kishon, Janica says, "They say you can't buy sincerity with money." Lortel thinks to herself, compared to that, Ed Rostaler's approach seems more heartfelt, Janica laughs and admits, "Perhaps I was a bit too boastful. It's my first time being a senior, so I might have gone a little overboard. How embarrassing." In her thoughts, Janica considers, "I'll need to adjust my evaluation of her." She then announces her departure, saying, "I should get going. It takes a lot of preparation to form a contract with a high-ranked spirit. Lately, I've been receiving more support, so I need to work even harder." Lortel Kishon reflects, Janica Faylover, similar to the main characters in fairy tales. I misunderstood that. Janica bids farewell, saying, "All right, Lortel Kishon." Lortel Kishon thinks to herself, Janica Faylover, a person who seems oblivious to the ways of the world. Absolutely not. Janica Faylover tells Lortel Kishon, "I'm sorry about the other day. You seemed quite hurt because of me, didn't you?" In her thoughts, Janica acknowledges, despite being fully aware of the darker aspects of the world. "I hope you get better soon," Janica adds before leaving the place. Lortel Kishon observes she's someone who maintains her cheerful demeanor, but then makes a puzzled face, noting Janica's edginess before her departure. Janica, as she leaves, comments, "I need to work harder. It feels really nice when people have high expectations of you." The scene then shifts to Ed Rostaler's clothes drying in the bright sunlight. Lucy Mariel remarks, It smells, before using her wind magic to blow all of Ed Rothstaler's clothes into the air. Startled, Ed Rothstaler exclaims, "Arr, I just hung them up." Turning to look, Ed Rothstaler notices Belle Maya, the senior maid of Salvinia's finest dormitory, Awfulus Hall. He recognizes her as the maid who had asked him to leave before. Belle Maya comments, "I know you're staying here. Lady Janica talks about you a lot. I didn't realize you were living in such a state, though I'm glad to see it's been a positive change for you." Ed Rothstaler's expression falls as he listens to Belle Maya. He reflects, her words fell on deaf ears, and my gaze remained fixed. He recognizes the elite maids of Awfulus Hall as skilled women who handle all household tasks with precision, even gathering the finest ingredients from the forest. Thinking about the potential impact Belle Maya could have on the main plot, Ed Rothstaler makes a cute face and jokes about the basket. He then thinks to himself, "I guess there shouldn't be an issue with us becoming friends." Belle Maya suggests, "You don't need to be so formal. You can talk to me as you did while living in Awfulus." Ed Rothstaler politely declines, saying, "No, thanks. How could I speak down to a maid who works so diligently?" Ed Rothstaler realizes there hasn't been a single event where Belle Maya directly influenced the main plot. He then receives a system notification indicating an increase in his crafting proficiency and the completion of a fish farming net installation. Crafting difficulty, 2 stars, the notification states. Ed Rothstaler notes, "I have plenty of meat and fish now. My dietary needs are almost taken care of." He then uses his fire magic to light a fire and receives notifications indicating the advancement of his fire and wind magic skills. Looking at the newly made herbal tea from the herbs Belle Maya mentioned, Ed Rothstaler remarks, "Using it while chopping firewood or cooking increases your survival rate drastically." He finds himself enjoying the tasks and the progress. As he gazes up at the twinkling stars, Ed Rothstaler becomes a bit confused by one that seems to be approaching rapidly. Suddenly, there is a massive explosion, causing Ed Rothstaler to fall back amidst the dust and debris. What is that thing? Ed Rothstaler wonders in surprise, realizing the explosion hit his camp. As the dust settles, someone emerges, saying, "That just about killed me." Ed Rothstaler is shocked to see Lucy Marrell standing there, exclaiming, "Lucy!" Ed Rothstaler brushes off the dust from his clothes, exclaiming, "That nearly got me." "You," Ed Rothstaler says in response. Ed Rothstaler ponders, "She's the world's most powerful mage. How could she?" Lucy Marrell trembles and says, "Belle Maya," which surprises Ed Rothstaler. He responds, "But she's a good person." "I just ditched class." "As usual," Lucy Marrell continues, "but she seemed kind of moody for some reason. She came with her fists clenched tighter than usual." She recounts, "It all happened so suddenly that I just teleported out of there. I thought it would hurt, and there's a big crater beside her." Ed Rothstaler, getting angry, grumbles, "Arg, Miss Belle Maya," with an angry grin on his face. Then Lucy Marrell asks, "Do you have jerky?" Ed Rothstaler, now angrier, hits Lucy Marrell with a small wooden stick, saying, "Damn it, you've ruined everything!" "What kind of life are you living?" Lucy Marrell holds her head in pain, exclaiming, "Oh!" Ed Rothstaler, very surprised, wonders, "She's not using any protective spells?" "I ran out of all magic," Lucy Marrell admits, looking at Ed Rothstaler. He asks, "Did you plan this?" With an evil face, Ed Rothstaler stretches out his hand and declares, "Then this is for my house that you just destroyed." He flicks Lucy Marrell hard, and her screams echo from the forest. Ed Rothstaler then says to her, "And this is for the oh-so-motherly Miss Belle Maya." Afterward, he mutters, "I need a sturdier house." The scene shifts to the library where Ed Rothstaler suggests, "Let's build a house out of real wood." Despite his busy life, gaining knowledge during his library visits is a huge plus for him. Closing a book, he gathers materials for planning and other necessities. All that's left is to smooth the wood and finish the roof, he figures. As the library is closing, a girl suddenly appears before him, saying, "You're studying really hard," Ed Rothstaler replies. "Has it already been that long?" "I'm sorry about that." Books scattered around him, the girl remarks. "It's okay. Seeing someone like you study so diligently really boosts my motivation to study well." Smiling, she introduces herself as Elka Islan, Faculty of Magic Year 1. She looks at Ed Ross Taylor enthusiastically, as if pleading for his name. He then tells her, Ed, and looks away. Upon hearing his name, Elka Islan reacts with tears streaming down her face. Ed Ross Taylor thinks to himself, a familiar reaction. As always, this guy's notoriety just doesn't go away. No surprise there. I've only been living diligently, but there's no way that changes anything. You're extremely different from what the rumors say, Elka Islan says. You've even read all the books on elemental studies, which are hard for me to understand in just a few days. Even right now, you've read through over 6 technical texts while sitting here. She continues, they say you act all arrogant when they don't even know anything. I guess rumors are not to be trusted after all. I know someone who is just as sincere as you. Smiling happily, she adds, Senior. She then shows an image of a man in a red cape, saying, I'll be cheering for you. Ed Ross Taylor smiles at Elka Islan's words and thanks her. She bids him farewell, saying, have a safe trip back. I'm going to clean up and head back to my dorm. Ed Ross Taylor feels the sudden pressure in the air and wonders, what is this? Meanwhile, Elka Islan also senses the pressure and is equally surprised. They both realize that many books are about to fall on them. A system notification flashes episode 1. The final chapter, Glaskin Showdown, as a magic circle forms over the entire school, emanating energy throughout. By 11:30, a temporary camp is set up in front of the student center, thanks to the efforts of the main character, Taylor, and his friends, where many students have gathered. It has been 2 hours since the unprecedented disaster struck. Ilatrice mentions, I saw it in a book on spirit magic. That's a summoning rune to summon the highest ranked spirit of darkness, Glaskin. Princess Phinia adds, that's bad news because there's only one person with a high enough spirit connection level to summon that many spirits. It's highly likely our enemy is the one who went berserk due to the spirit of darkness. The Year 2 top student, Janica Failover, is shown, surprising everyone with Princess Phinia's words. Princess Phinia continues, it's unfortunate, but this is not the time for this. If Ilatrice is right, then the barrier around the students will merely buy some time. Taylor McClure asserts, if Glaskin is summoned, there will be more casualties. We need to head inside the student center. Captain of the Royal Guard, Claire, adds, people outside the barrier will notice in no time. If the Imperial Guard and the professors deal with it, it will soon. Alvira Aniston, Faculty of Alchemy Year 1, known as the Meddler, chimes in. If it's the spirit of darkness, its barrier must be tough. We must solve this from the inside. Principal Obel is out of town as well. Alvira Aniston proposes, if everyone here joins hands, I bet we could even take down a high-ranked spirit. Don't you think? Then, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale, Combat Faculty Year 1, who is very scared, expresses, I'm against it. We will get through those intermediate-level spirits and subdue the spirit boss as well. You're going to enter the building and take down Janica Failover? But the challenges don't end there. There are higher-ranked spirits inside, 2 of them at that high rank, Berserk, the fire spirit, Tarkin, and the spirit of darkness, Velosfer. That's suicide. I'm not going, he panics. Lortel Keln interjects. But did she really do this all on her own? I mean, even for a Year 2 top student, isn't she way too powerful? She's summoning Glaskin while manifesting all these spirits at the same time. Ilatrice explains, most of it is likely Velosfer's power. Senior Janica is merely a medium to manifest it. Spirits of darkness are natural enemies of a spirit sorcerer. Their enormous power is simply beyond a spirit sorcerer's control. The demons take control of the spirit sorcerers, which is why all spirit sorcerers feel this way because they become their prey. Yet how Senior Janica Failover, the most remarkable student in spirit studies, managed to command Velosfer isn't known to anyone. A boy speaks up, stating, that's not what's important right now. What's important is to decide our course of action, and there is only one person who can decide that. Princess Phinia, please tell us. However, Phinia remains silent, unable to say anything, creating a tense silence in the room as everyone waits for her decision. Suddenly, Phinia remembers Ed Ross Taylor's nonchalant remark from before. Whatever burden I carry, it can't be any heavier than what you carry, princess, can it? Why not have some peace of mind? She then decides, we'll enter after an hour, but only me, my guard Claire. as well as the top students of each year and class will go. Only those who have proven their ability. So, make your preparations and toughen your minds. I'll take the responsibility then. A report comes in, informing Phinia, Princess. We're done assessing the resident employees of the teaching area. The Audrey Hall and Potion Archives are in the middle of a strike. It's unlikely they'll join us. Phinia acknowledges this, stating, so, we're the only ones who can take any proper action. The boy adds, no other students aside from that. However, someone then speaks up. There is one. A girl with purple hair explains, I'm on my way from the library in the student library. There's a friend of mine, an apprentice librarian, and a sophomore student in there. Phinia asks, what's their name? The girl replies, Elka Islan. Jix, shocked to hear this, becomes very angry and grabs the girl, demanding, Elka Islan, did you just say Elka Islan? The girl explains, we're in the apprentice librarian class together, learning how to manage grimoires. Jix, angered, says, damn it, I have to rescue her right now. Elka Islan is powerless to defend herself. Phinia and Lortel Cacheln intervene to calm Jix down. Lortel Cacheln says, calm down, Jix. The student library is really far away right now. Subduing the cause of this problem, Senior Janica comes first. Phinia adds, that's right, Jix. She also said there's a sophomore student in the student library. How about we believe in that student for now? However, the girl, scared, is unable to say anything. Jix, frustrated, grabs the girl and demands, what are you hiding? Tell me right now. The frightened girl reveals Ed Rostaler's name, which makes Jix very angry. His eyes turn red as the girl cries and apologizes. I'm sorry. He was sitting there all the way till really late in the night. I was annoyed, so I left it to Elka Islan. All of you know what kind of guy he is, don't you? An evil image of Ed Rothstaler, smiling menacingly, is shown. After hearing the girl's words, they all start imagining Ed Rothstaler, and the girl further explains, Elka Islan doesn't care about rumors like that. A boy remarks, that shameless guy and the apprentice are stuck in the library all alone. Then we see Jix, who is becoming increasingly angry, with Phinia trying to calm him down. Suddenly, she steps in front of him, asking him to wait a minute. The energy is still emanating from the magic circle as Phinia suggests. How about you? Have some faith in Ed Rothstaler. This shocks everyone, including Lortel Cacheln, who remains silent. Jix, filled with anger, moves forward rapidly, determined to take action against Ed Rothstaler. He thinks to himself, I'm going to beat you to a pulp, Ed Rothstaler. As Jix rushes to save Elka Islan, memories of his past flood his mind. The term, rags to riches barely scratches the surface of the miraculous existence of Jix the Spear of Grass. The scene shifts to a person on the ground, analyzing the surroundings. Judging from its size, it's an adult male. Considering the state of the surrounding tree barks, it seems like it was just here. Got it. The person then sees a deer in the grasslands of the north, a savage land where the Empire's voice cannot reach. A world where survival means checking your own neck by the end of the day as he jumps for an attack, successfully killing the deer. Jix was a descendant of the nomadic people who roamed these lands. By the time he reached adulthood, he had already been separated from his family. He had no idea when or why he was abandoned, or if he would ever reunite with his herd. He learned the skills of survival, like beheading a deer, before learning how to read or trade for goods. His mastery lay in procuring supplies from the corpses on the roadside. Others in the city remarked, that's the guy from the northern grasslands, right? He's the descendant of those barbarians. Rumors circulated, claiming they even ate human flesh, as Jix walked through the city with the spoils of his hunts, living a life akin to a beast. It was during this time that Elka Islan had asked Jix for his name. He told her, and she spoke to him with a smile, saying, you're like a wolf walking on two legs. It was then that he realized his life spent endlessly roaming the vast northern prairies, scavenging for sustenance, sleeping under the open sky. This boy was a wolf pup abandoned by his pack. The loneliness of his life was suddenly understood when he met his first companion, Elka Islan, and her father, who welcomed him into their family. The fast-paced life of civilization, the comfort of a home, and the care of Elka Islan transformed Jix from a savage memory into a man. But if it meant protecting her, Jix would gladly become a beast again. Jix had heard rumors about Ed Rossdaler, knowing he cheated on tests, insulted the princess, and harassed his juniors. As he rushes towards Elka Islan, he suddenly comes face to face with Ed Rossdaler, sitting injured. Ed asks, "Who are you?" Jix grabs Ed by the collar, demanding, "Where's Elka Islan? Why are you here? Tell me where Elka Islan is." Ed responds, "Reading room, floor no, 3. Without wasting a moment, Jix throws Ed aside and runs to the door, bursting into the room where Elka Islan is. "Elka Islan, are you okay?" he asks, his heart pounding with relief as he sees her lying safely on a table, next to Ed Rossdaler with a newly washed blazer. Jix breathes a sigh of relief, thanking whatever higher power there might be. Looking around the room, he notices something peculiar. These bookcases. They're placed around Elka Islan as if they're trying to protect her, he thinks to himself, struck by the scene before him. Jix quickly adds blackout curtains to block the berserk spirit's vision. As he looks around the room, he notices a message written on the board. "When you wake up, don't panic and stay here. Everything will probably be solved before dawn. So stay calm, block the entrance, and don't provoke the spirits. Think of your safety at all costs. Don't act rashly." Reading this message, Jix realizes that someone protected Elka Islan. He then notices blood on a blazer that doesn't belong to Elka Islan. Despite being injured himself, the person who wore this blazer went to great lengths to protect Elka Islan. Realizing that the blazer belongs to Ed Rossdaler, Jix finds Ed sitting under the statue, bleeding and waiting. He asks, "But why on earth?" Ed Rossdaler responds, Seriously, I was so close. 3 hours ago, many books were falling on Elka Islan, and the shelves were about to collapse. I saved her." He explains that he carried her on his shoulder, grateful for his regular strength training. He then mentions the ongoing Glaskin showdown, assuming Taylor will handle it. Feeling the urgency, Ed decides to block the entrance to prevent berserk spirits from entering. He plans to perfect his shelter and spends the night doing research. While eating beef jerky, he ponders on Janica Failover's powers, particularly her strong command of spirit understanding and spirit connection. Ed reflects on his own abilities, noting his high levels in fire magic ignition, spirit connection, and spirit understanding. He realizes he was just one level away from a spirit contract, but acknowledges the danger of pushing himself further. As Jix prepares to leave with Elka Islan on his shoulder, he questions Ed, "What were you doing here?" Ed responds truthfully, "I was training." Jix can't help but think cynically, "Ha ha, geez, training. Only the most naive of humans would believe that." Jix then tells Ed, "I feel like I finally understand the kind of person you are. I truly owe you a big one, Senior Ed Rossdaler. When the time comes, I'll repay this debt to you at any cost." Ed Rossdaler, in his thoughts, realizes Elka Islan must be Jix's lover. He acknowledges that Jix is an important ally, someone who has trusted Taylor from the beginning to the end of the storyline. Seeing the situation, Ed advises Jix, "If you've already confirmed Elka Islan's safety, go and do what you're supposed to do. Get back to the student center. You don't belong here. Go and help Taylor." Jix responds, "Do you mean Taylor McClure?" Ed Rossdaler stands up, acknowledging Jix's assessment of Taylor McClure. Jix expresses gratitude for the advice, realizing the importance of Taylor's skill, Elemental Slash, in defeating the high-ranked fire spirit Tarkin. Ed Rossdaler urges Jix to move quickly, assuring him that he will rest for a bit. As Jix leaves with Elka Islan, Ed Rossdaler reflects on the unfolding events. He remembers Jix's words about Taylor McClure and his lack of friendship with him. This triggers a realization for Ed Rossdaler. He recalls the key event in Act 1, Scene 9, where Taylor is supposed to learn Elemental Slash through a duel with Jix. However, due to the accelerated timeline of events, this crucial moment has already passed. Taylor couldn't learn the skill, and as a result, the raid team lacks the ability to damage Tarkin. Ed Rossdaler understands the gravity of the situation. The plot is deviating from its intended course, and the raid team is in trouble. The scene shifts to the Student Center raid team's base, where Jix arrives and apologizes to his comrades for the delay. Fina reassures Jix, saying that even with him there, they would have likely lost. The first invasion attempt of the raid team has failed. Claire, a member of the team, suggests getting more reinforcements before re-invading, as she needs time to recover from her leg injury. Fina insists that Claire rests at the base, showing her concern. As they discuss their next steps, Ed Rothstaler suddenly appears before them. He warns them about the progress of the summoning ritual, indicating that they don't have much time. Fina is shocked by Ed's sudden appearance. Ed Rothstaler makes a bold decision, suggesting that the raid team splits into two groups. He takes charge of one side, determined to intervene in the storyline. With resolve in his voice, Ed Rothstaler declares, "From now on, I'll intervene in the storyline." The team braces themselves for the challenging task ahead, with Ed taking on a crucial role in their mission to eliminate Tarkin and overcome the unfolding crisis. As the raid bulletin appeared, Ed Rothstaler stood before the shocked group, his sleeves stained with blood. Clebius expressed fear, questioning if this was a joke. Jix urged them to listen to Ed Rothstaler. Ed Rothstaler explained the plan. They needed to confront the fire spirit Tarkin, summoned by Janica Faylover, and deal with the overpowering spirit of darkness, Velsofer. However, they couldn't damage Tarkin due to its shell. Ed Rothstaler proposed splitting the raid party into two teams, one to get Tarkin's attention and the other to subdue Janica Faylover. Upon hearing this plan, Lortel Keshelm expressed doubts. She mentioned the risks if the lure team failed and Tarkin chased the subduing team. Ed Rothstaler countered, emphasizing that their main objective was to take down Janica Faylover, rendering Tarkin powerless. Jix raised the issue of who would be in the lure group, and Lortel Keshelm remarked it would be like picking sacrificial lambs. Taylor McClure volunteered, but Ed Rothstaler refused, assigning him to the team entering the combat training grounds. Taylor insisted he was quick and willing, but Ed Rothstaler clarified they weren't choosing sacrificial lambs. He decided that Clebius Nortondale, Lortel Keshelm, and himself would lure Tarkin. Clebius was nervous, expressing fear of death, while Lortel declined respectfully. Ed Rothstaler assured them there was a way, hinting at a plan to bind Tarkin's feet. Clebius, still scared, pleaded to fight Tarkin alongside Ed Rothstaler, saying he'd rather die. Lortel questioned how this would work, and Ed Rothstaler pondered their limited time. Princess Fina intervened, agreeing with Ed Rothstaler's plan. She then gave the final order, dividing the raid party into two groups, one to subdue Janica Faylover, consisting of Taylor McClure, Jix, Alvira, Ayala and Princess Fina, the other to lure Janica Faylover, composed of Clebius Nortondale, Lortel Keshelm, and Ed Rothstaler. With a reminder to not die at any cost, the group prepared to battle. The scene then shifted to Nail Hall Corridor, setting the stage for the upcoming intense confrontation with the powerful spirits. As Lortel Keshelm questioned Ed Rothstaler on how they would stall for time against the formidable Tarkin, Ed remained confident, instructing her to simply follow his lead for victory. He reassured Clebius Nortondale, acknowledging the student's lack of confidence despite his skills. Ed reminded Clebius of his status as the top student among the freshmen, instilling some hope in him. In the heat of the moment, Clebius wondered about their plan to lure Tarkin away from Janica Faylover behind the combat training grounds door. Despite feeling nervous, he found courage spurred by Princess Fina's firm resolve. However, as he moved forward, panic set in, realizing Ed and Lortel had vanished. Suddenly, Tarkin appeared behind him, and Clebius shouted in fear and confusion, feeling deceived. Lortel Keshelm, recalling Ed's instructions, understood the sacrifice they seemingly made with Clebius. However, Ed clarified it was not a sacrifice but an important role for Clebius, given his skills and resilience. He reassured Lortel that the most critical role would be hers. Outside the combat training grounds, Ed Rothstaler instructed Lortel to secure the entry path for the subduing group and land a critical hit on Tarkin. He urged her not to judge Tarkin based on rumors, expressing confidence in her abilities. Lortel, armed with her dangerous ice attacks, created a massive explosion to clear the path. The sudden blast surprised everyone, but Lortel knew what needed to be done. She reflected on her past use of forbidden intermediate rank magic, realizing Ed had entrusted this task to her. Meanwhile, Clebius Nortendale, in a panic, ran from Tarkan, shouting in desperation. Lortel knew that even if their plan succeeded, she and Clebius would eventually have to confront Tarkan. She understood the gravity of the situation and the risk they faced. Ed Roth Taylor, observing Clebius's panicked flight, knew they had to confront Tarkan head-on. He understood that without Elemental Slash, they had no way to breach Tarkan's tough shell. Gathering mana, Ed prepared for a strategic assault. Lortel attacked Tarkan with her ice, creating an opening for Ed's plan. He rushed forward, declaring the need for overwhelming firepower. Meanwhile, Lucy Myriel, inexplicably napping amidst the chaos, caught Ed's attention. Ed, puzzled by Lucy's nap in the midst of danger, realized she had nowhere to sleep due to the destroyed shelter. Lucy, usually excluded from the storyline due to her power, had used up her magic and fallen asleep. This unintended sleep might have been a strategic move in the game. As Lucy woke up, she smelled something familiar: beef jerky. Ed, seizing the opportunity, fed Lucy beef jerky, readying her for a critical part in the plan. With Lucy now awakened and fueled, Ed prepared to use her in their strategy against Tarkan. As the fiery battle unfolded, Ed Roth Taylor locked onto the target with his intense, glowing laser eyes. Confident in his aim, he hurled Lucy Myriel towards the imposing Tarkan, shouting for everyone to take cover. With the beef jerky still in her mouth, Lucy Myriel accelerated at an incredible speed, breaking the sound barrier as she raced towards Tarkan. In a muffled protest against Ed's actions, she streaked through the air. From a distance, Ed watched the dramatic scene unfold, his plan set into motion. Suddenly, a thunderous bolt of lightning crashed down from the sky, striking Lucy with a powerful high-rank electrokinesis divine punishment. A blinding light erupted at the point of impact, surprising even Ed Roth Taylor with its intensity. Lortel Keshaun swiftly erected a barrier to contain the unleashed energy. However, despite the chaos and the barriers in place, Ed Roth Taylor found himself facing unexpected challenges. Yet, amidst the tumult, he recognized the significance of this moment. Tarkan, a formidable high-rank fire spirit with an impenetrable shell, had finally been weakened. Lucy's powerful magic had shattered Tarkan's protective shell, rendering him vulnerable to their attacks. With newfound hope, Ed saw Tarkan hastily retreating down the stairs, leaving behind a trail of experience ripe for the taking. Determined to seize this opportunity, Ed Roth Taylor surged forward with fiery determination. His eyes blazed with a red aura, marking his resolve to deliver the final blow. As he rushed into the fray, Ed knew that this moment would define the outcome of their battle against Tarkan. Next, we witnessed the memory of Janica Faylover, with her mother expressing, "I'm so proud of you, my lovely daughter. Janica, you're amazing." Many others also commend Janica, saying, "I'm so proud to call you my friend, Janica. You're the hope of the sophomores. Your skills in this joint combat exercise are exceptional. Of course, I can rely on Janica to handle it. Without her, my second year would have been unbearable. We're lucky to have someone like you here, Janica." In the present moment, Janica thinks to herself, "Everyone's here. All right. I should greet them with a smile, as always. Welcome to all of them." As the scene unfolds, a monster looms above the magic circle. Ed Roth Taylor ponders, did they side with Janica? He muses that the situation will likely conclude by dawn, relieved that he isn't too late. Ed then inquires of Lortel Cachon, "Where's Lucy Myriel?" Lortel responds, "She's nearby, probably exhausted." Ed expresses a wish that Lucy had finished the task. Lortel doubts Lucy's energy levels, but resolves, regardless, let's finish this ourselves. Reflecting on their plan, Ed admits to using up his magic on ice spears, yet the monster persists. Ed decides, we need to end this by slashing its throat. Your ice magic isn't suited for precision, so I'll handle it. Senior, you're also skilled in magic. Perhaps Clebius Nortendale, with his blade, would be more apt. However, Clebius panics, pleading for help. Ed takes charge, declaring, "No, I'll do it. Hold the monster still just this once. I'm entrusting you with my life here, so do it right. He looks to Lortel, who is taken aback by his determination. After hearing Ed Roth Taylor's determination, Lortel Kesheln responds, I'll take responsibility, so you do it. It's easy for you to say such things, but in reality, it's just a blind gamble. Ed Roth Taylor counters, it's not a gamble. The price of one's life isn't cheap at all. This is an investment. Hearing this, Lortel Kesheln smiles, saying, investment, you say? That's my area of expertise. I like you more than that princess acting like a monarch just because of her royal bloodline. You're risking your life for me, so I'll do the same for you. She charges her ice magic, declaring, here I go. Meanwhile, Ed Roth Taylor moves forward towards the Tarkan, while Clebius Nortondale, exhausted, expresses, I can't do this anymore. Ed acknowledges their fatigue, saying, both of us are at the end of our ropes. Despite this, he understands Clebius's state. As Ed prepares to attack the Tarkan, he realizes he needs to get closer. Suddenly, a massive hand emerges from the sky, surprising everyone. Ed recognizes it as Glaskin's right-hand man, indicating that Taylor's party must be entering the final phase. He notes that despite the upheaval, Lortel Kesheln remains focused, charging her magic. Ed casts his spell, Windblade, a move he's performed countless times. The Tarkan's head is severed, and the beast is slain. Notifications flood in, indicating Ed's increased proficiency in spirit magic and unlocking a spirit contract slot. Observing Taylor's actions, Ed remarks, that Taylor, as Taylor attacks the giant hand, causing a massive explosion. Taylor falls, his voice fading. Ed concludes, he indeed is the protagonist. It's over. Following the battle, they gather under a tree for a moment of reflection. Lortel Kesheln remarks, I've met many who claimed to risk their lives seriously, but most were cowards. Ed responds, is that so? As Lucy Merrill sleeps nearby. Lortel continues, we faced a life and death crisis together. You lack a bit too much sentiment. She then formally introduces herself again, and they shake hands. However, Ed realizes he now holds 3 gold coins in his hand. Lortel teasingly says, I won this time, caught you off guard. Now you owe me a favor. She bids farewell, saying, see you again, senior. Ed ponders her intentions, thinking, is she going to keep in touch? I don't really want to get involved with her. As Taylor arrives at the scene, he bows before Ed Roth Taylor and expresses his resentment, stating, I'm resenting you right now. I believe you know the reason very well. Ed observes Taylor's appearance, noting his swordsman form that manifested exactly as in the game, finding it quite impressive. Taylor continues, despite all that, a debt is still a debt. Thank you. Clebius Nortondale interjects, advising Taylor not to show respect to someone like Ed, citing his past experiences. He claims, there's no telling when he'll backstab anyone. I almost died because of him. However, Fina, Lortel Kesheln, and Jix Effelstein stand in support of Ed Roth Taylor. Jix tells Clebius to quiet down, while Lortel remarks, you sure have a lot to say, Clebius Nortondale. Princess Fina adds, Clebius Nortondale, shut up. Ed Roth Taylor did a lot for us this time. I can recommend you to the student council. Ed declines the offer, giving credit to Lucy Merrill for her contributions in defeating Tarkan, as well as acknowledging Taylor's feats against Velosfer and Glaskin. Alivra jests, suggesting Ed is tossing away the credit, and questions if he's embarrassed. Jix Effelstein steps forward, addressing Alivra as a senior, asking her to show respect. Alivra questions his continued support for Ed. Jix insists, show him respect. Observing the exchange, Ed Roth Taylor smiles warmly, reflecting on his distance from the main characters to avoid altering the original storyline. He feels a sense of warmth seeing them all together, each having played their roles in this world and solving their own problems. He thinks about Taylor, growing stronger with each trial, Ayla Triss finding strength alongside Taylor McClure, Fina embracing her destiny as a monarch, Jix Effelstein carving his path amidst civilization, Clebius Nortondale gaining self-assurance, and Alivra realizing life's deeper aspects beyond fun. Lortel Kesheln, buried in gold coins, reflects on her life choices. Ed acknowledges them all as main characters, each with a role that led to the trophy named Success. Feeling a sense of purpose, Ed enters the broken school, clearing a path as he goes. Inside, he finds a box, feeling that something felt off and needing to shine light on the protagonist's success. He opens the box to find Janica Feylover inside, smiling. The scene transitions to Janica Feylover sitting inside the box, smiling and laughing, as Ed looks on. The chapter begins anew, focusing on Janica Feylover's journey, as Ed Roth-Taylor recalls his conversation with Lortel Keisheln about Janica Feylover going berserk. He remembers her explanation. Lortel had shared, "I think I have an idea. I happened to see Janica Feylover's room once. Everything in there was a beautiful symbol of sincerity and gratitude. However, there wasn't even space to open a book. The heavy burden of the countless gifts pinned on her wall weighed down her shoulders like rocks." Ed reflects on the simplicity of the solution. Janica needed to remove the post from her wall and organize the gifts on her desk. But her misery stemmed from her inability to do so. Like a main character in a fairy tale, she felt compelled to honor all the goodwill and sincerity she received with utmost diligence, a reckless endeavor. He ponders why Janica's breakdown happened a month earlier than expected. The joint combat training played a role. Originally, Taylor was supposed to be the hero of the scenario, but Lucy Merrill's swift defeat of Taylor gained Janica Feylover a multitude of fans among the students. Ed recalls that Marilda and Lucy's contract led to Taylor being blown away in a single attack. Lucy Merrill could form the contract due to her frequent visits to the forest in the north, where a certain character had created a perfect napping spot. This character was supposed to have left when the first act started. Amidst these reflections, Janica Feylover appears, laughing as she speaks to Ed Roth-Taylor. She comments on Lucy Merrill's napping spot, expressing surprise at being found so easily. She mentions feeling forgotten amidst the chaos, a feeling that hurts. Janica reflects on her actions, admitting to wreaking havoc on a grand stage for all to see, only to now feel relegated to the background. She jokes about expecting others to search for her, the person who was hiding all along. Ed asks her why she wanted to stay hidden for longer, to which Janica replies with a hint of sadness. "Because I'm about to ugly cry right now." Ed is at a loss for words, unsure how to comfort her. In this moment, Ed begins to remember the message from the spirit wolf, the one tasking him to save Janica Feylover. He recalls the wolf's words, feeling as though he was asked to prevent Janica from falling into such a situation. However, he doubts this interpretation, knowing he is the only one aware of the future. The wolf must have wanted Ed to be someone Janica could rely on, especially as her attempt to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit led to her downfall. Her haste during the summoning ritual made her vulnerable to the spirit of darkness. Ed realizes the weight of the responsibility placed upon him to guide and protect Janica Feylover from such perilous paths. As Ed Roth-Taylor observes Janica Feylover, he reflects on her relentless dedication to studying and training in magic, often late into the night. She maintained a bright smile for her family, friends, and teachers, who genuinely supported her. However, behind this facade of meeting everyone's expectations, she must have faced tremendous challenges in private. The process itself, paradoxically, was beautiful, and even her failure had a strange beauty to it. Ed wonders how comforting these thoughts might be for her. Turning to Janica Feylover, Ed says, "Hey, Janica Feylover, you've worked hard." He watches as the parade of proud main characters takes place atop the stage, with applause and praise rolling in. Yet, behind the scenes, it's dark and quiet. The villain of the first act exits as the main characters move forward. Tears start falling from Janica Feylover's eyes, and Ed Roth-Taylor realizes that despite witnessing the completion of the first act countless times, it's only now that he truly sees. As Ed looks up, he is surprised to see many spirits gathering around Janica Feylover. He murmurs to himself, "I couldn't see them before. I feel like I've properly seen it to the end." Soon, notifications start appearing through the system for Ed Roth-Taylor. His spirit connection and understanding levels reached 10, and low-ranking fire spirit Elgo, low-ranking wind spirit Driss, and higher-ranking wind spirit Marilda show extreme interest in him. 10 days pass since the end of Janica Feylover's disciplinary committee trial. She acknowledges her mistakes and willingly accepts her punishment. During the trial, her professors and friends express overwhelming support. Princess Phineas steps in during the second trial, stating that Janica Failover shouldn't be trialed for the attempted murder of royalty, explaining that she was overpowered by Velocipher. L'Hotel Quechon addresses the incurred losses, and the Out Merchant Association fully compensates for the restoration funds, with a clause to reduce custom fees on school supplies. However, the outcome includes the removal of benefits for yearly top students, taking back all prizes and glory decorations, and disqualification from entering the Orpheus Hall in the next semester. Janica Failover faces a 10-day probation and a 20-day suspension. It all feels like a heartwarming montage from a coming-of-age drama. Later, two girls discuss Janica Failover, noticing her drooping shoulders. One suggests that they need to step up to support her. During their tea party, one of the girls advises the other, don't even mention the Glaskin incident. Avoid anything that might bother her. Never ask about her feelings. Keep the conversation strictly about personal affairs. They both seem determined to provide Janica Failover with the support she needs during this challenging time. As the simulation ends, Anis and Clara get ready, with Anis confirming, "Yeah, Clara, now, come on, Janica Failover." Janica Failover then asks them a thought-provoking question, liking and loving someone. Why do you think there's such a difference between the two? Both Anis and Clara are surprised by Janica Failover's words, wondering why she suddenly brings up such a topic. Janica explains that it's about her friend who had a dream. In her mind, Janica Failover envisions herself wearing a crown of flowers, sitting happily in one place in a white dress. When someone calls her name, she turns to see Ed Roth Taylor arriving on a horse, looking at her with great love. In the dream, she places the flower crown on Ed's head and tells him, "I've prepared this for you, Ed Roth Taylor." They joyfully run together through fields of flowers in the forest, hand in hand, smiles of happiness on their faces. Reflecting on this recurring dream, Janica Failover shares with Anis and Clara the same dream over and over. "And my friends, I mean..." Her words surprise both of them. Janica's friend asks, "I see. What else did that friend say?" Then she abruptly runs off, mentioning she should be in her room, lost in thought about someone's face she can't forget. "Oh, my silly me. I was supposed to help the assistant professor. Bye now," she calls out as she rushes away. Anis tries to stop her, concerned, while Clara observes the situation, realizing the delicacy of Janica Failover's heart. She knows that if things go wrong, the entire student body might find out about Janica's feelings, which makes her nervous. Clara suggests to Janica Failover, "Shouldn't you think of this simply without much complications? Whether you like or hate someone is kind of a mystery, don't you think? Isn't it better for you to just be honest about your emotions right now?" "I mean, for your friend." Janica agrees, acknowledging, "You're right. I think you hit the nail on the head." Clara then advises her to be careful when discussing such sensitive topics, to avoid any unwanted rumors that could harm her friend's reputation. Janica Failover expresses gratitude, saying, "Thanks for giving me genuine advice. I gotta get back to the Orpheus Hall now to report my suspension." Clara agrees, saying she'll join her shortly after sorting out her thoughts. As Janica Failover leaves, Clara lets out a sigh of relief, thinking to herself, she prevented the rumors for now. She then accidentally bumps her head on the table in her excitement, exclaiming, "She did it! Anis!" The conversation about Janica Failover's love life and feelings has ended with a mix of contemplation and relief for Anis and Clara. After Princess Phenia's petition waived next semester's fees, Ed Roth Taylor used the gold coins he obtained to buy a few tools. As he moves forward, he encounters Janica Failover and decides to break the ice, saying, "Hello, Janica Failover. I guess your probation is over now, huh?" In his thoughts, Ed contemplates that perhaps taking the first step and saying hello would be good. But as soon as Janica Failover sees him, she gets scared and hides behind a tree. Janica then quickly says she has things to do at the Alphalus Hall and rushes off, bidding goodbye. Ed Roth Taylor reflects on the situation, thinking that the difficulty level with Janica Failover was too high. He finds it impressive that he managed to encourage her to be truthful, but decides not to be too clingy, acknowledging that he's about to be busy as well. Finally, it's time to start building the hut. On day 1, Ed chooses a location under the shade that doesn't stand out too much and begins working peacefully. By day 3, he starts gathering wood, using his proficiency in wind blades to make the process smooth. Day 6 comes, and Ed pauses from gathering wood to check the semester end results, finding that he did well in his practicals and scored above average in theory exams, even amidst Janica Faylover's continued avoidance. By day 18, the lumber work is nearly complete, with Ed wondering if anyone has ever become this proficient at windblade. Day 20 marks the start of the vacation, allowing Ed to focus all his time on building the hut. However, a special incident occurs when he finds Lucy Mariel caught in a trap he set for animals, realizing he needs to change his bait. On day 27, senior maid Belle Maya visits with herbs and mushrooms, inquiring about Janica Faylover. Ed admits his concerns that she might hate him now. By day 30, with one pillar as the center, the outer lumber walls collapse, showing Ed that simply making and fitting joints properly wasn't enough for stability. On day 37, Jix Ethelstein arrives to help, mentioning Taylor McClure as a good guy. Ed thinks to himself that things are going as per the original storyline. Jix asks about hammering nails, and Ed explains that it's for the chimney. Day 45 arrives, and Ed finds a dagger on the floor of his nearly finished hut. Sitting down, he observes the crude logs of wood that make up the hut. Despite its simplicity, he feels a sense of accomplishment as he has a home now. A notification from the system confirms his completion, new complete creation log hut. It reads, describing the structure and increasing his proficiency in creation. Sitting in his newly built home, Ed Roth Taylor feels content. Meanwhile, Janica Faylover secretly watches him from a distance, her thoughts hidden as she observes the outcome of Ed's efforts. Ed Roth Taylor declared, I've completed the walls, flooring, and fireplace. It would be ideal to install a fence, create firewood storage, and perhaps add a few other amenities. Just then, a noise echoed from the roof of his house. Stepping outside, he was startled to find Lucy Mariel dozing on top. This isn't some sort of nap tower, Ed Roth Taylor remarked. Shortly after, Janica Faylover rang Ed Roth Taylor, offering a friendly greeting. Ed Roth Taylor, taken aback, inquired, Janica Faylover, what brings you out here? This triggered a flashback to a scene where Belle Maya was brushing Janica Faylover's hair. Last time I ventured into the forest, I stumbled upon young Master Ed Roth Taylor's campsite, Belle Maya recalled. I found the site quite impressive, she added, reminiscing about the well-built hut she had discovered. Janica Faylover chimed in, You mean the hut? Belle Maya, surprised, questioned how Janica knew. I happened to pass by, Janica replied, explaining her curiosity about the hut's construction. Belle Maya nodded, understanding. Of course, it's only natural to be curious about such remarkable craftsmanship, she remarked. Janica Faylover, turning to Ed Roth Taylor, shared, I happened upon the hut while passing by after seeing Marilda. Anyone would be intrigued by such a sight, don't you think? Gesturing towards the hut, she added, It's to be expected, isn't it? Ed Roth Taylor, acknowledging the compliment, responded, I constructed it recently. Didn't the spirits inform you? Janica Faylover explained. They did mention it in passing, along with a few other tidbits. Later, Janica Faylover dreamt about Ed Roth Taylor, recalling his muscular physique. His arm muscles were noticeably defined, she narrated, as if reporting a news story, before adding, I don't converse much with the spirits. I'm not entirely familiar with your way of life. Janica Faylover's nose then started to bleed. Seizing the moment, Ed Roth Taylor invited Janica Faylover to take a closer look at the log hut. Surprised by the invitation, she agreed, and together they explored Ed Roth Taylor's house, with Janica Faylover admiring its charm. Sitting outside the house with a crackling fire, Janica Faylover opened up to Ed Roth Taylor, saying, I owe others a lot this time. Princess Fina and Lortel Ketcheln did so much. Some of my friends even offered to lend me money for their tuition. How will I ever repay them? Ed Roth Taylor, looking at Janica Faylover, responded, If you can't, then don't. Isn't it a bit of a generalization to feel like you have to pay back everything you owe? Janica Faylover was taken aback by this perspective. I've never thought of it that way, she admitted. In his mind, Ed Roth Taylor reflected on Janica's nature. She couldn't grasp that the weight of other sincerity had burdened her, even with so many supporting her financially. Choosing to move from the opulent Ophilos Hall with its state-of-the-art facilities to the more modest Dex Hall, she aimed to owe less, even if just a little. In Ophilos Hall, Each student had their own room, while in Dex Hall, 8 or more students shared one, leading to constant feelings of envy. Jenica found it stifling, like being trapped in a prison, yet it didn't address her deeper issues. The vicious cycle persisted. Ed Roth Taylor offered, "If you ever need solitude, feel free to drop by any time. I don't mind." Jenica Faylover smiled at his words, saying, "That would really make me happy. Hey, Ed Roth Taylor, if you ever feel overwhelmed or need help, please tell me. I'll be there for you, no matter what." Ed Roth Taylor smiled back, responding, "Overwhelmed, you say?" They both gazed up at the sky, lost in thought. Then, Ed Roth Taylor mentioned, "The second semester is coming up soon. That's about when Act 2 begins." He continued, "Sage's sealed grimoire." The great sage Sylvania documented a spectral magic in this book. A spectral magic, a highly complex magical branch, known to bend the very laws of nature. This tattered book is about to stir up a storm. Lortel Cacheln, peering into the book, remarked, "As I suspected, it reeks of opportunity, after all." Ed Roth Taylor replied, "Regardless, it will consume the entire academy." Turning to Jenica Faylover, he added, "Thank you for saying that, but it won't come to that." In his thoughts, Ed Roth Taylor knew it wouldn't affect him, at least not directly. "You're in for a tough journey, Jenica," he thought. "It's not my battle, but it's going to be intense. I'm rooting for you, buddy." The scene then shifted to the failed swordsman of Sylvania in the halls of Ophalis. The honor students at Ophalis halls practically live like nobles. They get first pick of seating in class, freedom during mealtimes, special maids, and a whole array of other perks that are on a completely different level. However, trouble brewed when heavy rains hit the southwest side of the Valori area as students returned to school after the break. According to the academy's arrangements, only the Ophalis Hall students were provided with horse carriages and boats for their return journey. If they couldn't make it back on time, they were granted the privilege of relaxing for a few extra days. On the other hand, the Dex Hall, inhabited by the so-called inferior students, trudged back through the downpour. They feared point deductions and felt a growing sense of frustration. This discontentment found a voice in Lortel Cacheln, who proposed a change in the return deadline for Ophalis Hall students. The proposal aimed to highlight the preferential treatment received by Ophalis Hall students and was already gaining support from a faction within the Academy's Administration Review Division, including Wallan, known for his ability to manipulate with words. Lortel's proposal was more than just a change in deadline. It was a call for recognition of the disparities between the elite and regular students. This proposal, even if not accepted, would stir the pot of controversy. The plan was to incite the inferior students, already discontented, to amplify their grievances. Alphaeus Hall, decorated with art from noble families, was the target. The plan included damaging the assets and perhaps even destroying part of Ophalis Hall, to strike a financial blow to the Academy already reeling from the Glaskin incident. The negotiations for the Sage's sealed grimoire, a key artifact, provided the elite merchant association with a strategic advantage. Reflecting on these events, mused on the gloomy situation. When will this rain stop? Feeling the weight of the conspiracy unfolding. Memories of his past, of living in the slums, contrasted sharply with the opulence around him. He couldn't help but mock himself for feeling a sense of relief in this unbelievably romantic land of learning. Feeling the weight of his past and the reality of the present, searched for understanding. Even in Sylvania, among these bright and radiant people, there must be someone who understands the life of a gutter rat, he thought, feeling the loneliness of his struggle. Lortel Cacheln, in this context, was the enigmatic figure, known as the Dark Curtain, or the Black Veil, covering the darker truths behind the Academy's facade. In the unfolding drama of Ophalis Hall's occupation, Lortel's proposal was set to ignite a firestorm of controversy, revealing the stark inequalities and power struggles within the prestigious institution. The tension among the students reached a boiling point as they shouted, "We can't tolerate this treatment anymore. This is a place of learning. At the very least, guarantee us fair grades." In the original storyline of the Ophalis Hall occupation incident, the main character takes a stand against the mistreatment of the inferior students instigated by Lortel Cacheln. The narrative unfolds with the introduction of middle bosses on the 1st to 5th floors of Orpheus Hall, who obstruct the main character and assist the inferior students. One such middle boss from the fourth floor held a grudge against Ed Roth Taylor and his friends after being mocked and beaten up for calling Taylor a loser. This middle boss was then manipulated by Lortel Cashel, tasked with overpowering the rookie mage protecting the first floor to open Ophelis Hall's doors and allow the students to enter. In the midst of the chaos, Ed Roth Taylor breaks through the door and emerges, surprising everyone. The students, aware that Ophelis Hall's doors are now open, rally together, chanting for subpar treatment, demanding nothing more than basic decency. Their voices united, they plan their next move. The maintenance office is on the fourth floor. Let's take over that floor and make our demands heard, they declare. As the students make their way to the first floor, entering Act 2, Phase 1, they encounter the middle boss, Tote, who plays a pivotal role. Tote confronts the main character and their friends, asking, "So you're the ones Nortel bought off?" Confusion arises as Tote questions his own role, exclaiming, "That's right. I was supposed to be in charge of checking the first floor and keeping watch. Why the hell did I end up as a middle boss?" The irony of his position dawns on him, as he realizes the unexpected turn of events in the unfolding drama of the Ophelis Hall occupation. Drenched from the rain, Ed Roth Taylor began to explain his unexpected role as the middle boss of Act 2, starting 2 days prior. The outbreak of the Ophelis Hall incident triggered the system to display Ed Roth Taylor's combat abilities. He was ranked as a novice fighter with a specialty in bows. His proficiency levels were detailed: Vital Point Fire at level 6, Speedy Fire at level 3, Retreat Sire at level 2, Sense of Rim at level 1, and Expanded Field of Vision at level 1. Reflecting on his combat skills, Ed Roth Taylor admitted, "I really have zero talent in combat. I've been forcing myself to use the bow every time I hunt, yet my proficiency is still pathetic." He then recounted the increasing number of visitors to his camp, particularly Belmaya's frequent walks in the woods nearby. Among these visitors, 3 stood out. One was an extraordinary genius mage who would appear at random times, who suggested improvements to Ed Roth Taylor's house. She suggested adding a back door, a chimney, and even a glass window. Despite his reluctance, Lucy Myrell persisted with her ideas. Ed Roth Taylor then mentioned Janica Faylover, who brought him an egg, saying Bell suggested he would like it. Impressed by Janica's kindness, he noted she was the top student in the second year and a skilled spirit sorcerer. Ed Roth Taylor observed Janica washing his clothes, using her feet to press on them, explaining how to whiten them with boiled salted water. He marveled at her practical skills, reminiscent of her upbringing on a farm. Despite Janica's frequent visits and helpfulness, Ed Roth Taylor welcomed her warmly, feeling grateful for her assistance. He noted her actions, such as drying his clothes, with a sense of admiration. Addressing Janica as she dried his clothes, Ed Roth Taylor remarked, "Janica Faylover, you're amazing. How do you know all this?" However, Janica turned away, surprising Ed Roth Taylor, who wondered what might be bothering her. He found her easy to read, noting her sudden question about Lucy's visits with a hint of suspicion. Continuing his narrative, Ed Roth Taylor spoke of Visitor C, also known as Lortel Cashel, whom the world called the Golden Daughter. Lortel appeared with her beautiful maid, surprising Ed Roth Taylor with her unexpected presence and the weight of her reputation. Ed Roth Taylor found himself caught in the midst of Lortel Cashel's schemes, despite his reluctance to be involved. As the Black Veil of Act 2, Lortel was gathering people for the occupation of Ophelis Hall, and Ed wanted no part in it. He decided to reject any offers, believing that as long as he stayed out of things, the scenario would unfold as planned. However, when passing by Lortel, Ed overheard her mentioning Tote's fainting spell. Concerned, he asked, "What happened? Why did he faint?" Things weren't going according to the expected scenario. Tote, who was supposed to lose a fight to Ed, instead ridiculed him for getting knocked out by Lucy Merrill in one blow. This unexpected turn of events left Ed perplexed. As Tote insulted him further, Jakes Effelstein intervened, delivering a strong punch to Tote. Lortel, observing the situation, expressed mistrust towards emotional outbursts, but saw an opportunity in Ed. She handed him a key, instructing him to open the doors of Ophelis Hall when the inferior students gathered. Lortel appealed to Ed's disgruntlement with the academy, mentioning his expulsion from Ophelis Hall and suggesting he could seek revenge. Despite his reluctance, Ed agreed to listen to Lortel's conditions. He realized she sought him out due to his less-than-stellar reputation. Reluctantly, Ed struck a deal with Lortel for 20 gold coins, sealing the agreement with a handshake. He knew he needed to play his part carefully to set things right and return the story to its intended path. The next day, the Ophalis Hall incident erupted, preceding the fight over the sage's sealed grimoire. Lortel's plan to disrupt the Academy's finances unfolded, creating chaos akin to a dramatic storyline. She succeeded in forming the Merchantry Profitable Group, a rival to Princess Phenia's Student Association. Realizing he needed to choose a side wisely, Ed decided to remain a spectator for now. He knew survival was key, and aligning with the winning group would be crucial. Later, Janica Faylover approached Ed, drenched from the rain. She commented on her ability to come and go freely, contrasting with Ed's need to stay in his current situation. As they sat by the fire, Janica praised Ed, expressing admiration for his resilience. Ed, feeling it was time to move on from Ophalis Hall, agreed with Janica. They discussed the approaching end of the vacation, and Janica's need to clear out her belongings. Ed Roth-Taylor mentions that things improve over time. Considering it, it's about time I leave Ophalis Hall. Janica Faylover remarks, "Yeah, I suppose since the vacation is nearly over, I have to get rid of a lot of the little stuff. Dex Hall was way smaller than I thought," she added. "Speaking of which, if you need anything, let me know, Ed Roth-Taylor. There's a lot here you might need, right? I have extra pillows, cushions, clocks, and lanterns. Besides, I have plenty of daily essentials and supplies. It feels like a waste to throw it all away. Plus, it's a lot of work, you know? Although I can't take furniture with me because it all belongs to Ophalis Hall." Ed Roth-Taylor expresses, "I'd love that, Janica Faylover," with excitement as she raises her hands. "Great, I'll leave when the semester begins, so I'll bring that stuff then." Concerning Lucy Mariel, Janica Faylover inquires, "Does she do this often?" Ed Roth-Taylor responds, "Sometimes," and reflects, Lucy Mariel's extraordinary strength didn't come without a cost. She spent her life running away, using her laziness as an excuse. She's been avoiding her destined fate for years. No matter how scattered her thoughts, rainy days like this make her reflect on her life. That's how she is when it rains. Don't pay too much attention to her. I tend to ignore her." Janica Faylover nods, saying, "I see. So you're indifferent towards Lucy Mariel, huh?" Ed Roth-Taylor then shifts the conversation. "By the way, Janica Faylover and Eddie Roth-Taylor is considering something. Come to think of it, she's still inside Ophalis Hall. When Orpheus Hall is occupied, protection measures will activate widely, locking all students in their rooms. Janica Faylover wouldn't have trouble escaping on her own, but..." Ed Roth-Taylor pauses. "I have a favor to ask of you. Tomorrow around 9:00 p.m., could you come to the Rose Garden in front of Ophalis Hall? I'll explain the reason then." Janica Faylover is extremely shocked and blushes upon hearing this. Ed Roth-Taylor thinks to himself, "I can't find the right words to explain it now. I should get her out of there in case something unexpected happens. Somewhere not too far, where she can avoid the rain." Janica Faylover agrees, feeling shy as she leaves the place. Ed Roth-Taylor is surprised by her reaction, unable to understand. He sighs in relief. Around the start of the semester, the rain will stop too. I can finally enjoy the bright, sunny sky after a long time. Even the woods will have the typical fall scent. The long vacation is ending. Now, the outbreak of the Ophalis Hall incident. Jix reflects, "My execution is lacking. I should avoid reacting emotionally as much as possible. I didn't expect Elka Islan to get that angry." He stands straight, looking through the window. Suddenly, he sees someone running. It's Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor asks a maid, "What about the other maids?" The maid replies, "Other than the essential personnel, most are in the meeting room." The head maid asked them to gather for an important agenda. Ed Roth-Taylor thinks, so they're planning to block the entrance after gathering. The person in command has been bribed, so things are progressing quickly. The maid adds, "I've also prepared the requested items in advance." Ed Roth-Taylor thanks her, saying, "I'll just keep it in the corner," as he thinks. The preparations are all done. As Ophalis Hall is occupied, many students gather, voicing their discontent. "We can't take this treatment anymore. This is a place of learning. At least guarantee U.S. equality in grades." shouts Willain, representing the inferior students. In the rain, the students move towards the door, surprised when Ed Roth Taylor opens it and lifts the maid on his shoulders. Willain looks at Ed Roth Taylor and says, "Thanks. So you're the one Lortel Keshon bought off." Ed Roth Taylor, now Lore, then Eddie Roth Taylor, coughs and tells Willain, "Did you always agree with everything shouted?" Of course, life was good in Ophelis Hall, but only when I was kicked out did I realize the special privileges. Willain realizes his mistake. "I am a fool, judging you based on rumors. I didn't even know. You're a great person. You did so much today." Ed Roth Taylor responds, "You're the one who pulled this off. You created this mess. Quickly, to the upper floor. Stop the nonsense and go upstairs." Willain agrees. "Okay, I'll leave this to you. I'll take the blame for all this. I'm sorry." Ed Roth Taylor advises, "Toughen up. Willain, there's no need to stop the maid who's running away. Any superiors she has to report to are inside the meeting hall. The head maid Alice, who controls the protection measures, is in Lortel Keshon's hands. The protection measures meant to protect the students will end up detaining them. Everything proceeds according to the plan, orchestrated by Black Veil." Lortel Keshon speaks to Ed Roth Taylor. "Oh my, your start is flashier than I expected." "As expected of you, Ed Roth Taylor. It was a good idea to leave this to you. We'll come up to the stage." Lortel Keshon sighed. "Even my socks are soaking wet now. This is why I hate rainy days." Ed Roth Taylor remarked. "So, you were watching, huh?" Lortel Keshon nodded. "The Academy employees will repress them in no time. Once they're here, we need to finish things before then." Ed Roth Taylor replied, "Yeah, do your best." Then, out of the blue, Lortel Keshon asked Ed Roth Taylor, "Have you ever killed someone?" Ed Roth Taylor remained silent for a moment, pondering the question. Finally, he responded, "I haven't." Lortel Keshon chuckled. "Neither have I. But you see, I have done similar things because I needed to survive. To survive, I crushed other people's lives, and to avoid being betrayed, I stabbed others in the back." Lortel Keshon continued, her tone reflecting a darker past. "At first, I lived my life forgiving myself for my sins, believing I didn't have a choice. But in all honesty, I was just making excuses for myself. This was how Lortel Keshon earned the name Golden Daughter. She understood better than anyone that she didn't deserve sympathy, yet she found herself seeking it from others. Could you ever sympathize with a person like me?" she added. Ed Roth Taylor pondered, feeling almost as if she was possessed by her words. "Loneliness finds its way to people regardless of whether they're good or evil," he mused. "To escape it, people have no choice but to look for others similar to themselves, rolling around in dirt and filth. Only after finding someone who will sink to the bottom of the marsh with them do they find a sliver of redemption. You have to take responsibility for your decisions." "Lortel Keshon," Ed Roth Taylor said firmly. "But of course, that person is not me." Lortel Keshon seemed to calm down a bit at his words, smiling as she replied, "I said something useless that was quite unlike myself. I should go do what I'm here for. After all, there isn't much time." With that, Lortel Keshon left, leaving Ed Roth Taylor sitting there, taking a sigh of relief. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "Now Lortel Keshon will talk to Alice about our plan going forward. Once they fortify the defense magic of Ophelis Hall, they'll berserk and hand over the command of the ruins to Willain, the leader of the inferior students. The story will unfold with the current events intensifying. Willain, now packed with the dense protection of Ophelis Hall's defense spells, would transform into the fourth stage boss of this unfolding tale. In this scenario, the focus is on defeating a villain who is on the brink of losing control within the defense ruins, going berserk. The plan is for Taylor to storm in, and the goal is to hold out long enough for Taylor to take over. It's about buying time, and then intentionally losing. Taylor will then proceed to the second floor to handle the rest. There might be a few hits taken in the process, but it's seen as a necessary sacrifice. The scene shifts to the Rose Garden, where a horse-drawn carriage arrives amidst heavy rain. Looking at it, she wonders aloud, "Why is there a horse carriage here this late at night? It must be someone important. Ed wouldn't know yet, right? I mean, he left after leaving me the note. Did he prepare something special? The significance of the golden horse carriage doesn't register with her." Regardless, she decides not to leave the Rose Garden's pavilion. For the past 3 days, she has been pondering deeply about what Ed wanted to discuss with her, unable to sleep at night. Despite feeling guilt, she kept tabs on Ed Roth Taylor's activities through Marilda. She discovered that it wasn't just Lucy Marl who visited Ed Roth Taylor's camp, but also Princess Phenia, Belle Maya, and even Lortel Kishon. The fact that most of them were fellow female students added to her heartache. Janica Faylover resolves to wait for him, no matter how long it takes. She contemplates whether her choice of a flower hairpin was a mistake, and decides to return with a Cosmos pin instead. With that, she heads towards Ophelis Hall. The scene then shifts to a group of people, where one questions the decision to enter. A girl responds, emphasizing the value of the herbs in her room and the need to use preservation magic before they lose their properties. She argues that waiting for the academy workers might not be the best option. As they debate, Taylor instructs Isla to stop the girl from barging in. Isla, however, suggests turning a blind eye, stating that Elvira, the top student in the alchemy faculty, can protect herself. Isla points out that the danger lies with the other students if Elvira loses control and starts using dangerous chemicals. Despite their attempts to stop her, Elvira insists on reaching the 4th floor where her room is located, intending to safeguard her herbs. She expresses readiness to force her way through anyone in her path. Breaking through a door, Elvira is surprised to find Ed Roth Taylor sitting in front of her, accompanied by Taylor and Isla. Taylor questions Ed Roth Taylor's presence, demanding to know what's happening upstairs. Elvira observes the chaos inside the room, with display cabinets in disarray, and Ed Roth Taylor positioned with his back to the stairs. She finds the situation intriguing, remarking that she didn't expect this confrontation. Ed Roth Taylor informs Elvira that she cannot proceed, to which Elvira responds with a smile, finding the situation amusing. She challenges them, questioning whether they can truly stop her. Taylor interjects, seeking answers from Ed Roth Taylor. When Ed remains silent, Taylor decides to attack him to force a response. Ed retaliates, and Elvira is surprised by the basic nature of his magic spells. She deduces that Ed, being a mage, would likely target Taylor, who excels in close combat. Preparing his spell, Ed readies a wind blade and aims upwards, cutting the chandelier above. The chandelier threatens to fall on Taylor, who barely manages to escape. Elvira observes this with surprise, realizing the gravity of the situation. Meanwhile, Clebius Nortondale, who is nearby, hears the commotion and wonders about the noise. Elvira checks on Taylor's well-being, and Taylor confirms that he is fine. However, Ed Roth Taylor directs his wind blade towards Elvira, cutting her hair and causing her bag of magic potions to fall. Elvira, now angered, confronts Ed Roth Taylor, realizing that there is indeed something serious happening on the floor above. As she contemplates her next move, Ed Roth Taylor casts an ignition illusion, engulfing the area in flames. He declares that the battlefield is set, displaying quick and precise judgment. The scene is intense as Ed Roth Taylor's actions set the stage for a confrontation, with magic spells and strategic moves coming into play. The situation escalates as the characters face off in a battle of wits and abilities, with the outcome uncertain. In the roaring blaze, Ed Roth Taylor stands at a distance. Elvira, as the top student of the alchemy faculty, represents our side's primary forces. To herself, Elvira acknowledges that the alchemy faculty's major weakness lies in our lack of raw combat power without relying on magical tools or elixirs. Many alchemy students carry magical rings or necklaces, but Elvira always believed a genius like herself wouldn't need such things. She considered it too bothersome, wondering if Ed Roth Taylor also thought the same. Observing him from afar, she notes how he caused the chandelier to fall, then utilized the distraction to cast a firewall, all with the intention of targeting her bag. No, Elvira thinks to herself. If that were his aim, he'd have gone for the bag, not just a strap. He's just that insignificant Ed Roth Taylor. Elvira then retrieves something from her pocket, a glowing blue ball, and tells herself, I still have options. With determination, she throws it to the ground, summoning a green rabbit. I'll apply a fire-resistant formula, drive it berserk, and amplify its strength, Elvira strategizes. Struggling to save herself from the flames, Elvira hears Isla Triss urging her to cast a spell to extinguish the fire. With great effort, she summons her power, causing an explosion that startles Ilatrice. However, Taylor steps in front of Ilatrice, shielding her. "Pull yourself together, Ilatrice," Taylor commands, considering how confident she is in her magical theory, but lacking in combat prowess even compared to first-year students. Unable to get close to Edroth Taylor, Taylor realizes he must act. Elvira intervenes, asking, "Taylor, do you think you can defeat him up close?" With determination, the once cute rabbit transforms into a fierce creature, poised to attack Edroth Taylor. Taylor moves forward, declaring, "It's not about what I think, it's about what I must do." Meanwhile, Elvira covers herself with a cloth and advances. Ilatrice attempts to stop her, but Elvira presses on, retrieving her potions. "Oh, my dear potions," she muses. "We were apart for such a short time, yet I missed you greatly." As Edroth Taylor launches a wind blade at Elvira, she remains calm, recalling the potion's properties. He seems quite prepared, Elvira thinks, deciding to use the release magic potion. She throws it towards Edroth Taylor's attack, taunting, "Too slow, Edroth Taylor." The potion hits the wind blade, causing its contents, a chemical reagent made from night butterfly flowers and gall mushrooms, to spill out. Reacting with the release magic, it triggers a massive explosion. The blast heals all of Ilatrice's wounds and begins to quell the flames. Elvira reflects to herself. It temporarily suppresses the byproducts of magical formulas. Do you understand what this means? However, her triumph is short-lived as Edroth Taylor swiftly dispatches the rabbit monster. Fuming with anger at Edroth Taylor, Elvira confronts him, pretending to be unfazed. "We have a warrior on our side. Now's your chance, Taylor." Edroth Taylor, realizing the odds, begins to flee the scene. As Edroth Taylor makes a run for it, Taylor follows closely behind. Suddenly, Edroth Taylor triggers a shelf to collapse, revealing a bucket filled with oil that ignites upon impact, causing an explosion. Fire once again engulfs the area, prompting Taylor to remark on the smell of oil. Elvira, alarmed, exclaims, "Are you out of your mind? This is the Awfulest Hall. A fire here could be disastrous." Drawing his sword, Taylor reassures her. "Whether it's magic fire or oil, my elemental slash can handle it. This chemical reagent won't last long. I'll end this before anyone gets hurt." However, Elvira urges Taylor to halt, considering the wide-open windows and lack of flammable objects. She wonders, did Edroth Taylor plan this far ahead? Meanwhile, Edroth Taylor prepares to attack with an arrow, prompting Elvira to try and stop Taylor as he moves to intercept. But it's too late, as Edroth Taylor aims the arrow at Taylor. Reacting swiftly, Taylor prepares to deflect the arrow, thinking to himself, "He's using a bow. I can counter it." Yet, to Taylor's shock, Edroth Taylor's arrow changes direction, heading towards Ilatrice instead. Realizing the danger, Elvira intervenes, managing to stop the arrow just in time, though she feels drained from the effort. She employs her claw hand, a magical engineering tool, to retrieve the arrow from a distance. Puzzled by Edroth Taylor's tactics, Elvira warns Taylor, "Wait, be cautious. He must have another trick up his sleeve." Edroth Taylor then blocks Taylor's sword strike with his bow, locking eyes with him. Suddenly, a noise interrupts the tense moment. Edroth Taylor recognizes it, thinking, "Is it time already?" The source of the commotion is Clebius Nortondale, shouting frantically about imminent doom unless action is taken. Edroth Taylor then announces, Act 2, Final Chapter, The Awfulest Hall Incident. Second floor boss. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale has arrived. With a sigh of relief, he seems to believe the end is near. However, Taylor pushes Edroth Taylor, causing him to collide with a wall and sustain injuries. Elvira, taken aback, wonders aloud, what is his motive? Seeing Edroth Taylor injured, Taylor grabs him by the collar, demanding answers. Are you out of your mind? There must be a reason for all of this, he questions sternly. Elvira, contemplating the unfolding events, reflects, I feel like he's been playing us this entire time. If he truly wanted to overpower us, he wouldn't have revealed himself. There's something not right about all of this. Edroth Taylor responds sharply to Taylor. Are you finished now? If so, then move along. Stop wasting time with me. Taylor is taken aback by this sudden change in attitude, questioning, "What? You've delayed us for so long. Why the sudden shift?" Meanwhile, Isla Triss addresses Ed Roth Taylor, asking, "Why did you allow us to win? What's the meaning behind it?" Elvira and Taylor plead for leniency, urging Ed Roth Taylor to explain himself. However, Elvira's patience wears thin, and she demands answers. "I won't leave until I know. Tell me, why did you let us win?" Ed Roth Taylor remains fixated on Elvira, and she grits her teeth in frustration. Just then, someone arrives at the scene, and Ed Roth Taylor begins to speak. The permission flower pin was her choice. After a restless night of contemplation, could one belittle her pure love by labeling it as naive? He continues, his tone filled with a mix of resignation and bitterness. "It might have been a fantasy, but everyone has the freedom to indulge in hopeful thoughts. Yet, the cruel reality often shatters such dreams." Ed Roth Taylor recounts a tragic scene. The boy she envisioned at the pavilion, adorned in elegance, lay on the ground, bloodied from an attack by a suspicious group. As Ed Roth Taylor finishes speaking, Janica Faylover enters the scene. Horrified by Ed Roth Taylor's condition, her anger flares, her eyes blazing red as she glares at everyone present, demanding, "What have you all done?" Her gaze is filled with a fierce intensity, hinting at a vengeful intent. Janica Faylover finds herself wrestling with conflicting thoughts as she reflects on the letter from Ed Roth Taylor. Something feels off. While Ed Roth Taylor might have been caught up in an unexpected situation, his actions during the Glaskin hunt hinted at his ability to handle any challenge. His self-reliance made her believe he could solve any problem, big or small. It wasn't until her complacency was shaken that she began to reassess. Ed Roth Taylor never sought help, intentionally drawing Janica outside of Ophelis Hall, a departure from his usual behavior. He fought alone, shedding blood to keep Janica away from the battlefield, knowing she had faced repercussions from the Glaskin incident. Contemplating these thoughts, Janica slowly removes her hairpin, electricity crackling around her. She realizes Ed Roth Taylor was trying to shield her from the chaos, thinking of her well-being amidst her preoccupation with trivial concerns. With an intense stare and glowing eyes, she demands, "What are you doing?" Taylor, relieved by Janica Faylover's arrival, expresses gratitude that she wasn't ensnared in the situation. He acknowledges that Ophelis Hall's occupation by other students might not be the end, considering how far Ed Roth Taylor went to stop them. Sensing danger, Elvira clutches one of her potions, urging Taylor to focus, reminding him that Janica Faylover is now their adversary. Janica, exuding power, reveals that she hadn't been curious about their actions until now. Surprising even Ed Roth Taylor, she releases a surge of energy, summoning numerous spirits around them. With a smile, she assures Ed Roth Taylor, "It's all right." Elvira and Isla Triss grow nervous as the air crackles with a dangerous energy. Objects start levitating, spirits swirling around Janica. With a smirk, she tells Ed Roth Taylor to wait a moment. Elvira analyzes the situation, recognizing the 4 intermediate-grade spirits representing the 4 elements, along with numerous lesser spirits. It's like facing an entire army battalion. Realizing the dire circumstances, Elvira insists they must flee. "Taylor, let's face reality. We can't confront her head-on. We were even defeated by that fallen aristocrat. Now, we're up against the top student of the second-year magic department." However, Taylor refuses to back down. "Elvira, we can't risk you being unable to use your potions, can we?" he retorts, preparing to confront Janica Faylover and her formidable spirits. With the windows shattered and danger looming, Taylor braces himself for the upcoming battle. The situation in Ophelis Hall is no longer a mere occupation. Lives may be at stake. He knows they must stand and fight, despite the overwhelming odds. Taylor, ever determined, never wavers in his resolve, embodying the spirit of a protagonist. However, Ed Roth Taylor intervenes, grabbing Taylor from behind and urging him to leave. Surprisingly, the spirits around them do not attack Taylor upon Ed Roth Taylor's command. Turning to Taylor, Ed Roth Taylor instructs, "Listen, I'll handle Janica Faylover. You guys go ahead to the second floor as planned." Isla Triss is understandably confused, questioning Ed Roth Taylor's sudden change of heart. Ed responds bluntly, "I've changed my mind. Hurry up and go. Elvira, still wary of Ed Roth-Taylor's injuries, voices her concerns. You're covered in injuries. How do you plan to stop those spirits? In a surprising move, Ed Roth-Taylor strikes Elvira on the head with his fist, commanding her to retrieve her chemicals. He apologizes for tearing her bag, a gesture that terrifies Elvira. Feeling cornered, Elvira reluctantly complies, picking up her chemicals from the ground. Let's go, Taylor, she says, rallying the group as they start to make their escape. Meanwhile, Janica Failover grows increasingly furious, but Ed Roth-Taylor begins to move towards her. Sensing his approach, Janica tells him not to push himself too hard, offering to finish things herself. She suggests Ed Roth-Taylor explain everything later after she tends to his injuries. Ed Roth-Taylor, however, deems Janica's offer disrespectful, raising his hands in a calming gesture. I'm really fine, he assures her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Why don't you calm down now? Janica, taken aback by the sudden touch, blushes and stammers. Your hand on my shoulder. She then realizes her mistake, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry. What did I do? I'm such an idiot, she mutters. Acknowledging the challenging situation with the strong winds, Janica begins to dispel the spirits as Ed Roth-Taylor struggles to maintain his balance. As they work together, a mix of tension and awkwardness fills the air, leaving the outcome of their encounter uncertain. As Janica Failover calls back her spirits, restoring calm to the area, Elvira, Taylor, and Ed Roth-Taylor are shocked to see the sudden change. Ed Roth-Taylor, visibly fatigued and injured, urges them to leave quickly. Janica's eyes well up with tears as she manages to calm him down. Feeling the weight of exhaustion, Ed Roth-Taylor knows time is running out. He collapses unconscious on the floor. Later, Janica Failover helps Ed Roth-Taylor to sit and expresses her concern, questioning why he never speaks up when he's hurt. She implores him to come talk to her if anything is troubling him. Ed Roth-Taylor responds, there was a reason for it this time. Next time, I'll tell you everything. Janica, still emotional, condemns the excessive violence they faced. She vows to confront their attackers the next time they meet, insisting Ed Roth-Taylor take care of himself. Ed Roth-Taylor assures her, all right, thanks for worrying about me, as he tries to stand up. Reflecting on the events, he realizes things didn't go exactly as planned, but he fulfilled his role as the first-floor boss. Now, he looks forward to tending to his duties at his camp. In a surprising revelation, Janica mentions seeing a grand carriage with a golden crown, a symbol of the leader of the elite merchant association, Lortel Keshaun's adoptive father and her biological father's killer. This golden king Elte, arriving earlier than expected, signifies trouble brewing. Ed Roth-Taylor explains the significance of the golden crown, revealing the intricate plot unfolding at the academy. Outside the scope of his knowledge, the appearance of the Golden King Elte signals ominous developments. In a separate scene, we witness Lortel Keshaun standing by a window, rain pouring outside. She holds a glass, calling for Alice. Distressed, she reveals to Alice that she was betrayed. They stand in the corridor of the Ophelis Hall's 5th floor. Lortel asks Alice about the man she describes as evil and mean-looking, referring to Master Ed, whom they met at the camp. Alice acknowledges meeting him, prompting Lortel to express surprise. Lortel explains that Ed Roth-Taylor isn't her type for looks, but rather because she feels a connection to him similar to what she feels with Alice. Flashbacks show Lortel asking Ed Roth-Taylor if he could sympathize with someone like her. Emotional and vulnerable, Lortel confides in Alice, sharing that Ed Roth-Taylor coldly dumped her without mercy, leaving her reeling with the weight of his words and actions. The scene unfolds with a sense of tension and mystery, hinting at deeper layers of intrigue and personal turmoil among the characters. Lortel Keshaun reflects on the harsh realities of life, remarking, I guess people like us get used to hearing stuff like that all their lives. Alice, the chief maid of Ophelis Hall, stands beside her, a seasoned senior maid with over 20 years of service. She had started from humble beginnings as an apprentice maid at the age of 15 and had worked her way up to become the hall's manager. Lortel had invested heavily in Alice, attempting to mold her out of her strict principles. Despite the financial losses incurred, Lortel sees it as a worthwhile investment. She found in Alice a kindred spirit, someone willing to forsake their beliefs for material gain. For Lortel, encountering such individuals is a way to break free from her isolated life. She had lived in a world where one must strike first or risk being stabbed, whether in the slums or the treacherous merchant circles. She believes that with Welaine, the inferior student's representative, taking control of the fourth floor's command room and granting them access to the berserk defense magic, they could unknowingly wreak havoc within Ophelis Hall. Ed Roth Taylor narrates that Lortel Keisheln is undoubtedly an evil character, a hidden villain orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Meanwhile, in the halls of Ophelis, Lortel tells Alice that things are proceeding according to plan. She announces her intention to visit the storage room and put on an act of being an innocent student caught in the chaos. However, Alice has her own agenda. As she grasps her sword, she confronts Lortel, revealing her true intentions. Behind Lortel, Alice places her sword at her neck, surrounded by a blue flame aura, her eyes alight with determination. Ed Roth Taylor continues his narration, expressing that Lortel Keisheln will face her fate alone, even in death. The scene is fraught with tension and the promise of a dramatic confrontation between these two characters with conflicting motives and hidden agendas. Ed Roth Taylor observes the chaos unfolding, realizing that time is running short. On the second floor, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale has been defeated by Tyler and is now tied up, forced to join their party. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the maid Kelly has been defeated in the bedding washer boss battle. Sitting defeated in the corridor, Kelly apologizes for not being able to fulfill her assigned task, expressing regret at missing Alice. The party, led by Taylor, advances smoothly, passing by Kelly without question as they make their way to the fourth floor. Arriving at the Ophelis halls on the fourth floor, they are immediately faced with a formidable challenge. Ed Roth Taylor had been too tough of an opponent from the start, and Elvira is shocked by what she sees. Students on the fourth floor are in a panic, running from someone enveloped in a raging crimson aura. They cry out for help as Taylor and the others confront the fourth floor boss, Welaine, who is a hostage to the defense magic. Welaine shouts for assistance, unable to withstand the situation. In the control room's dead center, a crystal ball triggers the magic circle control system. Alice and Lortel Keisheln's scheme is revealed. The self-defense magic formula etched all over Ophelis Hall was meant to protect students from outside threats. However, in this moment, it feels like a child wielding a loaded gun. As Taylor fends off Welaine's attacks, students begin to panic further. They realize the severity of the situation, with some shouting about the potential collapse of the building. Questions arise about the whereabouts of the maids, adding to the chaos. Seeing the dire circumstances, the students lose their composure. Some shout for everyone to leave quickly, realizing the building is on the brink of catastrophe. They leap out of windows, using their powers to escape in various ways. Inside, amidst the chaos, Taylor turns to Elvira, urgently asking if there is any more of the night butterfly flower reagent left. Elvira explains that the night butterfly flower distorts the magic of the caster, but the rune has already been carved, rendering it useless. Instead, she reveals another reagent from her bag, the angler weed reagent, made by combining angler weed seeds with emperor clam shells and melting them. Elvira uses the angler weed reagent, stating that it will block all basic magic within the corridor. She urges Taylor to focus on knocking out Welaine, reassuring him that she can handle the force of the assisting magic. Taylor, along with Clebius Nortondale, charges forward as Welaine shoots magic spears at them. They swiftly evade the attacks, determined to confront Welaine and put an end to the chaos engulfing the Ophelis halls. As Welaine looked at them with tears in his eyes, he cried out, "Finally!" Suddenly, flames engulfed the fourth floor, intensifying the chaos within. Outside, a carriage with a golden crown arrived, catching the attention of Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Faylover, who were conversing under a tree. Janica asked Ed, "What are you doing here? You'll reopen your wounds if you keep pushing yourself." Ed replied casually, "Most of this blood isn't even mine." Janica, frustrated, covered them both with her cloak from the rain, questioning why he was going to such lengths. Ed then gestured towards the carriage, remarking, "You might think I'm being nonsensical, but considering the man inside, You can't help but call this horse carriage plain. The carriage belonged to the Golden King Elte, Lortel Kecheon's adoptive father and the fake boss who would later be betrayed by Lortel Kecheon. Burning a paper in his hand, the Golden King Elte had discreet motives for being at the academy. Ed was puzzled by his presence and asked Janica, "Why is he here?" Noticing a maid with an umbrella in the distance, Ed pondered why the carriage had been there for so long without the man inside exiting. Was he waiting for the destruction of the awfulest hall? Ed was shocked to recognize the maid as Shenny, the third-floor maid in charge of dishes. Shenny was one of the orphans raised by the chief maid, Alice. Originally, Shenny was supposed to be the third-floor boss, but her association with the Golden King Elte, Lortel Kecheon's enemy, was perplexing. Ed wondered if Alice, who was bought off by Lortel Kecheon, could possibly be on Elte's side. This scenario could spell disaster for Lortel Kecheon. Ed realized that Lortel Kecheon's downfall might be inevitable. She was involved in political fights with Fenia in Act 3, and Ed had experienced firsthand the challenges of taking on Tote's role as the middle boss in Act 4. As the Golden King Elte stepped out of his carriage, Ed muttered to himself about having to play Lortel Kecheon's role as well. He decided that he couldn't do this alone and called for Janica Faylover, telling her urgently that he needed a favor. Ed pondered how to explain the situation to Janica, eventually saying, "Okay." Curious, Janica asked, "What do I need to do?" In the letter that the Golden King Elte burnt in his carriage, it was written, "Greetings, Elte Kecheon, the Golden King and Honorable President of the Elte Merchantry. Unlike the outer appearance of Lady Lortel Kecheon following your orders as the adoptive daughter of the Elte Merchantry. In fact, she is plotting to betray you and take over the Elte Merchantry. Lady Lortel Kecheon knows that you killed her biological parents and is coaxing the business magnates and directors of the Elte Merchantry to oust you. Also, the negotiations to purchase the Sage's Seal Grimoire were just an excuse to draw you out into the Sylvania Academy. A bait to strike you by surprise, so you can't react in time to the crisis back at the Elte Merchantry's headquarters. Certain factors led to finding out about this truth, and I am now holding the confidential document that can prove Lortel Kecheon's plot. But of course, in this world, nothing is free. Since Lady Lortel Kecheon offered me a huge amount of gold coins, unless I am offered more gold coins than that, I will side with Lady Lortel Kecheon. I am losing my sight, and due to an accident, I have almost lost all hearing. This will be my last year as chief maid. I am in a predicament, and the only human who knows of this truth. Depending on my choice, things will change dramatically for the better or worse. The paper attached to this letter has the names of the institutions I have been secretly managing all this time. The Crooks Orphanage in Cern Province, Kohelton Orphanage, Atons Crusel Orphanage, Alton Orphanage in Odell Province, Tamil Province Public Orphanage Asylum. The amount of gold coins delivered to these institutions from now on will determine my actions hereafter. I trust you to make the correct judgment. The letter was made by Alice Alum, chief maid at Ophelis Hall. Alice Alum then put her sword to Lortel Kecheon's neck, warning her not to move. She informed Lortel that Mr. Elte would soon arrive at Ophelis Hall. Alice didn't expect Lortel to have that look in her eyes, thinking she was more level-headed. She accused Lortel of seeking revenge against the Golden King Elte. However, Alice expressed regret, acknowledging that they weren't so different after all. In a sudden turn of events, Willain was seen tied up and unconscious. As the gang arrived in the hallway, Alvira pointed at Alice Alum, shouting that she was holding a hostage. Taylor was warned to be careful. Alice was shocked, and Lortel Kecheon swiftly avoided Alice's blade, dashing towards Alvira and the group. Clebius Nortondale asked if Lortel Kecheon was okay, unaware of the deception unfolding. In her thoughts, Lortel Kecheon planned to frame Alice for the entire scheme and wanted to convey this to the group. Alvira noticed something off about Lortel's expression, questioning her about it. As Lortel ran away, covering her face, Alvira shouted her name, puzzled by her behavior. Lortel thought to herself about the impending arrival of the Golden King Elte. She planned to finalize the overthrow of the Elte Merchantry, making Elte responsible for large-scale tampering with the account books and the resulting damages. Ran down the stairs. Lortel added that Elte wasn't at the headquarters, so she needed to get in touch with the officials there. She planned to send a carrier pigeon, hidden in the room, and then hide herself somewhere safe. Lortel reassured herself that everything would be fine, reminding herself that no one truly understood her. Betrayal was expected, something she had experienced countless times before. Lortel Kesheln then rested against the wall, tears flowing like a river. She told herself that getting her heart broken at this point didn't suit her at all. Determined to do what she could, she ran fast, knowing she needed to reach her room before Elti did. Sending the carrier pigeon was crucial to her plan, and she hoped everything would be fine. Simultaneously, on the first floor of the main hall, the Golden King Elti arrived. He was stopped by someone who asked if he was a student. Elti quickly urged this person to evacuate. Edroth Taylor then intervened, informing Elti that due to the risk of collapse, they weren't allowing anyone inside the building for safety reasons. He couldn't let anyone through until faculty and staff arrived. The Golden King Elti inquired if the academy had given Ed Roth Taylor special instructions. Ed Roth Taylor replied that he was acting on his own accord since these matters were managed by a shop system in Slovenia. Ed Roth Taylor pondered to himself about the three people aware of the story's flow. Lortel Kesheln, who wanted to oust Elti, take revenge for her childhood, and claim the seat of the merchantry's president. The Golden King Elti, determined to thwart Lortel Kesheln's plans and succeed in purchasing the sage's sealed grimoire. Alice Alum, the root cause of the twist in the story, now on the 5th floor with Lortel Kesheln. Ed Roth Taylor considered whether he needed to go to the 5th floor to deal with Alice Alum. However, he decided against it, knowing that Taylor's party would likely encounter her. He trusted them, having confirmed their abilities. His focus needed to remain on handling matters with the Golden King Elti. As long as he kept Elti out, events in Ophelis Hall would proceed as they should. Ed Roth Taylor then addressed the Golden King Elti, expressing disbelief. "Aren't you Elta Kesheln, the president of the Elta merchantry? Surely, there must be a reason for someone of your stature to be here. How about discussing this with the academy first?" The Golden King Elti looked at Ed Roth Taylor, his ruby tie not shining in red. He replied, his aura ablaze with blue flames. "I see. So, you're the one on Lortel Kesheln's side? 10 minutes ago, a fire ignited at the Ophelis Hall." Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Faylover glanced at a shattered wall. Ed Roth Taylor remarked, "Everything's chaotic out here," as he observed Jix Effelstein, who was bracing against the burning building with one hand. Jix Effelstein retorted, "I'm just avoiding making hasty decisions. It's not like the collapsing building will kill me." Ed Roth Taylor wondered to himself, is this what confidence looks like? Jix Effelstein stood and complained to Ed Roth Taylor, "And why did you have to break the wall? Now it'll be cold when I sleep." Ed Roth Taylor silently mused, who in the world would think this guy is a mage? Then Jix Effelstein noticed Janica Faylover and greeted her. "Oh, Janica Faylover, you're here too. This is our first proper meeting, though our encounter during the Glasgow incident wasn't the best." Janica Faylover, averting her gaze from Jix Effelstein's muscular frame, replied, "Yeah, about that. Sorry." Ed Roth Taylor reassured Janica Faylover. "Don't look so down, Janica. You've already faced consequences for it, right?" Janica Faylover nodded. "Yeah, you're right, Ed Roth Taylor. Thanks." Jix Effelstein then asked, "Are you two dating by any chance?" Janica Faylover froze like a startled cat, and Ed Roth Taylor looked at her disapprovingly. She quickly denied, No, we're not." Blushing, she turned to Ed Roth Taylor and asked, "Did that bother you?" Ed Roth Taylor replied, "No, I'm fine." It was Jix Effelstein's rude question. Janica Faylover responded, "Oh, is that so?" Jix Effelstein then apologized for his question and added, "But why did you go to the extent of breaking the wall to approach me?" Ed Roth Taylor remembered and said, "Right, do me a favor and I'll repay you later." The scene shifted to the present, where Ed Roth Taylor spoke to the Golden King Elti. He suggested, "I'm sure there's a reason for someone of your stature to be here. How about discussing with the Academy administration first to ensure you receive the respect you deserve?" Meanwhile, Jix and Janica Faylover hid in a corner. The Golden King Elti responded, "I see, so you're on Lortel Kesheln's side, huh?" He leaned in close to Ed Roth Taylor and whispered, "Did you fall for her unassuming appearance? Instead of being loyal to uncertain gold coins, take advantage of the clear benefits before you. She was born with the blood of a fox, one who stabs others as soon as she sees their backs. I've raised her since childhood. I know this better than anyone. I'll double the gold coin she offered you right now. Just step aside. Ed Roth Taylor replied, Thank you for the offer. However, I wasn't promised any gold coins, so what's the point in doubling that? The Golden King LT replied, I see, as his soldiers prepared to fight. He signaled for them to stop, saying, My words aren't reaching you. Suddenly, he ordered, Dispose of him quietly, and they all rushed towards Ed Roth Taylor, who promptly fled. The Golden King LT questioned, Are you trying to let him escape? Two soldiers blocked the door, but they were pushed back by a strong gust of wind magic from Jix. He reassured, It's okay, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed replied, I'll come back after I check the situation. I'll repay you later. Janica Faylover affirmed, Got it, while Jix asked, Wasn't I the one indebted to you to begin with? Observing that these students were formidable opponents, the Golden King LT commanded his soldiers, Give them everything you've got. The soldiers advanced towards Janica Faylover and Jix. In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor ran while thinking, I should go meet Lortel Keshon now and ask her about the situation. Suddenly, he bumped into Lortel Keshon herself, who remarked, You couldn't get out. Ed replied, Let's go to the back door and escape. Can you run? Don't fall behind, run as fast as you can. Ed Roth Taylor reflected to himself, There's always a reason behind all goodwill and trust. Even Sharo, the Elta Merchantry receptionist, acted flirtatious with Lortel Keshon, anticipating she might accidentally reveal valuable information. Kadan, the merchantry employee, became lively around Lortel Keshon, as she often provided tips. Even Teeny, the pet bird raised at the academy, stuck close to her for the high-quality feed. In Lortel Keshon's world, all goodwill seemed to come with a hidden motive. As Ed Roth Taylor and Lortel Keshon ran through the halls, he said to her, I don't think we have time to go into detail. Anyhow, Alice betrayed you, right? Lortel Keshon thought to herself, acknowledging her mistake and foolishness. She compared herself to Janica Faylover, who grew up surrounded by love and goodwill, reciprocating the same to the world. She felt different, regretting the day she made the offer to Ed Roth Taylor. Lortel Keshon remembered the heated look in Janica Faylover's eyes when she glanced at E, without any ulterior motives or greed. She had hoped for a similar relationship, but ended up revealing all her plans to Alice. Realizing her misplaced trust, Lortel Keshon regretted losing sight of her own cynical self. She realized that she shouldn't have dared to dream of such a romantic life, especially as she schemed to take control of the Awfulest Hall by manipulating 5 people. The chief maid Alice, the twin maids Shenny and Kelly, the inferior students representative Welaine, and the fallen noble Ed Roth Taylor. Alice, Shenny, and Kelly joined hands with the Golden King LT, while Welaine also sided with him, not willing to support Lortel Keshon. Ed Roth Taylor noticed that Lortel Keshon had stopped running. She apologized to him, saying, I'm sorry, Ed Roth Taylor. Internally, she questioned herself, Why am I apologizing? Why is he an ally? Lortel Keshon then told Ed Roth Taylor, I can't guarantee the 20 gold coins I offered you anymore. The situation right now is unstable. She thought to herself, frustrated. Why am I saying foolish things about surrendering? Nobody seems to be on my side. Ed Roth Taylor retorted, Did I ask? Her eyes widened at his response as he grabbed her wrist, urging, We don't have time for this. Why are you standing around? If the Golden King LT catches you, it's over. We need to escape first, don't we? They continued running together. Lortel Keshon pondered to herself, Goodwill and trust, there's always a reason behind them. Ed Roth Taylor demanded, Tell me what's going on. She thought to herself, If you don't see that reason, you don't trust them. I'm sure that's how it should be. Then Lortel Keshon explained to Ed Roth Taylor, The merchantry headquarters plan to manipulate market prices. It must be my father's doing. After the massive monster hunt in the eastern mountains last summer, armor prices fell. They aimed to purchase and monopolize all armor, trading them internally. Ed Roth Taylor interrupted. So, in short, it's manipulative trading. You don't have to elaborate. Lortel Keshon nodded. Exactly. The Golden King LT needed money urgently for this plan. He found a buyer willing to pay a good price for the sage's sealed grimoire, so he sent me to Sylvania to find a way to steal it. Ed Roth Taylor understood. I see. You don't need to explain the rest. Ed Roth Taylor explained to himself the concept of manipulative trading, where merchants, in this case, Alpha, Beta, and Charlie, monopolize a cheap product and artificially inflate its price by trading it among themselves. This method relies on creating the illusion of scarcity, leading people to believe they need to buy it immediately before it becomes unaffordable. If these merchants then sell the product they've gathered, they can make enormous profits. However, this plan hinges on trust. If Beta and Charlie sell without Alpha's knowledge, the prices will plummet, causing chaos. The Golden King LT in this scenario could face a significant loss, jeopardizing his position of power. To execute this plan, L'Hotel Quechon had bought the loyalty of many related to Beta and Charlie over the years. The transfer of sales rights could only happen when the Golden King LT was absent from his position at the headquarters. Ed Roth Taylor then spoke to L'Hotel Quechon, summarizing her plan. You were going to use the occupation of the Ophelis Hall to create a financial crisis at the Academy. This would force the Golden King LT out of the merchantry headquarters to secure the money he urgently needs. Then, you'd have the opportunity to sell off the armor stockpiled at the headquarters, right? L'Hotel Quechon was astonished at how Ed Roth Taylor grasped the entire scheme instantly. Ed continued, That leaves you with one task. We need to send a message to the merchantry headquarters to initiate the armor sale. L'Hotel Quechon realized, I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line of communication with my forces inside the headquarters. Ed Roth Taylor nodded. Then, you win if you send that pigeon to the headquarters and stay hidden until the sale is done. However, L'Hotel Quechon expressed concern. My father might expect this. He could be planning to capture me tonight and force the traitors to confess the whole plan. Ed Roth Taylor thought for a moment and replied, Listen carefully, L'Hotel Quechon. From now on, you must stay hidden and avoid being seen by anyone. If we were in the Golden King Eltes place, I'd have people stationed at the 2 bridges leading to the Arkan Mountains to track us. Speak to the horsemen in the quarters and send an empty carriage to the Arkan Mountains. Leave it at a suitable spot and then run away. They'll think you're on the outskirts. L'Hotel Quechon asked, What about me? Ed replied, There's an incomplete hut in the northern forest. Stay there for 3 days. I'll send the pigeon from your room to the headquarters with a simple message. Sell right now. Your allies will handle the rest. Yes, they will, L'Hotel Quechon affirmed. He then looked at Ed Roth Taylor, grabbing her shoulders and pushing her gently against the wall. There's someone guarding the back door, he explained urgently. I'll take care of the outside. You wait here until the person is gone, then make your escape to the quarters. With determination in his eyes, Ed Roth Taylor swiftly moved to execute their plan, leaving L'Hotel Quechon to wait anxiously for the right moment to make her escape. The rain continued to pour outside, adding to the tense atmosphere as they worked towards their goal of freeing L'Hotel Quechon from the impending danger. L'Hotel Quechon remained silent, reflecting on Ed's decisive actions. She thought, like a seasoned ally and merchant, Ed Roth Taylor acted swiftly and efficiently, handling matters without delay. The thought of trusting him completely crossed my mind. Ed Roth Taylor then raised his voice. Are you truly yourself right now? Why are you acting so unlike your usual self? In the tense situation, Ed Roth Taylor's urgency and clarity of thought brought a plan to help L'Hotel Quechon escape the impending danger. L'Hotel Quechon nodded. Yeah, I understand, Ed Roth Taylor, and thought to herself, this might just work. Then, with a worried voice, L'Hotel Quechon asked, Why are you helping me so much? Ed Roth Taylor fell silent, looking into her eyes, then closed his eyes, thinking to himself, If you ask that so suddenly, L'Hotel Quechon pressed. For no reason, Ed Roth Taylor replied. I just feel like I should, and abruptly left, closing the door behind him. As the rain poured outside, L'Hotel Quechon sank to the floor, breathing heavily as her heart pounded loudly. Blushing, she wondered about the loud sound, initially thinking it was the final battle between Alice, Taylor, and their friends. But then she realized it was her own heartbeat, feeling the intensity of her emotions for Ed Roth Taylor. Overwhelmed, she cried at the unexpected rush of feelings. Meanwhile, outside in the rain, a maid wielding a sword approached Ed Roth Taylor. She remarked, I didn't expect you to be the one coming out of there, young master Ed Roth Taylor. This is unexpected. It was Maid Shenny, usually in charge of the dishes. Ed Roth Taylor quipped to her, for the supposedly last obstacle, this feels kind of bland. And with that, the painstaking attempted takeover had reached its end. All of Ophelis Hall's runes gathered around the one with command. The swordsman capable of holding her own against the combat faculty students and an intermediate magic user flawlessly. It was Chief Maid Alice. She stands alone against Taylor McClure and his party in the final battle of Act 2, Scene 3, Conquest of Chief Maid Alice. As the battle begins, the top floor of Ophelis Hall erupts in chaos. Outside, maid Shenny, responsible for the dishes, points her sword at Ed Roth-Taylor, her eyes glowing yellow. Ed Roth-Taylor, realizing his mana is depleted with only a few basic spells left, braces himself. Maid Shenny charges with a purple aura surrounding her saber, aiming a stab for Ed Roth-Taylor's leg. However, he manages to dodge. Anticipating her attack pattern, Ed Roth-Taylor recognizes Maid Shenny's tactics, stepping on her saber to disarm her. Undeterred, Maid Shenny reveals throwing daggers hidden in her smooth legs and thick thighs. Ed Roth-Taylor swiftly grabs her wrist, disarming her of the daggers. He realizes that Maid Shenny, as a twin, shares skills with her sister once a day, evident in her use of low-level telekinesis to launch the daggers at him. Ed Roth-Taylor, though wounded by the daggers, knows they are not deep due to their unrefined borrowed abilities. He removes the blades from his body, pinning Maid Shenny down and kicking away her sword. With a silent expression, he asserts, "That's enough." Frustrated, Maid Shenny shouts, "I can't disappoint Miss Alice." She demands Ed Roth-Taylor move out of her way, driven by her loyalty. Whispering to Maid Shenny, Ed Roth-Taylor cryptically mentions that Alice will lose. Confused and agitated, Maid Shenny questions his knowledge of Alice's struggles. She questions whether he knows the pain she has endured, the battles fought, the orphans saved. In the rain, Ed Roth-Taylor ponders his lack of knowledge about Alice, admitting to himself that he doesn't know much. Maid Shenny reveals her personal connection to Alice, stating that she is also one of the orphans saved by her. She emphasizes that Alice gave her a chance at a normal life, allowing her to work and earn a living. She passionately tells Ed Roth-Taylor that he knows nothing about Alice. Ed Roth-Taylor, unmoved, replies, "Well, that's not my concern." Despite hearing Maid Shenny's heartfelt story, he remains resolute in his stance. In the midst of the explosion caused by Taylor McClure and Alice's fight, Ed Roth-Taylor shields Maid Shenny, who was responsible for the dishes, from the intense heat. Tearfully, she accuses Ed Roth-Taylor, "I won't forgive you. How could you side with Lortel Cashon, Ed Roth-Taylor?" Overcome with emotion, she eventually falls asleep, and the fire rages on around them. Looking at Maid Shenny sadly, Ed Roth-Taylor thinks to himself, "I don't know any of these additional stories. What do you expect me to do about something I don't know? There are already too many stories that will never see the light of day." Despite the chaos, Ed Roth-Taylor manages to drag Maid Shenny to safety. He reflects, those who decide their actions based on such philosophies are the ones with lives worth living at the moment. But my course of action and ultimate goal haven't changed since I first inhabited this body. With that, Ed Roth-Taylor escapes the scene, driven by his will to survive. A notification suddenly appears, informing Ed Roth-Taylor, "You have murdered Maid Shenny, who was in charge of the dishes." Another notification follows, "You have acquired a new skill, pain endurance, which temporarily halts physical exhaustion and postpones the ability to feel pain to a later time." Ed Roth-Taylor is taken aback by this unexpected development. He then throws a rock at Lortel Cashon's window and enters her room. Taking in the luxurious furnishings and orderly arrangement, he notices a messenger pigeon. Without hesitation, he begins writing a letter. In the message, he instructs, "Elte's in Sylvania. It will take at least 3 days to get back to the main headquarters. Sell all of the acquired gear." He sends the carrier pigeon off into the rainy night sky, determined to bring back Elte's head. Exiting the room, badly injured and exhausted, Ed Roth-Taylor contemplates his actions. He realizes that without the help of Jix, Janica Faylover, and a few fortunate moments, Lortel Cashon would have been swiftly captured by Elte. He envisions the scenario. Lortel Cashon's hired carriage speeding out of the Arkan Mountains, Elte in hot pursuit. His plan seems to be unfolding smoothly. As he walks through the forest, Ed Roth-Taylor suddenly encounters Lortel Cashon approaching him. Surprised, he acknowledges her presence, realizing the gravity of the situation. He thinks to himself, "I need to be alert. The opponent here is none other than the Golden Daughter, Lortel Cashon." Seeing her with a dagger, he understands the danger he's in. Ed Roth-Taylor realizes that only the 5 people Lortel Cashon bribed know she's the secret mastermind. With Elte gone, Alice would have to rely on Lortel Cashon's support. He sees himself as a wild card in her plans, someone she can't easily buy off. In Lortel Cashon's eyes, he's a variable that needs to be eliminated for her perfect crime to succeed. Acknowledging Lortel Cashon's true villainous nature, Ed Roth Taylor understands he must use his wits to survive. However, his body is weary and injured. Before he knows it, Lortel Kesheln is standing before him, using her dagger to cut a piece of her clothes to bandage his wound. Surprised by her unexpected kindness, Ed Roth Taylor is taken aback. She helps him to his hut, and as the rain stops, Lortel Kesheln decides to build a bonfire for them. Looking at Ed Roth Taylor, she suggests, "Let's warm ourselves first together." Her eyes fixed on him, a hint of tears, and a blush coloring her cheeks. Around the bonfire, Ed Roth Taylor inquired of Lortel Kesheln, "So, did everything proceed according to plan?" Lortel Kesheln responded, "Senior Ed Roth Taylor, everything went precisely as intended. I am Lortel Kesheln after all. I secured a promise from the coachman. He assured me he would do his utmost to draw their attention and gain us some time. He's even prepared to risk his life." Ed Roth Taylor remarked, "Is he truly that loyal? What sort of tactic did you employ?" Ed Roth Taylor pondered to himself while observing Lortel Kesheln perspire. Could it be that she resorted to taking their family hostage? Lortel Kesheln informed Ed Roth Taylor, "Did you know, Senior, that if this scheme succeeds, I will ascend to the highest echelons of power within the LT company? It's astounding that I owe this opportunity to you." Lortel Kesheln gazed at him as though smitten and added, "What do you think? Do you not feel the weight of responsibility on your shoulders? Do you not find me remarkable?" Ed Roth Taylor merely toyed with the fire, remaining silent. Lortel Kesheln remarked, "Wow, that reaction was rather lackluster." She grinned and expressed, "Thank you so much, Senior." "I won't forget this," Ed Roth Taylor simply stated. "Just make sure to deliver the 20 gold coins you promised on time then." Lortel Kesheln chuckled. Lortel Kesheln then said, "But there's something I wish to inquire about." Ed Roth Taylor inquired, "Do you still have matters to attend to? Is it concerning Alice?" Lortel Kesheln responded, "No, nothing of that sort. I'll handle that on my own. What I wanted to discuss was Senior Janica Faylover." "You're quite close to Senior Janica Faylover, correct?" Ed Roth Taylor affirmed. "Yes, I am acquainted with Janica Faylover. She's a good person." Lortel Kesheln remarked, "She is truly a kind and admirable senior whom I deeply respect. She always shows consideration for others and has a kind heart." Ed Roth Taylor glanced at Lortel Kesheln and asked, "All right, so what's on your mind?" Lortel Kesheln responded, "I'm not as kind-hearted as you may think." Meanwhile, in a different scene at the Ophelis Hall, LT received a sudden report from his subordinate amidst the commotion and swiftly departed. It appeared that he was no longer interested in the affairs at Ophelis Hall, especially with the presence of several mercenaries complicating matters for Jix Effelstein. However, instead of confronting the mercenaries, he needed to halt his allies. Jix Effelstein said to Janica Faylover, "I believe it's time to cease." Initially, Janica Faylover seemed somewhat apprehensive, but as the battle raged on, spirits soared higher and higher. It needed to be halted before casualties ensued. Jix Effelstein inquired of Janica Faylover, "Is something the matter? Are you upset?" A spirit bird whispered to Janica Faylover, and suddenly she looked at Jix Effelstein and replied, feigning a smile, "I'm not upset." In a different setting, Ed Roth Taylor reflected on the challenges of attending class due to his disheveled school uniform. Jix Effelstein offered his uniform and recounted the events of that night. Willain assumed full responsibility for the attack at Ophelis Hall. Headmaid Alice remains uncooperative during interrogation, and Lortel Kesheln is unable to leave. Given the lack of significant opposition from LT's side so far, the operation is likely to succeed partially. We have no choice but to wait for time to reveal the outcome of our efforts. Ed Roth Taylor lamented the lost work time due to the incident and his physical discomfort. He noted his inability to engage in tasks requiring high energy, necessitating a slower pace in his work. A system notification indicated Ed Roth Taylor's intermediate craftsman status, specializing in woodworking, with notable levels in handicraft design and collecting skills. With empty slots for advanced production techniques, acquiring a new skill became a top priority. He planned to start learning spiritual infusion, which complements elementalists and magical engineering, beneficial for crafting various items. Spiritual infusion is acquired through a contract with a spirit and producing elementalism-containing products, while magic engineering comes from dismantling and assembling magically engineered items. Janica Faylover arrived, greeting Ed Roth Taylor happily after the rain stopped and the weather turned chilly. Ed inquired about her absence from class, to which Janica explained her headache and poor condition, opting to rest in the northern forest. She reassured Ed that she wasn't hurt while assisting him. Janica then inquired about Lortel Keshaun's well-being, learning that she was resting in the cabin, which visibly upset Janica. Lortel Keshaun pondered to herself, despite the resolution of the Awfulest Hall incident, there remained much to be done. Winning back the former headmaid Alice was a priority, as well as laying the groundwork for negotiations on the Sage's seal purchase. However, the past 3 days spent waiting for a response from LT headquarters had left her with nervous thoughts, confined to the cabin. Yet, being with Ed Roth-Taylor made her heart race. His unconditional goodwill and trust enveloped her like a warm embrace, a feeling more precious than gold to someone who had always trodden a cold, distant path. She was unwilling to relinquish him to anyone else. Observing Ed conversing with Janica Faylover, Lortel Ketchel chuckled inwardly, especially at Janica's apparent expectation of unconditional goodwill and trust in relationships. If Janica had so many such relationships, she should at least give up this one. Otherwise, Lortel was prepared to resort to less honorable tactics, her specialty. Spending 3 days together provided a significant advantage. It was time to act decisively. However, showering Ed with gold coins wouldn't work, and she was short on funds. Perhaps assisting with his tuition would suffice, naturally, without any ulterior motives. Lortel couldn't help cringing at her lack of experience in relationships, with her count still at 0. Suddenly, Lucy Mariel interrupted, asking Lortel to move aside, claiming her spot. Lucy brought her blanket and settled on the floor, stating it was the best spot for the sunlight. Lortel wondered about Lucy's peculiar behavior. Then, Ed intervened, escorting Lucy out and creating a makeshift tent for her. He apologized for the disturbance, assuring Lortel she could relax as if it were her own home. As Lucy slept outside, Lortel couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of another girl in Ed's life. Yet, she resolved that time would reveal the victor in their competition in 3 days. On the second morning in Lortel Keshel's cabin, she greeted Ed Roth-Taylor cheerfully. However, her joy was interrupted by Janica Faylover's arrival, who exchanged greetings with Lortel. Ed engaged in conversation with Janica outside, leaving Lortel frustrated by her perceived rivalry with Janica for Ed's attention. Inside, she glanced at Lucy Mariel still sleeping. Outside, Ed laughed and announced the completion of a project. A system notification revealed a newly finished product. Handmade bricks formed by pouring mud into molds and then applying Ignite magic. Another notification indicated an increase in production skills, achieved through improved dexterity stats. The product, a brick fireplace made from handmade bricks stacked together, fulfilled its role despite being less sturdy due to treated joints. The production difficulty was moderate. With the fireplace finally completed, Ed proceeded to cook for Janica and Lortel. Lortel noticed a unique smell and guessed correctly that basil was added. Ed credited Belle Maya for providing the herb. Lortel expressed confidence in the morning's progress and emphasized the need to remain vigilant. Ed agreed, cautioning against complacency. Lortel, considering herself a merchant, expressed her intent to repay Ed for his help, either in cash or goods. She gazed at Ed with affection, while Janica observed with a competitive edge. Ed suggested leftover magically engineered goods as a potential repayment. Sparking Janica's curiosity, Lortel encouraged Janica to check her inventory before deciding. However, Ed had a favor to ask Janica, surprising her with the request. Ed Roth-Taylor expressed his interest in learning more about spirit magic and making a contract with a low-ranking spirit, seeking Janica Faylover's help. Janica eagerly accepted, aiming to elevate Ed's abilities to contract with a mid-ranking spirit quickly. She presented a bird spirit named Karis to communicate with Ed, but Karis pointed out Ed's limited ability to hear spirits due to his resonance level. Karis highlighted Ed's busy daily life, lacking time to focus solely on magic training, especially considering reports of his food shortage and urgent cabin construction needs. Janica nervously dismissed Karis and inquired if Ed heard everything, to which Ed admitted only vague understanding. Confused about the weekly report meeting, Janica panicked, not wanting Ed to know about her observations. Lortel Kesheln intervened, redirecting the conversation to magically engineered items surplus. She offered to provide them abundantly and at a low price, but requested Ed's presence at her store every 3 days in return. Janica protested, feeling it should be free due to Ed's help, but Lortel stuck to her merchant ethics. Belmaya's sudden arrival, now the new head maid, interrupted, indicating an impending message from a senior maid. Belmaya said, while doing the laundry, "What is it that you wanted to discuss?" Lady Clara said to her, "Well, don't be shocked. This is really top secret. You absolutely mustn't tell this to anyone else. Don't even show that you're shocked. I think Janica likes Ed, none other than Ed Roth-Taylor." Belmaya didn't look surprised after hearing this. Belmaya thought to herself, "Should I pretend to be surprised for the sake of being polite? I see. Lady Clara, you must have been quite worried about her." Lady Clara said, "I don't know how she fell for such a ruffian, but it feels like his reputation is improving little by little. As her friend, I support her. But that's not all. These days, Jenica keeps mentioning a certain name, Lortel Cachelm. You see, she missed the opening ceremony just like Ed Roth-Taylor, and yesterday, they were both absent from the first common class together. I mean, ultimately, relationships are a game of push and pull. In that regard, you could say Janica doesn't stand a chance, and I don't really understand Ed either. It's ridiculous how he pretends not to notice when Janica is so obviously throwing him glances." Belmaya said, "Is he hard-hearted or just a creepy, cunning wolf, rather than being a wolf or hard-hearted? Maybe he is just in too difficult a situation to be interested in dating." Lady Clara said, "No way that's true. I'm sure he's grinning at his good luck. Just imagining it gives me the creeps." Belmaya said to herself, "Luck, you say? A sly thieving cat in front of a fish shop, a naive kitten trembling before a tiger. Just a cat." Belmaya's head hurt, and Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "What's wrong?" She replied, "It's nothing. I'm sorry. Just looking at them is giving me a headache." Lortel Cachelm said, "More importantly, what was it you wanted to say?" Belmaya said to her, "I have a message for you, Lady Lortel. It's from the former chief maid, Alice." The flickering bonfire drove away the darkness of the night. Janica had already left. Belle also took Lucy and left, although it bothered her that Lortel's whereabouts were exposed to someone related to the Ophilis Hall while she was in hiding. Lortel Cachelm said to Ed Roth-Taylor, "Isn't it a bit worn out for a uniform that's been repaired?" Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "It's still decent enough to wear." The carrier pigeon, which carried the news of victory, had already arrived. The letter stated, "Review of the proposal to depose the chairman of the association has been completed. Ed's real authority is largely restricted. His dismissal is certain. The atmosphere favors his overthrow. Status report requested. It was now time to prepare to go back to school as usual." Lortel Cachelm said, "If the situation has progressed this far, Father must be making his last stand at the headquarters of the Merchant Association. Though it's a futile last struggle, he certainly won't have time to care about us here in Sylvania." Ed Roth-Taylor said to Lortel Cachelm, "Any chance that Ed has another trick hidden up his sleeve?" Lortel Cachelm replied, "That man is as cunning as me, so I wouldn't say the chances are zero. Still, Slog, who aspires to be the next association chairman, is supporting me, so I have no choice but to trust him. My biggest concern was Alice, but that problem seems to have been taken care of for now." Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "You mean Alice won't reveal that you're the mastermind behind this?" Lortel Cachelm said, "Well, she has no choice. This is a prepaid concept, you see. She was planning to side with whoever won between me and Ed." The parchment Belmaya delivered was filled with the list of orphanages she sponsored, the maintenance cost for a year, and how to support them. Alice's workload was relentless, and her health deteriorated, but the academy ignored her complaints. Eventually, she became unable to work and could not take responsibility for the orphanage. So she made a bet with the rest of her life at stake. Due to her stoic and unemotional nature, no one seemed to have realized the dire situation she was in. Of course, her followers seemed to have somewhat understood her situation and mentality. Lortel Cachelm said, "She's only siding with me because my victory looks to be certain. Regaining lost trust will be difficult, but I can't believe she sent me this instead of a threat." Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Lortel Cachelm. "In the world of merchants, there's no such thing as sympathy. If you make that mistake, you're treated as a fool. She must know this better than anyone," Lortel Cachelm said. "From my point of view, too, nothing good will come from revealing the fact that I'm the mastermind behind this. Well, I'll just play along then. After all, there's no such thing as permanent enemies or permanent allies." Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, yet she looked somewhat relieved. Lortel Cachelm said, "I will get going. You'll stop by the Merchant Association's branch to write the contract next week, right?" Ed Roth-Taylor said, "Yeah, Take this. It will last for a while. Lortel Cashon just looked at Edroth Taylor. Edroth Taylor said, "Why are you thinking so much about taking it?" Lortel Cashon said, "Nothing. It's just, Ed, you're taller than I thought." Edroth Taylor said, "Out of nowhere?" Lortel Cashon said, "It does seem a bit rushed, but if I want to win, I have to sometimes. Make some risky moves, I think." "Do you know this, Ed?" And Lortel Cashon played with Ed Roth Taylor's tie. The essence of human relationships is all about push and pull, like this tie. "Look, it's twisted, isn't it?" Ed Roth Taylor said. "No one's even looking at me. Does my attire really bother you that much? Well, there's nothing wrong with always keeping yourself looking neat. We are students of Sylvania after all." As Lortel Cashon tiptoed to reach Ed Roth Taylor, she kissed him unexpectedly. "The raspberries we ate in the evening were delicious, weren't they?" she said, smiling. "Just thinking about them again makes me happy." Ed Roth Taylor replied sternly, "Stay within your limits." Lortel Cashon chuckled. "How upsetting. They say people don't like others pushing or pulling too much. Next time, let's have you pull a little. After all, I need to practice pushing your way too." With that, she walked away. A few seconds later, she began to run and vanished. Ed Roth Taylor remarked to himself, "Although I try to avoid getting too involved with main scenario characters as much as possible, as expected, when it comes to life, nothing goes according to plans. The stars I see from the forest are still beautiful, and the moon is still bright. The sound of crickets chittering and the crackling of the campfire are also the same as always, but I feel the trajectory of the scenario I'm involved in continues to go astray. Regardless of my will, I feel a sense of discomfort, as if I'm being sucked into the center of the story. My plan of watching the scenario unfold smoothly from the sidelines, and only trying to take care of what I feel needs to be done has not changed. I have no greed. I'll just get my diploma and pay attention to my stats." The realization that what felt like an easy plan was actually a reckless and challenging endeavor came not too far in the future. Just like that, summer passed, and it's now fall. Tarkin slapped his tail out of anger and said to Janica Faylover, "That foxy redhead kissed young Master Ed." A bird spirit said to Janica Faylover, "We can't afford to just sit by, Lady Janica, if we don't intervene." Janica Faylover, confused, asked, "Wait, what are you talking about?" "What?" Tarkin confirmed. "Yeah, I saw it too. It was wild. Youth is indeed amazing. That foxy redhead really knows how to play with people's hearts." Janica Faylover, growing angry, demanded, "What do you mean?" "What? Did Ed react?" Tarkin replied, "Oh, your question really gets to the core of it. From what I saw, he definitely put up a wall. She went as far as to kiss him, but his expression didn't flinch at all. I was astonished by how coldly he responded. He was so cold to her. Even I cringed while watching them. This means one of two things, that fallen noble is either impotent, or he doesn't see her as a woman." Janica Faylover said, "Well, that's a relief." Tarkin continued, "But regardless, men aren't as good at being defensive as they are at being proactive. As per my experience, people like that foxy redhead cling and burn more intensely the more you reject them. That's definitely not good for you, Janica." Janica Faylover said, "Still, you said Ed's reaction was lukewarm." Tarkin shouted at Janica Faylover while being carried away by other spirits. "Are you going to let that foxy redhead steal him from you? You said you were supposed to teach him spirit magic. It's not a good idea to waste such an opportunity. You should also at least kiss him when it's just the two of you." A spirit panther intervened. "Don't listen to Tarkin, Janica. You're the most charming when you're just being yourself." "Oh, yes. Emphasizing your naive and cheerful vibe is also a great idea." Tarkin's jaw dropped. "Janica, don't you also want to experience a thrilling, exciting experience with young Master Ed?" Janica Faylover blushed and said, "Eating, feeding each other." In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Go on, say ah." Lucy Myrrell ate the soup as she tried to figure out the taste. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, and she spat out the soup, saying, "It doesn't taste good." Lucy Myrrell said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Yeah, without a variety of spices, it's hard to have flavor. Don't make me your taste testing machine. I guess I'll have to delay honing my cooking skills until a wider variety of ingredients are available." A system notification appeared, detailing Ed's life skills. Rank: Intermediate Craftsman Specialty, Carpentry Handiness Level, 14 Design Level, 9 Gathering Ability Level, 12 Carpentry Level, 13 Hunting Level, 10 Fishing Level. Cooking Level: 6 Repairing Level, 5 advanced crafting skill slots. None. Ed contemplated the distribution of his key stats, realizing that raising just one could drop efficiency, so he needed to increase them evenly. The problem is that I'm too busy. Since school has started, excluding my time at school, the total time I can devote to survival activities is just about 5 or 6 hours, even if I cut back on sleep. I might get used to it, but the reason I'm worrying about the efficiency of my survival activities is because I need time to check if the scenario is progressing well. Even in my regular life, I keep a close watch on key students. Like Taylor and the 4 heroines within the academy, Taylor is in the combat faculty, so I don't see him much, but he seems to be growing well. His companion Isla is also doing her role of supporting him. The benevolent princess, Princess Fina, also seems to be having no problems, but it's about time she starts clashing with Lortel. So, I have to observe her. Clarice will enroll next year, so there's no need to worry about her for now. I'm watching the golden daughter, Lortel, as if I'm walking on thin ice. With Eltie's early dismissal, it's uncertain how this will affect how she acts. But regardless of Elte, it seems her plan to get her hands on the sage's sealed grimoire remains unchanged. The reason I've been needing more time as of late is because it's about time I start checking up on the faculty building. Because the final boss of this second act is... Meanwhile, a professor revealed that there was a hidden mastermind behind the Office Hall takeover, identified as Professor Glass. Claire Elfin said, "If you think so, then it's probably true. You have an oddly good intuition after all." Then the assistant professor, Claire Elfin, was introduced. Professor Glass replied, "But be careful not to miss the important stuff, like the thesis on divine science I asked you to find." Claire Elfin assured him, "I will find it by tomorrow morning." In the Office Hall faculty building, at the office of Claire Elfin, Ennis said, "I have gathered the materials related to the Office Hall takeover incident." Assistant Professor Claire Elfin, exhausted, thanked Ennis and read through the files. She thought to herself, do I really need to be so concerned about a case that is more or less wrapped already? I seriously feel so tired I could die. But no matter how I look at it, something is off. She glanced at a picture of Ed Roth Taylor. In another scene, Lortel Cashel said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Oh my, I am really sorry, Ed Roth Taylor. I was so out of it that I forgot about the contract. Looks like you will have to visit again next week at the Elta Merchant Association, Sylvania branch." Lortel Cashel continued, "As an apology, I have prepared some tea and refreshments. The magic engineering equipment is ready, so you can pick it up at the counter." Ed Roth Taylor remarked, "Really? But is your work attire always so?" Lortel Cashel interrupted, "I have an important appointment, so I tried to dress up a bit." And she looked at Ed Roth Taylor intensely, asking, "How does it look?" Ed Roth Taylor, puzzled, asked about the appointment, making Lortel Cashel sweat as she waited for his reaction. After a few moments, she laughed and said, "Yeah, it's something you don't know about. Is the cabin complete now?" Ed Roth Taylor confirmed, "It's in the final stages." Lortel Cashel then suggested, "Then you will need furniture too, right?" Ed Roth Taylor replied, "Yeah, but the products you trade at your company are all too high-end, so they are too expensive for me." Lortel Cashel said, "Of course, I can't give them to you for free. Giving away sale items for free would go against my professional ethics as a merchant. Woodworking is your specialty, right?" Lortel Cashel uses her magic to break the chair. "Now that this can't be sold, I will discard it tomorrow." Ed Roth Taylor looked at her and remarked, "I told you this is too high-end," and he sipped his cold cup of tea, thanking her. Lortel Cashel continued to gaze at Ed Roth Taylor, waiting for his response to her attire. She thought to herself, how is it possible for someone to show no change in expression at all? And she sat on the table beside Ed Roth Taylor. "I basically made the winning move." Lortel Cashel touches the collarbone of Ed Roth Taylor and said, "You don't see me as a woman, do you?" "I see you as a man, though, Ed. It means exactly what you're thinking. Even this help I'm offering you is because of my ulterior motives. I get what answer you're looking for. But, though you are acting different right now, someday, I won't be the only one who can't contain myself." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "A seductive smile is always the same, whether the odds are in your favor or you're in a tight spot. It's in a merchant's nature to never reveal their feelings." In a different scene, Janica Failover shouts with her staff saying, "Well then, let's start the lesson, shall we?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Oh, yay." Janica Failover then made a fireball in her hands and said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Wanna try focusing your magic and forming a connection?" Ed Rothtailor said. "Yep." Suddenly the fire gets stronger and a voice speaks and said to Ed Rothtailor, "Pleased to meet you, young Master Ed." It was Mug, low-rank fire spirit, and he said to Ed Rothtailor, "It's an honor to be in a contract with you, young Master Ed. I am Mug, a low-rank fire spirit. In accordance with the agenda of last week's regular report meeting regarding the proposal for the selection of your contracted spirit, I passed the first voluntary round, topped the second round of interviews, cleared the third round of the Spirit Council's agenda, and completed the fourth round of qualification verification. I hold the record of having the highest performance in magic efficiency practice independently conducted in the Northern Woods and pride myself on having the best unspoken connection among the low-rank spirits at my level. My body is already on fire, but I vow to set my heart on fire as well to serve you." Ed Rothtailor thinks to himself, "While playing the failed swordsman of Sylvania, I once got a spirit-type skill. We would laugh together, joke around, and cheer each other up during battles. We ended up creating a strong bond. I'm pretty sure this isn't the vibe I got back then." Ed Rothtailor said, while looking at Mug, "Why is he so strict?" Janica Faylover said, "You asked me to introduce you to a good spirit. So I selected a spirit with a good magic power efficiency ratio among those I'm contracted with. In the process, there was very slightly, a teeny tiny complicated selection process." Ed Rothtailor asked, "Who on earth planned that selection process?" In the selection, Tarkan shouts at the spirit saying, "Move it, you maggots!" Janica Faylover said, "Tarkan did." Janica Faylover then said, "Here, take it," and she gave Mug to Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor said, "Oh, it's warm." Janica Faylover said, "Can you feel the heat? When you connect with a contract spirit, you'll be able to feel their physical and magical power, even when they're not manifested. Be careful not to connect too hard, however, or he'll get too hot. Make sure to keep it in control." Ed Rothtailor said, "So, if I control the level of connection, the firepower changes too, right?" Janica Faylover said, referring to it as firepower is kind of odd. "I mean, you make it sound like he's some machine." Ed Rothtailor then observed Mug saluting and thought to himself, "A portable heater." A system notification showed, "Spirit slot, low-rank fire spirit Mug connection level, 2, spirit formula, efficiency, good, unique skill. Blessing of recovery, explosion, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases explosion. Low-grade explosion magic buffed fire magic abilities." Another system notification showed Ed Rothtailor's magic power details. Rank, skilled magic student, specialty. Element, intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit connection level, 12, spirit understanding level, 12, spirit manifestation level, 1 sensory sharing level. 1 Ed Rothtailor marveled at Mug's usefulness, realizing it didn't even consume firewood. Janica Faylover expressed her happiness at seeing him pleased and offered to teach him more about the power of connection and the senses before the first class. She also suggested practicing spirit combat and mentioned accessories to increase connection efficiency that she would bring next time. Suddenly, Janica Faylover stopped herself from talking and exclaimed, "I'm actually very busy too. I'm a very busy person." Janica Faylover cleared her throat and remarked, "People are queuing up and pleading with me to teach them this and that, you know? So it's quite difficult for me to make time for you." Tarkan interjected, "You can't just keep giving away too much." Clara reminded herself, "You need to play along with a little push and pull. Be chic." Janica Faylover then expressed, "Isn't it a bit too much to ask me to teach you spirit magic just like that?" Ed Rothtailor acknowledged, "Yes, you are right. Sorry about that, Janica Faylover. I took your goodwill for granted as if it was my right. I should at least offer some money for appreciation. I won't be able to give you much, but..." Janica Faylover was taken aback and exclaimed, "What? Money? Money? What are you talking about? Ed, you're struggling to survive as is. You can't just waste your money." Mug became terrified at Janica Faylover's shouting and hugged Ed Rothtailor. She continued, "You need to save it. There's no way I'm taking it, and just giving me money in exchange for what I do is too cold." "We're closer than that, aren't we? You're really making me so sad, you know," Ed Rothtailor countered. "Weren't you the one who asked for compensation first? What's wrong with you all of a sudden?" Janica Faylover, embarrassed, stuttered and said, "No, it's not that." Clara talked about push and pull. She then blushed and added, "She said I'm too generous by nature." so I should learn to say no more often. Ed Roth Taylor nodded. She's not wrong. You have a good friend. Janica Faylover, still flustered, agreed. Right? But I'm not like that with everyone. Janica Faylover concluded. Anyway, I'll tell you the details next time. Let's meet at the combat training ground next time. I'll reserve it and let you know. I'll also bring you a good accessory. If you need textbooks for connection training, let me know. I have morning class now. See you? Mugg saluted at Janica Faylover as she left. A system notification appeared. You have acquired the Advanced Crafting Skill Magic Engineering. An advanced crafting skill slot has been consumed. The magic engineering supplies I got from that I could analyze in no time. I finally learned a proper advanced skill ignition. If I run out of fuel, I'll use Mugg. And if I run out of mana, I'll use the fireplace. I can reliably warm the air now. My living environment is now guaranteed to be stable. Just knowing that little fact makes me feel like a huge weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Is it already this late? I need to check the traps first. Meanwhile, Claire Elfin commented to herself, it's pretty dark since I came after work. Maybe I should have come tomorrow after all. But no matter how much I think about it, I feel like there's a hidden mastermind behind this incident. And I think that's Ed Roth Taylor. Since he's been disowned by his family, he's just Ed now, right? Everyone else at the scene were either students or staff of the Ophilus Hall. But Taylor and Ed have no connection to the Ophilus Hall. If we exclude Taylor, who solved the case, that only leaves Ed. I came to the Northern Woods because I heard Ed Roth Taylor often appears here. But come to think of it, unless he's eating and sleeping in this forest, he wouldn't be wandering here in the middle of the night. As Claire Elfin pondered, she saw something and covered her mouth, realizing. What was that? I'm pretty sure that's Principal Obel is a great man comparable to the Archmage Glock or the Great Sage of Sylvania. Even he would have to use all of his power against Lucy Marrell. I was right. My gut feeling wasn't wrong. The Ophilus Hall takeover incident's hidden mastermind was Ed Roth Taylor. Claire Elfin said to herself, Ed, and that's Lucy Marrell. There's no doubt that's Lucy Marrell. My intuition was right. I might actually have a talent for being a detective. Suddenly, in his cabin, Claire Elfin said, What the hell is all of this? As she looked at the place of Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor put down the deer and placed Lucy Marrell in her tent. Claire Elfin said, Ed Roth Taylor said, Come to think of it, the plans were for early tomorrow morning. I have a load of things to do, but I guess I should go to bed early tonight. Claire Elfin looked at Ed Roth Taylor. She sneaked to Lucy Marrell and said to herself, I need to rescue Lucy Marrell. Slowly, as quietly as possible, suddenly a light came out of Lucy Marrell's tent. Claire Elfin said, What? Lucy Marrell. As Lucy Marrell stood up and asked Claire Elfin, Who are you? Claire Elfin said, I am the assistant professor of your year. Claire Elfin said to herself. She went back inside. Lucy Marrell looked at her and ate her beef jerky. Suddenly, Lucy Marrell jumped out of her tent, and Claire Elfin watched Lucy Marrell flying. She said, As I thought. In another scene, Claire Elfin shouted, Ed Roth Taylor! Do you know of a student named Ed who was ousted from his family? Professor Glass said, I don't bother remembering the names of talentless trash. Claire Elfin replied, Always with these standoffish things to say, Professor Glass. You know Lucy Marrell, right? Ed actually overpowered Lucy Marrell to the point where she couldn't even use her power. I was investigating the Ophilus Hall incident since it was suspicious when suddenly, wait, before that, the reason I went to the Northern Woods is because, Professor Glass said, Assistant Professor Claire, your story is all over the place. Claire Elfin replied, Anyway, whatever the case, I used magic that records memory on the first floor of Ophilus Hall. Magic that records memory. Did you get permission? Of course not. I just made up a lie and brought the memories back, Professor Glass said. Prepare to write a written apology and explanation. Claire Elfin replied, I knew this would happen, so I wrote it in advance. Regardless, I can plead that there were extenuating circumstances. Look, he definitely looks like a mastermind, doesn't he? I am the hidden mastermind. You can see him striking the perfect pose for that, right? Professor Glass said. Is that all you've got? Claire Elfin replied. No. As I told you earlier, Ed was carrying Lucy Marrell while she was unconscious. Professor Glass said, Are you sure he wasn't just moving Lucy Marrell while she was asleep? Claire Elfin silently thought. Professor Glass said, Just bring me your apology letter and explanation. Claire Elfin went out and said, Okay. Professor Glass thought to himself, Right. This was written in the files as well. Ed tried to stop Taylor and his friends, but they got past him in no time. Taylor, born with the way of the sword saint. Elvira, born with the natural insight of an alchemist. There's no way somebody as ordinary as him could stop those two. Professor Glass suddenly noticed something as he looked at the crystal ball. In another scene, a huge explosion erupted in the forest. In a tree, a sword was glowing. A system notification said, "Crafting has been completed. Your crafting proficiency has increased. New finished product, ceremonial dagger, explosion. A ceremonial dagger with a spirit formula that engraves explosion magic. The engraved magic can be activated within a certain distance. The activation speed is very fast, and the magic efficiency is outstanding due to its prior engraving. Crafting difficulty, injected spirit formula, spirit magic explosion, lower fire spirit mug. Magic accumulation capacity, medium, connection distance, narrow." Ed Roth Taylor said, "I've had this dagger ever since I started living on my own. Now that there are all these engravings on it, I feel kind of proud." Mug said, "The spirit formula permeated into it pretty smoothly. The more the equipment is used by the caster, the better its efficiency gets. You've taken another step forward, young Master Ed. This is an occasion to rejoice." "What great news. I, Mug, shall sing a song to express my joy." The shepherd's song passed down orally from the Pulin region. "Ow. Young Master Ed, my apologies. I wish to atone for my sins. I'm ashamed. But what I'm most ashamed of is that I don't even know what I did wrong. Please tell me my sins, and I will sincerely reflect and correct them to show improvement." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Hey." Mug stopped and said, "Yes?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Drop the formalities." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "Spirits that have left their physical forms and entered the path of low-ranking spirits elevate their status through contracts with spirit sorcerers. I can understand why low-ranking spirits are pleased to have contracts with a strong spirit sorcerer like Janica. But," Ed Roth Taylor said to Mug, "isn't this too good to be true? What's so great about contracting with me that you're making such a fuss?" "Did she promise you something else?" Mug said. "That's," Ed Roth Taylor said, "just spit it all out. We're not going to be together for just a couple days, are we?" Mug was silent. Suddenly he said, "Young Master Ed, what's the point of hiding anything from you? The overflowing respect and loyalty I have for you are not out of pure reverence but because of my filthy and lowly ambition for success. I am ashamed. Being in a contract with you and receiving refined magic from the vicinity of Lady Janica will allow me to grow at twice the rate of normal low-ranking spirits," Mug exclaimed. Ed Roth Taylor asked, "What else?" Mug replied, "Apart from that, after asking around about rumors of your reputation in the academy, they said you have a strong authoritarian temperament. So to appease you, Ed Roth Taylor interrupted, "I understand everything now. Well, with your situation, it's only natural." Mug confessed, "To be honest, I had a really hard time. In the first place, are the spirits' ranks in the hierarchy of spirits some official title or something? Why are they so damn mean and defensive when it comes to their ranks, just because they were born a bit earlier?" Ed Roth Taylor advised, "Go easy on yourself. We're all doing this to live anyway." Mug shouted, "Young Master Ed, regardless, I can't afford to talk to you in a casual manner." "I'm more comfortable with this," Ed Roth Taylor replied. "Whatever makes you happy." As Ed Roth Taylor chopped wood, he thought to himself, "Although my combat skills are still making slow progress, my physical stamina has greatly increased. Now I'm no longer inferior to the average adult male. The storage is stocked with meat, vegetables, spices, and such, and I no longer need to sleep outdoors while hungry. I can easily master the classes with simple memorization and sequence theories with enough time and effort. Reducing sleep and repeatedly practicing will forcibly cram the information into my head, so that has nothing to do with talent. Every day is a forced march for me, and while I can't say these days are gentle on me, they're definitely better than when I started." Ed Roth Taylor dozed off, but suddenly, Janica Faylover called out, "Snap out of it!" "What's wrong?" Ed Roth Taylor apologized. "Sorry, Janica. I was thinking about something, so I was kind of out of it." Janica Faylover replied, "Don't overdo it. It's good to work hard, but you should value your health more." Ed Roth Taylor thought, "I gotta focus. I received 3 letters today. The first came from the academy, while the second letter was from the merchantry. Neither were particularly remarkable. But I need to read the third letter with full attention, because this is evidence that the flow of the story has already significantly distorted. The main event of Act 2, The negotiation for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire is currently in progress. Originally, the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire was a tug-of-war between the Academy and the merchantry. However, because of LT's downfall, the original client who requested LT to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire, which eventually resulted in a three-way conflict between the Academy, the LT Merchant Association, and the Roth-Taylor family. Crepin Roth-Taylor planned to use the sage's sealed grimoire to research eternal life, and when things went south, he personally jumped into the negotiations. Patriarch Crepin Roth-Taylor is a boss who only appears in Act 4, the failed swordsman of Sylvania, and he is so strong at this point that there's no way to suppress him. No matter what, I must exclude him from this episode. If he gets the sage's sealed grimoire, he'll just walk away coolly. But if he gets the sage's sealed grimoire after already being strong enough to be the final boss of Act 4, then it might be impossible to clear the game, regardless of any information advantage I have. This letter includes Crepin Roth-Taylor's actions and suspicions about them. It also has an invitation for me, and the sender of the letter is. Elsewhere, Claire reported to Princess Phinia, "I'm back from the northern woods. As you instructed, I delivered the letter." Princess Phinia, sipping her tea, replied, "Good job, Claire." She thought to herself, Principal Obo came to say that Sylvania's financial situation is already desperate. As it is a private institution, I can't just support the Sylvania Academy as I want. If this continues, the merchantry will eventually get the sage's sealed grimoire. It'd be embarrassing for it to be sold for money when it's like the heart of the Academy, so Obo secretly asked for my help. But, Princess Phinia said aloud, "This is strange. How did Crepin Roth-Taylor know to participate in this negotiation?" Claire speculated. That boy Ed might have reported it. He lives inside the Academy, so he could have heard the rumors. If I were in that boy's shoes, I'd do whatever it takes to be acknowledged again and return to my family. Suddenly, Lotel Kesheln interjected, "I doubt it. Can someone like me of low status have the honor of clinking teacups with the princess?" Princess Phinia responded, "This is unexpected, Lortel. I thought you hated me." Lortel Kesheln replied, "Oh, that's an unfair accusation, Princess Phinia. Otherwise, why would I come to offer you such sincere advice? Crepin Roth-Taylor getting involved in the negotiation for the sage's sealed grimoire this time is probably because of my father, not Ed." "What?" Lortel Kesheln continued. "It seems that from the beginning, Crepin Roth-Taylor had requested my father, LT Kesheln, to purchase the item. Well, I had no idea about it, though. Even though my father lost his position, his plan to purchase the sage's sealed grimoire has not changed. After all, the Elta Merchantry has put a lot of time and effort into it." Princess Phinia said, "How strange. Isn't the LT Merchantry planning to sell the sage's sealed grimoire to the Roth-Taylor family after purchasing it? It seems to me like the interests of your two families align. So why did the LT Merchantry and the Roth-Taylor family appear to be competing for the purchase of the grimoire?" Lortel Kesheln replied, "It's because I have no intention of selling the grimoire to the Roth-Taylor family. Given the current circumstances, it'd be better for me not to get too close to the business connections associated with my father." Princess Phinia asked, "Why are you telling me the internal matters of the LT Merchantry?" Lortel Kesheln explained, "Because the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You'd benefit from keeping the Roth-Taylor family in check, and I get to obtain the grimoire. It's a win-win situation. I also stepped in, thinking that my poor senior Ed might suffer harm. Should I say it's me looking out for him as his junior?" Princess Phinia questioned. "You're worried about him?" Lortel Kesheln said. "He's already separated from his family and is living a new life. So it would be unfair if he were misunderstood as being connected to the Roth-Taylor family, no?" Princess Phinia thought to herself, Lortel is worried about someone else. What is she actually thinking? Princess Phinia said aloud, "Still, that boy is definitely useful." Lortel Kesheln responded, "I might ask for his help on a personal level, appeal to authority, and even give out orders. But if he still doesn't open his mouth despite that, then..." Princess Phinia asked, "If he doesn't, then what?" "Then I'll have no choice but to use him." Lortel Kesheln put down her tea and stood up, saying, "Deceive and exploit." Princess Phinia looked at Lortel Kesheln, who laughed and teared up, saying, "Who's exploiting who again?" Claire exclaimed, "How dare you say that in front of the princess?" Lortel Kesheln said, "Princess Phinia, just for this matter, we are allies, aren't we? So I genuinely want to give you some sincere advice. Don't try to use him in a half-assed attempt, because you might end up being used instead." Claire insisted, "We must hold her accountable for her impudence, princess." Princess Phinia responded, "No need, Claire." She thought to herself, "How confusing. I can't tell what that Ed Roth-Taylor is up to, And then there's Kreppenroth Taylor, who suddenly joined the bidding for the grimoire out of nowhere. But perhaps she's the one I actually need to be wary of. Even though I'm a princess, she acts all high and mighty and doesn't bow down to me at all. Lortel Keshon. I wonder if I'll ever get to see her get flustered or not know what to do. In another scene, Lortel Keshon said, "What?" Janica Failover greeted Lortel Keshon. "Hey, Lortel. Long time no see. How have you been doing?" Edroth Taylor replied, "Things just turned out this way at the LT Company's Sylvania branch." Lortel Keshon apologized. "I'm sorry, Janica. I didn't know you'd be coming too, so I only prepared 2 cups of Pulance and rosemary tea. Would you like some cold water?" Janica Failover replied, "Yes, that's fine." Your merchantry's commodity warehouse looked like it was teeming with tea-making supplies, but since it's merchandise, I guess you can't offer it to guests. Lortel Keshon confirmed. "Yes, that's precisely it," Edroth Taylor said to Janica Failover. "I'll take the cold water." "You drink the tea, Janica." Janica Failover agreed. "Okay." Lortel Keshon became frustrated in the background and said, "Ah, right. You should take the magic engineering equipment." Edroth Taylor replied, "Got it." Janica Failover observed, "These are clearly brand new items without even a speck of dust on them. Didn't you say giving away free goes against merchandise for your ethics as a merchant?" Lortel Keshon retorted, "Oh my, Janica, you really don't have an eye for goods. If you look closely, these items have many defects." Janica Failover got angry and said, "That's it? You did this on purpose." Lortel Keshon responded, "Well, in the end, what matters isn't whether it's marketable or not, but that it helps Ed." Edroth Taylor said, "Thanks, but it feels a bit wrong to take this for free. I haven't even paid for the item last time yet. This is already the 4th time." Lortel Keshon said, "Just come regularly to renew the contract, and there won't be much of a problem." "It's just a small amount to me," Janica Failover suggested. "Wouldn't it be better for you to just quickly finish paying and end the contract?" Lortel Keshon replied, "Well, that's something for me and Ed to discuss, not you." Janica Failover said, "Geez, seriously. Even so, even if you say that," Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "I can feel a familiar sensation taking over my body again. It feels like I'm floating in water. Lately, I've been feeling this quite often because of my workload. I have to keep an eye on Kreppenroth Taylor, who butted in on the fight for the grimoire. There's still 2 weeks left for that, so right now my priority should be making a mattress for the bed. I can stuff it with feathers or assorted fabrics and sewn cloth to make it fluffy. I also need to prepare the fawn I caught the other day. The inside of the cabin needs cleaning again too. Speaking of which, there's also Lucy Maril's jerky." Suddenly, Edroth Taylor dozed off again while Janica Failover and Lortel Keshon called him. In another scene, Princess Fenia thought to herself, "Isn't it about time I acknowledged his resolute demeanor while fishing at the camp? His calmness and precision when he gave orders to solve the situation during the Glaskin raid battle. His reputation among students, saying he focuses only on his studies, and Lortel's warning not to judge him lightly? Maybe my insight was off. I need to make sure of it one final time. That's why I ordered him to visit me here in the royal residence." Princess Fenia said aloud, "Claire, is tomorrow's schedule set? What time will Edroth Taylor arrive?" Claire replied, "Princess, it seems he won't be able to visit for a while." Princess Fenia asked, "Why is that?" "It's a royal command, so no matter what, he shouldn't be able to refuse." Claire explained, Edroth Taylor passed out from overwork. A system notification appeared. Status effect, exhaustion. Symptoms include high fever due to overwork, indigestion, chronic fatigue, migraine, a periodic comatose state, difficulty breathing, deteriorating vision, mana complications, and muscle laxity. Please take adequate rest to recover from this condition. Edroth Taylor moaned in exhaustion and thought to himself, "It's hard to breathe. My whole body feels heavy, and my lower belly feels hot." He saw Lucy Maril sleeping on his belly. In her sleep, Lucy Maril muttered, Too salty, just a little salt." Edroth Taylor said to himself, "This brat's even talking in her sleep. Lucy Maril is way too light, just like she looks, maybe even lighter than that. So much so that you doubt she's even human, yet I can't move at all. Since Lucy Maril doesn't seem to be any different from usual, there must be something wrong with my body. This is total physical breakdown. This looks like my cabin. The blanket looks new. Is it from the Elte Merchantry?" Lucy Maril woke up and said, "I'm hungry." Edroth Taylor asked, "Do you really do nothing but eat and sleep?" Lucy Maril replied, while making a ball of mana. Congratulations, you've woken up. Your mana was horribly distorted. You've been overtraining in magic and learning spirit magic on top of that. Repeating this for months is why you're currently like this. Ed Roth Taylor asked, were you like this the whole time I was asleep? Lucy Merrill answered, it wasn't that difficult, but it was so boring. I fell asleep several times. I was walking on eggshells the whole time too. It was a hassle. Well, it was necessary, so it's not like they could say much. Don't get sick. Getting sick is hard. People die from it. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Lucy Merrill had watched Glocked, a grandfather figure for her, die in bed from a disease. He said aloud, thank you. Suddenly, Jix Effelstein said, oh, you're awake. Jix, from the magic faculty, continued, I wasn't sure if I could use the cabin stove, so I started a fire outside for now. He saw Lucy Merrill on top of Ed Roth Taylor, and Lucy went silent, taking her magic hat and flying out of the chimney. Jix Effelstein said, Ed, how many times does this make it? It makes sense, though. It's not unusual for strong men to have several partners. Is this the so-called openness of this civilization? Perhaps I've been viewing this civilization from too rigid a perspective. Ed Roth Taylor asked, why are you here? Jix Effelstein replied, Janica is out for attendance and Lortel had to return because she couldn't delay business any longer. Your hair is... That's because it's autumn now. Jix fed Ed Roth Taylor, who didn't like what he made. Ed Roth Taylor said, I usually eat a lot, but this is... Jix Effelstein responded, nothing we can do about it, though it probably would have been better if someone better like Elka or Clara did it. But Lortel said absolutely no women. Ed Roth Taylor said, as usual, I should check the scenario. Speaking of which, I heard that the students from the alchemy faculty secretly mass-produce mandragoras and cause an accident. Jix Effelstein said, Vera, that troublemaker. In the end, Taylor and Clebius quickly handled it. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, good. Act 2, Scene 5, Academy Exploration, seems to have wrapped up nicely. Jix Effelstein said, I heard a rumor that a monster handled by the Telos Order snuck into the Academy's underground water system. Ed Roth Taylor said, there was a rumor like that? He thought to himself, Act 2, Scene 7, Demon of the Sewers, seems to have gone by without any problems too. Now the only major event left is the struggle for the grimoire. Ed Roth Taylor asked, by the way, how long have I been passed out? Jix Effelstein replied, today makes it 10 days. Everyone will be thrilled to see you awake. Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and said, what? Jix Effelstein said, still, they won't be able to see you today. Janica's at the academy right now, and Lortel has an important negotiation to prepare for tomorrow. She had no choice but to leave. Ed Roth Taylor grabbed the bowl and thought to himself, while he gulped down the entire bowl, I thought I just passed out for a day or two, but if I slept for 10 days, he said aloud, hey Jix. Jix Effelstein replied, yeah? Ed Roth Taylor said, I need to send a message to Lortel right now. He thought to himself, then I don't have time. The day after Ed woke up. Act 2, Scene 10, the one full of variables. The struggle over the sage's sealed grimoire has started. The ones involved are Princess Fina Cloel, the representative of the Ultimate Chantry's leader, Lortel Cashel, and the man who strayed from the original storyline. The patriarch of the Duke family Roth Taylor, Crepin Roth Taylor, the final boss of Act 4. In another scene, a person said to Princess Fina, I'm really glad to see you looking healthy. While Princess Fina cut her steak and remained silent, he continued, it's been quite some time, but I never got the chance to formally apologize to you. I heard you had a tough time because of a foolish and thoughtless member of our family. A paper was published saying Ed Roth Taylor was disowned by his family. He continued speaking to Princess Fina, as you ordered, we disowned him, but I'd still like to apologize once again. Princess Fina responded, it's fine. Don't worry about it too much, Crepin. Princess Fina thought to herself, Crepin Roth Taylor. He's of the same bloodline as Ed Roth Taylor. Before that, he's a noble, dignified, compassionate, and wise head of a ducal family. You can feel the respect his attendants have for him in their every single action as they serve him. But my eyes see the true him. This man is clearly evil. You are the proxy of the LT Trading Company, I presume. I am Lortel Cashel. It is an honor to be in your presence, said Lortel Cashel. Crepin Roth Taylor said, so you're the only daughter of LT Cashel, the Golden King. I have heard much about his insight and adventurous spirit. Lortel Cashel responded, we go wherever there's a good profit to be made. After all, we follow wherever the scent of money leads us. Crepin Roth-Taylor said. I see. The paper mentioned the negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire. Assemble the negotiation team. Lunch. Check the condition of the sage's sealed grimoire. Confirm the purchase method. Each participant writes down their proposed bid price, and the highest bidder gets to buy it. Princess Phineas said to herself, the sage's grimoire is a treasure of the Sylvania Academy. The Academy doesn't want it publicly known that they are selling such a valuable item due to financial difficulties. So Principal Obo Forcius came up with a wise plan. I will vouch for it as an observer with my status as a princess, and the principal's proxy, Vice Principal Rachel, will quietly conduct the auction. And the method is as simple as it could get. Right here, right now, the highest bidder gets the grimoire. I heard about the trading method in advance and looked into similar book trades, she added. A system notification said, Book of Order. The legendary alchemist Carl has imbued it with over a dozen alchemy spells. Flengold coins, 8,100 coins. Another notification said, Book of Similitude, the only analysis book on biological replication magic stored in the Royal Library. Flengold coins, 6,730. And another, Magic Travelogue, a magic travelogue handwritten by Archmage Glocked while exploring the mysterious southern continent. Flengold coins, 7,020 coins. Princess Phineas thought to herself, intrinsic magical value, academic value as a research subject, and value as a simple luxury. Lortel probably knows the prices and transaction records of way more books by heart. But who will take it home is Crepin Roth-Taylor. The mediator said, I have received the bid amount. Thank you both for presenting your valuable opinions. Princess Phineas thought, a single bid auction with no upper limit. The key in this rule is knowing the opponent's maximum bid amount. Lortel Keshon said, we go wherever there's a good profit to be made. Princess Phineas thought, Lortel revealed her intention to make a profit. If she's aiming to make a profit, Lortel wouldn't bid more than the highest book transaction price of 8,100 coins. Anything higher would be hard to resell and would result in a loss. If Crepin simply bids a bit more than Lortel's highest possible bid of 8,100 coins, the grimoire will be his. The mediator said, I will now reveal the bid amounts. Bidder Crepin Roth-Taylor, 8,500 Flengold coins. Princess Phineas thought to herself, as expected, Crepin Roth-Taylor is not someone who would visit the Academy just to make a profit from book transactions. The important question is why he wants it enough to pay such a large amount. The mediator announced, Bidder Lortel K. Kelm, 9,400 coins. Princess Phineas was shocked and said, What? The mediator said, The purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will proceed with the LT Trading Company. Princess Phineas thought to herself, so she wasn't after profit. Crepin Roth-Taylor was angry and said to his people, Let's return. For the contract signing, proxy of the LT Trading Company, please move to the private room. All right, and they all went out. Princess Phineas thought to herself, what is her real goal then? Could it be? Princess Phineas remembered what Lortel Keshon said to her. Princess Phineas, we are allies in this matter. Princess Phineas thought to herself, from the beginning, Lortel's goal was just to prevent the scroll from falling into the hands of an evil man like Crepin? No, she's not the type to act out of justice. Even if she did, the fact that Crepin is an evil man and that his intentions are dark is something even I can only guess. I couldn't find any evidence, even with my authority as the princess. Someone must have requested or ordered this. Someone is controlling Lortel from behind. Someone who knows the dark nature of Crepin Roth-Taylor and wants to stop him. Previously, Lortel Keshon had said, I wanted to make sure you knew that it's mere speculation that my senior Ed was clinging to the Roth-Taylor family. Princess Phineas thought to herself, even after being disowned by his family and thrown into the wild, he lived with such determination that he collapsed from overwork. Even then, he fought against the darkness of the Roth-Taylor family until the very end. Ed Roth-Taylor, Claire, shocked, assisted the trembling Princess Phineas and said, Princess. Princess Phineas stammered, What, have done? She thought to herself, how could I drive such a person to ruin? Overwhelmed with guilt, Princess Phineas felt a heavy burden lift from her misunderstanding, which might have been a blessing in disguise. A letter was given to Lortel Keshon, stating, Transaction Contract Certificate Buyer, Lortel Keshon, LT Trading Company Seller. Orel Forcius, Sylvania Academy, Transaction Amount, 9. 400 Flengold coins transfer of title, within 7 days from the signing of the certificate. Further contract details. Lortel Keshon said, So if I resell the grimoire to Duke Crepin, the least amount I can buy it back for is 8,500 coins, right? Since it was bought for 9,400, the difference is about 900 coins. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, saying she wouldn't sell the grimoire back to Crepin was just a merchant's lie. Lortel Cachon added, I don't care if you resell it or not. With the purchase certificate of the grimoire, I can ask for any favor. Literally, anything. She continued, how could he mention doing anything in front of a merchant? You've made a mistake quite unbefitting of yourself, Ed. A free pass for Ed for just 900 coins. That's a bargain. Lortel Cachon put the certificate in her chest and went to bed thinking of the possibilities it opened up, savoring the moment and repeating, anything. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, if the princess saw this expression of hers, she would have coughed up blood. At Ed Roth Taylor's cabin, he remarked, so in the end, Lortel won. Jix Ethelstein said, you should have seen Lortel's face when I delivered that letter. It's a relief Elka is so innocent. Ed Roth Taylor replied, yeah, and thought to himself, Lortel bet on her sexual attraction to me, and Roth Taylor must have bet on insider information he got. I do feel a bit sorry, thinking about what will happen next. Suddenly, Janica Failover shouted, Ed, you're awake, and rushed towards him. Jix Ethelstein said to Janica Failover, Janica, it's not even lunchtime yet. Did you come here all the way from the faculty building? Janica Failover replied, I'm already done with my morning classes. I don't have any more classes to attend, and I'll do my assignments at night. Ed Roth Taylor said, oh, sorry for worrying you, Janica. I heard everything from Jix. I heard I caused you a lot of trouble. Janica Failover responded, huh? No, Jix Ethelstein added, but you were running around the academy crying, and that spread rumors about you being heartbroken and so on. As Janica Failover pinched Jix Ethelstein's cheeks and grabbed his hair, he continued, and last time, you even barged into the academy's conference. Janica Failover cut him off by shouting at him. Janica Failover, calling for his pedo-bear, made him shut up and dragged him away, saying, that's a funny story, Jix. But you know, the weather's so cold today. Be careful not to catch a cold. And she waved goodbye. Ed Roth Taylor silently observed them. Mug, scared and crying, held onto Janica Failover's hair and pleaded, please kill me, Master Ed. Please kill me. I, the foolish Mug, had no idea that you were pushing yourself so hard. Ed Roth Taylor said, what? You were here, Mug. Mug explained, I wanted to jump out and apologize immediately, but I feared my presence might affect your mana. So I received mana from Lady Janica instead. Ed Roth Taylor replied, why are you making such a fuss? Jix Ethelstein, returning with a bug bump on his head, said, considering you were unconscious for the past 10 days, he's not overreacting. Ed Roth Taylor said, well, yeah, I can understand why he'd act like that if I was unconscious for 10 days. Suddenly, he remembered, wait a minute, 10 days? If I was unconscious for 10 days, all the meat would be spoiled by now. The fishing nets must have broken because I didn't maintain them. I lost all my food supplies. That means I gotta start from the beginning again. Janica Failover interjected, you're planning to overdo it again, aren't you? It's fine. I'll help you. Jix Ethelstein said, I also have some free time until the next exam. I can help with hunting or woodworking. When it comes to work, you just have to handle things as they come, and everything will somehow work out. Ed Roth Taylor remembered and looked at his tent, thinking, it suddenly occurred to me. It wasn't that long ago that I was under the hastily built wooden shelter in the forest with nothing, not even a penny. I slept alone in the darkness, getting bitten by insects without anyone to rely on. A lot of things have been pretty tedious, but regardless, I've resolved way more issues and survived until now. He's right. Everything will somehow work out. Janica Failover looked at Ed Roth Taylor with concern, and a spirit named Marilda said, he looks really tired. Janica Failover replied, you think so too, Marilda. Marilda responded, but this is your chance. That Red Fox is busy with negotiations and whatnot right now, so she can't come to the camp often. You should take advantage of this time. Janica Failover said, yeah. Marilda continued, in that sense, that girl is quite clever. You need to learn from her. Whether you like it or not, if you want to win a man, you need to become a fox too. First of all, we need to fix your outfit. You look like a country housewife. Janica Failover said, right. I look really shabby. Marilda said, that's perfect. Janica Failover asked, Marilda explained, unlike your usual lively and energetic self, guys fall for that opposite side of you, who's so great at managing everyday tasks. Be sly. Subtly show him that side of yours while pretending not to. That'd be nice, Janica Faylover asked. Really? Marilda replied. While you're at it, roll up your sleeves more and tie your hair up. You give off the vibes of a wife who's been through hard times with him. That's good. You're going to see him today, right? Go and make some progress today. Marilda is a high-ranking wind spirit and a dating expert, but has no dating experience. Janica Faylover asked. Progress? Marilda said. Don't mind that part. Tell me, Janica, when you went to the camp today to help him out, what were you planning to do? How were you thinking of getting closer to him? Janica Faylover replied. I wasn't planning to do anything. Marilda looked at Janica Faylover silently and howled loudly. The spirit birds were startled by Marilda's howl, and one of them said, What's going on? Marilda's howling so sadly, Marilda exclaimed. That's ridiculous. At a time like this, with this opportunity, do you think a tough guy like him will struggle like this ever again? Look at how he's growing. He's growing at such a ridiculous speed. Do you think a time like this will come easily again? There's no better winning strategy than being with him in times of hardship. You need to use your position as the person who supported him during tough times. Even if it is a bit calculated. Even if you look a bit cunning. Janica Faylover said, That's true. But the plan I had in mind, just listen to me. Janica Faylover whispered to Marilda, and she listened. Marilda said, I see, that's pretty good. Back at Ed Roth Taylor's cabin, he thought to himself, It's quite late at night. The stew that Janica made was really good, on a different level compared to what Jix made. Maybe I should learn how to cook from her myself, but more importantly, I should focus on recovering. After all the help I've received, I can't keep looking tired forever. I can't say I'm in good condition right now. My headache and slight fever are coming back. Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor noticed someone opening the door and said, Huh? Janica Faylover said quietly, You look tired, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor saw Janica Faylover smiling and thought to himself, You didn't go back? Janica Faylover giggled. Ed Roth Taylor wondered to himself, What are you planning? Janica Faylover said, You look tired, Ed. You didn't go back. What are you trying to do? And she laughed and went inside. She sat beside the bed and said, I'm not trying to do anything. Nothing at all? Ed Roth Taylor tried to sit up. Janica Faylover continued, You don't have to pretend like you're not having a hard time. It's the same for everyone. Exhaustion comes at you both physically and mentally. I know you're working hard and enduring a tougher schedule than anyone else. A lot of people helped and comforted me when I was having a hard time, but in the end, what helped me the most wasn't someone's rushed support or comfort, but a person quietly staying by my side. You've had a hard time, haven't you? Great job, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Janica Faylover and said, You don't need to go that far? Janica Faylover shouted, Hey, come on, you've been struggling. You gotta acknowledge that to be able to rest. Admit it. You've had a hard time, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor went back to bed and said, Yay. I had a hard time. He then inhaled deeply and exhaled. A really hard time, seriously. A few hours later, the sun shone through the window. Ed Roth Taylor woke up, sat up in his bed and said, Phew. He silently thought and looked at Janica Faylover, who was sleeping beside his bed and drooling. Ed Roth Taylor smiled and laughed. He said to himself, I've made a full recovery. A system notification said, Life skills details, rank, intermediate craftsman specialty, carpentry handiness level, 14 design level, 10 gathering ability level, 8 carpentry level, 8 stone masonry level, 6 hunting level, 10 fishing level, 5 cooking level, 6 repairing level, 5 advanced crafting skill slot. Spirit Formula Infusion, a system notification said, Advanced crafting skill slot, magic engineering skill proficiency, 2 understanding of magic engineering products, 3 quick production. 3 a system notification said, collected crafting formulas, weak wind emitter level 1, echo noise generator level 1, sensory automatic magic chessboard level 1, analyzing. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, I couldn't make as much progress as I planned in 10 days, especially in the research of magic engineering products. Advanced crafting skills greatly affect core stats and are far more versatile than general skills. The problem is that there's a clear limit to how much one can grow just by self-studying via reassembling magic engineering items. Most magic engineering product recipes are rewards from main scenario quests, so as someone who doesn't want to interfere with the scenario, it's hard to get them directly. But it looks like Taylor isn't particularly interested in magic engineering. It's probably because even with the recipes, you can't make useful magic engineering products right away. A system notification said, lack of material items. Ed continued, to craft, you need materials that may be obtained only in the later stages of the original scenario. However, my situation is different. L'Hotel Cacon said, what are you thinking about? While Ed Roth Taylor was spacing out. He said to himself, because here, I have someone who can procure any materials from even the other side of the world. L'Hotel Cacon said, I'm relieved to see you're better now. I was so worried. I'm glad to see you're healthy too. Ed Roth Taylor replied, do I look healthy? Despite how I seem, I'm suffering from chronic fatigue right now. L'Hotel Cacon stood up and said, my, oh my. My hair is dry and my skin is rough. It was such a struggle getting it back to normal. Yet you came all the way to the northern forest when you're so busy. She sat beside Ed Roth Taylor and said, well, I need to rest too. And there's something I need to tell you. It's weird to call it the LT Trading Company when LT has been ousted, right? So, I'm going to change the name to just Trading Company and restructure the business. I need someone to help with employee management, asset management, product flow, and external affairs. Basically, a company executive Ed Roth Taylor looked at L'Hotel Cacon silently. L'Hotel Cacon continued, imagine this. You wake up in the morning and go work at the trading company building and we're only a wall apart. You get such great benefits. As a company executive of the LT Trading Company, I give you shares of my personal assets too. It'd almost be like we're married. Oh dear, why am I rambling so much? She laughed, thinking about her being together with Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor said to her, L'Hotel, isn't it weird that you go that far for me? L'Hotel Cacon was suddenly silent. She put her hood on and said, you don't even know anything. Ed Roth Taylor said, what? L'Hotel Cacon said, I know how you feel, Ed. You must be thinking, what's wrong with her? Or, I can't make such an important decision based off the fleeting emotions of a young girl. You probably want to keep things professional with me until the end. Ed Roth Taylor said, well, not necessarily. He thought to himself, that's exactly what I want. But that's because you don't know. After living a lifetime in a world where hundreds of gold coins come and go and where you're betrayed if you don't betray them first. What do you think becomes most important? L'Hotel Cacon said, a person who will never betray you. Someone who will stay by your side even if all your wealth is no more someday. She put her hand on Ed Roth Taylor's hand and said, someone who, even if the whole world turns his back on you, will stay. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, to some, that's family. To others, a lover. To a few, a friend for decades. But to L'Hotel, who has seen countless wealthy and great merchants rise and fall, the fact that that could someday happen to her is a constant fear. L'Hotel Cacon seductively said, no more and no less. Can't you just stay by my side? Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and said, L'Hotel, say that without trying to hold your laughter in. L'Hotel Cacon said while laughing, it didn't work, huh? What a shame. I almost had you, Ed Roth Taylor said. The way your tone changed in the middle was too obvious, you idiot. L'Hotel Cacon said, I'm human too, you know. My spine kept tingling. But how was it? Did you feel a little protective of me? Usually, when I show such a timid side of me, it touches their hearts and makes them waver. Ah, what a shame. But still, it wasn't completely a lie. Ed Roth Taylor looked at L'Hotel Cacon and silently thought. Then he said, I'm planning to graduate from Silovlania. I don't intend to leave this school until I do. If I don't have anything set for what to do after graduation then. L'Hotel Cacon suddenly stood up and said, well, I can wait until you graduate, but you know you don't really have a choice, right? I might use this free pass soon. It was great seeing you again after so long. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, I feel like I've done something terrible. Just thinking about what'll happen in the future, I feel like I owe her. L'Hotel Cacon hid in a tree and said to herself, that was risky. She thought of saying to Ed Roth Taylor, you belong to me now. She said to herself, I was planning to say that to him at the end, but seeing him like that messed up my plan. If I had gotten out of there a second later, I would have shown my true face. I even brought the change from the magic engineering products payment. Brought it all back except for one gold coin. It'd be awkward to go see him again now. I can just leave it in the hut, right? L'Hotel Cacon looked at the cabin in the woods. Suddenly, the door opened, and Janica Failover said, Ed went to the river, right? I should prepare a snack before he comes back. L'Hotel Cacon looked at Janica Failover and was confused. She asked, why did you come out of there, Janica? Janica Failover replied, why did you come from the river? Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, It was the beginning of a new disaster for Ed too. In a different scene, Mug said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Your intake of meat and vegetables today is severely insufficient, young Master Ed. You need to make up for it at dinner and drink enough water." Ed Roth Taylor, while chopping wood, said, All right. Mug said, "If you collapse again, I really will die. For my sake, please live healthily. I want to maintain our contract relationship for a long time, young Master Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said to Mug, "Looks like Tarkin scolded you. There are unreasonable people everywhere, no matter where you go. Sorry about that, Mug. Anyway, thanks to Jix and Janica, I have enough food and firewood. And thanks to Lortel, I can now also furnish the place. The only thing on my mind are the 3 letters I received before collapsing from overexhaustion. One was from Lortel, warning me to be careful as we don't know what LT might do. Another was a personal letter from Princess Fenia regarding Crepin's movements. And the last one was from the Academy, but the sender was completely unexpected. Professor Glast. He sent me a letter telling me that he wanted to have a private conversation with me after the conference. Unfortunately, I couldn't meet him because I was unconscious. A system notification said, "Status effect, exhaustion." I have no idea why he summoned me. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2, and Act 2's final scene has already begun. I remember most of the content of Act 2's final scene. Professor Glast always believed that a select few with talent could change the world. To revive Salavlania, the great sage with the most talent in history, he researched aspectual magic, which could distort the laws of the world. To complete aspectual magic, he needed the sage's sealed grimoire, but Salavlania Academy fell for Lortel's plot and sold it. In his desperation, he stole the sage's sealed grimoire and tried to inject Salavlania's spirit into Isla's body, who was born with aspectual magic, to usher in another progressive era. It was literally a madman's narrative. But then Taylor steps in to save Isla. He breaks through the traps and the secret laboratory, the Spirit Library, in the underground waterway. After having his entire scheme go awry, Professor Glass made a rather abrupt statement before falling from the top of the magic tower. Despite only dreaming of academic advancement and the discovery of talented individuals, his final words were. What were his final words again? In any case, the final battle of Act 2, The Beginning of the Glass Conquest War, is a book that changes the owner of the sage's sealed grimoire, the connection formula. It begins with Professor Glass kidnapping Taylor's friend, Isla. Professor Glass said, "Are you awake, Isla Triss?" Isla Triss replied while she was on the floor, "Don't come near me," Professor Glass said. Makes sense. The demon of the underground waterway is quite terrifying, isn't it? Isla Triss said, "It's your fault." "Why on earth? Why? I hate you." And she screamed, "Ed Roth Taylor." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Aren't you being way too mean? I mean, we were both kidnapped." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "I got kidnapped too." Ed Roth Taylor was silent, and he thought of the Act 2, final scene, Glass Conquest War. The finale starts now. Ed Roth Taylor said, "I mean, we were both kidnapped." Then he said to himself, "I got kidnapped too. This wasn't my original plan. It was the Act 2, final scene, Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania Glass Conquest War." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, 3 days ago, I finished everything I hadn't been able to do in 10 days, but not being able to train in that period feels like I wasted so much time. The Glass Conquest War is about to start. It's such a shame I haven't raised my magic engineering stats yet. Well, for magic engineering training, I also need blueprints and materials. Wait a minute, I just thought of a way to drastically raise my magic engineering stats. The final scene of Act 2, The Glass Conquest War, has 4 battle stages. Among the 4, the hardest is Phase 3, the Secret Laboratory. The boss of this stage, the Spirit Library's librarian Reina, is so strong that it's hard to clear that stage without the Sword Saint's form. But that's a problem for Taylor to solve, and what I'm interested in is the contents of that Spirit Library. It's full of valuable magic engineering blueprints. Just from what I remember, there are over a dozen of them, and there are even 2 blueprints for legendary grade magic engineering items. However, it'll be dangerous, but it should be fine if I just don't go in alone, right? In another scene at the Academy, Professor Glass said Adele from Class B and Ayla from Class C will join Class A next semester. There really are a lot of talented people this year. Even if they join midway, there won't be any disruption to the class content, so there's no reason to worry about that. Lortel Cashel said to herself while looking at Jix Effelstein and Lucy Merrill sleeping peacefully. There are a lot of talented people. Class A only has 3 students right now, and it will only increase to 5 next semester. Makes sense. There have been years when there was no Class A for Professor Glass to supervise. Ayla may not be great when it comes to combat, but they say she has incredible affinity for spectral magic. Jix Effelstein stood up, and Professor Glass said, "What is it?" Jix Effelstein said, "I'm hesitant to say this, but can the criteria for Class A be strictly determined by talent? Students who put in effort might bloom in unexpected ways." Professor Glass replied, "Do you think I am ruining and underestimating them by denigrating and neglecting their efforts, Jix Effelstein?" Jix Effelstein went silent. Professor Glass continued, "Sorry, but I don't think so. In fact, the surest way to ruin someone's life is to instill premature confidence in vague talent and support them inadequately." Lortel Cashel thought to herself, "Before entering Sylvania, I looked into the academic faculty. His self-righteous, almost obstinate obsession with talent is probably because of his daughter. Professor Glass's only daughter, Marie, was an average mage, but he had endless faith in her. As a parent, it was natural. However, Marie took it not as her father's trust, but as Professor Glass' faith in her, as a faculty member of the magic department. Because of that faith, she prematurely joined a monster raid at a young age and eventually. Since then, I heard Professor Glass became obsessed with proven talent. During most of his tenure at Sylvania Academy, he devoted himself to researching enigmatic spectral magic. But if you know his past, you'll understand. What Professor Glass is pursuing is not spectral magic, but its creator, hailed as the most talented in history, the greatest sage, Sylvania. He's probably bringing Ayla into Class A for his research on spectral magic." Professor Glass suddenly said, "Also, Lortel Cashel, actually, never mind. Since it's not related to the lesson, I'll call you separately tomorrow." Lortel Cashel said to herself, "Is it about the sage's sealed grimoire? He must think it's a shame. After all, they say the grimoire is essential for the research of spectral magic. But anything he says won't be of any use, because the connection ceremony for the passing over the ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire to me is just around the corner." In another class, Assistant Professor Claire said, "That's all for today's lesson." Edroth Taylor said to himself, "The sage's sealed grimoire's connection ceremony is about to start. It was a close call, but I've completed the plan. The core of the operation is to follow right behind. I'll follow Taylor when he's barging through his course from phases 1 to 5 to save Ayla, and I'll pick up any leftover items. I've made a list of must-have items. Especially in phase 3, I'll grab all the magic engineering items in the spirit library. S1 magic engineering item Glock's Eye temporarily increases mana and proficiency in all affinity skills dramatically. Another S1 magic engineering item, Delheim's Hourglass, reverts all physical states by a few seconds." Edroth Taylor continued to say to himself, "Although the effects of these items may seem rigged, because of the difficulty of farming its materials, they can usually only be crafted in the final stages of the scenario, so they won't be of much help to Taylor anyway. I'll take them. And while I'm there, I might as well check out how Taylor's doing in phase 5. Then I'll return to camp, and the plan will be complete." The Glass Conquest War begins on the day of the Sage's sealed grimoire connection ceremony. "I told Janica I lost something in the underground waterway, and that we should go find it together. I thought she'd hate it since it's dark and narrow, but she seemed strangely enthusiastic, which made me feel sorry, as I could sense her concern for me. Still, with a friend great at combat, my plan is perfect." Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire said to Edroth Taylor, "Excuse me, Ed? Professor Glass has called for you." Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "Assistant Professor Claire? I heard from Janica that she visited the cabin recently. Was it to talk about this? The connection ceremony is tomorrow. He must be pretty busy, so why?" Edroth Taylor said to Assistant Professor Claire, All right." Edroth Taylor thought to himself, "I didn't respond to his call last time since I passed out due to overexhaustion. But seeing how he called me again, it must be important, right?" In another scene at Professor Glass' office, Edroth Taylor said, "Why are you here? Ayla?" He thought to himself, "Isn't this reaction a bit much when I didn't even do anything to her? Well, even if it's been over 10 months, it makes sense, since her bad blood with Edroth Taylor is. I did shoot arrows at her after that, so. But more importantly, why is Ayla here? She's supposed to be kidnapped when the Glass Conquest War starts tomorrow. And why was I called on top of that? Could it be?" Suddenly, he scanned through the papers on the desk quickly. "No, these are research records, notes, grimoires. There's nothing indicating a change in the future I know of. If I were to find a connection to Ed Roth Taylor, it's just this one thing. Did Assistant Professor Claire report what she observed about me? If so, Professor Glass might have figured out what I did in the Ophilis Hall. But what does that have to do with this? Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor was shocked, and Ayla Triss got scared. Ed Roth Taylor took out his dagger, and the door opened. It was Professor Glass. Ayla Triss ran towards Professor Glass and said, "Please help me. He's holding a dagger." Professor Glass suddenly looked at Ed Roth Taylor and charged his power, forming a magic circle behind him. He used the skill, Aspectual Magic, Time Prison on Ayla Triss. While Professor Glass was casting his spell, Ed Roth Taylor threw the dagger at him, and Professor Glass tried to block it. Ed Roth Taylor shouted, "Mug," and suddenly it exploded in the face of Professor Glass. Professor Glass said with a deep voice, "You're very quick to catch on to what's going on. Your response is exceptionally smooth. Did you scan all my research materials in that short time? This is strange, though. Just scanning a few documents wouldn't be enough to tell you all of my intentions." Ed Roth Taylor, while hiding, said, "Is there a reason you must restrain me? Don't you only need Ayla's affinity with Aspectual Magic? You've achieved your goal, so there's no need to restrain me. I can keep my mouth shut," Professor Glass replied. "I have a goal here. I'm doing this for my sake, so don't think too harshly of me." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "At least give me some explanation. This is too much. How can he just vaguely tell me not to think too harshly of him? Makes sense. Even if I managed to escape from this place, Professor Glass wouldn't leave me alone. It would only disrupt the scenario. Besides, if I'm kidnapped here, I'll probably be locked up with Ayla in the secret lab. It's like getting a direct bus to Phase 3. Should I just let him kidnap me?" Professor Glass suddenly got serious and asked Ed Roth Taylor, "Have you decided to fight back, or did you come up with some plan?" "Good. It's not such a bad deal for you either." He used his skill, Time Prison, on Ed Roth Taylor, making him stop. Papers flew all over. Professor Glass looked at him and thought to himself, "Ed Roth Taylor. I was suspicious at first, but he's so academically successful while living a life in the wilderness. It's like he lives 48 hours in a day. I can't imagine the effort he exerts." In the past, Professor Glass said to Assistant Professor Claire, "That's not what you said when you were calling him some secret mastermind, Assistant Professor Claire." Assistant Professor Claire said, "But I didn't expect his academic record to be like this." Professor Glass thought to himself, "When I saw him in combat in the Crystal Ball, I noticed his knack for combat is extraordinary, but that was clearly the approach of a weak person. Analyzing the opponent thoroughly and using all available means is the way of a weak person, a product of effort, not talent." His expression, which showed no hint of unease, also reminds me of something I lost in the past. The daughter who said, "I'll bring honor to your name through my achievements, Dad." It reminds me of that memory again, Professor Glass silently thought. Suddenly, Mug came out from behind Ed Roth Taylor and flew away outside. Mug suddenly flew at Mach 5 speed to Ed Roth Taylor's hut. Inside, Janica Failover was preparing a homemade soup with love and a secret sauce for Ed Roth Taylor. She said, "Ed is running a bit late, huh?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "And so, my magic travelogue of the southern continent comes to an end. As I traveled the world, I realized that there were many magical truths that I had yet to discover. The title of Archmage felt undeserved. My late Master Sylvania, who passed away at a young age, still remains in my memory as a beautiful woman. Looking back now, those years where I felt I was lacking were indeed full of ups and downs. The sorrow that gnawed at my heart on the day I lost my master accumulated over time, and now remains only as an old reflection. Yet in this long life, longing pushes its way forward. Sometimes, regret over what has been lost paralyzes rationality. There are definitely times when I have the urge to shatter the natural principles of the world and twist the truth just to see Sylvania's face one more time. But what is lost is lost. Those who have lost must become stronger, sadly enough. So be strong. To you, who has become the full stop of my life, I dedicate the last sentence of this book. Lucy Mariel cries while holding the magic travelogue of the southern continent. Glocked. Excerpt. In the present, Lucy Mariel rests on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's house and says, I miss him. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. More than anyone, Glocked himself acknowledged and accepted death and waited serenely. So, the girl had no choice but to let him go. Will there come a day when even the pain of loss heals completely, leaving not even a scar? The only thing that temporarily helps her forget that longing is the satisfaction of a pouch of jerky she had. Lucy Maria looks at the bag and says, "Oh, I didn't fill it up." She suddenly looks into the distance and sees Janica Faylover preparing a meal while Mug flies fast towards her. Mug said to Janica Faylover, "The thing is," suddenly Janica Faylover's aura rages. Lucy Marl is confused and sweats. In another scene at Trick's Hall, main conference room, the clandestine connection transfer ceremony of the Sage's Grimoire takes place. Scholars looking to sell and merchants looking to buy gather. Only the elite members of both groups are present. Among them, attention is drawn to the leaders of each group, Lortel Kesheln, acting head of LT Company, and Obel Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania Academy. Lortel Kesheln said to herself, "He's around the same age, and his image has a similar, but compared to that person, he is different to a strange degree." She said to herself, "Kreppenroth Taylor." After the negotiation to buy the Sage's Grimoire was over, he came to find me, and he requested that I hand over the Sage's Grimoire. Hand over the Sage's scroll to Kreppen. That was the plan from the start, so I wasn't planning on being discreet, but still. The amount that would justify going back on the lie I told Princess Fenia is, Lortel Kesheln said to him, 12,000 coins. And she said to herself, although it was a rather exorbitant amount. Kreppenroth Taylor said, "Fine, I'll buy it right away." And she said to herself, he accepted the deal without hesitation. Kreppenroth Taylor stood up and said, smiling, "Did you know that LT has hired group a mercenary and is heading to Sylvania?" He looked at Lortel Kesheln seriously and said, "I mention this out of caution, but make sure things don't go wrong this time." And she said to herself, he was an unpleasant man, but it didn't matter. The information he had about LT was valuable, and I had also found a place to sell the grimoire. Preparations were complete. Professor Glass said, "Mr. Obel Forcius has relinquished his right to connect to the scroll. Acting head Lortel, please step forward to receive the connection." And she said to herself, "Now I will have the trading profit and the purchase certificate, or rather, an all-access pass to Ed." Suddenly a dark energy covers the area and a magic circle appears on the floor. Golems appear. Obel Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania, tries to hold them back, and Lortel Kesheln said, "The grimoire." Professor Glass holds it and suddenly uses teleportation magic, vanishing. Lortel Kesheln said to herself, "He's gone! My all-access pass to Ed." The narrator said, despite Ed Roth Taylor's absence, the story progresses without a hitch. The final scene of Act 2, the Glass subjugation battle begins. In another scene at Professor Glass' secret laboratory, Isla Triss shouted, "Ed Roth Taylor, why on earth are you here? I hate you." Ed Roth Taylor thinks to himself, by now, Glass should have seized the grimoire. Isla Triss continues to shout, "I hate you so much, you're the worst." Suddenly a person said, "Quiet. If you keep yelling like that, the monster of the underground waterway in front of you might wake up. Consider yourselves lucky." It was Coombe, a researcher of spectral studies. A spectral magic operates by controlling the surrounding magicules or the user's own reserves to bend the laws of nature, using the caster's magic power and imagery as a medium. He said, "Professor Glass advised me not to use you for experiments, since you are important people." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Oh, is that so?" Coombe said, "You're more calm than I expected. Well, anyway, I'll be monitoring you closely while reviewing the research materials, so don't entertain any foolish thoughts." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself while sitting in the cell, "There is nothing more to do now. We just have to wait for Taylor to bring the subjugation squad and cause a ruckus. By then, the library that Taylor passed through will already be devastated. Without any hindrances there, if I manage to sweep up all the replica magic engineering recipes from the magic books, my operation will be complete. Nothing that I'd have to do. No one that I'd need to get rid of. Nothing. The only things that bother me are how easy it seems, which is pricking at my conscience a bit, and also the fact." Ed Roth Taylor said to Isla Triss, "Hey," he thinks to himself, "that I have to be with her." Isla Triss shouted, "If you take even one step, I'll scream. I'll bite my tongue. Don't come any closer." I mean it. You think I'm bluffing?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "I have nothing against you. If I wanted to hurt you, then I wouldn't let such a perfect opportunity go to waste, right?" He said to himself, "Since I've seen this from Taylor's perspective, if I had to say it out loud, I'd say I feel pretty positively about Isla." Isla Triss said, "Lies, you're Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Stop spouting nonsense and sit down. Taylor will definitely come if we wait here." Isla Triss said, "Taylor, do you have the right to say his name?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Why wouldn't I? I'm sorry for the matter with the entrance exam. but I had my own circumstances. And I helped a lot during the Glaskin incident. Even if you can't trust me, you can trust Taylor, right? He will definitely come to rescue you. Isla Triss said to herself in shock, I'm sorry, did Ed Roth Taylor just apologize? That, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor sighed in frustration. Suddenly, Mug said, Young Master Ed, are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? Any scratches on your arms? Any energy loss because of the magic? Can you see okay? Any issues with your sense of smell or hearing? Do you have any numbness in your arms or legs? Any sluggishness or fatigue? Is your face turning yellow or your heart pounding or your pulse racing? I followed the magic reactions. Your spirit connection level was pretty good, but it took some time to detect you. I apologize. I'm sorry I couldn't show up sooner. Ed Roth Taylor said, You brat, where have you been this whole time? Mug, good job finding me here. Isla Triss said, Is that a spirit? You can control spirits too? Before last semester, you were terrible even at basic magic. Ed Roth Taylor said, It's none of your business. He said to himself while he pets Mug. Finally, I have a proper partner to talk to, Isla Triss said. Even so, that spirit can send a rescue request to the outside. Send a rescue request to a staff member or professor whose spirit connection is decent. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, There's no need for me to add another variable by doing something like that. Mug said, Do not worry, young Master Ed. I may not be able to keep you safe, but I have been thoroughly trained in emergency reporting systems more than anyone. Ed Roth Taylor asked, What? Mug said. It took me about half a day to avoid the eyes of numerous monsters and the golem researchers to get here, so it must have been about 2 days from then. But I can still clearly remember it. Miss Janica's angry face was truly beautiful, and her cold fury was real. Not only that, but she also seemed to want to ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. That's like having 1,000,000 troops on our side. Do not worry. One way or another, we will be rescued. Let's stay calm and wait here. Ed Roth Taylor gets angry while Mug trembles and said, You rascal, Isla Triss said, trembling as well. Ed Roth Taylor, why are you making that face? Ed Roth Taylor exhales, then suddenly throws Mug outside and shouts, Oi, you, researcher. Coom, I've changed my mind. I can't stay trapped here. I need to get out. No, get me out of here right now. I'm not joking, Coom said. Ed Roth Taylor, if you make so much noise, the demon across from you will wake up. Ed Roth Taylor said, I'm serious. If I don't get out of here, it's not me, but you who will be in trouble. Coom said, Kiki, just as I thought, after all, you're just a student. Don't ramble too much. Isla Triss said, What's wrong with you all of a sudden? You said if we wait quietly, Taylor will come to rescue us. Suddenly, Mug flew back with the keys. Mug said, You were right. You're quick at analyzing the situation. I don't know how you knew the location of the keys, but in my eyes, such great instructions and actions. Ed Roth Taylor said to Mug, Go now, he thought to himself. This idiot. Why did he have to do something I didn't even ask for? Ed Roth Taylor opened the door but left Isla Triss inside. She exclaimed, You. Ed Roth Taylor said, Shut up. From now on, answer with a yes or a no. Isla Triss said, What? Ed Roth Taylor replied. There are all sorts of monster experiments and haunted magic tools out here. Anyway, it's dangerous. Just cooperate with them, and if they notice that I'm gone, just tell them I escaped. Sell me out immediately. That way they won't hurt you. You can't run properly with your legs having given out, can you? Isla Triss said, But Ed, you. Ed Roth Taylor said, Please don't argue. His eyes turned serious as he added, Yes or no? Isla Triss whispered, Yes. Ed Roth Taylor said, Good. Now keep quiet and stay still. I'll handle it. Then he ran away. New twists inevitably find their way. Raid Bulletin Board. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania Raid Guide, Episode 02. This raid guide is a detailed summary of practical information on the outline and raid for the actual fight against 4. Beginners written by Pepper Ropepe. Final chapter boss of Act 2. Glass the Seeker of Truth # Phase 1. Glass Chase Objective. Chase Senior Professor Glass, who has kidnapped Isla and is fleeing from Trix Hall. Additional objectives. Join up with Jix, the Spear of Greenery. Join up with Adele, the Romantic. Join up with Clebius, the Gloomy. Join up with Alvira, the Meddler. Enemies. Low-rank Devilish Golems. 50. Intermediate Devilish Golems. 10. Top Researcher Melbrick. 1. Student Council President Veras. 1. Lucy the Slothful. 1. You can skip top researcher Melbrick, who appears mid-chase, by taking a detour, unless you need to make specific achievements or proficiency in magic engineering skills. Save your supplies by taking the detour. Student Council President Varus' sword attacks nullify most parrying skills. If it's difficult to handle him quickly by dodging, you can use a swordsman form one time. However, if you choose to use the swordsman form against Varus, avoid using it anymore until right before the boss fight. If conditions are met, Lucy, the slothful will appear in a hostile state. A definite bad ending will occur, so be sure to avoid her. This event rarely occurs due to complex preconditions, but if your goal is accomplishing achievements, refer to the original guide for detailed conditions. Hashtag Phase 2. Glass Chase 2 Objective. Pursue Senior Professor Glass, who is hidden in the underground waterway. Find Glass' secret laboratory within the underground waterway. This skill must be mastered for the boss fights in Acts 3 and 4. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, I can handle the minor variables one way or another. My stats have increased enough already, so I can solve most problems by using the information advantage. However, there are bound to be variables that I can't handle on my own. If Janica or Lortel join, I can somehow manage. But, Mug said, ask that vixen merchant and that little witch in the wizard hat who frequents the camp for help. Ed Roth Taylor thought, even game freaks and veterans who had invested hundreds of hours couldn't find a solution to that completely unbeatable enemy. A system notification said, Bad Ending 27, Lucy the Slothful. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, this never happens unless you deliberately try to make it happen, so I didn't bother with it. A definite bad ending triggered by specific conditions. Lucy, the Slothful, 1. If conditions are met, Lucy, the Slothful will appear in a hostile state. A definite bad ending will occur, so be sure to avoid her. A system notification said, Entry conditions. After the incident occurs, Professor Glass meets Lucy Morrow. Ed Roth Taylor thought, no matter what, I have to stop Lucy from coming here. In a different scene, Taylor McClure said, Jix. While Jix Effelstein pumped some steel and sweated, he said, what is it, Taylor? Taylor came into the room and said, please help me. We need to rescue Ayala. The system said, Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. The final chapter. Phase 1, Glass Chase. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Taylor lost track of Glass after he escaped from Trix Hall, so he requested help from Jix. Additional objectives. Join up with Jix, the Spear of Greenery. Objective, pursue Senior Professor Glass, who has hidden in the underground waterway. He'll soon lead his companions into the underground waterway to chase Professor Glass. I'm familiar with the route of the scenario of the second episode's final chapter. Lortel Cacheln in Trix Hall, Janica Faylover in the underground waterway, none in the Spirit Library, Ed Roth Taylor in the Monster Research Center, none in the deepest part of the lab, but retracing it in reverse will be a new experience. The Monster Research Center is a bit of a headache to deal with because Coom releases all the monsters, but it's much easier now that it's in reverse because the monsters are still confined. It's a relief. Because the encounters between Lucy and Professor Glass are destined to lead to a bad ending, I need to hurry in preventing it. The problem is, the Spirit Library is guarded by Reina, the librarian that guards the Spirit Library, a banshee. I am familiar with Reina's patrol pattern, so fighting her isn't the issue. The problem is that Reina will grant Taylor a valuable experience. In the later stages, there will be enemies that cannot be defeated without Taylor's swordsman form. If Taylor doesn't train well enough, the future scenarios will be harder to clear. Taylor is supposed to progress the most during the second episode. It's recommended to play through this episode without skipping to establish the essential growth foundation for the upcoming scenarios. Taylor meeting those who will help him learn essential skills is crucial, such as the revived demon of the underground waterway and Reina, who will give him the most experience points. So, I'll just take only the necessary magical tools for the route and sneak out. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself while getting the Column C thunderclap generator. Reina, minding her own business, hummed in the library. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, all right, next is the one-way light dimmer. I'll definitely come back when this is over. It would be a waste otherwise. Mug whispered, right now, the exit won't be in her line of sight, young Master Ed. Ed Roth Taylor whispered, phew. All right, it is time to move. Suddenly, the ground shook. Ed Roth Taylor said, an earthquake? I don't recall an event like this. A shelf fell. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Reina, and she looked back at him. Mug screeched, and Ed Roth Taylor said, Damn it! 30 minutes before the earthquake, an officer fell to the ground while a golem was about to pound him. Suddenly, the golem turned to ice. L'Hotel Cacheln said, if this deal hadn't been done so quietly, Sylvania Academy's reputation would surely have been ruined. I can't believe he'd steal the grimoire during a gathering of the Academy's core personnel, she continued. Obo Forcius, headmaster of Sylvania, said, even if it takes time, I'll take responsibility for the grimoire and get it back. But is it not possible for you to wait? Whatever Professor Glass is planning, it won't end well. L'Hotel Cacheln asked, what do you mean? Obo Forcius replied, now that the situation has turned out like this, we should at least tell you the truth. Do you know of the 3 major taboos? He explained, to twist the laws of nature, to disrupt the flow of time, and to defy human destiny. The 3 major taboos are the pursuit of immortality, resurrection of the dead, and time travel. L'Hotel Cacheln asked, don't tell me Professor Glass is using a spectral magic to resurrect the dead? Principal Obel, are you? Obo Forcius said, crazy? Is that what you were about to ask me, L'Hotel Cacheln? L'Hotel Cacheln said, but I am curious. Obo Forcius continued, the great legendary sage of Sylvania, whom he praised and admired, always said that talented individuals would advance the world. And there was his daughter, Muri, who passed away after he recklessly pushed her forward whilst trusting her questionable talents. If he has truly perfected the spectral magic for resurrecting the dead, who do you think Professor Glass would want to bring back to life? L'Hotel Cacheln silently listened and sweated. Suddenly she shouted, we have a huge problem, Principal Obel, an officer said. Several minutes ago, Taylor was seen chasing Professor Glass, who fled towards the underground waterway. According to testimonies, not only did he steal the grimoire, but he also kidnapped students. My goodness. The students have been identified as first-year magic faculty student Ayla Triss and second-year magic faculty student Ed Roth Taylor, the officer continued. L'Hotel Cacheln suddenly looked back, shocked. She said to herself, Ed was kidnapped? Not to mention this thumping and vibration. She continued to think, Headmaster Obel is the greatest mage of this era. He promised to bring back the sage's grimoire. If he steps in, he can easily rescue Ed as well. So, the most sensible thing to do is to wait here. But she took binoculars and looked outside. This familiar sound and the direction of where the tremors are coming from. It's from the entrance to the underground waterway, she thought. She saw Tarkan spitting flames outside. Riding Tarkan was Janica Faylover, crying. L'Hotel Cacheln said, I wish to go as well. The officer said, Miss Cacheln? L'Hotel Cacheln said, ah, seriously. Seeing the principal being so nonchalant about the grimoire, I will personally retrieve it. Minimize the negotiation personnel and follow me. And L'Hotel Cacheln joined the battle. A combat alchemist well recognized by the alchemy faculty, Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, was formidable enough to challenge those among the combat faculty students. Top first and second-year students of the alchemy faculty, Elvira and Norden, often sought her guidance. But Dorothy didn't stand out during her first year. Professor Glass, who recognized her talent, was her savior. Dorothy believed that Professor Glass had a purpose behind his seemingly extreme actions. Although she didn't know his exact purpose, she was determined to strictly follow his request to guard the entrance to the underground waterway. But Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, suddenly fell to the ground and trembled, saying, Isn't this going way too far, Professor? She faced the raging spirit Tarkan in flames. Janica Faylover, with her eyes glowing crimson red in anger, seriously said, Answer me. Where's Ed? Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, fainted and bubbles came out of her mouth. Janica Faylover came down from Tarkan and said, Tarkan said it was this way. Or maybe not. Whose directions did I follow this time again? So, second fork right, then, left, right, left, left. Or was it left, right, left? My head hurts. Isn't that Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy faculty's third years? Is she like that because of me? I should at least cover her up with this. Suddenly, L'Hotel Cacheln appeared. Oh my Janica, she thought to herself, Janica Faylover. Excluding Lucy, among all the top students of all years, this ace of Sylvania boasts the most brilliant force. No matter what she needs to do, even if she has to destroy the entire waterway, she'll ensure Ed's safety. And if she succeeds, she imagined Janica Faylover saying to Ed Roth Taylor, Ed, I came to rescue you. It was hard, wasn't it? I was so worried. Are you okay? Let's go back together. I made food at the camp. Ed Roth-Taylor said, Janica, you are amazing. I had such a difficult time being kidnapped. And then they got married, and Ed Roth-Taylor said to Janica Faye Lover, truly, you are the only one who's there for me, Janica. Let's get married. Do you want a daughter or a son? In her dream, Lortel Kisheln angrily said, no way, in the background. Janica Faye Lover tried to signal to Tarkan to not bother Lortel from her dream. The narrator said, Lortel makes the most rational decisions about everything in life, but when it comes to Ed, her judgment regresses. Lortel Kechon suddenly said to Janica Faye Lover, Janica, Ed's already been rescued. It's so infuriating, but he got pretty hurt while being kidnapped. He's lying in bed asking when you will come. At the camp, right now. Janica Faye Lover said, what? Lortel Kechon thought, I'm going to be the one to save Ed. First, I'll get rid of Janica. Janica Faye Lover said, but Lortel, why are you telling me that? She raged with aura. As soon as I pinned down Ed's location, I ran here. I was just near the entrance, so how did Ed get rescued? I got here before everyone else, so who rescued him? And how did they do it without me seeing them? The narrator said, Janica, who usually seems thoughtless, becomes very sharp when it comes to Ed. Lortel Kishon said, that isn't important. Janica Faye Lover said, now's not the time for this, Lortel. But don't tell me you're using the trading company's employees to rescue Ed. I mean, they're not trained in combat. Aren't you acting too cowardly? I mean, too dangerously? Lortel Kishon thought. She's logical about everything all of a sudden. It's also true that Ed is in danger. Janica Faye Lover said, I also asked Lucy for help at first, but she just yawned and walked away. She never listens to others and always prefers to do things her way. And so, I am also alone. Lortel Keon said, you're right. This is no time for us to get in each other's way. She thought, so, there are no other competitors, right? She said, everyone, please stay here and wait. No more words were needed. Janica Faye Lover said, then I'll search the east side of the waterway, Lortel. Lortel Keshlin said, okay, I'll search the other side. She thought, the important thing is to rescue Ed, who's in danger. So, she began to run, thinking to herself, Meanwhile, Janica Faye Lover also ran, thinking to herself, They both said, we'll be the one to rescue Ed first, in the library, Reina. The librarian that guards the spirit library, a banshee, looked at Ed Roth-Taylor and Mug. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, an earthquake. Who'll be the first to rescue Ed from his dangerous situation? Suddenly, the ceiling cracked and a beam of light hit Reina, knocking her out. Ed Roth-Taylor was silently confused and thought to himself, I wish it was just an earthquake. Lucy Murrell stretched her arms, sitting on a pile of rubble with Reina underneath, and scratched her eyes as she just woke up. Lucy Murrell said, I got bored, so I came to help. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, it's game over now. A professor said to Obo Forcius, are you sure it's okay to just sit back and do nothing? Obo Forcius replied, it's dangerous, but it's a good opportunity for the students to grow. Flowers bloom where the leaves fall, after all. The professor responded, but do they really need to be pushed this hard? There's no doubt that this is the greatest golden age in the history of Sylvania Academy. Even if you look across the entire history of Sylvania, this generation of students is a rare find. Each year's class has so many promising students, whom we have so many expectations of. Like stars, there are countless of them. Obo Forcius crushed the dried leaves in his palm and said, is that so? It feels like someone is warning me. The upcoming trials need to make them think, you need to be this talented, and even then, you'd struggle. That's how intense it has to be. In a different scene at the cottage of Ed Roth-Taylor, in the mountain was a huge hole. As we got closer and closer, the hole was so deep. Inside was a huge hole in the ceiling. Lucy Marl said, hey. She continued to say, hey, and asked Ed Roth-Taylor, do you have any jerky left? Ed Roth-Taylor replied, you think I'd have any here? Lucy Mariel, frustrated, said, then I want to go. I gotta find a place nearby to take a nap. Ed Roth-Taylor said, no. He thought to himself, the situation right now is a mess. Judging by the time, Janica and Lortel should have entered the underground waterway by now. I just need to go to the underground waterway and stop Janica and Lortel. Considering Taylor's growth so far, if he defeats all the bosses of the latter half, skipping this one boss won't completely mess with the scenario. Which means it's still okay. The problem is her. If Lucy meets Glass, the bad ending event will start. To stop that from happening, I'd rather. Ed Roth-Taylor said to Lucy Mariel, you're gonna have to stick with me for a bit. Lucy Mariel asked, what? Ed Roth Taylor sweated and said, somebody once told me that when the going gets tough, the biggest help a person can give is just by being there quietly by your side. Lucy, you're strong. Being with someone like you makes me feel safe. Even if we don't do anything or talk much, just your presence is. That kind of thing, Lucy Marl asked. Do you really have no jerky left? Ed Roth Taylor shouted. Enough with the jerky, please. Just stay with me until we get out of this underground waterway. Lucy Merrill said, if you want to get out of this underground waterway, I'll help you out. Ed Roth Taylor said, I have some things I need to take care of before I leave. Lucy Merrill said, all right. Ed Roth Taylor said, but I have a favor to ask of you too. He carried Lucy Marrill on his back and began to run. He thought to himself, now I'll get out of here by going in reverse. I'll get everything I need from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and finally get out of this place. Lucy Marrill asked again, hey, do you really have no jerky? Ed Roth Taylor sighed. No. In the library, eyes glowed in the dark. Suddenly, bats appeared. Ed Roth Taylor used his skill, ignition, and burned all the bats. Elemental magic proficiency has increased. Mana resonance proficiency has increased. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, should I call this the real thrill of mob hunting? I'm being bombed by the special EXP explosion of the monsters. Sorry, Taylor. I won't take too much. He ran again and said, ignition. He thought to himself, there's a concealment spell cast somewhere around here. The magic resonance and unique insight that Professor Glass acknowledged. Unlike Janica, who specializes in spirit connection, Lortel was quickly finding the way. Lortel Keshon said to herself, right, this isn't the time to just exchange sweet words. Suddenly, Lortel realized, right now, she genuinely wanted to help someone with pure intentions. She felt a glimpse of a new kind of relationship that couldn't be bought with money, and her heart swelled again. Lortel Keshon said to herself, it's the same feeling as before, this sound I'm hearing from someplace so close. My heart beat. Suddenly, the wall exploded. Ed Roth Taylor said, oh, Lortel, you're here. Lortel Keshon said, Ed? Ed Roth Taylor said, phew, I was kidnapped. Perfect timing. Help me carry these. They're too heavy to carry by myself. Lortel Keshon began to compute all the loot that Ed Roth Taylor handed over to her. Lortel Keshon said to herself, what is all of this? Every single one of them is an advanced crafting formula. Lortel Keshon said, wait. Ed, weren't you in grave danger? Ed Roth Taylor said, yeah, I was, but I managed to escape somehow. Lortel Keshon said, Lucy, and thought to herself, this is dangerous. This is really dangerous. And it's too cruel. Janica Faylover is a coward who can't even take a chance, but I've been the most proactive in making progress with Ed. That day, on the way home, I was so short on breath that I almost set the forest on fire. How can he act like that so nonchalantly with another girl in front of me? Ed Roth Taylor said to Lortel Keshon, keep those crafting scrolls for me. If the trading company can bring the materials for that, I'll go pick them up. If there's anything you want to buy, let me know. I don't mind you buying it for cheap because you've helped me so much. Lortel Keshon burst into flames in anger and shouted, Ed. Lortel Keshon told herself, I need to push hard here and take control. Ed Roth Taylor said, please, Lortel, who else can I trust but you? Lortel Keshon thought to herself, he's really crossed the line now. Now's the time he wants to make a demand like this from me. Ed Roth Taylor continued, who else can I trust but you? I'm so grateful for everything you've done for me this whole time. Lortel Keshon asked, do you need a receipt? Then she thought to herself, I'm a pushover. Suddenly, an old man appeared and said, Proxy President Lortel, here you are. We have a huge problem. In another scene, Taylor McClure said, everyone, do not let your guard down. The first-year combat faculty top student, the gloomy Clebius, asked, do we really need to go further? How about we just leave? The first-year alchemy faculty top student, the meddler Alvira, said, there you go with that nonsense talk again. Aren't you going to save Ayla? She stepped on the foot of Clebius Nortondale. He cried out in pain, arg. I never even liked Ayla that much, so why do we have to save Ed Roth Taylor too? Taylor McClure said, I'm really sorry. Still, I have to save Ayla. Please do me this favor. The first-year magic faculty student, Spear of Grass Chicks, said, you know Ayala is a good person. Don't back out now, Clebius. Look. It was the self-proclaimed romantic Cyrodiil. She said, I feel something up ahead. The narrator noted that her prophecies often hit the mark, as if she peeked into the future. She continued, I have a feeling we're going to meet a very tough opponent up ahead, pointing at the left tunnel. Suddenly, the tunnel exploded. Assistant Professor Claire shouted, "I don't know. I really don't know. It wasn't planned from the beginning. It was just a simple whim. Please, just give me one chance." Tarkin dropped her to the ground. Janica Failover said, wasn't it right, left, right, left, or did we go too far to the right? Suddenly, she noticed something and said, "Oh, hey guys." Jix Evelstein waved at Janica Failover and said, "Janica." She thought to herself, this unforgettable feeling, the learned fear is rising within me. Rationality, when paralyzed by fear, leads to misunderstandings. There's no guarantee we can win, but we're going to give it our all. Why are they looking at me like that? Did I do something wrong? Did I grill Assistant Professor Claire too much? But she fainted all by herself. Jix Evelstein said to Taylor, "Why are you acting like this, Taylor?" "Calm down," he replied. "Move. Even if my chances are low, I have to save Isla." Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor said, "That's enough." Taylor McClure exclaimed, Ed Roth Taylor." Janica Failover touched Ed Roth Taylor's face and said, Ed, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" Elvira, while looking at Taylor, said, "Taylor." Taylor said, "Ed Roth Taylor." He thought to himself, Elvira and I have already fully realized Ed's fighting style. With only basic magic and a bit of archery, he once single-handedly held off 3 opponents who are way better than him. And the power of his friends is, since the Ophilus Hall incident, he's grown significantly. If it was only Janica, I might have somehow managed to get through. But with Ed Roth Taylor now beside her, my chances of winning are 0. Ed Roth Taylor suddenly touched Taylor's shoulder and said, "Go, Taylor." Isla's waiting. He thought to himself, "Go catch Glass, Taylor. Now it's time for us to play our roles. You handle the scenario, and I'll take care of the variables. I'm going to go catch LT." Ed Roth Taylor said, "The issue reported by the trading company staff was bound to blow up eventually." The old man said, "News just came in that the mercenaries hired by the Golden King Elte have entered Arkan Island." Ed Roth Taylor continued, "The mid-boss of the second episode in the original story was thoroughly defeated without even a chance to recover. The Golden King Elte fell from power at a different time and in a different way than he was supposed to, and because of that, he was able to escape, unlike in the original story. Lotel knew that Elte was planning a counterattack. Despite that, Lotel Keishon had said to her people a while ago, 'Have the minimum negotiation personnel stay back and follow me.'" Ed Roth Taylor continued, "It looks like he made use of the loophole, with many personnel from the trading company stuck here." The old man interjected, "That place is completely defenseless. We need to go there quickly." Ed Roth Taylor continued, "I got the magical engineering crafting formulas and so many magical tools this time, and they might be more useful than I imagined. But if I were to name the best tool I have for surviving in this world, it's undoubtedly the advantage of knowing about the future. The scenario that's unfolding right now is the failed Swordmaster of Sylvania, and they already finished Chapter 1, Janica Failover, and Chapter 2, Glassed. After that is Chapter 3, Lucy Mariel, Chapter 4, Krebin Roth Taylor, and the last Chapter 5, Sacred Lance, Dragon Wellbrock. The final part of Episode 2, the Glass Subjugation Battle, is nearing its end. The plan to have the storyline unfold as per the original story is still the same. If Elte is the mid-boss of Episode 2, then I must have him in Episode 2 as in the original story. "I am going to take down Elte." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Jix," and he replied, "All right, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "From here onwards, the path is almost clear. Ask Ayla for the details after you rescue her." Also Taylor. Taylor was shocked. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, in the end, he has to be the one to sort out this scenario. Only after mastering all the unique skills and completing his growth can Taylor face that guy in the final scenario. There is a lot of stuff to sort out inside the underground waterway. After this, the magic tower summoned by Glass will cover the sky and unleash dreadful spells. It will be really painful, and going forward, there will be many harsh trials ahead that are hard to endure with human willpower alone. But Ed Roth Taylor was silent while Taylor looked at him. Ed said, "Good luck." Taylor was shocked after hearing this from Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "You don't need me to make any grand cheers, right, Taylor?" And they moved forward. Lotel Keishon said, "He must be targeting the trading company to secure evidence that the loss from the sale of the armor was orchestrated, which made him lose his position." Ed Roth Taylor said, "All right, then let's first inform the academy that the mercenaries have invaded." Janica Failover said, Wait a minute, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Sorry, Janica, but we need to hurry." Janica Faylover said. Again. She stopped and shouted, "You'll get hurt again. Are you really going to deal with the Golden King, LT? I don't know the details, but Ed, you were just kidnapped and barely escaped. You collapsed from overwork just a few days ago. Also, this is a matter for the LT company. It has nothing to do with you. I don't want you to get hurt anymore." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, she's right. This is indeed someone else's matter. But it's not like I can say, I have to deal with a big variable like LT myself to feel at ease, can I? Well, fortunately, to capture LT, Lortel will need both me and Janica, so she'll drag us along with some excuse, right? Lortel Kishon said, Janica's right. Involving Ed in this is just me being selfish. Ed should be resting somewhere safe. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, it's nice to see the two of them getting along, but rest? This is not the time for me to be resting. Ed Roth Taylor said to them, I appreciate the sentiment, but unfortunately, Lortel's matter isn't someone else's business for me. Lortel Kishon said, what? Janica Faylover said, what do you mean by that, Ed? Lortel Kishon said, not someone else's business. Ed Roth Taylor said, let's move first, hurry. Mr. You too, he replied, okay, and they continued to run. Ed Roth Taylor said, it's not someone else's business because, he thought to himself, coming up with a reason to give them is always hard. Janica Faylover said, you're right, of course it's not someone else's business because you have a contract with Lortel. No wonder, right? If Lortel loses control of the trading company, your magical engineering supplies would be disrupted too, right? Yeah, so it's definitely not someone else's problem. Ed Roth Taylor looked at them and said, yeah, you're right. Janica Faylover said, right. Lortel Kishon said, blushing, not someone else's business. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Janica, you're pretty smart, as expected of the top student in your year. All that aside, and they stopped. Seeing their senior sleeping on the floor, Ed Roth Taylor said, this is complete chaos. Taylor is horrible, without any regard for seniority in this situation. At times like this, he's really heartless. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Janica Faylover and thought to himself, did you do this? Janica Faylover was silent, then said, I didn't mean to do it, but somehow, it just turned out like this. Heartless? I'm not a heartless person. Don't misunderstand. I'm telling the truth. Seriously. We're almost at the exit, so let's talk about this outside. We need to ask the academy for help first. The carriage I came in is at the entrance with the staff. A few moments later, the carriage was broken, and the people slept on the floor. Lortel Kishon said, you were faster than I expected, Father. The Golden King LT said, I taught you how to manage documents, so there won't be any evidence in the company's records even if I scour through them. However, there was a gap in personnel management. All it took was a simple threat for him to tell me you're headed to this waterway. The old man said, I'm sorry, Miss Lortel. The Golden King LT said, right, this is when you should smile. It took a long time for you to master that expression. It's really a pity that the only evidence left is your confession. It's a waste to ruin you with torture, Lortel. He snapped his fingers, and the sleeping people on the floor woke up as their eyes glowed red. Suddenly, they attacked. Ed Roth Taylor managed to evade their attacks. One of them almost hit Ed Roth Taylor, but Lortel Kishon blocked it with her magic. Lortel Kishon said, where do you think you're attacking? I figured you wouldn't be alone, but you really love bringing mercenaries into the academy, don't you? Just like last time. The Golden King LT said, the professor fled with the sage's grimoire, right? But there's no need for comparisons with last time. This time, it's different. They're the continent's best mercenaries. Excluding Lortel, I don't care about the lives of the others. Finish them off quickly. The archers shot at them, and arrows rained from the sky. Janica Faylover used her skill, and an arrow was about to hit Ed Roth Taylor, but it suddenly broke in half. A wind spirit said, defense magic. Janica Faylover continued to use her magic to block the arrows. Janica Faylover said, be careful, Ed. Their movements are definitely well coordinated. Ed Roth Taylor said, thanks, Janica. The Golden King LT said, spirit sorcerers are always a hassle to handle. But I told you that this time is different from last time. A system notification said, legendary grade magical engineering item Belarus's Prejudice. It suppresses the surrounding mana for 10 minutes. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, despite being a single-use item, it costs dozens of gold coins per sheet to use Belarus's Prejudice. Based on the magic restriction of the night butterfly flower reagent that Alvera used, Belarus's Prejudice is its high-ranking variant. It has the drawbacks of taking time to activate and the preparations to trigger it being fatally obvious. but it's a very dangerous item. We are at a numerical disadvantage. There's the combat power of a veteran mercenary group that we can't get through during the time needed to activate it. And most importantly, our entire party consists solely of mages. Lord Kishon said, "He already knows our powers. He wouldn't have come unprepared. If that thing activates, we're done for." Edroth Taylor said, "LT, the Academy will hold you accountable for this. How do you plan on dealing with that?" The Golden King LT said, "It's at least better than losing my life, isn't it?" Edroth Taylor thought to himself, a third-rate villain who should have been eliminated early in the story. Even the butterfly effect caused by a third-rate villain can shake the world significantly. I know it well because I'm the same, and this guy is a mid-boss. If he survives, how big of a variable will he be in this world? Golden King LT, the mid-boss of episode 2, a villain who gets backstabbed by Lortel and exits the stage in the end. He killed Lortel's parents and did whatever it took to achieve his glory and prosperity. An absolute villain. Yet, I don't feel the slightest bit of animosity towards him. Because ultimately, LT is persistently blocking our path so he can survive. Just like me. However, I have no intention of giving in to him. I also don't want to lie and say it's because I'm ready to handle all the variables I've created. Call me selfish if you want. Wake up now, but this is my story. Suddenly, Lucy Mariel stepped down from behind Edroth Taylor. Edroth Taylor looked at Lucy Mariel and said, "Lucy," while Lucy Mariel yawned and said, "God, you people are noisy." She suddenly opened her eyes, and a bright light covered the whole area. Lightning formed in her body. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, Lucy, the Slothful, awakens. The book Glock's Travelogue, written by the Archmage Glock in the final years of his life, was crafted in a humble little cabin that didn't quite match his fame. It was known by almost no one. Glock said to Lucy Mariel, "You may have natural talent and the blessing of the stars, but that is not a reason to stop learning. Always continue to learn. Be humble and use your power for the benefit of all. And beware of the loneliness that will slowly engulf you one day. Overwhelming strength is bound to come with bitter solitude." All right, I'll stop. Instead, promise me 3 things. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even if it's by accident. And live the life of a student, at least during your time at Sylvania. Lucy Mariel's power intensifies. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, it's evident that LT prepared the best mercenaries from the fact that most of them are veterans. Surviving for a long time in the mercenary life and the very act of crossing the line of death multiple times already signifies strength. An instinctive sense of situational awareness and response is honed to become second nature. Those very instincts are now screaming, "Stop right here!" Golden King LT shouted, "Have you all gone crazy?" "Moo, damn it." His mercenary said, "I don't know what kind of magic this is, but..." Edroth Taylor thought to himself, however, most of the relatively young mercenaries don't have this survival instinct. He tried to attack Lucy Mariel, shouting, "Ha!" Lucy Mariel looked at him. Edroth Taylor said, as always, despite being a mage, she doesn't use magic very often. She flicked the mercenary, hitting him in the stomach with intense pressure. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, she simply used physical force generated from the overwhelming compression of mana. Or simply put, violence. Golden King LT said, "Is it still not time for it to activate? Just a little more." Lucy Mariel said, "So you're the leader, huh? Then I guess I just have to take you down." Suddenly, Edroth Taylor held Lucy Mariel's shoulder. She looked at him. Edroth Taylor said, "Ha, you should." Suddenly they felt the earth move. Edroth Taylor thought to himself, an earthquake? No. Thunder and lightning struck. Edroth Taylor thought, on a night when the 7 brightest stars align in a straight line and are clearly visible, Professor Glass's advanced spectral magic distorts the laws of nature. Descent of the magical realm. The magic tower that covered the sky is the final stage of episode 2's last battle. Good timing. Taylor should have defeated the monster in the underground waterway and learned the necessary skills by now. Now that everyone who's necessary to clear this episode is together, even if it might take some time, Taylor will be able to stop Glass. Descent of the magical realm was triggered at the same time it was triggered in the original storyline. This means the scenario is progressing without any issues. Of course, since this magic is so alien and different from any other, everyone except me must be confused. This is even beyond the comprehension of Janica and Lortel, who are top students, so most probably. Lucy Mariel said, "Do each of the 10 magic towers play a role in absorbing a spectral magic? In that case, it might actually be possible. Resurrection of the dead, I mean." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, the epilogue you can see after clearing episode 2. After the incident, Lucy lazily wakes up and says, Lucy Mariel had said to them before, I see, something like that happened, huh? Ed Roth Taylor thought, as per the original scenario, Lucy should be napping on the roof of Trix Hall. But if you wake her up early on in Phase 1 and bring her into the party, the cornered Professor Glass makes her an offer. The person to be resurrected with a spectral magic won't be Sylvania but her disciple, Archmage Glocked. That's how Lucy turns into an enemy, and at the same time the player's party gets annihilated. A system notification said, Bad Ending 27, Lucy, the Slothful. Ed Roth Taylor continued to think to himself, in the end, you only see Lucy slowly disappearing into the underground waterway. In episode 2, Lucy Mariel was never meant to be defeated. Even the most hardcore and dedicated players who spent hundreds of hours trying to find a way came to the conclusion that there was no way to defeat Lucy. Unexpected disruptions in the main scenario caused by variables that weren't part of the original plot can still be patched up by my intervention. And sometimes those variables. A system notification said, Legendary grade magic item, Belarus's Prejudice. Ed Roth Taylor continued to think, can even twist the predetermined bad endings. A system notification said, for the next 10 minutes, the mana in the vicinity will be suppressed. LT used it on Lucy Mariel. He said, now's your chance, now these brats can't use magic anymore. As the mercenaries tried to attack them, Ed Roth Taylor intervened and used his magic Windblade, sending the mercenary flying. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, I, too, am a variable in the scenario, but there are entities that even I can't stop. LT said in shock, how? And he was confused. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, even the overwhelming suppression power of the legendary grade magic item, Belarus's Prejudice, has its limits, just as it is impossible to drain the sea using a bucket. Lucy Mariel said, I'll clear the way. I have somewhere I want to go. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, LT's experience is no less than a veteran mercenary's. The sense of survival honed by being on the edge of life and death now warns him of his certain death. Lucy Mariel prepared to flick LT and said, you know, don't you, that you can die? Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Lucy knows that too. However, he blocked Lucy Mariel's aim and said, unless you think it's fine to kill others, stop here. He thought to himself, it's odd for this boy to be concerned about LT's life. Do not kill anyone. Avoid anything that might stain those small hands of yours with blood, even by accident. The person he is worried about is not one who is going to die. Lucy Mariel stopped, turned back, and said, okay. Ed Roth Taylor asked her, where are you going? Lucy Mariel said, it's over, isn't it? I need to go somewhere. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, conversations with Lucy Mariel always go like this. That's why. He asked, are you sure you won't regret it? Lucy Mariel thought to herself, I didn't expect a reply from him. They silently stopped. Ed Roth Taylor watched her hover, while Lucy Mariel thought silently. Glock's travelogue, last chapter, what's lost is lost. Sadly, those who've lost must become stronger. So become stronger. I dedicate the last sentence of this book to you, who has brought a full stop to my life, Glock said. Lucy Mariel remembered Archmage Glocked and said no. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, and so, just like that, Lucy vanished before my eyes. In a different scene, a spirit said, all 57 people have boarded the boats. It seems everybody has safely retreated. Now that we've checked that, Lady Janica should be returning soon. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, deciding how to handle the subdued LT is on the back burner for now. We can hand him over to the LT Trading Company for now. Lortel will probably take care of most of the work. After all, she herself must end her bad blood with him. Maybe it's because I overexerted myself while I was already exhausted, but after rushing here to the highest building in Sylvania, my body feels heavy. This is the Trix Hall, the starting point of this episode, the place where Glass stole the sage's grimoire and where Taylor started chasing him. The academy took care of the injured, so I didn't expect to return here. I came all the way here in the end, huh? Though unintentional, my reverse journey through the stages of this episode, from the secret laboratory to here, has come together perfectly. This is where Taylor started, and this is where my journey will end. Among the student center buildings that Janica destroyed was the Glocked Hall. The institution that awarded me this semester's scholarship is also the Glock Scholarship Foundation. He lived frugally, yet he donated all his amassed wealth to Sylvania Academy. His traces clearly remain all around this academy. That's why it wasn't difficult to find Lucy. I thought she'd be here, in the place where you can see the entire academy. After all, to Lucy, this academy must be Glock's legacy. Lucy Merrill said to Ed. Hey, Ed replied. What is it? Lucy asked. Do you have any jerky left? Ed responded. I told you earlier, I don't have any left. Lucy said, Ha! Ed thought to himself, conversations like this are common between us. He then asked, What are you doing here? Lucy said, Just thinking about the old days, and she tapped her side, inviting Ed to sit beside her. Ed looked and thought, I would die instantly if I fell from here. Lucy continued, I used to cry a lot back then because something really sad happened, but at some point, it stopped feeling so sad. Ed asked, Why? Lucy said, I thought about it deeply, and the reason was surprisingly simple. It was just because, said that a lot of time had passed. Dwelling on old wounds is foolish. Even if she tried to revive her grandpa with a spectral magic, he would have to leave again someday. Besides, he had already prepared himself for death, so he might get angry and die again. Resurrecting a legendary archmage who dedicated his life to the study of magic with such forbidden magic would be nothing but an insult. She knew from the beginning that wanting to revive him was just her being selfish. Ed Roth Taylor asked, So Lucy, are you really okay? He thought to himself, It's not my place to say since I tried to stop you. But I can't help but ask. Lucy changing her mind about reviving Glock feels like it could just be a whim. If she changes her mind again, something terrible could happen. I can't help but make sure. Lucy Merrill responded, Hey, Ed thought to himself, Ha, even in this situation she'll ask for jerky again. Suddenly she said, Lend me your shoulder, and put her head on Ed Roth Taylor's shoulder. Ed wondered, why did she make me sit next to the railing? It turns out it was just for something like this. It'll be hard to find someone as passionate about a spectral magic as Professor Glass in the future. Resurrection magic is also at its end. The dead are dead. What is lost is lost. That loss is different for each person, but in the end, it comes to everyone equally. So we must learn to accept that loss and cover our wounds with what we have now. Lucy understood this well enough. So, Ed sat next to Lucy for a while, looking up at the magic tower in the sky. The starry sky seemed higher than usual, quite beautiful. To protect the offering, the giant rises, an ancient weapon created by Glass with a spectral magic. Taylor McClure shouted, Ayla! Ed Roth Taylor continued to think. Episode 2, Final Battle Magic Engineering Golem. Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Glass Subjugation Battle. Final phase, Rescue Ayla, who is trapped inside the golem's heart. Suddenly something exploded, and Jix Effelstein grabbed the golem's hand and shouted, Go! Taylor McClure jumped and said, Ayla. Glass thought, this damn nearsightedness. Taylor McClure shouted, Give her back to me. Glass thought, at some point, I stopped being able to see anything without glasses. Life as a teacher is bound to be static. Sitting at the large desk in my personal lab, reading ancient grimoires, analyzing a spectral magic, managing academic curriculums, reviewing materials to teach students. And as I keep doing that, the scenery outside the window continues to change. It's snowing. A first-year elemental studies student keeps coming to my personal study. She says she wants to study intermediate magic in advance. It's raining. Glass said, the youngest professor who caused tea trouble. As the assistant professor said, Professor, I'm sorry. Glass thought, she always comes begging for forgiveness, flustered. Suddenly, a bright light shone upon the window. The wind is blowing the highest-ranking dean out on business, always stops by for a cup of tea, even after becoming the principal. That didn't change. As I sat in the same place buried in work, I thought the painful memoirs would eventually disappear as well, and the grimoire started to light up. Glass spat strawberry juice and Taylor McClure was thrown away. His sword broke. Glass said, A spectral magic, small-scale time travel. Painful memories don't disappear. His power intensified. Clebius Nortondale tried to run away and said, What? What is TAT? Glass said, A spectral magic multi-time prison. Jix Effelstein looked at Taylor McClure and said, Dodge, Taylor. Suddenly Taylor froze while managing to use his broken sword to stop himself from falling. Glass silently watched and said, Sometimes my vision blurs, and through the long darkness beyond my eyelids I see what I lost, as Glass saw her daughter. Right, I am almost there. So, as Taylor managed to stand, Glass said, Give up, don't stop me. And he said to himself, with all my might, I will reverse reality. The golem suddenly charged its power, was slashed multiple times and exploded. Glass saw everything and was shocked, saying, Is that a swordsman form? Glass said, Aspectual magic, time reversal. Time rewinds even for those who had been frozen in time. He exclaimed, It's pointless. Thinking to himself, even if it costs me the rest of my life. He spat strawberry juice. Suddenly Jix Cephalstein said, Intermediate ice magic, ice spear. Now, everyone attacked Glass with their magic, except for Clebius Nortondale, who jumped and pretended to use magic. Glass said, Is this the end? Suddenly he was shocked and the golem exploded. Isla fell, and Taylor McClure managed to catch her. As the dust cloud cleared, Glass slowly walked and said, Kefew. All right, you won. He let himself fall from the edge and began to free fall. A few moments into his fall, he opened his eyes and said, I miss you, Murray. Suddenly, a magic circle appeared, and Glass entered it, being teleported. Aspectual magic, spatial leap. He left that magic circle for the final escape. Glass coughed and huffed. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, but for some reason, he escaped way too late. Even using magic to stop the bleeding seemed pointless. Anyone could guess from the original storyline that he had no future, but seeing it firsthand, it's clear. Professor Glass will surely die here. Glass said, Oh, how did you get here? It's past your curfew, isn't it? Despite that, there was something he wanted to confirm. 1 hour ago, Lortel Ketchon said, Janica sent the mercenaries outside the island, and I confined Father in the trading company, so all the threats are gone now. We promised to meet again in front of the underground waterway once everything is done. I just need to check that Ed is safe after heading to the Trix Hall. Ed Roth Taylor said, Oh, Lortel. Lortel Ketchon was silently looking at Ed Roth Taylor and Lucy Merrill. She thought to herself, what? As Lucy Merrill held Ed Roth Taylor's sleeve, Ed looked behind, and Lortel Ketchon's alarm said, Danger. Danger. Ed thought to himself, a top third-year student Dorothy and assistant professor Claire. I guess the situation in the underground waterway has ended. Is she crying? Why? Suddenly, Ed was confused as assistant professor Claire and Dorothy, the third-year alchemy department's top student, looked shocked. Janica Faylover arrived with Tarkin on her back and said, Ed, she added, that magic tower uses a spectral magic, right? Then, there's something I want to check. Ed thought to himself, lately Janica's meetings with the spirits have turned into report meetings about Ed. They were originally out of her goodwill to protect the northern forest where the spirits live. However, a few days ago, Tarkin said he detected the same kind of magic coming from that magic tower in the northern forest. If it's a spectral magic, there's no need to say who was behind that. But there hasn't been a single magic tower built in the northern forest. What exactly has Professor Glass been doing in the northern forest? Ed thought further. Considering that nothing much happened before in the original story, I probably don't need to interfere, but... As Lortel Ketchon looked at Ed and Lucy confused, Janica Faylover and assistant professor Claire looked at Dorothy, who was bubbling in fear after seeing Tarkin. Even the fake boss, Elty, had this level of impact. If someone of Professor Glass' caliber doesn't exist, it's unimaginable how much influence he would have in future scenarios. So I tried to confirm it one last time, but Professor Glass said to Ed, Ooh, isn't it past your curfew? Janica Faylover asked, What are you doing here? Professor Glass replied, I was looking up at the moon. Why? Do you think it's funny? Ed asked. Professor Glass said, No, I don't. Professor Glass continued, That's strange. I find myself quite laughable. Ed responded, You must have known you'd fail. Professor Glass chuckled, Ha ha, that's right, Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, I was bound to fail one way or another. It was reckless, but I never thought I'd be subdued by students. And even if I had one, Obel would have taken me down. Did he not do that from the start because of our relationship over the years? Anyway, he's not suited to be the principal. You're a better student than I thought. I discovered you too late, which was quite unlike myself. Ed asked, Then why did you kidnap me in the first place? Professor Glass answered, Your talents were quite exceptional. At first, I planned to use you for my scheme, but you fainted from overwork, so that plan failed too. Ed said, When I hastily went back to get you, you had already escaped. Professor Glass said, If I think of dying lonely like this as paying for my sins, it's not such a bad deal compared to the sins I've committed. Still, the 17 years I spent with my daughter weren't lonely. She was 17. Yes, 17 years. You could call them both long and short. Ed asked. You've known Assistant Professor Claire for a long time too, right? Professor Glass replied. Claire? Ed said, 4 years during the degree program, 5 years after obtaining a teaching certificate. If she had stayed until your retirement, that would have been almost 17 years. On my way here, Assistant Professor Claire was crying. Professor Glass' eyes enlightened as Ed remembered what Assistant Professor Claire had said to him. Ha ha. Professor Glass is the type to dislike everyone at first glance. He's the meanest and most stubborn person I've met, always passing work on to others, full of himself, dogmatic, scolding others for the slightest mistake. He's really an impossible person to like, but still, he was the most scholarly scholar ever. As she cried and trembled, Ed thought to himself, he was a person with an uncanny intuition for unnecessary things. She must have even had a hunch from what Professor Glass told her. Dorothy also spoke with a trembling voice, saying she didn't know what Professor Glass was planning, but that he was a precious mentor who recognized her. However, nobody can deny that he recklessly put the lives of students at risk. Nobody can deny that he went astray either. Even right now, nobody is around him as he slowly reflects on his life. He says he will die lonely, mocking his own fate. That was his misconception. If you think about it, Claire, who became an assistant professor at a young age, and even Dorothy, the top student of the alchemy department, were both considered untalented. Professor Glass kept discovering and nurturing hidden talents like them, while saying that talentless people like them had no value at the same time. As if he were saying his daughter was also someone valuable. It's been too long to consider it a lonely death. In the end, he remained in the hearts of people. For some, a mentor. For others, a colleague. Professor Glass had severe myopia. After some point, he couldn't see anything without glasses, not even himself. Professor Glass tried to speak and said, before using the descent of the magical realm, I saw the spirit library. You made a flashy exit, taking all the legendary rank crafting formulas. But there was no point in doing that. Ed Roth Taylor asked, do you mean there's something more? Professor Glass replied, serves you right, and took out a key from his pocket. He added, you'll have to clean it all up with your own hands now, so it's self-inflicted. From now on, that library belongs to you, Ed. Ed asked, why are you giving this to me? Professor Glass responded, you're not happy even though I just gave you the key to it. He continued, the desk Raina guarded, there's a secret safe beneath it. Just make sure you handle it when the Academy's investigation starts. And lastly, Lucy. Every once in a while, look around you. Ah, right, you're wise. Ed thought to himself, at that moment, what expression did Lucy have? Unfortunately, I couldn't see it from my position. Lucy Merrill grabbed Ed's clothes. Ed continued thinking, through Glass, who closed his eyes as though he was simply falling asleep, I could only infer. The corpse lying peacefully under the moonlit Zelkova tree made it look as if he were in a deep sleep. We just watched for a while. A few moments later, the dean said, you got involved in the Glaskin incident, the Awfulest Hall occupation, and now the theft of the sage's sealed grimoire. And you were there at the site? You have terrible luck, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed thought to himself, after listening to the same story all night. The dean continued, you don't know why, but Professor Glass kidnapped you. You escaped when you got the chance and sought help. During that process, you met up with Taylor's group. Is that all? Ed thought. Is it the dean's turn now? Ed told the dean, it's just as I wrote in the report. Janica and Lortel came to help me in a hurry. The dean questioned, you left Isla, who was also kidnapped, and escaped alone? Ed explained, Isla couldn't move and she didn't trust me at all. So I went out alone to call for help. The dean responded, enough. To be honest, I'm suspicious of you. Ed thought, the story makes sense, but the repeated coincidences are. From the dean's perspective, it must look suspicious. The dean continued, you act like you know nothing, but I get the feeling that you know a lot. Ed replied, thank you for such an evaluation. It's flattering. The dean said, the same goes for that sly behavior of yours. But because of the Awfulest Hall incident and the recent event, you're a student who has suffered due to the Academy's negligence. Ed thought to himself, this isn't the report I wrote. Ah, the dean was looking at different versions of my report card. The dean acknowledged, you've worked hard, Ed Roth Taylor. That, I must acknowledge. The Academy wants to reward you instead. As Ed left the dean's room, he thought, Janica Faylover exclaimed, ah, Ed, you're out. Ed said, I'm sorry I keep making you worry, Janica. You didn't get hurt, right? It looked like you fought. I was worried. Janica reassured him. Worried? Come on, I'm fine. Don't worry about me. The wind spirit whispered to Janica, and she listened, then said, huh? Right. Actually, I might not be completely unscathed. Should I say my body feels a bit sore? I think I got hurt a bit while saving you. Ed asked, you got hurt? Where specifically? Janica replied, huh? My back? A sprain? Something like that? Ed reflected, I realized something from this incident, Janica. Janica asked, huh? Ed continued, you're always the one who works hard and suffers whenever things like this happen. I think I took that for granted too much, and now you even got hurt. Didn't it strike you after seeing Professor Glass's last moments? He said, regret always comes last. I do feel a bit of shame. I seem to be a burden to you. I'm grateful for everything you do, but in the end, you always suffer, Janica. As the wind spirit flew away, Janica stammered, eh? Huh? What? Ed apologized. I'm sorry, Janica. Because of me, you always get hurt every time. Maybe it's best if you don't get involved with someone like me. Janica quickly responded, I'm sorry, I lied. Actually, I'm not hurt at all. I'm sorry for lying. Ed then asked, oh, right. Janica, your dorm is the Dex Hall, right? You see. Starting next semester, Janica asked, you're moving to the Dex Hall? Her eyes sparkled with excitement. Ed remarked, I didn't expect you to be so happy. A few moments later, Ed thought, a lot happened, but it was wrapped up quickly. Episode 2 ended pretty neatly too. I guess I could say it's all finished now. He remembered what the dean told him, end your lonely life as a wanderer and return to having a normal student life. You deserve it. I'll allow you to move into the academy dormitories. Ed thought to himself, personally, I wanted to set up some fences, grow some annual edible plants, and reinforce the hut a bit. But it all feels a bit futile now. So my camping life is over now, huh? Suddenly, something dropped behind him, and Ed looked. Lucy Merrill was on the ground, shocked. Ed asked, Lucy? And Lucy Merrill asked, over. Lucy Merrill said, I wonder if it's going to rain. This is not Arkan Island, but the northern Ramelin mountain range. Why am I dreaming of my childhood right now? Since I'm dreaming of old times anyway, let's go see the old man's face, shall we? And she saw her master and said, this is, as he was silent. He looked at Lucy Merrill saying, why didn't you save me? You had the chance, so why did you look the other way? And she said to herself, a nightmare, huh? She was silent, and she opened her eyes. A maid said, Miss Lucy, are you up? Then let's prepare for school. She sat on her bed silently. Suddenly, she used high-level spatial magic, and she said to herself, for some reason, I felt the urge to go to the northern forest right away. She landed on Ed Roth Taylor's cabin in the woods. As she saw Ed Roth Taylor walking, she said to herself, smiling while watching Ed Roth Taylor, I feel an inexplicable sense of relief. I wonder if it's going to rain. Suddenly, she heard Ed Roth Taylor saying, so my camping life is over now, huh? And she fell from the roof. Professor Flurbin said, geez, cats are always unpredictable, I tell you. They never play along like you want them to. When you think you've gotten close and try to pet them, they act all aloof and expensive, but when you lose interest and get busy, they get all clingy. Cats are like that anyway, so the best way to control them is to lose interest. Those of you who want to have a cat-type spirit familiar, just stop giving them attention and act indifferent. Surprisingly, they'll end up coming to you first. A girl said, geez, this is harder than dating. Her friend said, in the monster ecology class, surprisingly, there was a section on these cat-type creatures. As they both laughed, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, lectures of the experienced Professor Flurbin. These lectures were very popular, and everyone else had good grades, so my grades were initially in the lower ranks. But soon, I got ahead in my preparation, and there was almost no one who surpassed me when it came to any subject's notes. Professor Flurbin said, let's end here for today. By the way, Ed, could you come to my office? A few moments later at the office of Professor Flurbin, he asked, do you know about the Academy Scholarship Program? Ed Roth Taylor said, isn't it a system where you contribute to academic tasks in exchange for a discount on tuition? Professor Flurbin said, you know it well. It'd be a good opportunity for you, Ed. Ed Roth Taylor said, what exactly would I be doing? Professor Flurbin said, you do various academic tasks. Probably assisting Assistant Professor Claire, I think. There are quite a few things Professor Glass was handling alone. Annis is remarkably capable, but it's too much to handle alone. So, there's the duty of semester end evaluations. And during the break, you'll handle the academic society's agendas. At the end of the break, there's the freshman class assignment test too, right? Don't be too strict when you meet the freshmen. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, freshman, huh? That means that guy will also be there. In another scene, Lortel Kechon said, I can definitely sense that the magic resonance is extremely high. Whatever it is. The whatever. But is it really okay to sell this to Crepin? The fact that Ed made such a desperate request means that he didn't want Crepin to have this grimoire in the first place. No, wait. I bought it to resell it anyway. Think about the money tied up in it. I need to be more ruthless. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, her motto is to never put off today's work for tomorrow. If I could just get the Sage's grimoire purchase certificate, I could do anything for you. Really, anything. Lortel Kechon was silent and blushed, and she smiled and said, just do this then. And she said to herself, a special winter break class notice, huh? Without Professor Glass, who will conduct the class? And she said, damn, I am busy, as she signed the letter. Lortel Kechon said to herself, I won't have to worry about the camp anymore. It's the end of the semester, so I'm not the only one that's busy. Janica Faylover, Ed, they both must be occupied. And Lucy, WL, there probably won't be any immediately noticeable changes. Suddenly, she broke her fountain pen, and she looked at her pen and said to herself, what's this? Why do I feel so uneasy? Back in the cabin in the woods, Lucy Merrill said to Ed Roth-Taylor, hey, we're running out of firewood. Ed Roth-Taylor said, what? Lucy Merrill said, you said we'd be short on firewood when winter comes. Ed Roth-Taylor said, well, that's true, but Lucy Merrill, while eating her jerky, said, why haven't you been hunting lately? Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, why is Lucy saying something productive? It's not a surprise, though. I've been neglecting camp management. Well, I'm thinking about going to the Dex Hall SSO, if that happens. I won't see Lucy as much. Maybe the scenario will unfold more stably? Janica Faylover suddenly shouted and said, hey, Ed. Ed Roth-Taylor said, today's classes must be over, huh? Janica Faylover said, yeah. Professor Marie's late afternoon class got canceled. So I came here to rest. And she sat beside Ed Roth-Taylor and said, we won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so I've got to come here as much as possible now. As Lucy Merrill silently ate her jerky, Janica Faylover said, I've really enjoyed spending time here, but thinking that this is going to be over makes me feel a bit sad. I really like this camp, you know. It's really unfortunate that I won't be able to hang out here anymore, but your environment is important too. If you decide to move to the Dex Hall, make sure to call me there. I'll help you if there's anything you need. You have a lot to do, don't you, Ed? Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, things I have to do. Huh. Janica Faylover said, most of our classmates are in the Dex Hall, so we'll definitely see each other more often. If we run into each other in the cafeteria, let's eat together. I usually eat a bit early, but on days when Clara and I can't match our schedules, I sometimes eat alone. I'll show you around on the first day, so let's meet up in the morning. Also, the study rooms. If you have trouble finding people to use them with, call me. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, I guess it's time to unlock the secret vault in the library that Professor Glass mentioned, huh? Janica Faylover said, oh, right, and she handed over a letter. Ta-da! Ed Roth-Taylor said, a form for the Dex Hall application? Janica Faylover said, yes, if you apply late in the application season, there's a high chance you'll miss out. So, it's better to fill out the form early and then think about it. Ed Roth-Taylor said, wow, you even took care of this. Thanks a lot, Janica. Janica Faylover said, I've already done it once, so let's fill it out together. Let's start with the application and then. Suddenly, Lucy Merrill stopped her, and Janica Faylover said, Lucy? Lucy Merrill walked slowly, sweating, and said, stop, as her hands gestured frantically. Don't take that, Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself. It began on this day. A few moments later, Muggs said, all your steady experience is paying off, Master Ed. Janica Faylover said, your growth rate is truly remarkable. Your spirit resonance already surpasses that of ordinary novice spirit sorcerers, and your basic mana resonance has also improved significantly. Lucy, did I do something wrong? As Lucy Merrill looked at them from a distance. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, usually, the maids at the Ophelis Hall make sure to dress her up neatly, but today it looks like she escaped from the dormitory in her pajamas early in the morning. My magic power must have increased too. It's about time I try out intermediate magic. Lucy Merrill played on the lap of Ed Roth Taylor. In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor was eating while Lucy Merrill rode on his back, and he said to himself, "What is wrong with her?" as the other students looked at them. A few moments later, Janica Failover said to Lucy Merrill, "If I've done something wrong, I'm sorry, okay?" Lucy Merrill just growled. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "She seems to be particularly hostile towards Janica, or is that more a look of fear than hostility? Anyway, intermediate magic is harder to learn than I thought. Even after practicing all day, I still haven't mastered the basics." Lucy Merrill said, "Hey." Ed Roth Taylor said, "What?" Lucy Merrill said, "What are you going to do if I leave?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "There's somewhere I need to go. I also need to check the campfire and fireplace. The temperature drops below freezing at night, so if I'm not careful, I could actually freeze to death. Though if I move into the Dex building, I won't have to worry about things like this anymore. I can go once I'm done with all my work." Lucy Merrill said, "Hey." Ed Roth Taylor looked at her as she looked back. Lucy Merrill said, "Let's go together now." A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor used a rope to climb down. "Why did you follow me to a place like this?" he asked. Lucy Merrill said, "I could have helped you get down here with my magic." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Forget it. I need to make sure I'm able to come down and get back up by myself anyway. Since I won't be able to take all of that at once, I'll need to come here a few more times anyway." He began to move the shelves and said, "To think he'd have hidden a secret safe in a place like this." And he held on to this key until the very end. Why? He used the key that Professor Glass gave him, and a bright light came out of the box. He said to himself, to have hidden something like this. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Almost there. We'll be outside soon." Lucy Merrill said, "Yes, I know." Arg. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "It's almost time for Lortel to send the magic engineering item materials that I asked her for. And I should ask for a ladder too." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Let's rest for a bit." And he said to himself, "If I hadn't trained my stamina, I would have given up already." Lucy Merrill asked, "So what is that?" A system notification said, "Legendary rank magic tool Glass Golden Phoenix Ring distorts the timeline and brings the magic you possess in the future to the present. Crafting difficulty 4.5 stars. He showed the ring and said to himself, "You can receive your future magic and use it, the present and the future. If so, I'd be able to use high-level magic right now, theoretically. However, depending on the amount of magic you borrow, you'll be unable to fight for a long time. If I use it impulsively, the price may be huge. That means there's only one way I can use it in battle. When I'm driven into a corner, I'll use it as my secret card as a final attempt. But if not in battle, for example, a spirit contract. The reason Janica can command countless spirits isn't just because of her sensitivity, but because she has a huge amount of magic. For beginner spirit sorcerers like me, we only have 1 or 2 slots, and the reason we need so much practice to even hold a conversation with a low-ranked spirit is because our maximum magic capacity is lacking. If I were able to temporarily increase my maximum magic capacity, I would theoretically be able to make a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Of course, that's a reckless guess, and there are risks. Lucy Merrill said, if he had the time to make that, he should have just. Ed Roth Taylor said, "No, that's all in the past, Lucy. And even if we search through that whole library, there won't be anything more precious than this." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "There's no way Professor Glass would have wasted time." Professor Glass said it was a sin to promote those of ambiguous talent, but this is an object that can destroy the wall of talent called maximum magic capacity. This must have been the reason that Professor Glass was researching magic engineering items, and the reason he hid it all, so no one would know until the very end. It was all a gift for his daughter. Lucy Merrill said, "You know, in the past, one of my sleeve buttons fell off. The button on the very end of the sleeve. I never noticed it when it was on, but once it was gone, my sleeves were so loose that it was uncomfortable. So I suffered for a long while." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Is that so?" Lucy Merrill said, "It's often that I only realize the importance of something after it's gone. Something I thought meant nothing was actually very important. I followed you because I had something to ask. Are you going to go to Dex Hall? Can't you not go?" Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and said to himself, it was the difficult line to come out of Lucy's mouth, but my mind maintained neutrality. To enter Dex Hall or to continue camp life, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Entering Dex Hall is more comfortable for life. It's not normal to live outdoors like this in this cold winter." Lucy Merrill said, "Makes sense. Will it rain?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. Lucy saw the clouds in the sky and felt the moisture on the bridge of her nose and could sense that it was going to rain. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Nope." And he said to himself, "But she's not always right." Ed Roth Taylor said, "It's not time for that." As they looked at the sky, he said to himself, "You cannot be certain that what will fall from the sky will be the drizzling rainwater. However, at the end of a long monsoon season, you think that rain will come thoughtlessly, even though the rainy period is over." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Anyway, I have so much to do these days that I haven't gathered enough firewood for the winter. I don't think I'll be able to do it alone, so help me if you have time." Ed Roth Taylor said, "You said it yourself, we don't have enough firewood." Lucy Merrill suddenly hugged Ed Roth Taylor and said, "Really?" They fell to the ground. Lucy Merrill continued to say, "Really? Really? Really?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Ha, I've already completely adjusted to camp life, so if we improve our surroundings a bit more, I think there are many more positives to just staying and living." He suddenly stopped and lay on the ground. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "That's how the second act ended. It's now officially the third act, where the scale of the trials will grow. There's so much to think of when I close my eyes. Princess Phenia, who's aiming for the student council president position, and her fight with Lortel, and the new enemies and main characters that will enter the school as new students. And the person who will be the last one standing on this stage. The final boss of the third act is Lucy Merrill." Ed Roth Taylor thought silently and said to himself, "It won't be easy, but I'm putting my worries aside for a moment. Even when the next episode ends, we will both be living well and healthily." After seeing Lucy make expressions that I'd never seen in any scene or route, I was sure of it. In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Winter has come. Although it feels comforting while it falls, the snow gathering means more work. After shoveling it all, it's already the middle of the day. Although it's been a while since I set the policy that I can't overdo myself because of how much there is to do. I'm going out because I was called out for the school scholarship student task. So I decided to do all the work I had to catch up on today. I need to finish the firewood and provisions work, but because the preservability is good, thanks to the cold weather, I was able to finish the provisions work quickly. By giving up dorm privileges, I received tuition privileges. So the problem of tuition was able to be resolved, which means I don't have to divide my day by the hour like I used to anymore. But that alone doesn't mean I can just sleep. I've given up on throwing Lucy outside. While it's not like Lucy, who has protection magic all around her, will get cold. The problem is how that make me feel. This is an ease that I don't know will come again. If I had to take the risk, now would be the perfect time." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Shall I get started? Are you listening?" Marilda. At the academy during winter, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, the taste of the refreshments that the former royal patissier was in charge of, the terrace that smells like flowers. The highest quality refreshment set from Laplace Bakery is hard to get because it's usually fully booked, but how else could I lure you out without some kind of bait like this? She glanced at her coffee and added, "Bait. You make it sound like I was reeled in like some fish." Clara stood up and said, "I'll get to the point. I think you're slowly reaching a dangerous line, Janica. You've completely fallen under Ed Roth Taylor's spell." Janica Faylover also stood up, asking, "How did you know that?" Annis ignored them and continued to sip her cold coffee. Clara continued, "How wouldn't I? And I'm not trying to stop you." Janica Faylover replied, "At first, I felt like I'd lost my country, but after my assessment of Ed Roth Taylor changed, I decided to accept the situation as it is." Clara exclaimed, "The problem, has your heart ever pounded so fast you couldn't speak when you were with him? Or have you been so nervous that you couldn't look him in the eye recently?" Janica Faylover protested, "Why are you asking about that?" Clara insisted, "Answer me. Has that happened?" Janica Faylover said, "Rather than my heart pounding or getting nervous, being around him feels comfortable and snug." Clara shouted, That's a sign you're heading toward the worst bad ending in dating." As Janica Faylover grew nervous, a system notification popped up. "Bad ending 13, comfortable girlfriend." Clara continued to shout at Janica, the burn. What's the point if the emotional exchange is only one-sided?" Janica Faylover replied, "You're too close, Clara." Clara said, "You have to make him think of you with desire. What kind of relationship is it if it's just you liking him and following him around? That's just a follower relationship." The Wind Spirit commented that Janica is comfortable, while Tarkin gave her a thumbs up, saying, "Good job." Janica Faylover sighed, "Ugh." Clara held Janika's hands and said, "Anyway, forget it. It's winter break now." His face isn't half bad, so he has a lot of luck with women. We need to find a solution soon. I feel super anxious and I'm going home now. For example, instead of doing the ridiculous push and pull, do something that activates his desire to protect. Anis thought to herself, as expected, that's so like Clara, who has studied through her countless friends' love stories. Everything she's saying is correct, but the reason Ed Roth Taylor's assessment changed is largely due to Clara's influence. Since it's the man Janica likes, and since Belle, the Academy workers, and our friends have all said good things about him, it seems everyone now trusts him. Anis put down her cup of cold coffee and continued to think to herself, I see things a bit differently though. Judging by how she's being scolded by the librarian for not handing in her assignments on time, she has no dignity whatsoever. Assistant Professor Claire apologized to the librarian saying, I'm sorry. Anis continued, when I see her like this, I wonder how such a person ever became a professor. But all the serious professors praise Professor Claire's abilities. People luck. Somehow, she got to have Flurbin and Glast as her masters, received guidance from countless scholars, and managed to finish her degree, even obtaining the greatest Ta. Onyx remarked, Heck, what's all that? That must be heavy. Should I help you? Anis thought to herself, this is the reason that Assistant Professor Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at work, managed to handle all of her important tasks. She replied to Onyx, it's fine. Thank you though. Anis Halalan, Faculty of Magic, second year, a second-year student who made all the Academy workers nod their heads. The greatest advisor. The reason the clumsy Assistant Professor Claire's personal research lab is always so clean is due to Anis's work performance. This personal information was collected at a rate akin to stalking by going back and forth between the student library, Trix Hall, the administrative management room, and the dormitory night duty room. It would have been trouble if she had been caught, but she naturally passed it off with a graceful smile. Other than Janica and Clara, not many people knew her true appearance. Human relationships to Anis were like a game of switching masks. 20 minutes remained until the professor would return from getting snacks from the bakery. Until then, she had to analyze all the details and information about the character Ed Roth Taylor. Anis Halalan, Faculty of Magic, second year, thought, the Roth Taylor family, the strongest family within the Klol Empire. He's the second in line in a family with one son and two daughters. This kind of public information is meaningless. Let's look at his history. The year he was born, Crepin Roth Taylor seized the Lord position. At 2 years old, he became the official heir, so he must be arrogant. He was baptized at 5 years old, received etiquette education at 8, and started other lessons at 12. But judging from his first-year grades, he's not very smart. Ed Roth Taylor continued to reflect. As soon as she was admitted, Anis's family became unstable, so she had no choice but to fend for herself. That's why she had to survive as both a student TA and a scholarship student. She's incredibly resourceful and would use any means available to her. She even looked up to Lortel, a student 1 year her junior, as a role model. Of course, she doesn't have Lortel's knack for reading financial trends, but she has her own methods. Anis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, said, let's see, Ed Roth Taylor. She began reviewing the Roth Taylor family history. He's the second in line in the Roth Taylor family. 1 son, 2 daughters. The strongest family within the Klol Empire. Growing up in such a stifling environment, he must have been indoctrinated with domineering ideas. I'm sure he never faced financial struggles, and he doesn't possess any academic talent. Nor did he show any notable abilities during his first year. There's a high chance he lacks self-confidence. He might prefer a pure and bright girl. Although he may take the lead in everything, I'm sure he tends to avoid responsibility. There's a strong possibility that he prefers someone who provides positive feedback rather than someone who engages in practical discussions, hoping their abilities won't overshadow his. It would be easier for him if that dynamic allowed him to show off. However, he likely wants someone who doesn't get in his way. Someone with a sacrificial nature would align more closely with his ideal type. Obviously, he'll prefer someone with an attractive appearance. Since he's been surrounded by luxury growing up, he'll naturally gravitate toward expensive items. That said, some people with similar upbringings end up being more attracted to simpler partners, so trying that out wouldn't be a bad idea either. He doesn't seem to have much experience in achieving success, so he'll be vulnerable to compliments. He'll enjoy talking about luxury goods and class-related topics. He'd rather show off his wealth by giving gifts than receiving them, and given that this isn't really the time for extravagant gifting, he'll be quite drawn to someone who expresses joy even at small gestures. Rather than showing obsession, it's important to show dependence. Rather than demonstrating competence, it's important to display modesty. Regardless of his actual abilities, there's a high chance he's sensitive to gains and losses. If possible, it would be good to appeal to him through practical benefits, person to person. I should look into how his mindset has shifted after being excommunicated and adjust my actions accordingly. I need to determine what feelings he has for Janica, and whether he could be swayed by others even if he does like her. If he is swayed, does he feel consistently guilty and apologetic, or is he so selfish that he doesn't even realize how pathetic he is? If that's the case, I need to dig a bit deeper. As a TA, I'm his senior, which puts me in a pretty favorable position. Still, it doesn't seem like he'd be drawn to a very assertive woman, so it's important to strike a balance. His ideal type doesn't seem too complicated, it's just the embodiment of the typical noble personality. He might have become a bit more hardworking recently due to environmental pressures, but that underlying arrogance hasn't disappeared. So, in conclusion, it's not that difficult to figure out. Should I practice? Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire entered and said, "I bought some Mont Blanc from La Place Bakery. Let's eat some before getting back to work. Ugh, you already made some black tea. You're the best, Anis. You knew I'd bring snacks." Suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire accidentally knocked over Anis's hot coffee and exclaimed, "Ouch, so hot." She thought to herself, Anis is going to get mad because I was clumsy again. Anis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" Assistant Professor Claire, shocked, replied, Anis sparkled with relief and said, "That's a relief. You're not hurt." "Truly, what a relief." Assistant Professor Claire, confused, said, Anis." In a different scene, Ed Rothtailor brushed off his shoulder and said, "Having to wear my uniform during break was tiring, so thank you." Belle Maya responded, "One uniform won't make much of a difference in the amount of work I have to do. Not to mention, it seems the person I serve is often indebted to you. Recently, while washing Lady Lucy's clothes, I found lots of blonde hair on them. And even when washing young Master Ed's clothes, I could smell the incense scent that Lady Lucy uses, and I found white hairs on them as well." Ed Rothtailor looked up and thought to himself, "Well, Lucy has been sticking close to me lately. To think she caught on to that just from washing clothes. I wonder what this person would have done if she weren't a maid." Belle Maya then asked, "Young Master Ed, why are you still speaking formally to me?" Ed Rothtailor replied, "That's more comfortable for me." She said, "It's more comfortable if you speak informally." Ed Rothtailor responded, "But formal speech is more comfortable for me." He thought to himself, honestly, being the chief maid is a senior level position among the workers at this academy. So it's a bit uncomfortable for me to speak informally to her, as someone who is no longer a noble nor a student of Awfulus Hall. She's always stubborn about this. Ed Rothtailor said, "I'll speak formally as it's comfortable for me." "You're the chief maid. You must have a lot of people to manage and a lot to deal with." She replied, "I'm not sure. You should speak informally if it's comfortable for you. You have more people around you to manage. No, worrying too much can be a burden. Regardless of what the ladies decide, it's your decision in the end. Anyway, I can do laundry for you whenever. It's fine now that the workplace has stabilized, and the restoration of Awfulus Hall is complete as well." Ed Rothtailor said, "Oh, to think it was fully restored in a single semester. The academy must have used all their energy to restore it." She responded, "Since the new students will be entering soon, and of the 7 new students we will be attending to from this break onwards, one of them has already requested to move in and is in the process of doing so." Ed Rothtailor said, "That one person must be Tanya Rothtailor, right?" She said, "Yes, so you were aware." Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, "It seems break will be annoying. My younger sister is coming soon." Back in the cabin in the woods, Jix Effelstein said, "I'm going to my hometown this break." "Why?" "That librarian, Elka, is she going home too?" Ed Rothtailor asked. "How did you know?" Jix Effelstein said, "Who?" "Since I want to spend time with Elka." "Are you going to stay in the camp all break long?" Jix asked, as he exercised topless in the winter. Ed Rothtailor said, "Probably. I'll be a 3rd year soon. I need to be able to use medium magic to save face, so I'm thinking of studying." Jix Effelstein said, Weren't you at the basic magic level just 1 year ago? Don't push yourself too much. I can't sense any magic. Did you train your magic to your limit again? Ed Roth Taylor replied, Jix Effelstein suddenly held Ed Roth Taylor's forehead and said, "And you seem to have a bit of a fever. Are you actually sick?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "There's a reason why. I don't think I'll be able to use magic for a while." Jix Effelstein responded, "If you say so then." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Jix's greatest strength is his indifference. If I say there's a reason, he just agrees with it, which is comfortable. Jix Effelstein said, "Oh yeah, Isla was asking about you. It seemed there was some misunderstanding, so she said she would drag Taylor here to apologize properly. She asked where your cabin was, but I didn't tell her for now since that's personal information." Ed Roth Taylor closed his book and said, "Tell her I don't want an apology, so forget it. I'm not upset, and I literally don't want an apology. I don't have any negative emotions." Jix Effelstein said, "Rather than being tolerant, it's actually just indifference." Ed Roth Taylor said, Anyway, Jix, you're quite good at keeping secrets. Then help me out before you go home. Here's your payment. I'm using Professor Glass's basement library, but it's such a mess that I need manpower to organize it." Jix Effelstein caught the bag of beans and said, "I don't need money. I can just think of it as training." "What are you going to use the library for?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "As a workshop." Jix Effelstein said, "A workshop? Do you do magic engineering too? Surviving in a camp, training your magic, spirit magic, archery, and now even magic engineering. And you're starting work at the academy from tomorrow onwards too. It must be people like you who succeed. Just don't collapse again and do well." Ed Roth Taylor made a list, and it read, Winter break to-do list. 1. Establish workshop organization. Plan 2. Build storage for materials. 3. Finish academy scholarship student work. 4. Raise magic engineering by 3 levels. 5. Acquire a bow-type unique skill. 6. Understand medium magic theory. 7. Contract with a high-ranking spirit. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, check in tomorrow. I have the academy scholarship student work. In a different scene, Assistant Professor Claire said, "Academy scholarship students, thank you for coming." Anis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, said, "Is what it says. Assistant Professor Claire currently cannot communicate." Assistant Professor Claire said, Ooh. Anis Halalan explained, she had to do some academy work, and tomorrow is the due date for the academy syllabus, so she's been awake for 44 hours. So instead, I will communicate the important things for her as the TA. What we academy scholarship students need to do is handle the basic preparations for the class assignment exam for the new students, as well as provide supervision on the day of the exam. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, this class assignment exam, which Professor Glass used to handle every year, will be taken care of by Assistant Professor Claire this year. Just like last time, I obviously know the results, although it's a bit unexpected that Clebius is with us. Anis Halalan continued, last year the exam took place in a northern forest on Arkan Island, but this year it'll be held in the northwest Oran Mountain. Clebius, you already requested the equipment from Trix Hall. Onyx, you assist Assistant Professor Claire with her work. And Ed Roth Taylor. She thought to herself, there's something that Clara and Janica are overlooking. There are too many girls near Ed Roth Taylor. His face just looks like a player's. Since I'm working with him as a scholarship student, it's a good opportunity to test him. After looking at the research, I've perfectly created the type that he might like. If he can't resist my seduction and is a pathetic man who will fall for me. Anis Halalan, a second year in the Faculty of Magic, said in a sultry voice, Ed Roth Taylor, you'll be going with me to conduct a field survey. She then thought to herself with determination, I'll take responsibility and tear you away from Janica. At the Academy Northwest, Oran Mountain, Anis Halalan, a second-year student from the Faculty of Magic, looked up at the mountain and said, it's not very big, but a mountain is still a mountain. There are some dangerous parts, and because of the time of year, some students might get hurt slipping on the snow. Arg, this is tiring. You don't seem tired at all, huh? Ed Roth Taylor replied, it's about time we take it easy and rest. Let's take a break. Anis sighed in relief. Thanks, Ed, haha. Your stamina sure is good, and you're considerate. I think I've had a lot of misconceptions about you. Misconceptions? Ed asked. You must know to an extent, Anis explained. I'm close with Janica, So I was worried that she might be spending time with a bad person. That's why I acted so cold toward you. Ed shrugged. It's fine. I don't care about that stuff. He thought to himself, okay, the next point that I have to check. I have to finish things quickly. You must have been tired from having to be a student TA by yourself. You've worked hard, Ed said. Yeah, that's true, but it's okay, you're here now, Anis replied with a smile, grabbing Ed's arm. Of course, the other two people are plenty helpful, but I feel very supported now that you're here. She hesitated before adding, I'm sorry if this might hurt you, but you were excommunicated from your family, right? I was the same. My family became unstable as soon as I entered school, but I still wanted to keep going, so I endured on my own. It felt like I was alone for a miserably long winter. Ed thought to himself, I definitely get the impression that she has a strong ability to survive. Whether they were financial matters or otherwise, she solved them all on her own. Don't be too distressed about it. You've been enduring well, Ed reassured her, while internally noting, but somehow, her eye image. Anis laughed softly. Ah ha ha ha. Thanks. She turned slightly, showing off her back, and blushed, saying, we have a lot of similarities. Ed pondered, rather than being this emotional, wasn't she more cool-headed and realistic? Suddenly, Anis tripped on seemingly nothing and exclaimed, Ed quickly caught her. Be careful. Sorry, I tripped on a stone, Anis said, flustered. Ed glanced ahead but saw no stone on the path. A stone? Anis, flustered and confused, said, Wait, why am I so warm? Let me calm down. Sit here and wait for a bit. I'll be back soon. She hurried off, leaving Ed puzzled. As she walked away, Anis thought to herself, he's really reliable and trustworthy from the outside. Is it an act? This is ambiguous. A comrade who endured a difficult academy life. I formed a relatable affinity point. An impression that I may appear competent, but on the inside, I'm actually weak, which makes him want to protect me. I didn't know if he liked mature women or the cute and young, so I tried doing a mix of both. I created some points of contact a few times, and one more at the end as a facade of an accident. It's almost all according to plan. Did I get too immersed? Anyway, I wasn't executing it to be, but his body's pretty good. He acts like a nerd, but he's pretty muscular. I thought he'd be a noble family young master who grew up knowing nothing, but he's better at work than expected. And his appearance, well, no wonder Janica fell for him. She felt a twinge of affection and mused, I get it. This is how he makes women fall for him. But I'm different. Ed Roth Taylor. In a different scene, Ed Roth Taylor stood on the mountain, taking in the view. Ha! What a beautiful view, he murmured to himself. Oran Mountain's view makes me briefly forget all of my worries. But there are some things that you just can't think of any solutions for. For example, the issue regarding Tanya Roth Taylor. He continued, reflecting deeply, villainous young lady, those are the words that best describe her. As expected of a young lady who grew up in a duchy, Tanya is a genius when it comes to politics. She instinctively developed her ability for politics and trickery. With that as her basis, she tries to become the first student council president in Sylvanian history. Soon, she will start gathering the characters with influence in the academy. Bell mentioned that Tanya was entering the dorms earlier than the others. The reason for that is so she can cement her position as much as possible before the semester starts. Tanya Roth Taylor isn't an extra, but a villainess, so there are things I remember. Because of that, I thought I'd be able to prepare for her at first. But there's a problem. How will Tanya Roth Taylor treat me? I don't know. I know Tanya, but I don't know myself. None other than myself. Since Ed Roth Taylor is a villain who only appeared briefly in the beginning before disappearing. The settings never mentioned it properly. There was nothing much in the epilogue. He was really just an extra, so there are no clues. None at all. That's why I have no idea how to handle this problem. How Ed Roth Taylor is thinking. To Tanya Roth Taylor, Ed Roth Taylor is. Tanya Roth Taylor said, garbage. And she thought to herself, Sylvania is full of insects. The Clole Empire's princess, the LT Trading Company's executive, a spirit sorcerer who could wield high-level spirits at a young age. A great alchemist who created the elixir of engraving as a student, a beast who commanded the northern vegetation region, Nortondale sword demon, and even a warrior capable of wielding the swordsman form. However, the most impressive one is the rare genius mage who may have received the star's blessing from the Archmage Glock. This is a gathering of nobility that makes my heart race just imagining it. I can't help but long for it. Sylvania Academy. I will lead a faithful academic life in its midst, Belle Maya said. The maids have already organized the luggage you sent ahead of time. Your room is the second one on the third floor. Please just complete the entrance procedures through the attendants. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, I have somewhere to stop by before then. She replied, yes, understood. Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, the first thing I'll do is Sylvania, the land of learning I've yearned for. Ed Roth-Taylor, the one who disgraced the family name. I need to get rid of the trash. Villainous young lady Tanya Roth-Taylor, second daughter of the Roth-Taylor Duchy in another. Seeing the letter said, I feel happy to hear from you. I truly want to encourage your ambition. Show your face around as a proxy for me and strengthen your position. Crepin Roth-Taylor wrote in the letter. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, I'll satisfy your expectations, father. She pressed the letter to her small chest and thought to herself, before leaving for the land of learning, Sylvania, I told father 2 of my resolutions. Crepin Roth-Taylor continued in the letter, while Sylvania may treat you differently depending on your identity, at its core, it is a land of learning. Even the princess, when it comes to learning, was to treat professors with respect as masters, so don't rely on your nobility and commit discourtesies. Everyone a grade higher than you is your senior. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, thank you for your time, senior. I heard that you know about that man, so I won't elaborate too much. He is a human who is like a point of anger and a blemish in our family. I've grown up with him since I was young, so I know. It must have been hard. My childhood can't compare to yours. And she thought to herself, it's not difficult to naturally lead a conversation. He's just full of bluffs and is a crude person who doesn't know elegance. To think that a human like that sat in the position of heir to the family just because he was older. He has no perseverance, so he barely started anything before giving up. But his pride is high, so he'll never acknowledge his incompetence. Just because he had the slightest bit of mana resonance, he acted all high and mighty as if he'd become an archmage. When he barely managed to get into Sylvania, I was at a loss for words. Well, it only took a few years for him to cause incidents and get himself into this situation, so I felt better. Lortel Kachon said, is that so? I'm sure someone like you would have noticed in a moment. Tanya Roth-Taylor sweated and said, so with this opportunity. And she thought to herself, huh? Why is this not a conversation, but just me talking? The letter from Crepin Roth-Taylor continued, be careful when meeting the people I introduce you to. You must respect the other person, especially when it comes to negotiations and deals. This is a person you cannot take lightly. She and I have met through the sage's sealed grimoire business. It will be a great experience, but, never mind. Good luck, Tanya. Tanya Roth-Taylor was shocked and couldn't say a word. Lortel Kachon said, what's wrong? Keep talking. She looked at her seriously, and Tanya Roth-Taylor felt as if an anaconda was entangling her whole little body as she sweated. She suddenly spoke and said, heck, wait, are you upset? Lortel Kachon said, upset? What are you talking about? How interesting. Ed Roth-Taylor's winter break to-do list. 1. Establish a workshop organization plan. 2. Build storage for materials. 3. Expand the cabin. 4. Rio check. 5. Finish academy scholarship student work. 6. Raise magic engineering by 3 levels. 7. Acquire a bow-type unique skill. 8. Understand medium magic theory. 9. Contract with a high-ranking spirit. A system notification said, acquired mid-rank magic, particle explosion. Another system notification said, acquired mid-rank magic, Root's desire. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, I borrowed it from Professor Glass' library last night. It's quite convenient that I can see all the books without a due date. I managed to finish most of the scholarship student work on the first day. It seemed that Annis suffered more than I did. Ed Roth-Taylor used his skill ignition at the firewood and said, oh yeah. Since I can't use magic, I can't practice it, but I at least wanted to become proficient in its theory. Let's see by now. Although Lucy Merrill popped up in various unimaginable locations in all sorts of ways before, I'm now used to all the places she appears. Ed Roth-Taylor said, hey Lucy, light the fire for me. As Lucy Merrill slept, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, it's not hard for me to lift her either since she's so light. Lucy Merrill pointed at the bonfire, and it immediately lit up in a raging fire. Ed Roth-Taylor said, great. Lucy Merrill opened her eyes and said, I'll stay outside too. Then she dozed off again. Ed Roth-Taylor said, okay. Lucy Merrill suddenly woke up and said, I can smell perfume. Ed Roth-Taylor replied, yeah? He thought to himself, I was with Anis all day working on academy stuff, so it looks like her flower scent stuck to my body. Lucy Merrill asked, Are you feverish? Sick? Ed Roth Taylor responded, You can tell? Lucy Merrill said, Don't be sick. If you're sick, you might die. If your magic is twisted, I'll release it. Suddenly she was confused and said, It's not twisted, it's just empty. You've done something reckless. Ed Roth Taylor said, It's manageable. Lucy Merrill said, Once winter ends, you might get much stronger. Can I make a weird request? Lucy Merrill asked. A weird request? Ed Roth Taylor repeated. Can you pat my head? Lucy Merrill requested. A few moments later, she fell asleep on Ed Roth Taylor's lap, and he gently patted her head, making her feel relaxed. Suddenly, Lortel Ketchum said, It's been a while, Ed. Oh, Lortel, you're here because of the favor I asked of you last time? Ed Roth Taylor asked. You could have just told me to come to the trading company, and I would have gone. Lortel Ketchum replied, No, there were just other things I wanted to talk to you about. As she looked at Lortel Ketchum, Lucy Merrill thought to herself, Lap side pillow? Lortel continued, There was also something I wanted to ask as well. In another scene, Tanya Roth Taylor said, That was long, but thank you for hearing me out until the end. The objective is simple. If you follow me and help me punish that man, I'll reward you the best I can. For example, there are a lot of reputable archaeologist researchers in the Eastline family. I can share several antiques that are in the Roth Taylor family storage. Elka exclaimed, Really? Wow. Jix Effelstein added, Oh yeah. Elka said, Oh yeah. Jix Effelstein asked, You're Tanya Roth Taylor? Tanya Roth Taylor looked at Jix Effelstein and thought to herself, This body's well trained, and I can clearly feel the flow of magic from it. I need to get this person on my side. Jix Effelstein said, You're Ed's younger sister? Tanya Roth Taylor responded, Yes. Heh, Jix Effelstein said with a smile. Ha ha, did you hear, Elka? This is Ed's younger sister. He handed over an item and said, This is a mandatory magic engineering item for new students, but don't take a new one, just use this. It'll be easier when training your magic resonance. Tanya Roth Taylor replied, What? Jix Effelstein said, Ah, right. Elka, did you bring Professor Delorf's elemental studies notes? Yep, brought them. I almost threw them out, Elka replied. Okay, take this and this and this. You might not need this. Just take it anyway. If you don't need it, you can throw it out. There's a big difference between having notes for a class and not having them. Elka, do you still have the wreath used during Professor Hallen's class? Jix Effelstein asked. A few moments later, Jix Effelstein and Elka said, Phew! Tanya Roth Taylor asked, Did you properly hear what I said about the offer? Jix Effelstein responded, doing something about Ed? Oh yeah. I know siblings are usually at odds with each other. Gosh, there's no way for you two to get along. Well, with Ed's personality, it makes sense to have that kind of misunderstanding, he added. Elka said, Jix, the ship is leaving soon. Jix Effelstein said, Anyway, so you're Ed's sister? Nice to meet you. I'm Jix, a second-year student, and I'm Ed's junior. We're pretty indebted to each other in many ways, so we're quite close. Seeing how tough you look, just like your brother, I can tell you'll do great. What a blessing it is to be born into a great household with a great family. He patted Tanya Roth Taylor's shoulder as they walked away and said, Anyway, good luck. Okay, together. 1, 2, T3. Good luck. Jix and Elka cheered. Tanya Roth Taylor dropped to the ground, confused, and thought to herself, What the? At the faculty building in Claire's office, Anis Halalain said, Good work. Assistant Professor Claire, looking at her mirror, appeared exhausted. Anis Halalain continued, As long as the new student's class assignment exam goes well, we'll be able to take it easy for the rest of the break. Assistant Professor Claire sighed, Is this, youth? You're incredible, Anis. It's been 2 days, your stamina sure is made of steel. Anis Halalain thought to herself, As I suspected, I can't trust in the labor force of the external scholarship students. Whether it's third-year Onyx or first-year Clebius, they aren't efficient with their work, so in the end, I have to redo everything. And yet, Ed Roth Taylor is different. There were no flaws in his document processing. As she remembered their time on the mountain, Ed Roth Taylor had said to her, Students may enter and exit from this entrance by mistake, so we should close it in advance. The snowy path is slippery, and it will be troublesome if it's this slippery on the day of the exam. Anis Halalain continued thinking, he was able to resolve practical issues at a standard hard to find among high-ranking nobles. It would be a lie to say I wasn't surprised. So, he wasn't revered for nothing, surprisingly enough. Assistant Professor Claire asked, "Anyway, you were with Ed, right, Anis? How is he? Similar to you, right?" "Yup, keep this a secret from Ed." When I was investigating the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, I had to tail him for a bit. I found that he had made quite a decent camp, bigger than this lab. The tools he uses, his work table, campfire, display, drying rack, and smoker, it looked like he made it all himself. I could truly feel how persistently he lived, and who knew even his grades would improve that much. It was to the point where even Professor Glass would acknowledge him, and he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I don't know how he did it. Well, I'm sure he worked just that hard. And also, Anis Halalan began to sweat as she thought, I see clues that demonstrate his practical abilities that have been developed to a strange extent. It's very different from the life of a noble who grew up like a flower in a greenhouse. Assistant Professor Claire said, "You have more similarities than you thought, right? Me and Ed?" "Well, thank you for saying that, but..." Anis Halalan responded, thinking to herself, "He is definitely not a bad man." I couldn't just listen to others' opinions and tell Janica to have a beautiful love, but after meeting him myself, there were no flaws I could see. He is just a decent, honest, and hard-working man. No, is he really just a decent man? His appearance is outstanding. He doesn't have an arrogant attitude at all, and even Assistant Professor Claire likes him. He's got a gentle side to him, and I found out unexpectedly that he has a good physique. And he smells good. You can tell he takes care of himself well. "Anis Halalan, are you spacing out?" Assistant Professor Claire asked. Anis Halalan suddenly stood up and opened the window, saying, "It's a bit warm, shall we open the windows?" As papers flew around, Assistant Professor Claire tried to gather them and said, "Yes, let's get some circulation in here. Make sure the wind doesn't send the papers flying. Anis Halalan, are you okay? Maybe you have overexerted yourself." Anis Halalan thought to herself, "This is trouble. I don't think this is okay. This is real trouble. Oh no, wait." She suddenly remembered what Assistant Professor Claire had mentioned earlier, and he even contracted with a spirit. It must have been hard to do it alone, so I don't know how he did it. Did Ed even get a contract with a spirit in this short time? That's impossible to do alone. I'm sure Janica helped Ed with the spirit connection. And that spirit must be talented and trustworthy. One that can report everything to Janica, she thought, trembling in fear. Assistant Professor Claire said, "Anis, since we're done with work, should we go eat snacks? Should I buy some, Anis?" Suddenly, Anis Halalan ran out. In another scene, in the evening, Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, the Faylover family's motto is harmony and coexistence. The beautiful way she was considerate of others and loved everyone was what always made her shine. She never experienced loneliness, and thanks to that, she could obtain many genuine friends. But there's no such thing as a life without worries. Janica Faylover cried, saying, Anis and Ed." From a distance, Tanya Roth-Taylor said, "Nice to meet you, Janica. I wanted to introduce myself and talk." She was exhausted after walking a short distance. Tanya Roth-Taylor remembered what Lortel Kacheln had said to her about Janica Faylover. Janica Faylover, even among the incoming third years, is the ace among aces, with incredible popularity, recognition, and ability. For your goal, you definitely need to bring her onto your side. Tanya Roth-Taylor trembled in fear and said, "Thank you, Lortel." She then asked, "Are you okay, Janica?" As flames began emanating from Janica's body in her anger. Tanya Roth-Taylor was shocked and confused, saying, She remembered what Lortel Kacheln had told her about Janica Faylover. "Don't worry too much, Tanya. Janica is kind by nature and considerate, so she always listens and believes everyone's words." Janica Faylover, holding her staff, was engulfed in power, her eyes glowing red with anger. Lortel Kacheln's words echoed in Tanya's mind as Janica cried in pain and anger over Mug's story about Ed Roth-Taylor and Anis Halalan. Lortel Kacheln said, "We finished arranging most of the production materials you asked for, but the legendary rank materials are proving difficult. They're hard to find during the winter." Ed Roth-Taylor poured hot cocoa into a wooden mug and replied, "There's no helping it then. You're busy anyway, yet you still accepted my request. Thank you." Lortel Kacheln stretched and said, "I just did it when I had time, so don't worry too much." "You should have just rested," Ed said. "Why come all this way to tell me? It's not even that close." "Don't worry," Lortel responded. "I came to rest." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, the moon was smiling. Only traces of the once full moon remain. Time has flown by in an instant after living in chaos. Even the river is hibernating in the winter, so of course tranquility finds everyone equally. But the way people accept it differs for each person. These are trying times when I must protect myself from the bitter cold. Ed Roth Taylor's winter break to-do list said, 1. Establish workshop organization plan. Check and done 2. Build storage for materials. Still pending 3. Expand the cabin. Still pending 4. Rio check and done 5. Finish academy scholarship student work, check and done 6. Raise magic engineering by 3 levels, still pending 7. Acquire a bow-type unique skill, still pending 8. Understand media magic theory, check and done 9. Contract with a high-ranking spirit, check and done, he thought to himself. And it's a busy time where I have to adapt to survive. For those who have transcended such things, winter feels quiet, like walking down a still path. Winter has that kind of magical power. Lortel Cacheln asked, why is Lucy sleeping there? She sounded slightly jealous, seeing Lucy Merrill sleeping on Ed Roth Taylor's lap and snoring. It's winter, Ed replied. Is that an answer? Lortel asked, confused. Ah, is it ambiguous? She asked, putting down her mug of hot cocoa. Am I overreacting? Ha ha. Honestly, I wouldn't have come all this way just to talk about magic engineering items, she added. Is there something else? Ed asked. Oh my, look at you acting like you don't know, Lortel teased. So you want it? Ed asked. Yes, she replied, showing him something. Pretty fun, right? She added. I'll do anything for you, so please just bid for the sage's sealed grimoire for me. It's a merchant's virtue to get your money's worth, Lortel said. Just how much are you going to ask of me? Ed responded. However, I cannot ask a favor of you that burdens you too much or is hard to carry out. Pick my side, Lortel urged. Ed thought to himself, yes, it's about time for the third act. The opposition between Princess Phinia and Lortel will officially begin. Lortel senses this and is beginning her politics and strategizing. The benevolent Princess Phinia, Elias Kloll, she is fated to be Lortel's enemy. According to the scenario, Phinia will rise to the position of student council president, take control of the academy, and raise her power. With that power, she will begin to dig up the darkness of the Roth Taylor family in the fourth act. Lortel said, there may be a moment where everyone in this academy will have to choose a side. If that time comes, choose my side. That's all I want. Ed thought to himself, Phinia and Lortel. It's the main character's decision who will win. It's not me anyway. He said to Lortel, I don't think me taking your side will be that meaningful. Yes, your reputation is improving at the academy, but your support won't bring about a significant result. You're just a student, Lortel said bluntly. That makes me feel a little hurt, Ed replied. So what? It's not an issue of being politically meaningful, Lortel responded. The reason behind it concerns me. Ed agreed. All right, that's not hard. As she burned the letter, Ed stared at her, thinking to himself, Lortel, who smiled captivatingly while devising a plan, was truly worthy of being called a girl of 1,000 faces. However, she smiled and turned back, saying, I'm glad. Ed wondered to himself, did she ever have an expression like this? The next morning, Ed thought, since it was during the break, there were obviously no classes and no academy scholarship work. I wanted to sleep in lazily, but I woke up early out of habit. Can you light the fire? Ed asked Lucy Merrill. Okay, Lucy replied, lighting it up. Ed thought to himself, last night, I had a long conversation with Lortel, but something never left my mind. Lortel had said, Ed, you have a younger sister, right? I think she's been preparing something. I can't tell whether she truly sees you as an enemy of the family or if it's just the usual sibling rivalry. Honestly, she is a bit cute, so I introduced her to a few people. She said she would meet them all today. She will probably come find you tomorrow morning and tell you off, Lortel Cacheln said. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, she's here. The biological younger sister of this body I'm in. The relationship she has with me is a complete mystery. No matter how much I think about it, it's hopeless. There's nothing I can do. Tanya Roth Taylor stammered. It's been a while, brother. I brought you a present since it's been a while. Ed thought to himself, is she nervous? Is she embarrassed? It seems she's scared of something, but she doesn't hold ill will. Yes, I see. While I was at the estate. To my family, I must have lived a solid life, he thought. I apologize for coming to a hasty conclusion. Good job, Ed Roth Taylor. Tanya, shocked, remembered Ed before. At a dinner, she said to the maid, "How dare you bring this kind of food to the next in line to be Roth Taylor's lord? Your perseverance in not showing contempt is quite impressive, Tanya. Your worldly wisdom and wit are truly outstanding," she thought, stepping on the maid's face. The maid whimpered, "Ack." Ugh. Tanya trembled and stood up, saying, "Pup, please stop," and stopped eating. Ed asked, "What's wrong? Don't tell me you feel sympathy or attachment to these people who are mere tools. You're not a true noble yet, Tanya." Back in the present, Ed said, "Thanks, I'll use it well. I'll wear it at the start of next semester. Strictly speaking, I've been excommunicated from the family. I'm not your brother, but thank you for giving me something like this." Tanya stammered, "So," Ed said, "don't just stand there, go wait by the fire. There aren't many herbs left," she noted. Let's not save them," Ed replied. As Lucy Merrill woke up, Tanya asked, "This child, no need to worry about her," Ed said. "And you, give her a seat, don't just sit there." Ed went outside and brought back 2 cups of hot water. "From what I heard, you were going around to check out the academy. Have you met some people?" Tanya replied, "Ah, yes. I heard a lot about you too." "About me?" Ed asked. "There aren't many people who know me. Jix or Janica?" All of them were scared. "So you met her? She's nice, right? She's the kindest of the kids I know, with the sweetest heart." Tanya exclaimed, Yes, so kind, so incredibly kind. She was very kind, truly, and extremely strong. She had a high-level fire spirit, that fire lizard. She summoned it and was throwing workers around like toys. She said if I didn't reply properly, she wouldn't let me go." Tanya, visibly scared, added, "No, she was very kind and elegantly wished me good luck on my school life." "She took out a high-level spirit?" Ed asked, surprised. "No, she didn't. She really didn't. I just made that up. It's just that in the rumors, she has a high-level spirit, so I ended up making up such a story." Tanya confessed. Ed thought to himself, "I knew something was strange. In my memory, Tanya isn't someone to be this awkward." As expected, everyone who has met Ed Roth Taylor has a negative inclination toward me. "Hey, Tanya," Ed called. "Eep," Tanya squeaked. "I'm living to the best of my abilities right now," Ed said, "so don't look at me so negatively. I'm paying the price, living as someone who's been excommunicated. I was quite pathetic when I lived at the estate, right? I'm sure there's a lot that can't be taken back now, but I'm sorry. From what I heard, you want to become the student council president. I'll cheer you on. I won't be much help, but I know how hard you always work. Good luck," he said, handing her a cup. Ed thought to himself, "I'm saying this, but Tanya will not become the president. Tanya is a villain who is there to help Fenia. But still, since she's the first blood relative I've met, no matter what she does, I'll feel especially attached to her. Judging by her expression, I have no idea how our relationship will go, but..." In another scene, Tanya Roth Taylor panted, "Huff, huff. I almost lost my mind for a second. I know that trash is nature. But I almost burned to death after talking badly about him. There was something I realized at that moment. True fury. Janica truly believes in and follows that human. But it's strange. Sylvania is full of elites, and the top student is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Merrill." She continued, "In this place full of such people, no matter how good at acting Ed Roth Taylor is, his true nature will quickly be revealed." As she looked at Lucy Merrill, Tanya thought to herself, was she next door? Even in Awfulest Hall, the best dorm, there is that unsophisticated and inelegant human. So, of course, there are imperfections everywhere. Lucy Merrill said, Are you the younger sister?" Tanya thought to herself, Ed was just lucky. Lucy tiptoed closer and said, "Let me know if you're struggling with anything." Then she walked away. Tanya, trembling in shock, muttered, "Room 302, Lucy Merrill." She thought to herself, that person was the legendary genius mage. Lucy Merrill? Nothing makes sense. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, it seems it'll take some time for Tanya to adjust to Sylvania. It wasn't particularly her fault. Ennis Halelan said, "Introduce me to a boy." They were standing in the rose garden. "It'd be best if he's someone handsome, tall, and distinguished. You've worked at Awfulest Hall for a long time, so you must know many students like that, Belle." Bellmeyer replied, "You're not someone who'd meet boys that casually, are you?" "No, actually, do you even have dating experience?" Anna suddenly looked down, and Belle quickly added, I apologize. I didn't mean it in a bad way. You're always busy and doing your best to take care of yourself, so I didn't think you'd be interested in dating. Like the incoming third year, young Master Ed, you actually are quite similar, now that I think about it, Belle observed. Anis became frustrated, and Belle began sweating, unsure of what to say. Perhaps, Belle muttered. Anis sighed and said, I can't fool your eyes. Yes, it's as you think. I met him to be sure despite the negative rumors surrounding him, but we had more in common than I expected. Our conversations flowed well. He's a thoughtful and considerate person, so. Belle asked, then do you have feelings for young Master Ed? Anis replied, yes, I'll just acknowledge it. I feel a bit attracted to him. If anything, this is good news. If he's a good enough person for even me to see his appeal, then that means Janica has really found the one. This won't be a problem as long as I get rid of my feelings. Belle hesitantly said, Lady Anis? Anis Halelan said if you think of it like a malignant tumor, it's a relief we found it in its early stages. It's not like he's the only man in the world. As long as I find another boy to replace him and make it known that we're dating. Belle Maya said, perhaps. Has Lady Janica caught on to your feelings? Are you sure this is the right approach? Intending to find another boy to replace him is incredibly disrespectful to everyone involved. Even if it's you, I never thought you'd be this inconsiderate to another. Anis responded, to be honest, while passing through the teacher's wing yesterday, I ran into Janica, but we couldn't even say hi to each other. It felt awkward, and her expression looked dark. Next year, during the class assignment exam, I have to supervise it with Ed, but I feel so sorry towards Janica that I don't know what to do. Belle reassured her. It might not be as big of a deal as you think. Lady Janica is always kind and genuine to others, and as her friends, you two have always protected her from getting hurt. But wasn't the problem that Lady Janica was too perfect for others? Perhaps that's not always a good attitude to have. Belle added, sometimes it's more charming to show an imperfect side, like a desire to protect, don't you think? Reflecting on Belle's words, Anis thought to herself, desire to protect. My head is clearing up. I was finally able to organize my thoughts after Belle encouraged me not to feel guilty. After that, I thought of Janica and couldn't help but smile. It's obvious where Janica would go when she's confused or having a hard time. Meanwhile, back at Ed Roth Taylor's cabin in the woods, he saw Janica Faye Lover sitting alone. When did you get here? Ed asked. He thought to himself, I need to slowly gather materials to construct the storage. I want to expand the space and have a bigger living room, but judging from my winter plans, I need to hurry. Janica remained silent as Ed poured her a cup of hot water. He handed her the cup and offered another jacket, saying, it's snowing again. There was already a lot on the ground, but it seems to snow every 2 days. If you have any concerns, you can speak, Ed said. Sorry, I can't say it, Janica replied softly. Then you don't have to, Ed responded. Janica was shocked, and then even more surprised when Ed draped a coat over her. Ed thought to himself, I forget sometimes, but Janica's academy life must be pretty difficult. She seems like a small animal backed into a corner, so it's hard to just brush her off. It's cold. Winter continues. It's a cold that's hard to endure with just a blanket and fire. But still, spring is slowly approaching, Ed said as Janica rested her head on his shoulder, watching the bonfire. Ed reflected, there were many times Father, the patriarch, left for business at the palace, but the Roth-Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and oldest daughter, Arwen Roth-Taylor, died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. What kind of person was Ed Roth-Taylor? There's a saying, if you want to see who someone truly is, give them power. That pathetic piece of trash acted as if the whole world belonged to him just because he had a bit of power as the heir. Ed Roth-Taylor said to Tanya Roth-Taylor, what can you do if you look at me with eyes like that? Can you kill me? Tanya Roth-Taylor replied, yes. Since Arwen has left this world, isn't this good? Ed Roth-Taylor said, now if I die, you'll become the heir. What are you doing? Do it, stab me, stab me, stab me, hurry. I told you to push it in. Tanya Roth-Taylor fell to the ground as Ed Roth-Taylor laughed, saying, ah ha 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 ha. Tanya muttered, ha. And she thought to herself, that was my everyday back then. In a moment, it would get hard to breathe, and he would once again look down at me with those eyes. I lived suppressed by that gaze for half of my life, although he wouldn't hit me, as we were born with the same blood, in a situation where I couldn't save the family, nor the people of the estate. I lived as a spiritless being. I lived as if I were dead. Then an opportunity came, Ed Roth Taylor excommunicated. He was excommunicated, so all that was left was for me to prove myself. The upcoming student council president elections are my one and only chance. My first plan, the class assignment exam. New students class assignment. D-Day Anis Halilon said to Ed Roth Taylor, "Stay away." Smell, gaze, energy. Yeah, they don't work on me, so stay away. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Anis is very smart. She must have a reason, right? Assistant Professor Claire said, I think I've explained all of the details. Shall we go up and prepare for the exam now? Episode 3, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania New Students Class Assignment, unlike the exam in the Northern Forest before. The class assignment exam takes place on Oran Mountain. In Professor Glass' absence, Assistant Professor Claire is in charge of the exam, so there are quite a few differences. The main difference in the exam, regarding the hidden magic marbles on the mountain, is that instead of difficult to find magic marbles, there are easy to find magic stones. Not only are they not particularly hidden, but there aren't many differences in points based on them. This is an exam where anyone can aim for the A class as long as they find one and put it on the altar of substitution. It sounds easy when put this way, but she is still the disciple of that master. Assistant Professor Claire said, you need to at least be this good to be in the A class. Do you think the A class is a joke? Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, you must fight and defeat countless monsters and wild animals, and only the students who survive can become a class. It's an absurd difficulty level. It's also called the Oran Mountain Survival Exam of Hell. In the end, there were no new students who made it to a class in Sylvania Academy this year. Of course, that's the original scenario. This scenario where no one makes it to a class is directly related to an important event later on, which is why it needs to progress this way. That's why I decided not to comment on Assistant Professor Claire's difficulty, although I'll write a written apology later on. I feel comfortable because even though it's a diabolical survival exam, none of the new students will become casualties. They will be fighting imaginary monsters based on a magic engineering item we'll set up, the Vision Disc. A system notification said, normal rank Vision Disc, it summons apparitions of low-level monsters and beasts. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, our work ends after setting up the disc and prepping for safety. That purple Vision Disc is the most important. From what I know, the reason no one makes it to a class is because of that. A system notification said, rare rank Vision Disc, it summons apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. Ed Roth Taylor thought, although it's commendable that she's taking care of them on her own because they are important objects. As Anis Halilon carried the rare rank Vision Disc, Ed Roth Taylor said to her, hey, if they're heavy, give me a few. You keep getting left behind. Anis Halilon thought it was Onyx and said, thanks Onyx. It was too heavy, so. Ed Roth Taylor said, gimme. Anis Halilon sweated and was shocked after seeing Ed Roth Taylor. She shouted, yak! As she stepped back and slipped, Ed Roth Taylor shouted, watch out. He caught her by the waist and held her arm, but she dropped the rare rank Vision Disc. Ed Roth Taylor, shocked, said, it's dangerous. The rare rank Vision Disc fell down the steps and he thought, the most important, purple disc. Suddenly, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale caught the rare rank Vision Disc and said, shouldn't you be careful? What are you going to do if it breaks? Ed Roth Taylor thought. Oh, as expected of a top student. Phew. The scenario almost got messed up before the semester even began. The rare rank Vision Disc suddenly cracked and crumbled, shattering into pieces as Ed Roth Taylor and Anis Halilon watched it fall apart. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale asked them, now what? Ed Roth Taylor suddenly let go of Anis Halilon and thought, I knew things were going too smoothly. Last year, during joint combat training, the failing student Taylor picked up a sword for the first time, beat Lucy, and received detention. Although the scenario went wrong and led to Janika's quick explosion path, this year's joint combat training is important as well. The elite first-year students, full of talent, get to request combat training matches against the renowned upperclassmen. Once the matches begin, the first years go on a rampage, making the term training meaningless as they use any means necessary to win. However, despite their efforts, they all lose to Taylor alone. Taylor, who had grown stronger throughout the year, became well known to everyone. The Saintess Clarice, who had been hiding her identity, fixed her gaze on Taylor, and the act ended. It was emotional to witness Taylor's growth, the relationship between the fourth-generation hero, the Saintess, and Taylor is significant. Her power is essential for Lucy's showdown in the third act and what follows. Saintess Clarice is a critical character, so this event must follow the scenario. That means the elite first-year students must go wild as planned. The honest cause of their frenzy is that none of the new students were placed in a class during the class placement exam. The reason for this was because Assistant Professor Claire used those purple discs during the exam. Onyx sighed, this will be annoying. Assistant Professor Claire said, the circuit itself is broken. We'll need to send it in for repair separately. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale exclaimed, oh my God! After all our hard work, why this? Anis Halelan said, sorry, I should have been more careful. Assistant Professor Claire responded, but apologizing won't fix the broken magic engineering item. At this rate, there'll be too many class students, so we need to solve this. Ed Roth Taylor said, we can solve this. Clebius, surprised, said, oh. Ed Roth Taylor continued, and by we, I mean Clebius, of course. Clebius, shocked, eyes blank, shouted, what? At the class assignment exam, Oran Mountain entrance, Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, when do you truly feel like you've come to the land of learning, Sylvania? If you ask Tanya, she would say it was when she met such noble students as her classmates. Even though the princess and chancellor were both Sylvanian students, they wore the same clothes, ignoring birth and status. Despite this, there was one exception, the anchor of millions within the Telos order, Saintess Clarice. She said, thank you, but please spare me the formalities. If everyone focused on etiquette, the whole academy would suffer, so please don't worry about formalities with me. A student muttered, ugh. Suddenly, Tanya Roth Taylor said, it's an honor to meet you, Saintess Clarice. I am the next head of the Roth Taylor family, Tanya Roth Taylor. Saintess Clarice responded, oh my, the Roth Taylor family. Crepin, the current patriarch, was baptized by me. I was too young to remember. Tanya Roth Taylor said, it was an honor for our family. When I become an adult, I too will be baptized. Saintess Clarice smiled, I'll look forward to that, Miss Tanya. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, meeting the Saintess while everyone is watching. This will be helpful for the Student Council President election, but today's main event. Suddenly, a firework shot up in the air, and it exploded. The exam began. The Faculty of Combat went to the Student Plaza, the Faculty of Magic to the entrance of Oran Mountain, and the Faculty of Alchemy to Obel Hall's basement. The locations and contents of the exam differed depending on the faculty, but the goal was the same, getting into a class. Achieving a class meant full exemption from tuition, the right to enter Ophelis Hall, free use of student welfare facilities, and the fame that came with it, whatever you desired. A red-haired student shouted, nice, I found a stone, time to sprint. I can join a class as long as I put it on the altar faster than the others, right? Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself. All the new students are running instead of talking. The red-haired boy screamed, damn it, Joseph, stop! Tanya Roth Taylor thought, they're staring at the summit. There are too many. I'm sure putting the stone on the altar isn't the only task. There must be some kind of device to make it harder. Instead of wasting stamina, she decided to stay on her guard and move slowly. Suddenly, she heard something. A student fell to the ground. Tanya Roth Taylor thought, she's taking her shoes off? Did she slip? Tanya Roth Taylor asked, did you hurt your leg? If so, I'll call the staff. The student replied, no, it's not that. I wanted to step on the snow with my bare feet. Kya, so cold, Tanya Roth Taylor said. Suddenly, here? The student responded, can I? Is it not logical? It was on my wish list. I've only imagined it, but it's much softer than I expected. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, those eyes, that attitude. She must have hit her head as soon as the exam began. How unfortunate. Tanya Roth Taylor introduced herself. I'm the second daughter of the Roth Taylor family, Tanya. It seems we're classmates. The student replied, Roth Taylor, I heard that those in the Roth Taylor family are as amazing as your high status. Tanya Roth Taylor said, not all of us. The student asked, pardon? Tanya Roth Taylor clarified, no matter how high status your family is, if it exists for a long time, you can eventually get absurd and lousy scoundrels as well. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, when I saw him at the camp, he seemed to have reformed. I don't know who the true Ed Roth Taylor is now, but the fear that's been ingrained in me won't disappear. The student said, still, I don't think you are that kind of person. And you're from the Roth Taylor family. I'm from the countryside, so I should be respectful, right? Tanya Roth Taylor said, so, it's fine. This is Sylvania. The student responded, "Ah, it is Sylvania." Kylie Ekney said, "Oh, I am Kylie Ekney. I'm from a small city-state called Terranay Principality in the East. I don't know much about the world. If I do something strange, I apologize in advance. I'm not used to places like Teethies." Tanya Roth Taylor responded, "Kylie? Can I speak informally since we're classmates?" Kylie Ekney replied, "Of course." Tanya Roth Taylor said, "We should hurry. This is an exam." Kylie Ekney agreed, "Oh right, this is an exam." She added, "I'm not too concerned about marks. Getting into a class will just make me gain the attention of others." Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, "She has a reply for everything." Kylie Ekney took Tanya Roth Taylor's hand and said, "Instead, since I'm not interested in the exam, I'll help you. Then we'll get closer, right?" She pulled Tanya Roth Taylor along and said, "It's my first time being able to have a friend my age." Tanya Roth Taylor replied, "Hey, get it together. I'm only letting this go because it's me. If it were the princess or the saintess, you'd be in big trouble." Kylie Ekney said, Is that so? Honestly, me too. Never mind. Let's just go." 30 minutes after the exam began, the red-haired boy exclaimed, "First place. I'll be at the summit after a bit more. No matter how good that Joseph bastard is, I have more stamina." Another student gasped, "Huff, was I sprinting too much? I thought I'd die." Suddenly, a figure shouted from the back, "Then just D." The red-haired boy cried out, "Quake!" The gloomy Clebius Nortondale said, "Arg, freak, why are you popping out and scaring me so suddenly?" He grumbled, "This is dirty, cheap, pathetic, and unbecoming of a senior. Is it easier than expected?" He remembered what Ed Roth Taylor had said and added, "Why just me again?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "It won't just be you." In the forest, something exploded. He continued, "Clebius and Annis will block the new students coming up to the altar from halfway up. If the first years can get past us, they are definitely worthy of a class." Annis Halalan thought to herself, "It's my responsibility for putting us in this situation, so I'll do my best." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Onyx, since you're a master at flight magic, you're in charge of safety. The documents to report the change in the exam's contents can be done if you go down and write them up by the time the exam is done. Right?" Assistant Professor Claire replied, If I don't sleep." Ed Roth Taylor said, "The professor is in charge of the documents, Onyx is in charge of safety, Clebius is in charge of the southern entrance. And I'm in charge of the northern entrance." Anis Halalan asked, "Then what about you, Ed?" Ed Roth Taylor answered, "I'll be here. I'll guard the altar." Assistant Professor Claire said, "Ed, you can't even feel magic properly right now. Will you be okay?" Ed Roth Taylor replied, "I have something in mind." In the background, someone shouted, "Die, Daddy." While Onyx took someone into the air, Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, all good. A system notification said, "Rare rank vision discs summon the apparitions of high-level monsters, beasts, and humans. Crafting difficulty, 3.5 stars. This is a damaged magic engineering item. It won't be able to perform to the height of its abilities." Ed Roth Taylor thought, "The vision disc will be difficult to completely fix, and my magic hasn't even returned yet." A system notification continued, "Magic stone and altar of substitution. The magic stones used in the exam are of high quality, as expected of Sylvania." Another notification said, "The altar of substitution. If I offer an item with magic inside, that magic can be extracted and temporarily used." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "If I use this altar, I might take a while, but I can continuously recharge my magic." Suddenly, a mug appeared, and Ed Roth Taylor said, "It's been a while. I still can't hear what you're saying yet, but..." He thought to himself, "Annis and Clebius will stall for some time, and I have enough magic stones. The goal is to not let a single person pass. See come, my preparations are complete." A student shouted, "Run!" While they lay defeated on the ground, Clebius Nortondale panted, "Huff, Huff, even if I'm a bit tired." Tanya Roth Taylor responded, That's..." Clebius Nortondale interrupted, "I'm not in a very good mood. Let's end things quickly." Tanya Roth Taylor then shouted, "Qua!" Suddenly an explosion erupted, and Clebius Nortondale was shocked. He looked back and said, "That's the northern entrance, but it's not Annis's magic." As Tanya Roth Taylor pushed Kylie Ekney away, Clebius Nortondale noticed and Tanya shouted, "Now! Run!" She grabbed Kylie Ekney with her. Clebius Nortondale yelled, "Stay right there." Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, although Annis, the top TA, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in both the practical and academic fields, in the fighting field, she's just a bit above average for her year. Of course, she's not an easy opponent for the first years, but Annis Halilan said, okay, go pass. Ed Roth-Taylor continued to think, but this student, Joseph Whitefelts, seems to be on a completely different level. Unlike his sister, who had to work hard to become the top alchemy student, Joseph Whitefelts was the youngest to reach the status of a Magic Society researcher and can freely use mid-rank magic. In other words, he's a genius. He's a leading top student candidate. Joseph Whitefelts then spoke. There's no need to be that upset. I'm sure you have your own field you're talented in. It's just that fighting isn't one of them. Annis Halilan responded, you're mistaken. I am upset, but it's not because of that. So just go up. Joseph Whitefelts walked away saying, I understand. As Annis watched him leave, she trembled and thought to herself, when everything was going perfectly, without a flaw, I made things difficult by breaking the magic engineering item. I couldn't even think of an alternative plan when that person, of all people, led the situation again. He didn't get annoyed once and led the conversation in a constructive manner. Yet I lost to a new student and couldn't block the northern entrance to the altar. But more so than the feeling of defeat or resentment, I feel angry at myself because I keep thinking of the trustworthy face that resolved this situation in whatever way possible. Ed Roth-Taylor then said, my first guest, you know the exam, right? You just need to put that magic stone on the altar. But I won't just let you do that. Joseph Whitefelts replied, the exam method is kind of strange. If I succeed in defeating you and offering the magic stone, who will the students after me go against? Ed Roth-Taylor answered, who knows? That's not for you to worry about. Joseph Whitefelts agreed, that's true. I'm sure there's some kind of alternative prepared. Thinking to himself, he continued, honestly, I'm not too curious about that. I was just trying to buy time to understand my surroundings. The vision disc is different in color. Is it an improved model? I should be on my toes. That senior looks like a magic faculty member, but I don't feel a lot of mana from him. And there are traces of him having used a magic stone. The fact that he had to use a magic stone on me, the first visitor, means he has a very low amount of mana. How disappointing, Sylvania. I thought there'd be something to learn here. I should just think of the type of sandwich I want to eat when I get down. Joseph then cast a spell, and a system notification read, mid-rank magic, particle explosion. He continued thinking, a vicious mid-rank magic spell that does not have strong firepower, but if you are not ready for it, you will get hit. If you don't see the direction of my hand and dodge in advance, you won't be able to manage it. Surprisingly, Ed Roth-Taylor evaded the attack, and Joseph thought he must have some combat experience. From the flow of things, he'll use fire magic. Judging by his level, it'll either be ignition or scorch. Scorch spurts out fire in a radial shape, but looking at how he's aiming downwards, it's ignition. Joseph Whitefelts was shocked as Ed Roth-Taylor's ignition came towards him. He thought, the scale of the flames is bigger than I expected. He's definitely trained his basic magic diligently. It might even be considered a mid-rank spell. But what a waste. No matter how high the level of ignition is, it won't be able to get past my defense magic. Battles between mages are often decided based on the amount of one's mana, so if the two consume a similar amount of mana, whoever has more mana determines the winner. I guess he doesn't actually have a lot of experience in fighting using magic. He won't be able to block my offensive magic or maintain his ignition once he runs out of mana. Battles between mages are profound. Suddenly, Ed Roth-Taylor shouted, Joseph Whitefelts. Joseph was both shocked and confused. Ed Roth-Taylor said, you can block spells with your defensive magic circle, but not physical force. Ed Roth-Taylor then grabbed Joseph's shoulder and struck him with his knee, saying, do you think you'll only face mages just because you're a mage? As Joseph Whitefelts jumped away, he asked, you went through the fire? How? Charging his magic, Joseph declared, I won't be careless. He thought to himself, mid-rank ice magic. Ed Roth-Taylor used his skill, basic magic ignition. Joseph thought, fire magic again? Is it to respond to my ice magic? Is he trying to block my vision with steam and do the same thing as last time? But I can use other elements too. Joseph Whitefelts used his skill, basic magic scorch, as he struck Ed Roth-Taylor. In response, Ed Roth-Taylor activated his skill, blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increases. Ed suddenly emerged from the flames, unscathed. Joseph Whitefelts thought to himself in disbelief, fire tolerance? He then blocked Ed Roth Taylor's attack with physical shield, blocks physical attacks. In shock, Joseph muttered to himself, What? Where'd he get that from? But when it comes to casting speed, I'm faster. Suddenly he noticed something. Ed Roth Taylor threw a dagger at the shield and jumped away, shouting, Mug, as he used spirit formula. Explosion! A massive blast erupted, and Joseph Whitefelts was sent flying, crashing into a tree. Trembling in pain, he urged himself, keep it together. Think, there's no way his casting of basic magic is faster. That wasn't just explosion magic, but a spirit formula. He realized, now I understand how he went through my scorch with his bare body. It's because he can use the spirit magic blessing of recovery. He purposely hid his spirit's form within the fire. Spells, spirit magic, and those magic engineering items he hasn't even used yet. Just who is this man? Joseph Whitefelts let go of his gem, admitting, I've lost. It rolled toward Ed Roth Taylor. But suddenly Joseph said to himself, now, as he charged magic towards Ed Roth Taylor and activated his skill, mid-rank magic. Ice Spear. Ed Roth Taylor looked at Joseph Whitefelts, who shouted, ah! As he tried to land a punch, striking Ed in the face. Ed Roth Taylor thought, there was no way Joseph Whitefelts, who had only ever researched magic his entire life, could have made any kind of impact with his fist. Joseph Whitefelts felt something and, in shock, questioned himself, no way, could it be? A massive spirit approached Joseph Whitefelts. And Ed Roth Taylor used his skill Protection of the Wind. When an unexpected attack is recognized, the enemy will be blown away by the wind, blasting Joseph away. Ed Roth Taylor stood his ground as Joseph Whitefelts collided with another tree. Gasping, Joseph whispered, huff, huff. Truly. The gem broke in his hand and he admitted, I've lost. Ed Roth Taylor said, good work. That ending was amazing. It was a wonderful decision. You landed a blow. Joseph Whitefelts asked, excuse me, what's your name? Ed Roth Taylor sat on the altar and replied, Ed? Joseph looked at him, and Ed continued, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor then said, I'll leave him to you, Onyx, as Onyx took Joseph Whitefelts away. In another scene, Elka asked, Jix, why did you join the magic faculty? Jix Effelstein responded, all of a sudden? As he ate Chips Ahoy. Elka said, you would have been the top student if you joined the alchemy or combat faculties. I feel uncomfortable that you gave up several benefits just because of me. Jix Effelstein replied, I don't put much value on being the top student, and maybe I would have been the top student in alchemy, but not in the combat faculty. Because of the incoming second years, the top student in the combat faculty is Clebius. Just then, Clebius Nortondale was hit and slammed against a wall, exclaiming, ugh. Jix Effelstein continued, Nortondale. Clebius Nortondale. Clebius opened his eyes, asking, what was that just now? Kylie Ekney asked, are you okay? Was my holy magic too strong? I didn't break anything, right? Onyx stepped in. Leave it to me, you two continue the exam. Clebius muttered to himself. Freak. Onyx said, Clebius, you okay? Get it together. Clebius thought, how do I even block something like that? Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself. 20 minutes before the end of the exam. Tanya Roth Taylor and Kylie Ekney panted, huff, huff. Tanya said, you're but then gasped in shock. The last exam. She saw students fallen all around and Ed Roth Taylor sitting alone on the altar. Ed Roth Taylor thought, I'll get to the point. The person who was once the object of fear and the object of hate. He then spoke directly to Tanya Roth Taylor and Kylie Ekney, give up. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, the Saintess Clarice had two dreams. The Saintess Clarice once said, I believe nobility comes from unwavering beliefs you maintain throughout your entire life. You must become like a blank slate. Ed Roth Taylor continued to muse. One dream was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other dream was. An angelic voice began to sing, saying,
rather than living as a blank slate, it would be better to die in wastewater.
As her eyes were closed, she gently opened them again. The voice continued to sing.
The pure white holy imperial capital, built by humans, even the tall, majestic, and confident tower, is a mere sandcastle in front of Ramelin Mountain's gray rocks and stones.
The Saintess Clarice gazed outside and saw Adele, and she continues to sing.
The green fog of Denkin wetlands, the golden fields of the imperial capital, Clolan, the emerald fields of the farming land, Pulan, the opalescent smoke from the land of alchemy, Crete, the red roofs of the commerce city, Oldek, and the turquoise intelligence of the scholar's land, Sylvania. Beyond the Dristia desert's reddish sand ocean were the purple shadows of the lawless Kohelton. The pure white was just a very small portion of nature's beautiful colors.
Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, she was the one in charge of the holy fire, Adele. After leaving the order, she called herself the Romantic, although it was unclear how she moved from building to building. When the world went to sleep, she sang a song at Clarice's window. The dream Clarice dreamed at night was of the outside world, which her only friend whispered to her while they looked at the stars. Adele once said to the Saintess Clarice, "A life where you take classes normally, make friends normally, and love normally. Isn't that where you can feel a sense of nobility rather than the countless prayers from believers who revere me? Do you know that a hug from someone you love might be more valuable?" Ed Rothtailor continued thinking. After leaving the order, Adele joined Sylvania, and during vacations, she traveled the world like she does now. After Adele left, Clarice visited the places she had spoken of in her dreams every night. At the end of it all, Clarice would share a deep hug with someone, and they would leave together on the path she had once walked alone. The journey, full of vibrant colors, contrasted sharply with her previous life of pure white. It was the most outrageous and imaginative thought she could have. A priest once said to the Saintess Clarice, "Always ensure that you are careful not to reveal your true identity, and remember to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Since you always have the holy magic's blessing, I'm not too worried, but..." Clarice replied, "I seem like such a different person, so who would suspect me, Verdio?" Verdio responded, "There's nothing wrong with being careful." Ed Rothtailor continued reflecting. Coming to the academy through the order's arrangement was a natural method of deviating. Nobody paid attention to Clarice, who sat on a wooden bench by the faculty building street. That alone made her feel satisfied, causing her breaths to become shallow. There was no one who revered her or bowed their heads to her, at least not a single person here in Sylvania. Who would bother thinking of Kylie as the Saintess, other than one person, that is? Ed Rothtailor said to Tanya Rothtailor and Kylie Eckney, "Give up." Then, speaking to himself, he said, "It's the Saintess." Tanya Rothtailor, shocked and confused, said, "The last exam was Ed. Brother." Kylie Eckney thought to herself, "That's Tanya's brother. Then that person is a Rothtailor too." Ed Rothtailor said to them, "I'm sorry, but can you just return? But if you still insist." He suddenly burst with intense power and, becoming serious, said, "Come." Kylie Eckney and Tanya Rothtailor both felt the intense pressure. Kylie screamed, "Kyak," as she covered herself, and Tanya gritted her teeth, saying, "Kot," as she endured the pressure. This is impossible, even for students who have trained in spirit magic their entire lives. This is far more advanced than a graduated student's level. Even currently active spirit sorcerers are called veterans if they can handle 5 or 6 mid-rank spirits. As Marilda prepared to attack, Ed Rothtailor stood, looking serious. Tanya thought to herself, "But a high-level spirit." Kylie then said to Tanya, "I'm giving up." Let's think rationally. Tanya, this is..." Tanya's silent thought, "She's right. A high-level spirit. The trauma from back then is coming to mind again. But if I leave, that means nothing has changed since then." She then said, "I don't know about you, Kylie, but I'm not giving up." Trying to smile, Tanya sweated as she added, "According to high status and rank, there is a burden and responsibility that follows." Which, she thought, "I remember how he was 2 years ago. There's a level of reality to how much he could have improved. How can someone who couldn't even use elementary magic suddenly have a high-level spirit?" She stepped forward, thinking, "That's definitely fake." As Marilda stood, the winds grew more violent. Tanya thought, "I just need to defeat the main one." Marilda suddenly inhaled pure oxygen, then blew at Kylie Eckney and Tanya Rothtailor. They struggled to hold their ground against the intense wind. Tanya thought to herself, "There's no way. Just how is that really a high-level spirit?" As Ed Rothtailor and Marilda continued to hold their ground, protecting the altar, Kylie Eckney was thrown through the air, skipping like a rock on a pond. Tanya Rothtailor, however, managed to slide and stay standing. On the ground, Kylie Eckney thought to herself, "That person is Tanya's brother." Ed Rothtailor reflected, Kylie had a fantasy about noble men. Neat appearance, generous smile, and graceful manners. As she thought of Crepin Rothtailor, she was sure of it when she heard that the person who seemed the complete opposite was the son of Rothtailor. Ed Roth Taylor looked at them seriously, remaining in his position guarding the altar. This person is that scoundrel, Saintess Clarice thought to herself. Even I can feel it, despite not knowing much beyond the holy imperial capital and not being quick to catch on to things. Tanya Roth Taylor had said before, no matter how high your family status is, over time you can eventually get absurd and awful scoundrels. Clarice pondered the deep hatred Tanya has towards this scoundrel. Trying to stand up, she said, Tanya, go for the main body like you originally planned. I'll act as bait. Like I told you, I have a strange constitution, so I definitely won't die. Outside of special cases. Tanya looked back and said, BB, but won't you still get seriously injured? You said you weren't even interested in the exam. Kylie moved forward and said, you said he's a really bad person. And you. She turned to Tanya saying, you're the first friend I made at Sylvania. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, normally she would have dismissed that as absurd, but she had seen Kylie on the way up to the altar. The combat faculty senior, who approached them menacingly, had been deflected by some strange glow. Did Kylie have some special power? What surprised Tanya was Kylie, the usual scaredy cat, taking the lead. Tanya thought, did she always have this much bravery? Kylie, however, ran toward Marilda and Ed Roth Taylor like a frightened girl, shouting, Wah! Tanya looked at her with disappointment and embarrassment, thinking, of course not. As Kylie neared Marilda and Ed, Marilda sighed, saying, ha! But suddenly, Marilda was shocked. As she looked at Kylie, she couldn't touch her, and her blood splattered everywhere. A system notification appeared. Holy Magic's blessing. Holy magic of mid-rank or above will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. Marilda howled in pain, shouting, oh, woo! Suddenly, Ed used his spiritual power to send Kylie flying away with wind magic. She screamed, Kya! As she flew like a pebble, skipping back to where she had come from. Ed, unamused, said, is that it? Suddenly, he heard Tanya beside him say, you thought I'd give up? She jumped next to Ed, charging her magic. A system notification appeared. Basic magic emit. She hit Ed successfully, sending him flying from the attack. But Ed seemed to vanish into thin air. Tanya, panting, said, huff, huff. She thought to herself, he disappeared. Was it the vision disc? Suddenly, 3 magical arrows hit her sides. She thought, arrows? Ed commanded in a cold voice, stay still. Tanya, shocked, said, no way. The person who couldn't even wield a sword properly now knows how to use a bow. Ed, still cold, said, that was a warning. Tanya thought in disbelief, arrows made of magic. Is this really Ed Roth Taylor? As Marilda and Ed remained undamaged by their combined attacks, Tanya panted, overwhelmed. Huff, huff. She thought, it's just like back to then. Tears formed as she closed her eyes. No matter how hard I try, nothing has changed since I was younger. I can't do anything. Ed spoke gently to her. You must have worked hard. He placed a gemstone beside her and said, I'm sorry. There's a reason for this. I can't go easy on you just because we're related. If I did, you would have been more angry. Don't you think so? Tanya, confused and trembling, asked in a near-crying voice. Yes. What? Ed continued. But still, that was incredible. If I were you, I would have turned around and run away. But you faced me until the end, even if it was a vision. Tanya thought, my thoughts were wrong. Ed said, I'm seeing you differently, Tanya. As Tanya noticed the pin she had given him when she arrived, she thought to herself, something has definitely changed. Ed smiled at her like a proud older brother and said, you have that kind of strength within you too. Ed Roth Taylor said to Tanya Roth Taylor, it was an illusion, but you fought me until the end. You should be proud. Tanya's eyes filled with tears. You're quite impressive, Ed added. She began to sob. Hick. Confused, Ed asked, huh? He thought to himself, is not getting into class really something to be this sad about? Suddenly, Kylie Ekney hugged Tanya protectively. Don't come any closer. I'll say this now. If you recklessly attack or antagonize me, bad things will happen. Really, don't move. In the distance, Assistant Professor Claire called out, the exam is over. Ed, come help. Clebius is completely knocked out. Ed replied, Assistant Professor Claire, can you update this grading list? There's so much to do, and the Student Council President elections begin right at the start of next semester. Kylie muttered, so the exam is over. She thought to herself, why is my V voice? Noticing her hair changing, she realized the transformation magic is wearing off. Frantically, she tried to remember. Was it back then? She recalled Verdio's warning. You have to carry that magic engineering item with you at all times. Saintess Clarice panicked internally. No, at this rate. Assistant Professor Claire approached. Good work, Ed. Huh? My identity, my school life, Clarice thought desperately. Just then, Mug placed the magic engineering item into Saintess Clarice's hands. Ed handed Kylie her item. Be careful not to lose your things, kid. Kylie looked puzzled. Huh? Yeah. Ed nodded. Assistant Professor Claire noticed Ed's condition. Ed, why are you so hurt? I'm fine, Ed assured her. He thought to himself, the class assignment exam ended, and I returned everything to their intended positions in the scenario. Except for one thing. One change had created a very small and meaningless gap. That change. Are you really okay? Assistant Professor Claire pressed. Yeah, Ed replied. He mused internally. ... See Oz two ruby-like eyes beneath the reddening world to focus on me. Saintess Clarice thought. He definitely just tried to speak formally to me. You look tired, so just rest for now, Ed, Claire suggested. We'll deal with the aftermath. Onyx, can you support Clebius? Onyx responded, yes, sure. I'll be on my way. I swear I just saw the shape of a person. I'm sure I was mistaken. A few moments later, Marilda said to Ed, did you know? I believe there's beauty that transcends generations and values. The sky is evidence of such. Even pieces of art worth thousands can be interpreted differently and are subject to one's opinion. But when seeing that sunset, there's no one who could think it isn't beautiful. You're talking nonsense, Ed replied. Anyway, humans live short lives but don't even know how to appreciate each moment, Marilda continued. Ed thought to himself, she is the high-ranking wind spirit, Marilda. The worst curse a human can experience is a dull and boring life, Marilda mused. You need to know how to appreciate the small things and find meaning in everyday things. Although they say a human's lifetime is like the 4 seasons. A spirit's lifetime is like a very long winter, a boring and bleak life. As Janica said, a chatterbox, Ed reflected. Marilda looked at him. People like you, who are thorough in everything and leave no gaps, are often senseless when it comes to themselves. The way you faint from exhaustion or constantly get hurt is proof of that. So what? Ed asked. So what I'm saying is that you should date someone, you moron, Marilda said bluntly. You must have someone around you, someone who is kind, cheerful, friendly with you, and strong enough for you to rely on. Meeting someone like that and improving yourself, don't you know how helpful that can be emotionally? Am I wrong, Mug? Mug saluted enthusiastically. You are correct, Miss Marilda, Ed thought. Marilda did not make a contract with Janica. They're just close. Young Master Ed, Miss Marilda's advice is like the Bible among spirits, Mug added. Can't you at least listen to what she's saying and pretend to agree? Pretend, Marilda raised an eyebrow. Ed considered. That's why Mug and Marilda aren't exactly in a superior-subordinate relationship like with Tarkin. High-ranking spirits are scary after all. Mug panicked. I, Mug, have gravely misspoken. Pretend? I shall repent with my death, Ed interrupted. No need. Janica looked down. Do you know why? Ed asked. Marilda chuckled. Oh ho, why are you worried? Isn't that obvious? Ed replied. Oh ho, but I can't just tell you something that Janica herself didn't want to share, Marilda said playfully. Ed pondered. Anyway, don't worry too much, Marilda reassured him. It's important for even Janica to experience winter once. She needs to go through the process of understanding. The world isn't like a fairy tale, is it? You just need to endure it until spring comes. Shall we go? Consuming more of your mana would make me feel guilty. Yes, even in that form it's not easy for me to manage, Ed admitted. I'm a bit expensive, you see, Marilda teased, but this form is the best for efficiency. Do you have other forms? Ed inquired. Would you like a more beautiful girl? Marilda offered. It's better on the eyes, but I don't think you'd be able to manage it. It's fine, Ed said. Back when you underwent gigantification and now, I didn't notice much of a difference in your efficiency, so I was curious. Oh my, no way. Perhaps you couldn't sense it because of the mana stone. You still are a bit dense, Marilda teased as she suddenly leaped off Ed Roth-Taylor's shoulder, dashing toward the wall. Ouch, Ed yelped. Marilda called back. Did you think you were handling the mana all by yourself? Think about it. A spirit like me wouldn't contract with just one person. With that, she vanished. Ed muttered to himself, I definitely can't summon a high-level spirit with just my mana for too long. If it's not my mana, then whose is it? He started climbing the wall and continued his thoughts. It's simple if you think about it. When he reached the top, he sighed, "Ooh," and then saw Lucy Merrill. "I don't think this is a good place for a nap," he said. "I'm not here for a nap. The hut's better for that," Lucy replied. "Then why?" Ed asked. "I don't like an empty tent, so I went for a walk," Lucy responded. Ed thought to himself, unfortunately. He reflected on the situation. The end of her walk, this altar of substitution, is the final stage of the third act. The distrustful Saintess Clarice begins to suspect the order after realizing the darkness of the holy city. Then Telos's apostles come to Arkan Island to condemn Clarice. Unaware of the real story, the Academy's characters follow the Archbishop's orders. Princess Phenia's Royal Guard Army, Lortel's Mercenary Union, the Holy City's Cathedral Knights, the Academy's high-ranking employees, and the main character's generation's raid party, including Principal Oboforcius. All end up pointing their swords towards one girl, someone trying to protect Arkan Island, following her master's final will. A renegade, a non-believer. Whatever she was called, she never complained, standing firm against everyone with unwavering resolve. She was awakened. Ed continued reflecting, Lucy Merrill. She defeats all of the main characters at Arkan Island and more than half of the raid party by herself. But in the end, her stamina runs out, and she is defeated by Taylor, who has mastered the final swordsman form. When the truth is revealed, everyone realizes why Lucy was trying to kill the god's apostles. So she wasn't a villain. We didn't know there was a story like that behind it. They'll say things like that, but the only thing more painful than a misunderstanding is understanding too late. Maybe it's her innate nature, or maybe she thought it was pointless to explain, but Lucy kept everything to herself until the very end. Of course, I don't plan on stopping her. Sacrificing Lucy for the scenario? No, I'm not cold-blooded enough to do that. It's simply because I don't necessarily think letting things unfold this way is a bad ending. As the Archmage once said to her, just as the land gets firmer after it rains, Sylvania Academy will be able to overcome most trials on its own. However, there will surely come a time when they face a trial they cannot overcome by themselves. Lucy, when that time comes, can you lend them your strength even if it's just for this old man? Ed thought about the story her dying master, the Archmage, told her. Her only family. Lucy herself knew how heavy that burden would be. She needs to shed those muddy emotions. It'll be a long battle, and there will be dangerous moments, but it's what needs to be faced in the scenario that will occur in Act 3. That doesn't mean I'm going to sit by idly, though. Lucy, now holding Ed's legs, murmured, I found this out recently. She settled into his lap and added, It seems I get lonely. Ed thought to himself, if there's one thing I'd like to make sure I do, it's to tell her in advance whenever I leave the hut for a while. In another scene, Belle Maya greeted Clara. You're back earlier than expected. Clara sighed. I wanted to leave that place as soon as possible. Ugh, here it's your present. Ed thought to himself. Most mistake Annis for being from a noble family. But Clara is actually the one from a pretty well-known Viscount family. Belle Maya took the gift and said, Thank you. Ha! This is the place my heart calls home. How peaceful I feel, Clara said, relieved. Anyway, I need to go see my academy friends. I haven't seen their faces in so long. I've brought lots of yummy snacks, and I'm all set for a tea party with Annis and Janica, Clara added excitedly. Then I'll go first. I'm so thrilled to see them after such a long time. I have so much to tell them. The taste of the blueberry pie I brought, while Belle Maya squeezed the gift, suddenly sweating in fear. She thought to herself, this blueberry pie tastes like sand. In another scene, Clara thought nervously, what is this? Why aren't they saying anything? Did they have a fight? Janica and Annis sometimes bicker back and forth, but it's always been in good fun. I've never felt this kind of tension before. Should I make a joke? What should I say? Clara began to sweat and awkwardly said, Suddenly, Janica Faylover's thunderous voice filled the room. Annis! She bellowed. Annis Halalan was terrified, and Clara looked shocked and confused. Janica continued, You got a hug from Ed? System notification. Ed Roth Taylor age, 18 grade, 3rd achievements, elaborate survivor 1 year, high-level spirit summoner attributes, stamina, 13 points, intellect, 13 points, talent, 15 points, willpower, 12 points, luck, 11 points, new finished product, wooden wind blocking wall, a wall made of wood, with blocks bound together by twine and filled with mud. It blocks most drafts. Production difficulty 1.5 stars. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, now items like this no longer raise my stats or production proficiency. Do I need to look for something else to continue growing? Belle Maya replied, it's definitely good to be thoroughly prepared for strong winds. As Ed Roth Taylor sighed in exhaustion, he muttered, phew. Belle Maya said, it's a relief that you look healthy, young Master Ed. Ed responded, ah, are you here to take Lucy? Lucy Merrill trembled as Belle Maya carried her like a small child. Belle Maya explained, the Academy has implemented a new policy. During snowstorms, students can only leave the dorms if absolutely necessary. Since Lucy has the highest risk of escape, I need to keep a better eye on her. Lucy Merrill pleaded, help me. Belle Maya added, we plan to have a rotating lineup of surveillance staff throughout the week. Ed Roth Taylor nodded. I see. Belle Maya hesitated. As Lucy Merrill continued to ask Ed for help, he maintained his composure, saying, I'll continue to use formal speech. Belle Maya asked, but can you really make it through a week-long snowstorm in this environment, young Master Ed? This may be presumptuous of me, but I don't think this wind blocker will be enough. Ed replied, well, I'm just setting it up to protect my supplies. He thought to himself, I figured the snowstorm might damage my hut, so I used twine to secure the roof and tied it tightly to the ground. I've also collected my hunting tools and traps and stored them in the hut. During the snowstorm, I'll focus on magic engineering research at the Spirit Library. Ed reassured Belle Maya, I have another place I'll be staying at, so don't worry. Belle Maya seemed to relax. I'll ease my worries since you say so. Ed observed her expression and asked, but you seem troubled. Is this your first time handling a snowstorm from an administrative role? Belle Maya hesitated as Lucy Merrill tried to wriggle free from her grip, then admitted, no, my concern is about you. Actually, never mind, it's probably overstepping. Ed pressed further. That only makes me more concerned. Belle Maya said, I wish you the best of luck, young Master Ed. In another scene, Clara found herself caught between the anger of Janica Faylover and Anis Halelon, feeling the heat of their presence. Janica Faylover, in disbelief, said, you got a hug from Ed? Clara looked at Anis Halelon and asked, Anis? Anis Halelon averted her gaze, sweating silently. Clara tried to defuse the situation, laughing awkwardly. Ha ha, I think there's been some misunderstanding. The spirits must have misinterpreted things again. Anis Halelon interrupted. To be honest, I flirted with Ed. Clara absent-mindedly replied, yeah, she just flirted, before suddenly realizing what Anis Halelon had said. You what? Anis Halelon trembled and apologized. Janica, I'm sorry. Honestly, I didn't find him trustworthy at all. He seemed like a playboy, so I tried to feel him out. Janica Faylover, confused, asked, what? You're not lying? For real? Anis Halelon responded, that kind of guy isn't my type anyway. Don't worry, Janica. He looks like a thug. He's arrogant about everything, always grumbling, and lives selfishly. Why would I want someone like that, huh? Janica Faylover cried out, wait, you're being too harsh, Anis. You don't even know Ed like that. Clara just listened quietly as Anis Halelon continued, I'm sorry for flirting with him without telling you first. I just thought I needed to test him. Sorry, Janica. Janica Faylover said, why are you doing things I never asked you to, Anis? Do you know how much I've worried? I couldn't even sleep at night. You're one of my closest friends. But having to feel this kind of betrayal, am I even in a position to feel betrayed? I mean, I'm nothing to Ed anyway. I worried over someone who doesn't even see me that way. Anis Halelon tried to console her. Don't say that, Janica. You're special to him. From what I've seen, you're definitely more than just a friend to him. Janica Faylover's eyes sparkled with hope. Really? I'm special? As she cried, with tears and snot forming, she said, anyway, I don't think it's fair to judge Ed like that. But since you did it for me, I can't be mad. So, you don't like Ed, right? Thank you for being honest with me, Anis. She hugged Anis Halelon tightly. Clara sighed with relief. Phew, I thought you had really fallen for Ed. Clara suddenly noticed Janica's reaction, while Anis Halelon replied, yeah, as Janica blushed and tried to hold back her tears. Janica thought to herself, Anis, you, Clara reassured her. See, Janica Faylover, it was just a misunderstanding. You didn't not visit the northern forest because you felt awkward when I wasn't around, did you? Janica stammered. Before running off shouting, "Sorry, I need to go," Clara said, Yeah, have a nice trip. As Janica ran off, Clara turned back to Anis Halalan and said, Danis? Anis Halalan replied, I have something in mind. Clara asked, What is it? Anis Halalan said, Introduce me to a man. Clara immediately responded, No. Anis pressed on, Clara, let's think of something adventurous. Let's break the stereotypes. She suddenly grabbed Clara by the shoulder and exclaimed, Do you want to date me? Clara was silent, utterly confused. Anis Halalan stammered, Don't look at me like that, Clara. Clara replied, What look? I was just staring at you. Anis Halalan started to cry, sweat forming on her forehead. I'm sorry for lying to Janica, but when you're apart, your feelings fade too. Once the academy scholarship break ends, the student work will end too. She suddenly froze, as Assistant Professor Claire announced cheerfully. The academy scholarship students are going to continue as student assistants. Yay! Onyx popped a party popper, while Clebius scratched his head and held a glass of grape juice. Clebius and Onyx both worked hard and did well, so I thought it would be a waste to send them to another lab when they were so proactive and proficient. Assistant Professor Claire continued, Especially you, Ed. You're quite good at working. Of course, since you're a student assistant, you'll receive more scholarships, and it'll be better to work here than in other labs. And since we work together throughout the break, it'll be comfortable, right? Let's continue to stick together. Anis Halalan stood there, shocked and in disbelief. System notification, magic power details, rank, skilled magic student specialty, elemental magic, intermediate magic can now be learned. Spirit connection, level 13 spirit understanding, level 13 spirit manifestation, level 4 sensory sharing, level 3 spirit slots, slot 1, mug slot 2. High level wind spirit Marilda, connection level, spirit formula efficiency, unique skill 1, quite bad protection of the wind periodic damage neutralization. Updraft, mid-grade wind magic buffed wind magic abilities slot 3, empty slot 4, empty in a different scene, at Ed Roth Taylor's camp. Janica Failover said to Ed, You need to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon. Ed Roth Taylor remarked, Looks like you're back to normal, huh, Janica? Janica's face reddened slightly. When you visited the camp, that time? When was that again? I forgot. Ed thought to himself, When I'm with Janica, I feel like I loosen up a bit. Janica's a character who never appeared in the scenarios after all, and she's the only person I could call a friend within my year. Janica continued, Anyway, I knew you had made a contract with Marilda, but no matter how much I think about it, it's strange. It feels too early for you to handle a high-level spirit. Ed replied, I used a trick. He took out an item, and a system notification appeared. System notification. Item, a legendary rank magic engineering tool, Glass Golden Phoenix Ring. Ed thought to himself, I told her about Professor Glass' Golden Phoenix Ring and my future plans. Janica said, So, I can't use magic for a while. It'll be difficult for you to make a contract with a mid-level spirit for now. Ed explained, My magic will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica Failover smiled softly. Still, congratulations, Ed. Among spirit sorcerers, we often call the day you make a contract with your first high-level spirit your second birthday. So, are you really planning to stay in the spirit library throughout the snowstorm? You sure work hard, Ed replied. You work hard too. You're the top student of the year. When the snowstorm ends, there'll be the student council president elections. Since you're the top student of the year, you'll probably get some attention. Janica scratched her head and chuckled. Everyone's been asking, but I don't know yet, so I'm staying neutral. Ed thought to himself, in the scenario, Janica didn't get much spotlight just for being the top student of the year. That's because, knowing her personality, she respected all the other candidates. Janica then asked, Anyway, your sister's running in the elections too, right? Ed nodded. Yeah. She's quite ambitious. Janica Failover said, Are you close with your sister? Ed Roth Taylor replied, I guess you could say that. He added, I can't exactly say that confidently since I've been excommunicated, but we are blood related. Whether we like it or not, there's a good chance we'll see each other for the rest of our lives. I want to keep a good relationship with her. Even if not a close one, I do care for her quite a lot. Janica stammered, I see. You care for her quite a lot. So it's just a fight between siblings. Suddenly, Janica Failover held the sleeve of Ed Roth Taylor and said, Ed, what is Tanya like? Is there something you think she'd want as a gift? Or maybe a food she likes, Ed asked. What did you do to Tanya? Janica Faylover shouted. Nothing. Ed looked at her silently. He thought to himself, Janica is terrible at lying. Janica whimpered. Wah. Ed continued thinking. It only took 3 seconds for the guilt to overwhelm her before she confessed. And it wasn't even that serious in the first place. In another scene, Saintess Clarice announced, the storm will start in the morning. Leaving the dorms won't be allowed unless there's an urgent reason, so if you need anything from outside, just ask a maid. She reflected, the image from a few days ago won't leave my mind. The sight of that third-year student, it was terrifying. But what I felt more than fear was discomfort. It seemed so natural that I thought maybe I saw it wrong. But I can't shake the feeling. Ed Roth Taylor handed back her magic engineering item and said, be careful not to lose your things, you kid. Saintess Clarice thought to herself, but he definitely tried to speak formally at the end. Does he know my secret? She stood there shocked, staring blankly at the floor. She continued in her mind, I worked so hard to live a normal academy life, to uphold the priest's efforts and maintain the stand-in at the holy city. If even one outsider finds out my identity, my academy life is over. It wasn't hard to get information on him, she thought, as she overheard Joseph Whitefeld speaking to his friend, trying to sound tough. Joseph's friend retorted, shut up, I was ambushed, okay? You didn't make it to Class A either. Joseph Whitefeldt replied, that senior really isn't normal. I heard he's famous among the third years, a freak among freaks. I also heard he built a hut in the northern forest and has been living there. As Saintess Clarice listened to their conversation, she thought, a hut in the northern forest? She picked up her magic engineering item and thought, once the snowstorm starts, I'll be stuck in Ophelis Hall for at least a week. And when it ends, spring will come and the new semester will begin. By then, I might lose the chance to seal his lips or do anything else. Opening the window, the snowy wind blew inside. She said to herself, I'm scared. I'm so scared. Of Ed Roth Taylor. Of the darkness and the bitter cold. Living while staring at nothing but white walls and ceilings makes your vision deteriorate. The beauty of the world, in all its colors, is something you can't understand until you experience it firsthand. With a determined expression, she jumped out the window. As she fell, she activated her engineering item and landed safely on the ground. She thought, I can't lose the freedom I worked so hard to get. To confirm it properly, I need to meet that man, she declared inwardly. She transformed into Kylie Eckney and ran toward Ed Roth Taylor's hut, the Saintess Clarice in danger and distress. The gloomy Clybius Nortondale, with his melancholic expression, murmured to himself, my eyes have long since adapted to the dark because darkness is all I've ever known. The most vivid memory I have is of my brother, who stayed by my side even when everyone else in the household avoided me. The memory of the moment I stabbed him through the heart, the last words I spoke to him, perhaps meant as a curse, were, suddenly, Assistant Professor Claire interrupted, Eh? Why? Does another lab want you? Clebius, startled, stammered, No. Ooh, about the whole student assistant tea thing. I feel like I was just a burden last time. The treatment is really good, and I like it, but, Claire replied with a teasing tone, Is that so? I thought you were dissatisfied or that somewhere else was trying to scout you, so you're saying that you can do it. Clebius hesitated. Huh? Yeah, I guess. Claire's voice was firm. Just do it then. Clebius remained silent, biting his lip, feeling a trickle of sweat down his face. Eventually he muttered, All right. Meanwhile, he thought to himself, as Ed Roth Taylor, born with a weak body, it feels like I've truly trained it to the limits of what it can handle. During the break, I was able to focus on training. A system notification flashed, Advanced Crafting Skill Slot, Spirit Formula Infusion Skill Proficiency, 23 Force Amplification Rate, 4% Success Rate, 92% Fire Spirit Proficiency, Data Missing Wind Spirit Proficiency, 63 Advanced Crafting Skill Slot, Magic Engineering Skill Proficiency, Data Missing Understanding of Magic Engineering Products, Data Missing Quick Production, Data Missing Collected Crafting Formulas, Telos Frost Blessing, Level 1 Thunderstruck 1,000-Year-Old Wooden Cane, Unable to create Glock's Eye, Unable to create, Delheim's Hourglass, Unable to create. Mused to himself, Magic Engineering and Spirit Formula Infusion are now good enough to be called my specialties. With a bit more training, I'll be able to utilize these skills well. I'll spend the remaining week working on them in the library. He recalled, I gave Jix some money to clean up the mess with magic, but I didn't expect him to organize the books too. Considering the books are all arranged by theme and title, I'm pretty sure I told him it was a secret. It looks like he got help from Elka. They probably did it as training, but I'll have to repay them later. Let's get started then. His thoughts continued. It's inefficient to learn hundreds of formulas. What's important is prioritizing and focusing. The goal is, a system notification appeared. Legendary magic engineering item. Legendary magic engineering items, Glock's Eye. Temporarily amplifies proficiency of all sensitivity abilities. Halves the efficiency of curse-type magic. Prevents the use of defense-type magic. Grants immunity to elemental magic. Delheim's Hourglass. Reverts all physical states by a few seconds, removing all damage and wounds. One-time use. Ed resolved. To succeed, I'll need to make at least one legendary item. I'll start with weaker components. A weak wind emitter, echo noise generator, crystal ball, blue magic sphere, Kragel's magic ink, and light transmitting sphere. I'll craft them repeatedly to raise my magic engineering skill. Once I'm used to it, I'll move on to rarer items. I've already reviewed the ingredients. I just need to. He paused, checking his bag, only to find it empty. Huh? What? I forgot the tools at the hut. Let's go back. It's time for my body to do some work. In a different scene, Saintess Clarice struggled through a relentless snowstorm. Thinking, living, while only seeing pure white walls and ceilings causes your vision to deteriorate. The romance of the world, with all its natural colors, is nowhere to be found in all this white. Spotting the river, she exclaimed, "Ah, the river. They said it was by the river in the northern forest. This is downstream, according to the map, so I should come across the hut if I keep following along this river. It really feels like I'm on an adventure." Her breath turned to mist, and a bit of snot escaped from her small nose. Ed observed from a distance, thinking, Clarice is not weak. While she's already more talented than other mages, her holy magic is even stronger compared to others. A system notification displayed. The holy magic's blessing, holy magic that is mid-rank or above, will be activated against any hostile beings who attempt to cause harm. Anyone who tries to harm her will have the damage returned twofold. So even if she encounters a wild animal or a robber, she won't be harmed, Ed mused. Despite this, she feels fear when it comes to me. There's a possibility that I was baptized by the Telos order since I was the successor to the Roth-Taylor household. The holy magic's blessing does not work on those baptized by the order. One shall not harm his brothers. In the first place, someone faithful enough to be baptized would never think of harming the Saintess. But the reason she's here is that Ed might know who she is. Yes, it's time to check. I'm sure things will work out somehow. Clarice finally reached Ed's cabin in the woods, muttering to herself, "Why won't it open?" She pushed against the door, and a bucket of blood which had been blocking the entrance tumbled down with a splash. In shock, she whispered, "Huh." She felt cold sweat bead down her neck as her gaze lifted to see the corpse of a wild boar, its lifeless eyes staring back. She fell to her knees, panic setting in as she gasped, "Wah, blood! Blood here, blood there, it's everywhere. Is this Hill?" Saintess Clarice, now identified as Kylie Ekney, heard the crunching sound of footsteps approaching and thought, "Footsteps?" Her heart pounded as she looked around, finally deciding to hide under the table just as the door creaked open. Ed Roth-Taylor entered the cabin, his hood pulled low, masking his expression. He glanced at the disarray on the floor, then moved slowly through the room, each step making Kylie's heart race. She clamped a hand over her mouth, trying desperately to stay silent. Ed reached for the table, resting his hand on it, unaware of Kylie trembling beneath. She could barely hold back her tears, her mind racing. Ed dropped a bear trap to the floor with a heavy thud before retrieving a box of tools. As he picked up a hand saw and studied it, Kylie, unable to hold back her fear, let out a small, involuntary hiccup. Ed paused, turning his attention towards the sound. His grip on the table tightened, and he crouched, peering under it, his face inches from Kylie's as he asked, "Who are you?" Kylie stammered, unable to form a coherent response when Ed narrowed his eyes, recognizing her, and asked, "Kylie Ekney? What are you doing here? And why are you shaking?" In a panic, Kylie unleashed her magic, her hands glowing as she chanted. A system notification appeared. Holy magic, divine explosion, nullifies most of the opponent's magic and inflicts physical damage. The magic struck Ed with a force that hurled him across the cabin, slamming him into the far wall. His books scattered, and a cloud of dust filled the air. As the dust settled, Kylie caught a glimpse of Ed's form, crumpled and bleeding. Her eyes widened and she gasped, I didn't mean to. She fell to her knees, trembling as tears streamed down her cheeks. I didn't mean to. Her voice wavered as she whispered, I killed a person. Kylie clasped her hands together, beginning to pray frantically. Dear Telos, I have gravely sinned. I, who was supposed to live a life of purity, I have been stained with sin. I must burn in the depths of hell to atone for. Before she could finish, Ed's hand clamped down on her shoulder, causing her to gasp. He pulled her roughly, his eyes blazing with anger. Hey, he growled. Are you kidding me? Kylie's scream turned into a pitiful "Ow!" as her fear seemed to drain the very life from her, leaving her pale and gasping on the floor. In a different scene, a maid rushed into the office of Belle Maya, the chief maid of Ophalis Hall. Chief maid, there's a situation. Belle Maya turned calmly. I heard the report. Please figure out what to do. The maid, with urgency in her voice, suggested, Then let's notify everyone and begin the search. Belle shook her head. No. If we do that, we won't have enough people left to run the place. We need to be as efficient as possible right now. The maid nodded quickly. Yes, ma'am. Ed, meanwhile, was thinking to himself, Ophalis Hall's chief maid Belle, she's aware of Kylie's true identity. The order decided that at least the person in charge needed to know the truth. The nation would be thrown into chaos if the Saintess went missing in a snowstorm. The maid observed Belle's composed demeanor and thought, she's so calm, as expected of the chief maid. Ed's thoughts continued. Even so, she keeps her composure. She decided it would be best to handle things discreetly, considering the Saintess's holy magic's blessing. Belle turned toward the door, issuing orders. I will find Miss Kylie on my own. Please take care of the rest of the students, especially Miss Lucy. The maid responded promptly, Yes, ma'am, chief maid. According to a witness, Miss Kylie went to the northern forest. Belle's eyes narrowed as she turned back. The northern forest! A shiver ran through her as she thought, that's that man's territory, the man who's strangely blessed with women. The snowstorm. A woman and a man left alone together, having to rely on each other while waiting for rescue in such harsh conditions. Just the two of them, all alone. Her imagination ran wild, picturing Ed and Kylie in an intimate scene. Suddenly, a blush crossed her face, and she began to sweat. Chief maid? The maid called out, concerned. Belle snapped back to reality, her face flushed with urgency. She turned and sprinted out of the office shouting, We must find them as quickly as possible. The Saintess is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the northern forest, a man with an expressionless face who carries around bloodied beast corpses. Rumors have already spread among the students. Of course, Belle knew the truth. As Belle Maya walked through the blizzard, she finally arrived at Ed Rothtailor's cabin in the woods. She looked at the footprints in the snow and said to herself, Here. Despite Ed's standoffish appearance, he was easy to talk to and considerate. He carried out his duties faithfully. Even with the many women who approached him, he was someone worth trusting. But thinking about those relationships growing more complicated only made her head hurt. I'm sure that young Master Ed doesn't know her real identity. As she opened the door, Ed Rothtailor greeted her. Oh, I knew it was you, Belle. Kylie Eckney, holding a chair above her head, shouted, Wah! Belle Maya stammered. You, young Master Ed, could I ask for an explanation? A few moments later, she added, Thanks for the explanation, but if I don't take Miss Kylie back soon, the snowstorm might get too intense for us to get through. Ed replied, Makes sense. It's probably not a good idea for someone in your position to leave Ophalis Hall unattended for so long either. Kylie trembled at the side and muttered, Wait. Belle agreed. That's also true. Ed looked at Kylie and thought to himself, the reason the Saintess came all this way, she tried her best, but it was rather unnatural. Kylie's true identity isn't supposed to be revealed until much later. She shouldn't be doubting me. He addressed her. I apologize for my rude behavior, Saintess. Please, put the chair down. Saintess Clarice exhaled. Ah, all right. Phew. She set the chair down, and Belle let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Belle and Saintess Clarice were shocked. Ed's knowledge of her identity had them both shouting in confusion. Saintess, you already knew? Ed answered calmly. Well, I'm a baptized follower of the Telos order after all. It only makes sense that I'd recognize you up close once the spell was undone. Why don't you put the chair down first? Saintess Clarice lowered the chair, saying, Ah, all right. To himself, Ed thought, I haven't changed, and I will not change my plans. I refuse to get involved with any of the main characters in the scenario. But at this rate, Saintess Clarice might do something unexpected. It's better to let her know that I know who she is so she won't be anxious anymore. Hiding your identity and coming to this place, you must have grown tired of a life of restraint. I understand. The Saintess, sweating, responded, That's, Ed continued. However, what do you think of my life, seeing me live freely in the forest? Can you guess what kind of life I am living? Clarice thought to herself, this man's life isn't one of freedom. It looks more like he's just surviving. There is a light and dark side to everything, and freedom is no different. If Adele is a romantic who loves the beauty of freedom, then this man, he represents the dark side of freedom. Ed apologized again. I do apologize for doing this to you, knowing you're the Saintess. I overstepped my bounds because I thought no one else near you would tell you these kinds of things. Now, please leave. As they left, Saintess Clarice turned to Belle. Sorry to make you walk all the way here, Belle. Belle replied, I am just carrying out my duties. Don't concern yourself. Saintess Clarice looked back, thinking, once I return to Ophelis Hall, I'll enjoy a warm bowl of soup in a cozy room. This hut in the snowstorm will feel like a distant dream, but inside that hut, it will still smell of blood and the harshness of reality. I never imagined the man who stood there, halting the incoming students, would be living this kind of life. It's a sad thing to have someone destroy your idea of freedom, but I'm certain that coming here in search of freedom was a good thing, because I met someone I can respect. They glanced behind them, and Belle thought, of course, Belle did not. No way. Or, I can't tell. Belle couldn't know what he was thinking. All she could do was worry. Spring arrives when you've nearly forgotten about it. That's what makes it so special. In a different scene at La Place Bakery. I don't need tea. Isn't it hard to get a seat here without a reservation? Ed asked. Lortel Keshon replied, I'm here for business, so it should be all right. Is that okay with you? Ed murmured. Lortel continued, I think the inventory inspection will take some time. Suddenly, the chef approached them nervously. Please make yourselves comfortable if you need anything. Yes, thank you, Lortel said. As the chef walked away, she turned to Ed. Having a monopoly is so fun in situations like these, isn't it? It gives me a kind of power I never had. The chef muttered, Q-noob. Ed remarked, I think you're the only one having fun. Lortel chuckled. Goodness, what a harsh way to put it. You may be right, but I don't harass people. As you know, there was a bit of an error in the distribution process because of the snowstorm. The chef proclaimed, it's all mine. Laplace Bakery ordered a bunch of things they didn't need before the snowstorm, but as the delivery date got closer, they canceled all the orders. Lortel explained. The chef muttered something about a deceptive order. I understand that food is valuable, but I can't praise them for trying to monopolize products that could have gone to other businesses. People need morals and ethics. The chef, panicking, said, Miss, please change the minds of your colleagues. I know I was in the wrong, but if you limit the number of items I can order, please be understanding. If this isn't changed, Lortel Kekelen casually responded, right, I have a lesson in the afternoon. Do you want to walk with me to class? The chef dropped to his knees, sniffling. Ed Rothtaylor watched, murmuring, how cold. A few moments later, outside, I don't want to do this, but the snowstorm cut off distribution from the main base, so available funds are tight right now. Lortel replied, we need to pull ourselves up by our bootstraps. I guess even you guys struggle sometimes, Ed commented, as if. Don't you know who I am? My specialty is managing money. Don't worry, it'll be all right as long as no money goes out for useless things. I have to handle this much if I'm going to run a trading company. Suddenly, Lortel noticed something. Huh? Where's your textbook? I have to stop by the library to borrow one. I'll have to run, but it's good for my health. But it doesn't even cost much. Why don't you just buy one? She thought to herself, well, if I think about it, it's not cheap by normal student standards. All the textbooks used here are pretty pricey. She looked down at her purse, then offered, how much is it altogether? Ed declined politely. I appreciate it, but no thanks. Lortel changed the subject. It's almost time for the student council elections. Phew, I guess you're not going to try for a position? Ed asked. The trading company comes first, after all. Of course, it'd be best for someone who likes me to become student council president. What about you? I could support you. I don't want to. There's no guarantee I'd get the position anyway. Lortel shook her head. What a shame. I expected you to turn it down, but she paused. Then what about your sister? Tanya? I don't want to have to suck up to Princess Phinia. I won't go into detail, but Tanya, I know it'd be hard for her to become president, even if all the top students from each grade supported her. She may be the daughter of the Roth-Taylor household, but the gap is too large. To himself, Ed reflected, Lortel's right. It makes the most sense for Princess Phinia to become president with how things are going right now. Tanya Roth-Taylor, the lesser evil. She'll do anything to get one more vote, pitifully and pathetically, but she can't close the gap. She'll end up losing by an overwhelming margin. Lortel asked, do you support the princess? Me? I don't know. I guess I support Tanya more. I'm glad. Most people here admire Princess Phinia, so I was worried you might feel the same. She bumped her head against his chest and added, you know I like you, right? I almost got jealous. She held onto his chest for a moment, resting her head again. Did that work? Should I check your heartbeat? Ed gently pushed her away. No, but I don't plan on dating anyone until I graduate. Lortel blinked. Until you graduate? Then what about after that? Ed remained silent. Oh, that's valuable information. I don't know what meaning graduation has for you, but it's not too far off now. Well, that is, if you can stand to keep rejecting me. To himself, Ed thought, graduating safely is no easy goal. The final boss we'll have to encounter at the end of this story. The main character must defeat that final boss for the world to regain peace and for me to graduate. Clarice, the symbol of the order, and Phinia, the symbol of the royal family, need to support the main character so he can defeat the final boss, the sacred lance dragon. In other words, Taylor needs to grow as the scenario intended and make friends. The class placements went smoothly. In the distance, Tanya Roth-Taylor was tugging on Kylie Ekney's arm. Please. Kylie stared off, awestruck. Whoa. And Clarice seems to be hiding her identity well, Ed thought. I feel bad for Tanya, but Phinia will be council president. Then the scenario should return to normal and I'll be able to rest easy. In another scene, a servant approached Princess Phinia. Your Highness? Princess Phinia murmured to herself. In spite of Ed Roth-Taylor's expectations, the scenario had already begun to break down. I don't think I want to run for the council position, she announced. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit bedroom, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale muttered, damn it, there are other people who can do it besides me. So why does it have to be me from the start? This damned life. Why? Why the hell did it have to be me? A duel request form lay crumpled on the table. You want to have a duel with me? Clebius grumbled. In another scene, Jix Effelstein questioned, why? Wade replied, because I want to learn from you. Jix closed his book unimpressed. I don't want some shallow reason like that. Because I want to prove my worth, the student answered resolutely. Jix Effelstein said, you've already claimed the position of top student in your year, haven't you? Wade replied, but that doesn't mean much since I'm just a first year. Janica is the top student among the third years, and Drake leads the faculty of combat. Also, Ed is very popular among the first-year faculty of magic for some reason. I plan to duel all of them. Of course, there's an order to things. I've already sent a request to Clebius, the top student in the second-year combat faculty, but he seems to be avoiding it. Anyway, if I win against him, I plan to challenge Elvira, the top of the alchemy faculty. After that, I was going to send you a request, so I thought I'd let you know beforehand. Why am I next? Jix questioned. I'm not a top student. Wade shrugged. Well, since the second-year top student is out of the question, that would make you the technical top student of the second year. Jix narrowed his eyes. You're quite self-centered. So, your plan is to beat me and then go after Janica and Ed too? Jix added. It seems the first lesson you need to be taught in Sylvania is that you're not always right. Wade replied. I don't think it'll be easy to defeat you. No, that's not what I meant, Jix said. You won't be making it to me, let alone Janica or Ed. You seem to be mistaken about something. You won't even be able to defeat Clebius. Learn to perceive reality properly if you want to defeat me. A few moments later, outside, Ed Roth-Taylor approached. Oh, Jix. Jix turned. Ed. Ed nodded. You did well with the library. Thanks. Ed asked. Wade. You mean the top student among the first years? Jix replied. He's sending duel requests to everyone doing well academically. It sounded like he wanted to challenge you too. Ed thought to himself, as far as I know, Wade Callamore's challenges go on from Act 3, Scene 3 to Scene 5. Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. Election of the Student Council President. Ed reflected to himself. born a talented swordsman as the son of the commander of the Northern Border Territories. Wade easily took the top student spot among first years. Unsatisfied, he went on to challenge his seniors. In the end, he defeated them one by one with ease, even Jix. Jix was already exhausted going into the fight, so it was unfair for him, but it was still a loss. Wade's rampage, which seemed unstoppable, was finally halted by Taylor, who had improved over the year. Jix asked Ed, "I heard there's going to be a welcoming festival for the new students tonight. Do you want to check them out?" "Not tonight, I have plans," Ed replied, thinking to himself. "I already know what Wade looks like. But thanks for the notice. Take care of yourself." Ed walked off, feeling unexpectedly invigorated. "I thought I didn't care about this kind of stuff, but seeing how energetic this school is, it's giving me energy too. The refreshing atmosphere of a new semester makes my steps lighter." Jix watched him go, murmuring to himself, should I have told him about that too? Inwardly, he thought, I've noticed, since we're in the same grade and I see her often, that Princess Phinia has been looking rather down lately. However, whenever I'm talking about fighting Ed, or if Ed's name comes up, she's clearly listening. Testing his theory, Jix purposely said aloud, "Ed." In her seat, Princess Phinia flinched and looked over her shoulder. Jix's friend Ward whispered to her, "Wake up." She's very aware of his name, Jix thought. Well, it's not like today's my only chance to tell him. I'll look into it more and then tell him. In another scene, the weather had warmed, and butterflies flitted about, making the northern forest look like spring itself. Lucy Merrill, lounging on the roof of Ed Roth Taylor's cabin, shooed at the butterflies. "Shoo shoo," Janica Faylover approached Ed, remarking, "You've improved quickly, and your connection has gotten much stronger. Since you even managed a contract with Marilda, you should be able to form a contract with a mid-rank spirit as well. No one would believe you accomplished all this within a year." She added, switching to her teacher mode. Ed thought to himself, she calls this her Teacher Janica mode. It sounds cute, but she seems to think it's dignified. I guess I'll play along. Ed said, "It's all because I have such a good teacher." "Ahem," Janica repeated, feigning dignity. "Usually, to enter a contract with a mid-rank spirit, you have to explore mountains and valleys to find a spirit that matches well with you. You can't just enter a contract because it has enough mana. You need to find a spirit whose mana flow matches your own. I didn't consider something like that when I made my contract with Marilda," Ed admitted. "That's because you match well with the fire and wind elements," Janica replied. "But if you want a new spirit, don't you think it'd be better to look for something outside of fire or wind?" Ed thought to himself, she's right. It would be convenient to find a spirit whose element I already handle well, but that would make it hard to adapt to various situations. I don't need to be proficient in every element like Janica, but branching out would be best. "This is going to be difficult, isn't it?" Ed sighed. Janica Faylover explained, "That's why people think of their mid-rank spirits as fate." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, there was an illustration of a spirit sorcerer in The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. It evoked feelings of wandering through nature, forests, and rivers, connecting with spirits one encounters by fate. Janica continued, "The first step is connection. Ed, concentrate your mana into your eyes." Ed opened his eyes and Janica gestured, "Here are all the mid-rank spirits I've chosen." Ed blinked in amazement. "Don't you get distracted with all these spirits around?" Janica smiled. "There's no need to push them away when they like me. I've already spoken to all of them too." "That's amazing, but now just pick one out," Ed urged. Pick one out?" Caught off guard. A spirit piped up. "I'm mid-rank water spirit number 1, Pello. I'll show you my wings." Here another spirit chimed in. Now number 2, meanwhile, a low-rank spirit named Mug said, causing Ed to think, what is he judging for when he's just a low-rank spirit? This feels a bit weird. "Is it weird?" Janica asked, noticing Ed's reaction. "Did I bring too many? Should we do this another time?" No, it's nothing," Ed reassured her. Mug added, "Young Master Ed, let's take a look at the next spirit." Ed thought to himself, what about my fateful meeting? Is this method all right? In another scene, Ed mused to himself about the welcoming festival for new students. It's pretty meaningful for them, but the top student of the third years, Janica Faylover, was unable to attend due to personal reasons, likely spirit lessons with ED. Meanwhile, the second-year top student, Lucy Merrill, also missed the event because she preferred napping. As the faculty commented, Miss Janica too, it observed, the faculty worried the festival might lose its charm. However, the absence of the top students didn't impact the event, thanks to the presence of one of Sylvania's most dignified figures, Princess Phinia. Though Sylvania Academy valued equality, Students felt too intimidated to approach a member of the royal family, even among the nobles. Only one person dared to speak with her during the event. Wade moved his chess piece and declared, "Checkmate." He shifted his knight toward the queen. It was Wade Callamore, Ed thought, the successor of the Callamore family, loyal servants of the royal family, and one of the 3 greatest swordsman lineages, the top student among the first years. Princess Phenia remarked, "You're skilled, Wade. You hesitated after sacrificing one of your pawns. If you let go of that hesitation, I would have lost. I don't like projecting real military tactics onto chess. That's something a palace tutor would do. Reality's different anyway." Wade said, "You must have learned a lot here." Princess Phenia said, "Well, I'm just more self-aware. I thought I was better than anyone at reading people, but now I think I was wrong." Wade said, "Who knows? Someone told me that it's important to learn that one cannot always be right." Princess Phenia said to herself, "Learn that one cannot always be right, Ed Roth Taylor." The mistake of expelling him was a small concern, like a fishbone in my throat. But he saved Janica, made a home in the forest, and as time passed, his presence grew. Even the incoming students speak highly of him. As his presence in the school grows, so does my mistake. You can be wrong sometimes. That's true in all aspects of life, not just Sylvania. If I keep acting like a child, evading my problems, nothing will be resolved. Regardless of class or social status, learning is your duty here." Princess Phenia said, "That was very helpful. Shall we go again?" And she said to herself, "I can't run from my mistakes forever, right? That would be foolish. It'll take about 4 days to resolve everything. After that, I'll go to the hut in the northern forest. We can sit by a campfire and talk freely." Princess Phenia felt refreshed. It seemed like spring was coming to her as well, as she accidentally drops the pawn and she said, "Ah." Then the narration turned somber until the morning of the 3rd day, when news of Ed Roth Taylor's death reached her ears. Tanya Roth Taylor wrote a letter saying to herself, "Dear respected father, greetings, father. Since you spend so much of your time in the imperial castle, I've gotten accustomed to telling you about my days through letters. However, it is noteworthy that I am no longer sending these from the Roth Taylor residence, but from Sylvania Academy. Although there are many aspects I am not yet used to, as it's my first time living away from home, I will not forget the honor I must uphold as a member of the Roth Taylor family. There was a period when adjusting to the Academy's demanding schedule was challenging, especially with Sylvania's famous egalitarian atmosphere. As for friends, however, I have made a few school friends. I am working hard towards the goal I confidently shared with you before I left home, as well as my ambition to become the youngest student council president. I am a bit worried because I've heard that Princess Phenia, beloved by the people, will also be running in the elections. But I will try my best, regardless. I also met Lortel. Though she's not much older, she possesses the presence of a seasoned merchant. Negotiations for the purchase of the sage's sealed grimoire will begin soon, and I wonder if it's truly appropriate for me to go as our family's representative. And this is hard to mention casually. Since you have excommunicated him, I know he is a shame and embarrassment to our family. But if I must say it, brother seems to have become diligent and hardworking. It's as if he's a completely different person. Honestly, my memories from when I was younger are a bit vague, and I may be misinterpreting things, but I recently had a strange dream from my childhood. In it, I was at the low hills behind our residence, where lilacs and daffodils bloom abundantly in spring. I remember following the path up the hill, the scent of flowers in the air. I was climbing, holding hands with 2 people. One hand surely belonged to Arwen, and the other, I imagine, must have been yours, father. Or perhaps when Arwen was still alive, Ed wasn't such a scoundrel. If that's true, maybe he hasn't changed. He's only returned to who he once was. The night brings me many complicated thoughts. From your loving daughter, Tanya Roth Taylor. At that moment, a system notification appeared, reading, "Deadly poison magic seal. If you are grazed in the slightest, you will flail in pain and die." As Crepin Roth Taylor held the dagger in Tanya's letter, he said, "I've already sent a response to Tanya. The student council elections, as well as the negotiations for the sage's sealed grimoire with Lortel. Managing all of that alone will be difficult for her, so I'm sending a trusted family vassal. Normally, sending a family's vassal to Sylvania is not allowed, but the Academy has permitted it for business purposes. Now be on your way." 2 hooded figures nodded and exited the room. Crepin removed his glove and muttered, "I can't get used to this at all." Another system notification displayed highest rank magic, cause and effect determination. If you set a specific action or variable, you can see the resulting effects. Crepin pondered aloud.
Is there no choice but to use a vast amount of mana?
It's a shame I can't use it frequently. He mused further. This is indeed an absolute power. When faced with an important task, one can activate the source of a previous action to confirm its inevitable outcome. He then saw a vision of Ed Roth-Taylor being stabbed, crying out, "Kiok," and spitting blood as Janica Faylover ran toward him, shouting, "Ed!" Ed tumbled from a cliff, and Janica tried to catch his hand, crying out, "Ed! Ed!" As rain poured, she fell silent. Moments later, the rain ceased and anger flickered in her gaze. Crepin thought to himself, this doesn't feel great, but it's a necessary sacrifice. 3 days before Ed's death, Tanya sat in contemplation, murmuring, "Impossible." The results of a student council candidate approval rating investigation had been revealed. Princess Phinia was so popular that nearly everyone in the Klol Empire knew her name. Tanya thought grimly, if Princess Phinia truly competes in the election, regardless of what I do, my chance of winning is 0. I'm well aware of the difference between reality and my daydreams. It's a shame, but I should probably give up. Jix Effelstein passed by and said, "Oh, Tanya, are you headed to elemental studies training?" "Ah," Tanya responded, distracted. Jix continued, "Has anything been troubling you in your classes? Let's have some tea with Elka later." Nearby, Terry whispered, "Wow, that's Jix. Isn't he the strongest person in the academy?" Kylie Achin remarked, "Tanya even said hi to Jix." At that moment, Lortel Kicheln approached, saying, "Tanya, I'm probably going to have a negotiation meeting for the grimoire trade soon. What time works for you? Let me know, and I'll set something up. So come, okay?" Kylie Achin gasped, "Wow, isn't that Lortel? Tanya just said hi to an executive of the LT Trading Company." She then spotted another figure. That person, isn't that Sylvania's top genius, Lucy Merrill?" Lucy Merrill approached Tanya Roth-Taylor and gave a simple greeting. "Hi," Kylie exclaimed, "so she actually does speak." Terry, observing the scene, commented, "Her connections are on a completely different level from regular students like us." Kylie added, "Tanya is so cool. She has so many connections, yet she acts with such dignity and never shows off. That's amazing. I'd be happy if I could be even half as dignified as she is." As Tanya blushed, a subtle sparkle of admiration seemed to surround her. She turned back toward Kylie and Terry, smiling, and said, Oh, good work today, both of you. You must be tired, so head back to your rooms and rest. If you keep working hard each day, you both, Kylie and Terry, will become remarkable students." "Let's keep up the effort tomorrow, too," Terry replied enthusiastically. "We'll work hard tomorrow and every day after, so we can become as dignified and talented as you." Closing the door, Tanya murmured to herself, "Huh? It feels like my standing within the academy has skyrocketed these past few days. But I didn't even do anything. If I had to guess, this kind of treatment must be because I'm Ed's younger sister, right? I thought he was a no-good scoundrel. So why am I feeling like the unreliable one? How did this happen?" Just then, the door opened and 2 familiar figures entered. Nox spoke first. "It's nice to see you after so long, Lady Tanya." Kadek added, "I'm happy to see you looking healthy." Tanya's face lit up. "Kadek, Nox, Father is so considerate for sending you both here." Kadek nodded. "I've heard that you've been working diligently at school." Nox added, "We're relieved to be of assistance." "It's a relief that we can be of help. I'll assist by gathering information on the market price for the grimoire purchase negotiations, and I'll ask around about the current funding of the trading company to make the negotiations go smoother." Tanya said, "Thank you, Kadek." Nox said, "While you're focusing on your studies, I'll help with the student council president elections. With rumors of Princess Phinia being in the running, I'll gather information on the pledges she's—" Tanya interrupted, "No need, Nox. New information just came in this morning." Outside, Janica Faylover was heard announcing, "Princess Phinia will not be running in the elections." Ed Roth-Taylor, overhearing this, looked puzzled. "What?" Janica continued. "The announcement was made by the Imperial Secretary near the dorms. Everyone has been whispering about it." Ed frowned. "But if it was just an announcement, couldn't it still change?" Looking up thoughtfully, he mused, "The final boss of Act 4, Crepin Roth-Taylor. Known for his flawless work, Crepin is regarded as the benevolent head of the Roth-Taylor family. But only Princess Phinia understands the darkness he conceals. She would be the most reliable ally to oppose Crepin's ambition to control Sylvania Academy. That's how it was supposed to go. But now she's not even running?" Janica gave Ed a knowing look. "I'm starting to get the feeling that you're planning something reckless again." Ed looked back at her, a bit flustered. Hey, that. Janica cut him off. I can't stand to watch you suffer alone again, unaware of everything. You're already carrying so much there's no need to make things even harder. Whatever you're planning, Ed, let me help you. Ed leaned gently against her shoulder, sighing. Honestly, I'd like it if Princess Phinia became the student council president. Janica looked surprised. That's unexpected. Hasn't she treated you poorly in the past? And with Tanya as your sister, I assumed you'd support her. He shrugged. But if the princess herself says she won't run, what can we do? It'd be nice to know her reason at least. At that moment, Jix Ethelstein arrived, eyeing Ed and Janica. There are a lot of eyes here. Aren't you two being a bit scandalous in broad daylight? Janica turned surprised. Jix? With a smirk, Jix replied, Sorry to interrupt your quality time, but I think I know why Princess Phinia isn't running. Janica's cheeks flushed slightly. Scandalous? Quality time? You're exaggerating. That phrasing is way too much. Unfazed, Jix continued, Imagine an alpha wolf who has lost her pack. Due to a wrong choice, her pack perished. And now, even if an arrow were aimed at her, she'd barely flinch. That's the look I saw in Princess Phinia's eyes, as if she's lost all confidence and feels powerless. He paused before saying, Anyway, I'll stop bothering you two. Oh, and it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so keep that in mind. Janica replied, You're not interrupting anything, but thanks. Ed watched Jix depart, thinking to himself, Jix's instincts are usually sharper than most people's, if his observations are right. The worst-case scenario could be that Phinia has abandoned any hostility toward the Rothtailor family. What should I do now? As Janica Failover considered the day ahead, she nodded thoughtfully. That's good. Ed Rothtailor looked at her, a bit surprised and confused. Janica smiled. If it rains, it'll be perfect for training the water spirits. The ocean would be the ideal setting. So let's plan on training a mid-rank spirit at the Northern Cliffs tomorrow. We can go right after our elemental studies class. Ed was silent for a moment, a faint smile crossing his face. Thanks, he said warmly. Then, thinking to himself, let's just focus on what we can do for now. Later, in a secluded cabin in the woods, Lucy Merrill paused, sniffing the air. Is it really going to rain? She looked around then, startled by something, dropped down and hid behind a log. With a snap of her fingers, she ignited the bonfire, casting warmth while she took a nap in the log. Just then, Ed Rothtailor appeared, emerging from behind a nearby tree. Observing the area, he muttered to himself, It's finally spring, but if it rains, it'll make getting around harder. Outside, Lucy Merrill felt the first light drops of rain on her skin and grew pensive. If it's going to rain, I hope it passes quickly. A little while later, Ed, Janica, and their group arrived at the Northern Cliffs. Looking out at the vast, rugged coastline, Ed remarked, So this is what this place looks like. Mug, taking in the scene with wonder, added, It's my first time on the northern coast. These cliffs are so barren, with hardly a soul around. And it's absurdly far, too. But there's no better place for training with a water spirit formula. With a note of pride, he continued, I may be unworthy, but I'll say this boldly. I think it was a brilliant choice to make a contract with the mid-rank water spirit Lisha, and to even think of using mana arrows with it. Ed held up a hand, signaling for silence. Wait, Mug, he cautioned. Suddenly, from the shadows, Kotick stepped forward and spoke. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Ed tensed, instinctively drawing his bow, ready for anything. Act 4, Final Chapter, The Crepin Showdown, Phase 3, Ed thought to himself. Middle bosses, Kotick and Nox. These two vassals oversee the Rothtailor family's darker dealings. As the tension thickened in the rain-soaked air, Ed prepared himself, knowing that this encounter was only the beginning of the challenges ahead. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, reflecting on the veterans who had been part of the Rothtailor family's history for their entire lives. Kotick and Nox, Crepin's right-hand men who had endured countless hardships to be on Arkan Island. I should be happy to see their faces, but I can't say that I am. Kotick spoke first. It's an honor to see you again, young Master Ed. Ed Rothtailor responded, You still call me young master despite me being excommunicated. I should be thankful. Kotick continued, We've heard about how you've been doing, young Master Ed. We came under Lord Crepin's orders. Our goal is to assassinate you. Ed Rothtailor looked at him, confused. Nox and Kotick bowed to the floor, and Kotick said, We vassals have held a great deal of animosity towards you, young Master Ed. That's why we plan to assassinate you, someone who had once dominated the estate as if you were a completely different person from your childhood. We intended to do so with this blade, engraved with the seal of deadly poison. But the more we investigated your life and learned about others' perceptions of you at the academy, we saw the brightness you once had in your youth. We realized that you had returned to your true self as the heir. Nox spoke now. We will explain everything to Lord Crepin. Kadek is right. Please, become the heir once again to restore the honor of the Rothtailor family. Ed Rothtailor kept his arrow trained on them. Enough with the nonsense. Kadek and Nox grinned and Kadek said, You've grown, young Master Ed. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, Eagle Knight Kadek, who sends sword strikes of wind. As Ed Rothtailor deftly avoided the attack, he looked ahead, only to find Nox already standing in front of him with a cap sound. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, Brown Bear Knight Nox, who wields a mace of flames. He barely dodged the attack, gritting his teeth, Cuke. Ed Rothtailor shot arrows at them. He thought, These are the vassals who are in charge of darkness within the Rothtailor family. Nox sneered, Young Master, do you remember Meliana? The poor child who lost her vision in one eye for your amusement one day? My daughter, Ed Rothtailor gasped. Nox attacked him with flames. Ed Rothtailor responded, Oh yeah, that happened, but revenge is useless, Nox. Even I know that the only thing that lies at the end of your vengeance is emptiness. Nox tightened his grip on his mace. That's not something I should be hearing from you. Ed Rothtailor dodged again. You're right, Kadek observed. Oh ho, you've grown. However, it'll be impossible for you to block Nox's mace, which is imbued with magic. Nox, while attacking, said, You're dodging well, but if you get hit even once, you'll die immediately. And that bow you're carrying will only get in the way. Thanks to that, your movements have become sloppy, and you can't properly watch your surroundings. Ed Rothtailor found himself sliding toward a cliff, cornered. Nox grinned. You have nowhere to run. Ed Rothtailor replied, I know. Suddenly, a dagger stabbed into Nox's back. Nox shouted in pain, Cack, as he spat out blood. Kadek shouted, Nox, and thought to himself, was Tad telekinesis? No, a spirit formula? He realized he used basic shield magic to block the attack and intentionally prompted us to approach while preparing in the meantime. Ed Rothtailor muttered, Mug. Nox erupted into flames. Kadek covered his face from the blast. Nox, he shouted. Suddenly, arrows shot from the smoke. Kadek tried to dodge, but one struck him in the leg. He shouted in pain, Colt, and thought, how is he attacking like that within an explosion? Ed Rothtailor panted in exhaustion, and a system notification flashed. Blessing of recovery, temporary immunity to flames greatly increased. Kadek muttered, What happened in this short time for such a scoundrel to become like this? Although next time you should attack my vital points instead of my lower half. Kadek snarled, Of course. However, there won't be a next time. He slashed the air multiple times, attacking Ed Rothtailor. He waited for the smoke to clear. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor emerged, coughing. Kadek said, It seems you used Nox as a shield to protect your vital points. Kadek lunged toward him. But this is the end. Then Kadek felt a presence behind him and thought, no. He recalled the arrow that had missed and wondered, did he even? A system notification appeared. Leisha, mid-rank water spirit. Leisha enveloped him in water, and Kadek gasped for air, Cog, as he dropped his dagger, struggling to breathe. I can't. B breathed. Nox suddenly grabbed the poisoned dagger. Nox was about to stab Ed Rothtailor from behind. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, those were burns and stab wounds that would easily render most people unconscious. But for a brown bear knight, someone who was confident he had seen everything the battlefield could offer, staying conscious was no surprise. This was something even Ed Rothtailor hadn't predicted. It was completely unexpected. Just as Nox's attack was about to land, a barrier blocked it. Nox, confused and shocked, couldn't penetrate the barrier. A system notification appeared. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack comes in, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. A huge burst of wind hit Nox, and the wind stopped as quickly as it came. Ed Rothtailor stood silently, observing. Nox and Kadek remained standing for a moment, but then suddenly collapsed to the ground, shocked and defeated. Ed Rothtailor sighed in relief. Ooh, Nox groaned. Would it be a luxury to ask you to finish this quickly? Ed Rothtailor responded. That's what I should be asking. Nox was taken aback. Ed Rothtailor continued. The fact that you two came means that my father must be determined to kill me. So even if it's not this time, I'm definitely going to die. Even if I kill you both, if this won't end things, I'd rather die here. He paused, his voice heavy with resignation. Although it might leave only emptiness, it won't be meaningless. At least you won't live shackled by revenge anymore. This is a small gift for your loyalty to the Rothtailor family. Nox winced in pain, barely able to speak. Ugh. Puke! Roth-Taylor guided Knox's hands, and Knox with great difficulty raised the dagger. Ed Roth-Taylor's voice was calm despite the circumstances. Do it. Knox stabbed Ed Roth-Taylor, and Ed Roth-Taylor gasped. Hack! Pain shot through him, and he spat out blood. Keek! Suddenly, Janica Faylover arrived, her voice filled with panic. Sorry, Ed. My class ended earlier than expected. She froze, shocked as she saw Ed from a distance, just as Knox kicked him off the cliff. Ed Roth-Taylor fell, blood dripping from his mouth, emotionless. Janica Faylover rushed forward, trying to catch his hand as he fell. Kyak! Ed! She shouted in desperation. She tried to reach out, but Ed Roth-Taylor fell too far. Ed, Ed! She was silent for a moment, looking helplessly at the distance. Knox, horrified, muttered to himself, Damn it, a witness! Shit, my body! He glanced back at Janica Faylover, who stood motionless, her eyes staring at him with an unreadable expression. Suddenly, the rain stopped falling. Knox, confused, muttered, What is this? Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, even a brown bear knight, who was confident he had seen everything on the battlefield, could encounter things he had never witnessed before. An entity more powerful than even a high-level spirit. Janica Faylover stood tall, and a powerful presence emanated from her. She was no ordinary girl. It was the summoning ceremony of the highest level spirit, one that only existed in a single form per element in the natural world. And Janica was the only one who could execute it. She turned, her crimson eyes burning with fury. Do you understand what you just did? A giant magic circle glowed ominously in the sky. I wonder just how many people could truly understand the meaning behind it. A genius spirit sorcerer, one who had previously summoned the highest-ranked darkness spirit, Glaskin's right hand, had poured every ounce of grief and fury into this display. It was the sun that scorched the earth, with a tail larger than the imperial capital, the very being who burned down the Alphonse Mountains during the Age of Myth. The highest-ranked fire spirit, Teorphis, even summoning a fragment of his power, a mere hand, would be enough to reduce the entire northern forest to ashes. There was no need to understand the intricate runes of the magic circle. Once you saw what loomed before you, you would instantly realize what approached was absolute death. Janica Faylover turned back, her eyes cold and unforgiving. She locked her gaze on Knox and asked, Do you understand what you've done? Knox trembled in terror, his eyes wide with fear. Keek, keek. He gasped as he felt his skin begin to burn. He screamed in agony. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind enveloped Knox, shielding him from the searing heat. Marilda appeared beside him, her presence calm yet commanding. She spoke firmly, Run! Hurry and run! Knox staggered, confusion and pain etched on his face. But what? He muttered, struggling to understand. Marilda's eyes were steady. Survive. Report everything you've seen and experienced. Without another word, Knox lifted Kadak and limped away, his breath ragged. Look! Janica's voice rang out sharply. What are you doing, Marilda? Move! Her power surged, the air around her crackling with energy. But Marilda stood her ground, staring at Janica with an unwavering gaze. You can't recall me. Strange, isn't it? She said calmly. Think about it. You're not the one who summoned me. Janica's rage faltered. Her eyes widened in shock and confusion as realization dawned. Meanwhile, down by the river at the base of a cliff, a hand emerged from the water. It was Ed Roth-Taylor. As he pulled himself onto the riverbank, memories of Lortel Kishon's words echoed in his mind. How's your magic engineering going? You took some items and ingredients last time. Ed recalled his response. Well, I spent the entire break training in magic engineering. To sum it up, you could call it a great success. Now his hand trembled as he muttered, Since I managed to create a legendary ranked magic engineering item, a system notification appeared in his mind. Legendary magic engineering item. Delheim's hourglass reverts all physical states by a few seconds. Removes all damage and wounds. One-time use. Another notification followed. Item destroyed. You have used Delheim's hourglass. No use is remaining. Proficiency increased. Ed coughed violently, staggering to his feet. Kyuk! Breathing heavily, he assessed his condition. I reversed the injuries from falling off the cliff and neutralized the deadly poison. But it only took me back a few seconds. He clutched his arm, pain shooting through him. Ha! Salt water had seeped into his wounds, lowering his body temperature rapidly. I summoned Marilda because the situation on the cliff was out of control, but I don't even know if it worked. He glanced at the shattered remains of Delheim's hourglass, a legendary tool that wasn't supposed to exist until the third act, and I had to use it this early. A wave of frustration washed over him. All those efforts, gone in a single use. But still, I've survived. Ed's thoughts shifted to Crepin Roth-Taylor. Crepin's cause and effect determination magic is relentless. Even if I defeat Kadek and Nox, Crepin will keep altering the future until he finds one where I die. Ed grimaced. So, I had to die once. He gazed into the distance. If Crepin confirms a future where I'm dead, he'll lose interest for a while. It's hard to send vassals to Arkan Island without a reason. The only thing that could be considered a good enough reason is to help Tanya with the elections, as she's gotten busy, or for the sage's sealed grimoire negotiations. Once those have ended, they have to leave. Which means that if I live like a dead man until the grimoire negotiations and the elections are over, I can survive. But his body, it wasn't cooperating. Just then, he noticed a figure descending the cliff. It was Tarkin. Ed sat up, every muscle aching. I thought I was done for, but you found me. He offered a weak smile. Thanks. Suddenly, Janica Failover appeared and hugged him tightly, her body pressing against his. Ed froze, startled by the sudden embrace. Ah, Janica? 5 minutes passed, and Janica remained in his arms, savoring the moment as rain poured down around them. Ed, still unable to move, murmured, I feel like I only make you worry. Sorry, Janica. Tears welled up in her eyes. Hick. He wrapped his arms around her, holding her close. Hours later, they took shelter in a nearby cave. Janica spoke softly. So, until the elections are over, you think it's safer to stay hidden? Ed nodded. Janica smiled reassuringly. Then I'll bring you everything you need. Food, tools, whatever it takes. Don't worry too much, Ed. She chuckled softly. He! Janica Failover blushed, happiness washing over her as she watched Ed Roth-Taylor sitting beside her, alive and safe. Ed smiled faintly. Yeah, thank you, as always, Janica. But my injuries kinda hurt. Janica, still hugging him tightly while they sat before the crackling fire, suddenly realized her position. Her eyes widened, and she quickly pushed him away. Sorry, I just felt so relieved hugging you. Embarrassment turned her face a deeper shade of red as she curled up to the side. Wait, can you forget I just said that? Ed chuckled softly, his gaze moving toward the rain pouring outside. It's still raining, he said, but there's a lot left to do. In a different scene, deep within a cabin nestled in the woods. He quietly reflected, thinking to himself, if you asked anyone what Lucy Merrill was doing right now, they'd say, nothing as usual. But in reality, Lucy is practicing the art of waiting. The difference lies in her finding peace, not boredom. The daily routine of the hut's owner played out vividly in his mind. After walking through the forest and confirming the campfire had gone out, he kicked the wooden reinforcements a few times to ensure they were sturdy. He'd head to the drying line, put away the soaked laundry, and secure any tools that might rust under the tent. Once all the tasks were done, he'd brush the rain off his clothes and enter the hut. Inside, Lucy Merrill would greet him with a drowsy voice. Oh, you're here? She'd mumble half asleep. She often thought to herself, Ed's life is turbulent and ever-changing, yet in the end he always returns here. He lights the lamp, sits at the desk, and dives into his magic engineering books. As he read, Lucy would curl up near the fire, letting the soothing sounds of rain, crackling flames, and turning pages lull her to sleep. Tonight was no different until something unusual caught her attention. A strange scent filled the air. Manna. And blood? Her eyes fluttered open, confusion washing over her. Strange. But as she started to drift back to sleep, a memory of Ed's voice echoed in her mind. You protected the house well. Thank you. She shifted slightly, resting her head on Ed's lap as he gently held her. Suddenly, she stood up and floated midair, stretching as she yawned. A voice broke the stillness outside the hut, weak and pained. Ugh. Lucy's eyes sharpened. You? Knox, a vassal of the Roth-Taylor family, stumbled into view, bloodied and trembling. Help me. I'm very injured. I tripped in the forest. My comrade. He was attacked by a wild animal. His throat. But as Knox stammered, terror seized him. Lucy's eyes glowed with a cold light. I'll let you live, she said flatly. The forest around them lit up with a blinding energy as her power intensified. But if you're honest with me, she added, her voice calm but chilling, I'll let you live. Knox's heart raced as he stared into the face of death for the second time that night. What were you doing? Lucy asked softly. Meanwhile, a professor examined the remnants of a powerful seal, his brow furrowed in concern. Seal of deadly poison, an advanced seal so rare you might only encounter it once in a lifetime. And yet, he sighed deeply. Why do these incident reports always come during my shift? Examining the scene, he noted the absence of mana, only faint traces remained. It's already been used. Someone must have died. And considering they fell from the cliff, retrieving them will be difficult even when daylight comes. Turning to Janica Failover, he summarized the situation. You were going to meet Ed to assist with his spirit sorcery. But when you arrived, he had already been stabbed? Janica nodded solemnly. Yes, that's what happened. The professor's gaze softened. I'm sure it was a shock, but try to remember clearly, did you see the culprit? Janica looked away, her voice quiet but steady. Yes. They were vassals of the Roth-Taylor family, Kadek and Knox. The professor's expression darkened. Roth-Taylor's vassals? I see. When morning comes, I'll inform the High Dean and… Suddenly, he froze, sensing a presence behind him. See that student? Before he could react, Lucy Merrill materialized before them, her eyes fierce and unyielding. Lucy, Janica gasped, shocked. Lucy, calm down. I'll explain everything back at the camp. But Lucy's voice cut through the tension, cold and decisive. I caught them. Her gaze never wavered as she continued. The murderers who killed him, Kadek and Knox, Roth-Taylor's vassals. Without another word, she walked past them, picking up Ed Roth-Taylor's bow from the ground. Electric energy surged around her, crackling with barely contained fury. Lucy! Janica cried out, but it was too late. With a deafening burst of energy, Lucy vanished in a flash of power. The professor stumbled back, his voice trembling. What? We need to chase her. Janica, what is? Janica cut him off, urgency in her voice. We don't have time. We must move now before things escalate. Elsewhere in the forest, Kadek and Knox writhed in agony as Lucy Merrill's electrifying magic coursed through their bodies. Cack! Knox screamed, his body convulsing in pain. Lucy stood over them, her voice dark and resolute. Roth-Taylor's vassals, you've lingered here under the guise of helping with work, but you serve the Roth-Taylor family, don't you? Knox, desperate and trembling, pleaded, We're not suspicious. We came to assist Tanya Roth-Taylor with permission from the academy. At the mention of Tanya's name, Lucy's eyes narrowed dangerously. Tanya Roth-Taylor, she repeated, her voice filled with cold fury. Clenching her fist, she summoned an immense surge of energy and blasted the window of a nearby cabin. She stepped through the shattered opening, her presence suffocating with power. Where is she? Lucy demanded, her voice low and menacing. Lucy Merrill raged in anger and said, Where is Tanya Roth-Taylor? Suddenly, Belle Maya said, Lady Lucy, just what is going on? As she activated a magic engineering item, Lucy Merrill hovered above with Knox and Kadek. Belle Maya said, Lady Lucy, why are you doing this? Lucy Merrill glared at her in anger. Belle Maya suddenly activated the magic engineering item, her eyes fixed on Lucy Merrill. Lucy Merrill said, Bring her, as she shattered the magic circles with just her brute power. Seriously, bring Tanya. In another scene at the training ground, a huge explosion went off. Wade Callamore said to Alvira Aniston, It was a good fight. Alvira Aniston replied, As if. You sure act arrogant just because you beat your second-year seniors. Wade Callamore chuckled. Ha ha, good work, Alvira Aniston. But regardless, we can't yet say I've beaten the second years. Jix still remains after all. Jix Effelstein silently listened and closed his eyes. Alvira Aniston thought to herself, even if one-on-one battles are his specialty, did he really beat Alvira Aniston, the top alchemy student? Well, in the first-year magic faculty, there's that genius Joseph. But somehow he's still the year's top student. The heir of the renowned swordsman family of Callamore, Wade Callamore, he might really beat Jix. Suddenly, Jix Effelstein heard something and was shocked. He said, Ack, what was that sound just now? Is it an attack? Do we need to run? Outside, something exploded. They rushed toward the commotion. Wade Callamore said, Let's find the head maid. And then, Jix Effelstein said, No, it's too late. They saw Belle Maya and the other maids frozen in time. A system notification appeared. Time type Espectual magic, time prison. Jix thought to himself, in this world, there exists a genius who can witness the espectual magic someone spent their entire life researching and copy it after just one look. Lucy Merrill said, Tanya Roth-Taylor, bring her. Jix Effelstein muttered, Lucy. Merrill. Another maid said, hurry this way. Jix Effelstein asked, what is it? She said. Even the head maid fell victim. We have no idea what to do. If Lady Lucy is telling the truth, then the third-year Faculty of Magic student, young Master Ed Roth-Taylor, has died. Jix Effelstein was shocked and stopped. She added, the assassin was a vassal of the Roth-Taylor family. Wade Callamore said, a vassal of the Roth-Taylor family. Does that mean Tanya Roth-Taylor? Suddenly, the maid and Wade Callamore looked behind, confused. Jix Effelstein said, "You guys go ahead first." The maid said, "What? Young Master Jix, this situation," Wade Callamore said. "What is wrong with you? Are you going to try and get revenge or something? Just evacuate." Jix Effelstein ran back and said, "When the time comes, I'll evacuate, so you leave first." "I'm sorry." He arrived at Tanya Roth-Taylor's room and kicked the door. He said, "As I thought, 5 minutes after the first loud noise, no one had seen Tanya Roth-Taylor, and the door was locked, the only place she could hide." He grabbed the closet and opened it. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, "Ugh, why? Why is this happening? Just why?" as she trembled in fear. Jix Effelstein said to himself, "All of the evidence points to Tanya, but I still don't understand." To be precise, thanks to Ed, Tanya's reputation and life at the academy were getting better. Although it did seem like Tanya held some ill will toward Ed, it's strange for her to have orchestrated an assassination. Jix Effelstein held his breath and said, "Listen well, Tanya Roth-Taylor. You need to answer me truthfully. Did you have Ed assassinated?" Tanya Roth-Taylor was shocked and cried continuously as she said, "Ha! No, I swear, I didn't." Jix Effelstein thought to himself, "I can't be sure, but at this rate, Tanya will definitely die. Thinking about how Ed is dead, I feel desolate, but there are too many things I can't understand right now. It might be right for me to not interfere." He removed his coat and gave it to Tanya Roth-Taylor. "Okay, I'll listen to the details later. Stay in here for now." He thought to himself, "But what's for certain is, if you go out into the square, you might die." He said, "Tanya dying and Lucy getting blood on her hands are not what Ed would have wanted. I'll stop Lucy for now." Suddenly, Wade Callamore entered the room and said, "Can you not read the room, Jix? There's no need to try the impossible. Right now, the right thing for us to do is listen to Lucy. No one knows what will happen if we protect Tanya here. Let's just send Tanya off to Lucy now." Jix Effelstein said, "I'm going with my judgment, Wade." Wade Callamore said, "You're making an unreasonable decision, Jix," as he drew his sword and pointed it at Jix. He said, "If so, then I need to achieve my goal, even if by force. I'll be taking Tanya." Outside, Lucy Merrill began to rampage with her magic. Explosions ravaged the building. Dorothy turned to stone. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale fell to the ground and said, "Hike," as he looked at Dorothy. The gloomy Clebius Nortondale said, "This person is a top student too, but even she fell victim." He looked up at Lucy Merrill. As Lucy Merrill glared at him with anger in her eyes, the gloomy Clebius Nortondale suddenly ran away. He said, "Why is something like this happening? I didn't come to Sylvania for this. There's no such thing as peace in my life. This stinks, really stinks." He then tripped on a stone, and he slid on the ground, resting as the rain poured down. He said, "If something like that suddenly appears, of course, it'd be scary. Ugh, I really hate Tess." Suddenly, Alvira Aniston arrived and said, "What are you doing, idiotic? You're lying down, Clebius? I can't believe a place like this." The gloomy Clebius Nortondale said, Weren't you sparring just now?" Alvira Aniston replied, "Yeah, I used all of my reagents while I was sparring, so I have to go to the lab to get more. The only people who can stop that monster right now are the top students. In terms of time, we need to hold out for at least 30 minutes before the academy workers arrive. It looks like your legs have given out. Once you regain your strength, escape to the faculty building. And if there are academy workers there, call them over." Alvira Aniston waved goodbye at the gloomy Clebius Nortondale. He looked at her, then looked away. He muttered, "Idiotic bastard, pathetic bastard, you useless bastard," as the rain poured down. In another scene, Janica Faylover ran toward Ed Roth-Taylor and said, "This is bad. The academy workers are on their way, and Marilda is also going. But Lucy found out before I could explain anything, so I don't know what might happen." Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "What about Lucy?" Janica Faylover replied, "I think she went to Awfulus Hall to find Tanya." Ed Roth-Taylor stopped bandaging himself and tried to stand up, wincing in pain. "Ugh," he said. "Okay, then I'll have to go myself." Outside, the rain continued to pour. Glock said, "If you roll around in the rain, you can get sick like this, but make sure to remember this feeling." Lucy Merrill looked at Glock, confused, and he said slowly, "The number of times you lie down with a fever or get injuries on your body will become less and less. You will meet weak people, those who could spend their entire lives just to barely manage to do the things you can do so easily." As the student shot at Lucy Merrill in the present, she then said, "You're not going to bring her? Fine then. It won't be long before I find her myself." Glock said, "You'll become such a powerful mage that no one will rival you." As the power of Lucy Merrill intensified, she landed on the ground. Glock added, "Life may get tedious because of your innate talent, and everything may end up seeming meaningless. Even the feeling of pain will eventually become a distant memory. Lucy Merrill said, "Lying old man," as she cried. Suddenly, she stepped on a trap and she exploded. As the smoke cleared, Lucy Merrill stood unharmed and looked at Elvira Aniston. She said, "Damn, I thought that was a good plan." Huff, huff. Strange. It's a type of magic I've never seen before, but its casting speed is abnormally high. Lucy Merrill said to her, "Move," and waved her hand fast. Elvira Aniston was thrown away and said in pain, "Ugh." Keek. It was so fast that I wondered what principle it was, but it wasn't magic. It was just pure mana you were emanating. So in the end, the problem was the mana. Mages with outstanding mana sensitivity will make magic out of mana. But did you know? We alchemists can understand mana and transform it into something that isn't magic, like magic engineering items, for example, or reagents. A system notification appeared. Red quartz reagent allows you to absorb a great amount of mana, allowing it to move with fluidity. Elvira Aniston said, "I will now use your mana as fuel to activate all of these magic engineering items." A system notification said, "Mana circuit connection complete." Elvira Aniston said, "A Crex mana separator, noise generator, elemental stimulator, claw hand, Hadouken vision disc, and Catlin mana purifier. If I activate all of these with an increased output at the same time, all of the mana in the area will evaporate. I'm sure that all of my creations that I've spent my entire life making will get ruined." She thought to herself, not all of the students have evacuated yet. This way, the maids need more time too, but try to break past this too. As she activated all of her items and they surrounded Lucy Merrill, a system notification said, "Overload. The amount of mana has surpassed the limit of the tool." Elvira Aniston looked at Lucy Merrill as the items exploded. Lucy Merrill remained standing. Elvira Aniston was shocked and thought to herself, calculating the amount of mana it takes to overload all magic engineering items is theoretically possible, but nobody does it because it's not academically valuable. No one has that much mana. If someone like that existed, it would be impossible to stop them in the first place. The time it took to apprehend the people at Ophelis Hall. Head maid Belle Maya, 4th year top magic faculty student Traciana Bloomliver, 4th year top alchemy faculty student Dorothy. Waitfeld's 14 high-class maids, 2nd year top alchemy faculty student Elvira Aniston, 3 minutes. As Lucy Merrill walked past her, she then grabbed Lucy Merrill's foot and said, "Don't you think you'll regret it if you keep going? You could have just sent the entire Ophelis Hall flying with this amount of mana, but the fact that you've done all this must be because you also think that Ed wouldn't have wanted this either, right?" And she stopped. Lucy Merrill used her magic, whispering, "That's something I'll decide after meeting Tanya." Suddenly, Clebius appeared behind her, interrupting. "Is that so?" he said, swinging his sword at her. A barrier formed, effortlessly stopping his attack. Clebius smirked. "I'm a crazy fool who's out of his mind." Elvira gasped. "Clebius?" Clebius retorted, "I'm not letting you get past here, you fool." Lucy and Clebius locked eyes, tension crackling in the air. Lucy charged a small amount of her power into her hand and flicked it toward Clebius's stomach. The energy hit him like a cannonball, sending him flying backward. As he hit the ground, Clebius muttered to himself, "Time taken to apprehend 2nd year top combat faculty student Clebius, 1 second." In another scene, Wade confronted Jix with fury. "If so, then I'll achieve my goal, even if by force." "Give me Tanya," he yelled, charging at Jix. Jix calmly dropped his saber and dodged Wade's sword with ease. Picking up his saber, Jix countered with a rapid series of stabbing motions. Wade's thoughts raced. What the Islam family swordsmanship? No, it's too drastic and wild to belong to them. This technique, it's like the swordsmanship of a beast that roamed the northern grasslands before being civilized by the Islamist state. Wade analyzed Jix's movements further. It's free-spirited, yet not entirely detached from theory. This is raw, practical swordsmanship. However, it's incomplete. His center of gravity is too high. That's a weak spot. "I've won," Wade declared as he aimed a strike at Jix's side. But suddenly, a system notification appeared. Windblade. Jix deflected Wade's sword effortlessly and followed up with a punch to Wade's face. "Keek," Wade cried out, collapsing to the ground. "You want to keep going?" Jix asked coldly. Wade, trembling, forced himself to his feet. "Kek. Kek. Of course. I'm someone who enjoys fighting strong opponents. Facing someone like you is an opportunity I can't pass up. Please, entertain me some more." Jix sighed. "How unsightly, Wade. You don't enjoy fighting, you enjoy victory. You only show drive when there's a chance you might win. Isn't that right? Wade froze, stunned. What? If you truly wanted to fight strong opponents, Jix continued, you wouldn't have chosen me. Among the magic faculty second years, I'm not even the strongest, Lucy Merrill is. Wade stammered. That. Still making excuses? Jix said, deflecting Wade's next strike with ease. Then that's all you amount to, a coward. With a swift motion, Jix brought his sword to Wade's throat. Panting heavily, Wade muttered, then what should I have done against such an impossible opponent? That would just be foolish. Exactly, Jix replied coolly. That's your limit. A deafening blast shook the building as Lucy Merrill destroyed a wall outside. Clebius remembered his father's words, pride is the cause of death for more warriors than anything else in the world. Beware of those who believe it's a virtue to charge forward with blind confidence in their abilities. Do not respect those who gamble their lives recklessly to prove themselves. Clebius trembled, gripping his dagger tightly. Be afraid, Clebius. Fear is your weapon. He took out a dagger in his leg and stabbed his chest and said in pain, Hub, oop, and he said to himself, however, if you live like that, one day, a day will come when your feet are unable to leave the floor. Even though, as you always have, you can escape quickly, there will be a time when your feet will not want to lift from the floor. Although your entire body may tremble, fascinatingly enough, your hand that holds your sword will be firm and steady. Although loss will be inevitable, your body will still strive to move forward. Remember that feeling, son, for that is conviction. As Clebius transforms and became serious, Elvira was shocked and said to himself, That's Clebius? Lucy Merrill summoned Ed Roth-Taylor's bow with her magic and notched an arrow. A system notification appeared. Mid-rank fire magic, Flame Pillar X100. 100 flaming arrows shot toward Clebius, erupting into a series of explosions. Amid the smoke, Clebius thought to himself, I haven't forgotten my promise not to kill anyone. The reason I can still fight like this is because I know I can't kill that monster with just this much. Lucy's eyes widened as she turned. He's faster. A system notification appeared. Protection of the wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Clebius grinned as he pushed through the protective barrier, only to be shot in the chest and thrown backward. Sliding across the ground, Clebius steadied himself again. He thought to himself, more wounds are forming. More blood is spilling. At this rate, it wouldn't be strange for me to faint from the blood loss. Yet, as his injuries grew, the mana surrounding his sword and body only intensified, burning brighter with each drop of blood spilled. Clebius suddenly leaped toward Lucy Merrill, his movements sharp and ferocious. Lucy turned, her eyes narrowing as realization struck. This is a cursed sword, she thought, the Nortondale family's taboo, blood swordsmanship. As Clebius descended, attempting to shatter her barrier from above, he let out a guttural roar. Ka! Lucy quickly raised her hand, summoning a cascade of magic circles that shimmered and hummed with energy. She clenched her fist, and the circles unleashed a torrent of spells upon Clebius. Her expression shifted to shock as the attack seemed to fuel him. His strength surged, and he roared again, Ka! With an explosion of force, Clebius shattered the barrier. Lucy raised her palm, catching his sword mid-swing. The impact rippled through the air as she retaliated with a blast of overwhelming magic, creating a massive explosion. When the smoke cleared, Clebius still stood. Blood streamed down his body, but his gaze was unyielding. Blood swordsmanship uses the blood flowing from your body as a new mana source, he thought, a taboo among taboos. Memories flooded his mind, accusations and fear-filled whispers from his past. It's the sword demon. He killed another person. You demon monster. Why is a monster like that in our family? Even his family had shunned him. The Nortondale elders forbade him from inheriting the swordsmanship, declaring it cursed. But then, there was his brother. No, you're not a monster. Right, Clebius? The memory steadied him. His wounds began to close as his body regenerated. Slowly, he opened his eyes, calm yet fierce. The monster who mastered the taboo of blood swordsmanship on his own, Clebius thought. Sword demon, Clebius Nortondale. A bitter smile crept onto his face. Yeah, brother, but even you had to admit it, that's the real monster. Lucy Merrill prepared her next move. A system notification appeared. High-level lightning magic, divine punishment. Meanwhile, in another part of the building, Jix and Tanya were running through the halls. We're almost there, Jix said, panting. Suddenly, Lortel Ketchel appeared, gesturing toward them. This way, she said, her tone calm yet firm. Jix froze in confusion. Lortel? Lortel pointed to a door at the end of the hallway. If you go through there, you can escape. Tanya groaned, clutching her side. Lortel smiled faintly. You're lucky, Tanya. You should thank Jix for coming with you. Still wary, Jix asked. Have you heard anything about Ed? Lortel's expression darkened. Not sure. Jix narrowed his eyes. What would you have done if Tanya had been alone? Lortel fell silent, her gaze turning cold. I would have ripped her to shreds. That would be rash, Jix said cautiously. You're right, Lortel replied, her smile sharpening. Instead of killing her outright, I'd start with her fingernails. Though I'm not sure what she'd confess. Tanya paled, stammering, No, it wasn't me. Lortel dismissed her panic. Relax, Tanya. I can't beat you in a battle anyway, right? But as she turned, her thoughts betrayed her calm facade. I can't beat you, so I'll let you go? No, that's not it. Jix's body tensed as his instincts screamed at him. Everyone in Sylvania knows, making an enemy of Lortel Cacheln is foolish. The moment she shows hostility, you can never predict what lies behind the door she directs you to. What am I supposed to do here? Back in the heat of battle, Alvira Aniston watched in shock. Stop, she murmured, watching Clebius endure another barrage of high-level magic. Lucy Merrill glared at him. How many times are you going to survive this level of magic? Clebius remembered his brother's voice. Don't blame yourself, Clebius. It's the fault of those who sought to test your power, not yours. This isn't a curse. His brother's words continued to echo. The conviction to hold the line against an overwhelming army is the power our progenitor, Belcas Nortondale, used to protect the family. With that strength, you can become a hero like him. Clebius grit his teeth, pain and anger merging into resolve. Damn it, brother. You were wrong. Charging toward Lucy Merrill, his mind replayed his past. The Nortondale family has a sword demon. Ed Rothtailor's chilling observation floated in the air. Even if Clebius acts human, once he loses rationality, his surroundings become a sea of blood. Antiquated concepts like morality do not apply to a monster who bathes in blood. Lucy Merrill fired another high-level spell, her determination unwavering as Clebius closed the distance. Clebius leapt forward, closing the gap between himself and Lucy Merrill with ferocious determination. Just as he approached, a powerful burst of magic struck him, halting his charge. Lucy's eyes locked onto him, her expression shifting from confidence to shock as his sword nearly grazed her. Clebius froze, his grip trembling. I can become a hero with this power, he thought, but the thought quickly soured. A memory surfaced, his brother's gentle voice from the past. It's a relief that it was me you killed this time and not someone else, since I at least can forgive you. So don't blame yourself too much. Clebius's heart sank. The true hero died that day, at the hands of a monster, he thought bitterly. Back in the present, Clebius's voice cracked as he whispered, Fuck, I really can't go on any longer. He lowered his sword, his strength ebbing away. I don't want to become a hero, he murmured. I just don't want to become a monster. His body gave out, collapsing to the ground. Still, I've done my part, he thought, his vision fading. Lucy Merrill stood over him, her gaze unreadable. Clebius's thoughts flickered like a dying flame. In blood swordsmanship, the amount of mana surrounding your sword and body increases as you become more wounded. The closer you are to death, the more power you possess. But even that great power is insignificant in the face of Lucy. Yet, in that moment of powerlessness, an opportunity arose. A fleeting moment that could never be repeated. Perhaps it was the complacency of the strong or the determination of the weak, but Lucy had come closer to death than she ever had before. The fear of death, Clebius thought, a feeling Lucy Merrill had never known, now burned inside her. Driven by that fear, Lucy raised her hand, preparing to kill the weakened Clebius. Suddenly, a bolt of magic shot toward her foot, forcing her to stagger back. Both Lucy and Clebius turned toward the source, a hooded figure in the distance. Clebius squinted through the haze. What the fuck? He groaned. As I'd thought, the hooded figure stepped forward, revealing Ed Rothtailor. Clebius's eyes burned with anger. You were alive, you motherfucker, he snarled. In the halls, Jix shielded Tanya Rothtailor as chaos erupted around them. Now what? There's no time, Jix thought frantically. I need to hurry and decide. Lortel, Jix began, but his words were cut short as the window beside them shattered. Both Jix and Lortel Cacheln turned, stunned, as Janica Faylover crashed through the broken glass, landing directly on Lortel. Ah, Lortel, Janica exclaimed, shaking her head like a dog to rid herself of shards of glass and rainwater. Janica? Lortel hissed. Clearly caught off guard, Janica pointed directly at Tanya. "Ah, I found her." A tense silence followed. Lortel glanced at Janica, her thoughts racing. Janica, she seems completely fine, even after the news about Ed. Or could it be? Has she gone crazy? No? Maybe? Janica tilted her head. Am I misinterpreting the situation? Marilda, standing nearby, chuckled. No, if anything, you've arrived at the perfect time. Back in the battlefield, Clebius glared at Ed with fiery resentment. You were alive, you motherfucker. Ed stepped forward, his voice calm. Is that you, Clebius? Yeah, it's me, Clebius replied weakly. I know. I got hella beat up. All that fighting was for nothing. I could never reach her, not even if I put my life on the line. I should have run away. But am I the only idiot here? Everyone else is so weak, yet they still ran to stop her somehow. His voice cracked. Nobody asked her to, yet Alvira Aniston stood up and sacrificed everything she worked for her entire life. She believed she could be something like a hero, even while being destroyed. Fuck. Shucks, fuck. Why would she let me run away? Clebius collapsed again, his exhaustion overwhelming him. Ed's voice softened. Thank you, Alvira Clebius. Your efforts weren't meaningless, they were truly valuable. Alvira looked at him in shock. You? Clebius let out a bitter laugh. I'm just a dumb fucking loser. An insect, I know, T-Ed, I know. Alvira knelt beside him, shaking him. Clebius, get it together. Ed watched silently, his thoughts heavy. These aren't empty words, he thought. I'm really shocked. Ed Rothtaylor stood amidst the chaos, rain pouring heavily around him. His thoughts were solemn. I know all the main characters in this academy, every strength, every flaw, but I never thought anyone, even myself, would have the ability to do this. He looked at the battlefield. It took at least 10 minutes to evacuate everyone and for me to arrive. Yet, he stood alone all that time. His gaze shifted to Lucy Merrill, who stood silently before him, her magic emanating powerfully. He muttered to himself, the failed swordsman of Sylvania's third act, the final boss against the awakened one, against Lucy. As Lucy Merrill stood silently, Ed Rothtaylor said, I'm sorry, Lucy. I should have told you in advance. Based on the situation, I had to die. But I was also in an extreme situation where my life was at risk, so I couldn't prepare anything in advance. So, I couldn't let you know. Lucy's steely gaze softened as she dropped her magic hat and stepped toward him. Her voice trembled. I thought you were dead. Tears streamed down her face as Ed opened his arms and hugged her gently. I'm still here, Ed said softly. See, I'm right here. The rain poured harder, a backdrop to their poignant reunion. Elsewhere, Jix watched the scene from a distance, his own thoughts racing. After everything I've endured, after entering civilization, I was confident nothing would ever make me feel fear again. Nearby, Janica Failover stood in a precarious position, awkwardly straddling Lortel Keshon after their unexpected collision. She pointed dramatically. I found you, Tanya. I've been looking everywhere. Marilda glanced at them with disbelief. Janica, oblivious, shook rainwater off her hair like a dog, her expression fierce. Jix clenched his fists. These two aren't in their right minds after hearing about Ed's supposed death. If that's the case, before he could finish his thought, Janica interjected. Wait, I have something important to say about Ed. Her words were cut off as Jix attacked, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Dust and debris filled the air as Tanya Rothtaylor coughed violently. Tanya, Jix barked, his voice sharp. Think clearly. Follow the path this way and run. You'll come to a forked road, go west. Keep running like crazy until you reach the life buildings. Once you've lost them, find a safe place and ask for help. Tanya looked at him, fear and confusion etched on her face. But what about you? I'll hold them off, Jix said firmly. I might not be able to stop them, but I'll buy you time. Tanya's voice broke. Why would you go so far? Jix hesitated before answering, his voice softer. Because you're Ed's younger sister. Just consider yourself lucky and run. Reluctantly, Tanya obeyed, dashing into the rain. Jix exhaled deeply, preparing himself. I'm prepared. I'm sure you won't hear me out no matter what I say now. Janica, I completely understand your feelings. Since I also have someone I love. As Janica Failover said, got it, Lortel? Huh? Wait, what? Lortel Ketchum said, phew. Jix said, just the thought of losing that person hurts so much. I'm sure your entire body is burning up in fury. You have no choice but to feel that way. Since he's the person you love, since you loved Ed more than anyone. Why wouldn't I know how serious and precious your love towards Ed is? The passionate love and feelings you had towards Ed will remain in your heart in whatever way and become a part of. And he was shot by a magic flame and said in pain, "Ack!" as the blast came out of the building and it stopped. Jix became unconscious. Janica Failova pokes him with her staff and said he's not dead.
Ed's not dead.
Ed's not dead, I said. So please just stop. And Janica Faylover continues to poke Jix. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor still hugs Lucy Merrill in the rain, and he said to himself, spring rain is falling. The petals on the street and the flowers left in the gardens get swept away by spring's rains, and the seasons take on a new image. Emotions are the same. Once it is all released and you regain your composure, even stable relationships can enter new conditions. Lucy had believed that the way she felt about Glock was the same way she felt about Ed, but those overlapping feelings were similar yet slightly different. What is that difference? Lucy Merrill suddenly pushed Ed Roth Taylor away, and Ed Roth Taylor said in confusion, "Huh?" Lucy Merrill blushed and said, "Huff, huff." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Lucy?" And he said to himself, although he had only said her name as he normally did, her heart felt like it was burning. Lucy finally realized what this emotion was, as she became hot in the pouring rain. Lucy Merrill said to herself, "The scent of settled grass makes you feel serene. There are times when that refreshing scent wafts over from the stack of hay piled near the hut. I just lie around, letting it linger, since I don't particularly dislike the smell." However, the maids felt quite the opposite. People who smoke every day carry the heavy scent of cigarettes on their bodies, and girls who spend their youth running through a peach garden will always have the smell of peaches on them, don't you think? What I mean to say is, once you catch a certain scent on someone's body, like the smell of grass, it's difficult to ignore or change how you perceive it. Ed Roth Taylor said there's still lots to do. Soon the Academy people will arrive, so we don't have much time. Since it's come to this, I have to explain my circumstances. But it'd be difficult to clear things up with so many people. Janya has gone to find Tanya. It should be fine to tell Clebius and Alvira. Jix and Lortel should be okay too. As Ed Roth Taylor picks up Lucy Merrill's magic hat, he continues, "Yes, now that the rain has stopped, let's go see the others." He hands the magic hat to Lucy Merrill, and she blushes, staring at Ed Roth Taylor. Lucy Merrill said, "What did you say?" She immediately puts on the magic hat, and Ed Roth Taylor says, "That's what I thought. You weren't listening, were you? Pay attention. You'll definitely have to face the disciplinary committee for this. And since Clebius and Alvira are quite injured, you owe them an apology." Lucy Merrill, confused, said, "An apology?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Yes, because they got hurt while blocking you. And from the looks of it, Alvira lost nearly everything related to the magic engineering item she'd been working on for so long." Lucy Merrill said, "She came at me first, and Clebius bled like a waterfall or something. He cut himself and lost that blood." She said to herself, "Although the magic I use may seem cruel from their perspectives." Ed Roth Taylor said, "So you should apologize." Lucy Merrill said, But I. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, from Lucy's perspective, she worked hard to ensure those who came for her wouldn't die. Lucy Merrill, confused, said, "Huh?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "If you don't want to, then I will take care of it since I'm also responsible." Lucy Merrill, shocked, froze and said to herself, he sighed, "I'm being treated like a pathetic person. I'm being hated. Ed is disappointed in me." Lucy Merrill said, "No, I got it. I'll apologize." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Oh, good. How wise of you." Lucy Merrill said to herself, the scent of grass. As she sees Ed Roth Taylor in a different way, Ed Roth Taylor says, "It seems you're not hurt anywhere," which makes sense. "Anyway, we don't have time, so let's go." As Lucy Merrill blushes and feels love in the air, she says to herself, "When I smell that scent of grass, if I let my guard down for even a second, I can't breathe and feel shivers down my spine. Why has this happened? I thought he was just someone who took care of my perfect nap spot at camp. Sitting together by the fire, eating together, lying down comfortably on the bed I always fell asleep on. That's how a little more than a year passed together at the camp. Together, the mixing happening together, led to this scent of grass." As Ed Roth Taylor walked past her, she was shocked and felt shivers down her tiny spine. Ed Roth Taylor said, "I'm sure Janica's been having trouble finding Tanya. I'm indebted to her again, so let's hurry and wrap things up and do something for Janica." As Lucy Merrill grabs Ed Roth Taylor's coat, she cries, "Do you really have to leave now?" Ed Roth Taylor, confused, looked at her. In a different scene, at the Ophelis Hall, central entrance, Janica Faylover looks angry as Jix Effelstein apologizes and says, while bowing down, "I'm sorry." As Clebius Nortondale and Alvira Aniston rest in a corner, Ed Roth Taylor says, "Nice. Everyone's here." Suddenly he notices something and says, "Huh? What are you doing, Lortel?" Lortel Keshon, looking back, blushes and tries to hide her emotions. She suddenly says, "Ahem," and looks back at Ed Roth Taylor saying, "So you were safe after all, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor says, "Yes, I'm sorry for making you worry." Lortel Keshon says, "Worry? Of course not. Thinking logically, I knew you weren't someone who'd die so easily." Ed Roth Taylor says, "Oh." Lortel Keshon says, "And you even had Delheim's hourglass as one of the magic engineering items you requested from me. It's important for merchants to always remain calm and rational." As Jix Effelstein looks at her, confused, Lortel Keshon says, "I was composed while checking all the facts. Right, Jix?" Jix Effelstein nods and says, "Ah, yes." Lortel wasn't emotionally stirred at all. "Of course, Tanya was very suspicious, so I did say a few harsh things, but there was no physical harm done," as he remembers how she looked a while ago. Lortel Keshon sweats nervously and says, "Yes, that's true." She fixes Ed Roth Taylor's collar and says, "There's no way I'd have thought you'd die, Ed. Well, seeing your face like this does put me at ease. It seems I was a bit worried after all." "I guess you did make me anxious, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor says, "Yeah." Lortel Keshon says, "There's nothing free in this world. You're going to pay me for making me anxious, right?" Ed Roth Taylor, confused, says, What?" She pulls Ed Roth Taylor closer and tips on her toes to reach him. Suddenly, she was shocked. Lucy Merrill pushed Lortel Keshon back. Lortel, confused, looked at Lucy, who was blushing, and stammered, "Lucy?" Suddenly, Lucy bumped into Ed Roth Taylor's crotch. A shiver ran down her spine as she felt something long. The room fell silent. Lortel, Jix Effelstein, and Janica Faylover stared at her wordlessly. Lortel thought to herself, "No way, Lucy, you." She sweated nervously. Ed Roth Taylor gently touched Lucy's head and said, "What's wrong, Lucy?" Lortel was just saying she was worried. "There's no need to be like that. I understand that your emotions have finally calmed down, but..." Lucy heated up like a kettle, sweat dripping nervously down her face. Janica Faylover thought to herself, "Normally, Lucy's actions have no emotion behind them, yet my senses are telling me." Without hesitation, she grabbed Lucy's arm, pulled her away, and blushed. "You're too close," Janica exclaimed, hugging Lucy tightly. In her mind, she screamed, "This is an emergency." Lucy pushed Janica away and cried, "Ka!" The tension electrified the air as Lucy, Janica, and Lortel stared at each other with fury in their eyes. Ed Roth Taylor, thoroughly confused, said, "What the?" Jix Effelstein watched the scene unfold, his eyes sparkling with realization. He muttered, "Oh ho, this." Lucy, Janica, and Lortel continued to silently glare at each other, gritting their teeth and sweating. Jix thought to himself, "I see exactly what's going on between these girls." Suddenly, Alvira Aniston interrupted, "Excuse me." Jix turned to her, confused. Alvira continued, "I thought we didn't have much time." Ed Roth Taylor snapped out of his confusion and said, "Yeah." He thought to himself, "The Academy people will arrive soon. I told everyone I would hide the fact that I was alive and simply explain the reason." Lucy apologized to Clebius and Alvira and decided to help find Tanya, who had run away. Jix seemed a bit wistful about something, but we all agreed on a story for what happened before turning everyone back from being frozen as stone. Kadek suddenly flinched and gently opens his eyes. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "So, I had to disappear from the Academy before it was discovered that I was alive." A few moments later, under the full moon, Clebius Nortondale woke up with a jolt. Hope, what happened? My injuries are healed. With magic?" He looked up, shocked. What the?" Alvira Aniston, sitting nearby, smirked. "Why are you being so extra, idiot Clebius?" Clebius sat up and stammered, Just what the hell is happening? Am I dead?" "Well," he muttered, "I was fighting non-stop and died, so I can't exactly complain about being called an idiot." Alvira grabbed his hair and pulled him close. "The Academy workers will arrive soon. You just have to testify that you stopped Lucy." "What?" Clebius exclaimed. "How am I supposed to say that I blocked that monster?" Alvira thought to herself, "It's always fun to discover new things as an alchemist." Lucy respectfully bowed her head and healed Clebius's injuries. Lortel wrote a guarantee for Ed Roth Taylor, promising to provide ample secret maintenance funds. Today was filled with a series of events none of them could have anticipated. Alvira gently put Clebius's head on her lap and said, "You just rest." Clebius groaned in pain. "Ack, what are you doing right now? Gosh!" They sat in silence for a moment. Then Clebius sighed. Saying something like this makes me feel defeated again, but who? It must have been Ed Roth Taylor who blocked Lucy. In the end, I couldn't beat him again, like an idiot. Ha! Elvira looked at him quietly, then whispered. Clebius Nortondale said, "Life's so rotten. I'm sure you'll yell at me not to whine again." Elvira Aniston gently caressed Clebius Nortondale's face and said, "You're right, life is pretty rotten." She gently stroked his face, gazing up at the sky. Ed thought to himself, there was a lot Elvira wanted to say, but in the end she just affirmed Clebius's words. They both looked up and watched the night sky for a long time. In that moment, a star quietly shone in their eyes, one they didn't even realize was there. In another scene, deep in the forest, Tanya Roth Taylor fell face first into the mud. Struggling to stand, she muttered, "Come on, legs. Move. I can't rest. She will definitely be chasing me. I really can't afford to get caught." Tears welled up in her eyes. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, unfortunately, no one was chasing Tanya. Tanya pushed forward, determined. I need to clear the murder accusations against me regarding Ed. I need to find out the truth. Ed thought to himself, now nobody thought Tanya had killed me. Crying, Tanya whispered to herself, I definitely can't get caught. Ed thought it would be great if someone could catch her and stop her from shadowboxing, but there was no way. Under the beautiful night sky, Tanya continued to run. Stay steadfast, Tanya Roth Taylor. The professor reported to the principal, saying, the investigation into Ed Roth Taylor's death is nearly concluded. We used photography magic to confirm the scene situation. While we couldn't perfectly reenact the scene, the testimony of the witness, Janica Faylover, aligns with it. The vassal stabbed the victim, Ed Roth Taylor, and he fell off the cliff. This has all been confirmed. The vassals of the Roth Taylor family, who appear to be the culprits, have been imprisoned in a facility in the academy basement. Though their punishment will eventually be transferred to the royal palace, we still need to report the truth. Sylvania Academy Principal Obel Forcius replied, I believe Ed's death is basically confirmed. We need to organize the facts and prepare to report them to the royal palace. The professor responded, Yes, I will organize them properly. Principal Obel Forcius continued, the academy must conclude matters in whatever way we can. The influence of one student's death was greater than expected. Lucy was devastated by the news of Ed Roth Taylor's death, the professor said. The students had to evacuate in the middle of the night. Obel Forcius added, he must have been a student with significant influence, Ed Roth Taylor. In the end, Lucy was stopped by Clebius Nortondale, the top student of the second-year combat faculty. And things were resolved when Lucy, found sitting quietly in the rose garden, was secured. The principal mused, was he that capable? Incredible. The academy should prepare a commendation for Clebius. As for Lucy, we can open a disciplinary committee hearing and conclude matters there. At the disciplinary committee hearing, Sylvania Academy Vice Principal Rachel remarked, Elvira Aniston said, we saw Lucy Merrill. She continued, we have the petitions from the injured students, Clebius and Elvira. The damage included the third-floor outer wall of the dormitory where Tanya's room was, the opposite hallway's outer wall, the entrance to Ophelis Hall, the marble floor of the rose garden, and a gazebo. It's not insignificant, but compared to the Ophelis Hall occupation incident, it's minimal. It would have ended with a light punishment if there had just been one more thing to reflect upon. She added, other educational facilities, as well as the royal family, consider Sylvania the best educational facility right now. That's because it produced a rare genius mage, and the academy uses that as advertisement. Expulsion is not an option. If possible, it'd be great not to leave any disciplinary records. Lucy Merrill yawned. Sylvania Academy Vice Principal muttered irritably to herself, even though I'm trying to give her a light punch, she's showing no sign of reflection. The top student in the school has no class. She wrote on a paper and said, your scholarship eligibility will be revoked for this semester. You will receive 10 days of suspension. Your student facility use privileges will be revoked for 70 days. And your practical exam score will be lowered by 2 ranks. Your eligibility to stay in Ophelia Hall will be revoked. If you accept, please sign here. To herself, she thought, although it may seem like a heavy punishment, the scholarship means nothing to Lucy. The Glock Scholarship Association has already paid her tuition in full. Lucy Merrill responded, I accept. The vice principal thought, even if her grades fall by 2 ranks, the distance between her and Jix, ranked second, is still vast. She doesn't use school facilities at all, so basically nothing will change. Suddenly, Belle Maya interrupted, saying, wait 1 second. I am Belle Maya, the maid in charge of Ophelis Hall, and I am here as a witness. This may be presumptuous of me, but please reconsider Lady Lucy's disciplinary matter. I don't think a punishment like this will truly make Lady Lucy reflect. I recommend adjusting the punishment's contents. Lucy Merrill shouted at the vice principal. Wait, no, I want to sign the disciplinary plan from earlier. Belmaya grabbed Lucy Merrill by the chest from behind and said, sending Lady Lucy out of Ophelis Hall isn't a punishment, it's a reward. So I request that you at least limit her leaving. She lifted Lucy up like a little girl. Lucy Merrill cried, give me the paper. Suspend me from school. Just suspend me from school. Belmaya continued, the dorms will go through a probation period. We, the Ophelis Hall maids, will all do our best to stand guard and monitor her 24 hours a day. As Lucy Merrill shouted, let me go. Sylvania Academy vice principal handed over the paper and said, then, with the senior maid's opinion, we'll have 30 days of probation. To herself, she thought, luckily, there won't be any disciplinary records remaining. Belmaya said, thank you for considering my opinion. Lucy Merrill cried, no, I apologize. I am truly reflecting. Please, not that. Belmaya said, Lady Lucy. Lucy Merrill looked at her silently. Belmaya gazed at her with a powerful aura and said, I will show you my ability to ensure you can't go outside at all. As they walked away, Sylvania Academy vice principal muttered, so Lucy is under probation for a while. In a different scene, Ed Roth Taylor stretched his arms and said to Janica Failover, the punishment definitely is light, although I'm sure Lucy must feel like dying. Janica Failover continued to cook for Ed Roth Taylor like a devoted wife and said, who? Yeah, it must be because Elvira and Klebia spoke well for her, like you asked them to, right, Ed? She then looked at Ed Roth Taylor and said, Tada, this is a beef stew I cooked a lot when I was back home. It's the dish I'm most confident at making. Ed Roth Taylor clapped his hands and said, oh. Janica Failover said, ahem. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, laundry, spirit class, school lessons, and cooking. She's stubborn about doing them all herself. I wonder if this is what it means for someone to be purely kind. At this point, where the student council president elections were about to take place, there were three things that bothered Ed Roth Taylor the most. First, Princess Phenia, who seemed to have almost completely lost the will to become the student council president. Second, Tanya Roth Taylor, who was supposed to become the villain to oppose Princess Phenia but was currently missing. And lastly, Roth Taylor's two vassals, Kidek and Knox, who were imprisoned at the academy. He thought, I put on that kind of show so that Crepin Roth Taylor would hear about my death and completely stop thinking about me. However, because things have gotten twisted, Kidek and Knox, with my murder charges, have been arrested at the academy. He sighed deeply and thought to himself, I need to free them somehow and make Crepin think I am dead for good. Only then can this stuffy life of seclusion come to an end. Janica Failover said, since you were a noble young master from a duke's family, you get involved in all sorts of things even after being excommunicated. Ed Roth Taylor, confused, said, Janica Failover replied, I'm just a countryside farm girl, so I don't know what your life is like. That's why I can't comfort you properly, acting like I know everything when I don't at all and telling you to cheer up. Saying that kind of stuff is meaningless and wouldn't seem sincere. Ed Roth Taylor said, you can comfort me without thinking that deeply. You've already helped me more than enough, but I still want you not to worry. This is just me being greedy. Janica Failover, while looking at Ed Roth Taylor, said, I just would like it if you'd stop having such a hard time. Ed Roth Taylor looked at her silently. Suddenly, they both turned away from each other, and Janica Failover said, Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, being alone with Janica these days means that sometimes there is a sudden quiet. It's not awkward, but it does feel strange. Janica Failover stood up. Ed Roth Taylor said, thanks so much, Janica. You're the only one who worries this much about me. Janica Failover said, ugh. After saying it, I feel embarrassed. She laughed, ah-ha-ha, ah-ha-ha. She then said, anyway, the most important thing right now is to find Tanya. I don't know what she's doing or where, but I'm sure you're worried too. Ed Roth Taylor replied, there's a place I have a feeling she might have gone to, and he thought to himself, at first, I was surprised that Tanya wasn't how I remembered. In The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Tanya Roth Taylor was always a strong, fearless, and proud girl. But I confirmed Tanya's toughness with my own two eyes. Tanya will be doing fine. I'm sure she's holding on well somewhere, planning for the future. Like always, with confidence and elegance. Meanwhile, in Tanya Roth Taylor's room, she trembled and cried in her bed. She said, Choo, I really never gave any orders to kill B-Brother. Princess Phenia listened to her. Phenia thought to herself, before Tanya came, I heard that Ed Roth Taylor had died. In order to deal with my complicated relationship with Ed, I canceled most of the work I'd been behind on and advanced some tasks to work on them. I wanted to find a time to properly talk with him, and with 1 day left, Ed Taylor died. If I'd been 1 day faster, this wouldn't have happened, but my petty pride stopped me from doing that. Princess Phinia, seated next to Tanya Taylor, whispered to herself, "The goal I've been continuously preparing and gathering resources for since my enrollment, becoming the student council president at Sylvania. Although it's weak compared to the power of the royal family, it would allow me to have power within my own independent territory of Sylvania. I wouldn't end up as the third princess who only relied on the royal family." She paused, the weight of her thoughts pressing down on her. "And I'd obtain the independent position as Sylvania Academy's student council president, not by using the background of the royal family, but through my own position, to deal with the darkness within the Taylor family and the royal family." But now, after hearing about Ed Taylor's death, she was sure of it. I would. But now I'm sure of it. The image of Ed Taylor's death lingered in her mind as she pushed her table, the news echoing in her head. She cried quietly, whispering to herself, "I am someone who should never have power." Suddenly, Claire's voice interrupted her thoughts. "Princess Phinia, can I come in?" Princess Phinia looked back, her face drawn, and said, "Come in, Claire." Claire entered, her arms supporting a dirty and exhausted Tanya Taylor. Tanya was breathing heavily, clearly struggling. Princess Phinia, still confused, stared at her. "Tanya Taylor?" Princess Phinia said to herself, "Although I don't know exactly what's happened, according to the Academy's primary investigation, there is a high possibility that Ed was assassinated by vassals from the Taylor family. Other than Ed, who was excommunicated, she's the only person left on Arkan Island. From the Taylor family." Tanya looked up, her face a mixture of fear and grief, and said, I don't know if you'll believe me, B, but I truly didn't kill B, brother." Tanya's sobs grew louder, and she trembled, still in shock. "Heek?" Without thinking, Princess Phinia rushed to her and hugged her tightly. "You've suffered, Tanya Taylor." As she held Tanya, Princess Phinia thought to herself, "I need to learn from my mistakes." She looked away for a moment, then turned back to Tanya, her voice gentle yet firm. "Come in and tell me everything that's happened until now, okay? From now on, let's not make the mistake of drawing conclusions just from seeing the family name Taylor." "Tanya Taylor, I've decided to believe you. So, I'll help hide you here until the situation clears up a bit." Tanya, still trembling, nodded as she sat beside Princess Phinia. "Thank you so much, Princess Phinia." "I'm indebted to you." Princess Phinia smiled softly. "No, this is something I should do. You'll be able to stay here safely for a while without getting caught." She thought to herself, "She's a girl with a soft temper. To think I'd been planning on having a political fight with a girl like this." Just as she was processing everything, Claire's voice broke the silence. "Princess, there is a guest in the reception room." Princess Phinia nodded. "Yes, I'm coming." As she walked away, she thought to herself, "My true opponent is someone else." In the reception room, Princess Phinia faced Lortel Kesheln, who was holding a cold cup of tea. Lortel looked up, her expression composed but calculating. "How have you been?" Lortel asked, her tone almost too polite. "Ed's death is truly a shame, but we still need to carry out the Academy's plans. Don't you agree, Princess Phinia?" Princess Phinia's eyes narrowed. "So why did you come looking for me?" The chaotic Academy political situation. The only person who has completely analyzed and understood this situation was Lortel Kesheln. Lortel, unbothered by the tension in the air, took a slow sip from her tea before continuing, her voice cold and direct. "I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya Taylor." Lucy Merrill sat in her room silent, and she whispered to herself, "Kill me." She added in a soft murmur, "Day 29 until the end of probation." In a different scene, 3 hours before Lortel and Princess Phinia met, Water Spirit Leisha charged toward Ed Taylor. He blocked her attack with his dagger, managing to defeat her. As Leisha splattered onto the ground, multiple spirits suddenly appeared, targeting Ed. Lowering his guard, Ed was approached by Mug, who said, "Wow, incredible reaction time and ability. I, the Fire Spirit Mug, am touched. Let's call it a day, young Master Ed." Mid-rank Water Spirit Leisha remarked, "I think your close combat skills are impressive for a mage. You've been training for quite some time, haven't you?" Ed Taylor responded, "Who? It's all thanks to you. You're a perfect opponent for a duel. Mug's too small." A system notification appeared. Advanced crafting skill slot unlocked. Spirit formula infusion skill proficiency. 25 force amplification factor, 5% infusion success rate, 95% fire spirit formula proficiency, 6 water spirit formula proficiency, wind spirit formula proficiency, 4 contracted spirits, low rank fire spirit mug spirit connection, 22 spirit understanding, 27 blessing of recovery explosion, mid-rank water spirit Lisha spirit connection, 11 spirit understanding, 10 blessing of rhetoric waterhead manifestation, high-rank wind spirit Marilda spirit connection, 4 spirit understanding, 3 blessing of wind updraft. Ed Roth Taylor said, training with Marilda. That's a bit too much. Lisha replied, I think fighting with Marilda would be more beneficial. As Ed did 100 push-ups while Lisha spoke, he muttered, with that house-sized wolf, I'd be sent to the afterlife. Huff, Lisha explained. High-rank spirits can freely change their forms. That's how she can travel around Arkan Island so easily. Ed, sweating, said, Who? He then thought to himself, I feel strangely pleased. A system notification appeared. Stamina, 14 intellect, 15 talent, 13 willpower, 12 luck, 11 combat magic, 12 life alchemy. 11 Ed muttered to himself, stats barely increase once they've passed 15. From here on, you need to fulfill specific conditions like clearing hidden quests. Another system notification appeared. Ed Roth Taylor age, 18 grade. Senior achievements, elaborate survivor. 1 year high-rank spirit summoner. Ed thought, considering the stats I can gain as Ed Roth Taylor, I'm getting closer to the upper limit. And he said to himself, once my long-term goal of Miday rank magic is achieved, should I think of a special ability? I can't get complacent here and stop growing. Ed Roth Taylor said, all right, and he noticed someone and said, huh? Lortel Kachelm, covering her mouth and blushing, looked at Ed Roth Taylor's chiseled abs and chest with sweat and said, oh my. I was enjoying the view. She wiped Ed's sweat and said, I know it's frustrating to live in seclusion, but you should rest when you can. Ed replied, is that so? Honestly, I feel more at ease here than in the forest. My food, clothing, and shelter are all provided by others. Lortel glanced at mid-rank water spirit Lisha and asked, Janica? Ed nodded, mostly yeah. Lortel smirked and said, then you've been training with spirits. She winked teasingly, adding, She suddenly grabbed Ed's arm and pressed it beside her chest. Then the spirits must be watching all of this. Mug panicked and shouted, an emergency. She disapproved silently, but Lortel laughed. Ed asked, what are you trying to do? Lortel, still clinging to Ed's arm, replied, I'm going to visit Princess Phenia soon. I thought of a few ways to make some money from the elections. I want to finalize the deal with her before that. She continued, as you requested, releasing the 2 knights, Kedek and Nox, would be easy. But it's not for free, so I'd like to take the deposit now. Ed, confused, asked, deposit? Lortel replied, can you hug me once? She stared at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Ed, shocked and sweating, hesitated. He closed his eyes, and as his arms slowly moved toward her, Lortel's heart raced. Suddenly, Ed hugged her, and she felt the warmth of his sweat-soaked body. Lortel was shocked, confused, and felt a strange sensation. She touched his chest and said, wait, Ed. She pushed him away, exclaiming, Ed. Ed, bewildered, asked, What are you doing? Lortel, flustered, said, normally this kind of thing, attack and defense are separate, but this feels so different from the countless times I imagined it before. Why aren't you wearing clothes? You should know I'm already walking a tightrope in my heart. There's such a thing as common courtesy. Her face flushed with heat. Ed, still stunned, replied, I just did what you wanted. Ha! Lortel, regaining some composure, said, that's true, but, she whispered, to be honest, I came because I wanted a response in advance. Do you remember? My request for you to take my side once. Ed held her close again and said, so you're up to something. Lortel leaned in. I think I'll have a lot of enemies soon. Even if the entire school turns against me, I want you, at least, to remain my ally. In the present at Phenia, exclusive royal dorms, Princess Phenia said so. Why did you come looking for me? Lortel Kacheln said I wanted to ask why you were hiding Tanya. As Jik said before, once you've lost them, find a place where you can ask for help. You're the heir of Roth Taylor, so it'd be ideal if you could find Imperial forces or a noble family you have a relationship with. Lortel Kacheln thought to herself, Tanya, who headed towards the life buildings, will most likely be here. The fact that the academy doesn't know her whereabouts was telling. Princess Phenia asked, why are you coming out to find Tanya in the first place, Lortel? Lortel Kacheln smiled inwardly, thinking, although the princess is skilled at masking her expressions, She's right in my palm. Out loud, she replied, if I have to say, I have some business with her. As you know, I'm opportunistic and petty. While I may act weak to those I can't dare touch, I'm cruel to those weaker than me. Princess Phineas, sweating slightly, sipped her cup of cold tea and stared at it thoughtfully. The Roth-Taylor family has enough power that even the royal family can't recklessly touch them. I'm not sure if their heir, Tanya, is truly weaker than you. Isn't that something you should consider more? Lortel Kesheln responded confidently. I can't touch the Roth-Taylor family, but as someone who controls the economy of the life buildings, Tanya is weaker in my eyes. Of course, if you try to take her side, it'll be harder for me to get to her. But I've been preparing for this, knowing you'd act as you have. Princess Phineas looked at Lortel in silence, sweat beading on her forehead. Lortel, with a chilling smile, said, I'm going to run for student council president. If I hold that position as well as lead the association, won't Tanya have no choice but to come to me? If I am in a position of higher power, you won't be able to keep hiding. She continued, the Roth-Taylor's vassals have been arrested, and all routes outside of Arkan Island are under my control. Lortel turned and walked away. A few moments later, Princess Phineas spoke to Tanya Roth-Taylor. Lortel Kesheln's feelings towards Ed Roth-Taylor have always seemed special. Based on circumstantial evidence, she must believe you're the one responsible for his death. It's not a great situation. Tanya, eyes downcast, said quietly, Thank you for telling me, Princess Phineas. Princess Phineas looked at Tanya, her voice serious. I have no choice but to ask. If you weren't the one who planned to kill Ed Roth-Taylor, then who did? Tanya swallowed, her voice trembling as she confessed, It was me. Princess Phineas' eyes widened in shock. Tanya continued, explaining, the reason Kadek and Knox came to Sylvania was under the pretext of assisting me. But the one who gave that order was the patriarch of Roth-Taylor, Crepin Roth-Taylor. She paused, her voice faltering. My father, who never cared about Ed. The reason he suddenly made this extreme decision was probably because I mentioned Ed in my letter to him. The one who caused Ed to meet that dreadful end was me. Tanya's voice cracked as she began to cry. Princess Phineas, though shocked, said softly, That's not a crime. Tanya shook her head. But I can't just stay like this. Princess Phineas asked, Then do you have a plan? Tanya wiped her tears and nodded. In this land of learning, Sylvania, Ed didn't give up and showed me how much a person can change as long as they're alive. There is only one way for me to survive and uncover the truth behind his murder. I have to run for student council president. Princess Phineas' expression softened. It won't be easy. You're currently suspected of murdering your own family member. Tanya nodded. Yes, it won't be easy, but when I think of those who have helped me while I've been backed into this corner, and for Ed's sake, I cannot just stay intimidated like this. Princess Phineas smiled faintly. Then I will publicly support you. Tanya was shocked. Why would you go this far? Princess Phineas placed her soft hands on Tanya's trembling hands and whispered, I'm not sure. But I also have a debt to Ed Roth-Taylor that I couldn't repay. In another scene, Lyanna approached Lortel Kesheln. I've gathered all the related documents. Association leader Lortel. You're truly going to run in the elections. I've also heard that Tanya is planning to run, and there are rumors that Princess Phineas will support her. But given that Tanya is suspected of murdering her own family, I don't think she'll get much support. Lyanna continued, but you're doing most of the work yourself, and you're losing a lot of sleep. Will it really be possible to manage both the student council president position and the association? Lortel Kesheln replied. Curtly, only ask necessary questions, please. Lyanna, nervous, bowed. I'm sorry. I will submit this to the academy immediately. Lortel Kesheln thought to herself, the student council president elections at Sylvania Academy will begin with Ed Roth-Taylor dead. She muttered under her breath, what a useless question. She'll find out everything soon enough. Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor, unaware of the growing political tides, thought to himself, the twisted scenario was unfolding with each passing minute, slipping through Lortel's hands. Elsewhere, Lucy Merrill, shocked and sweating, exclaimed, Oh, finally, I got it to stand up. She froze as she looked at her soft pillow, watching it fold under her touch. She turned to the maid and asked, So, how many days are left? The maid replied, The disciplinary action plan was passed yesterday, though it took a long time to process because the academy's been busy. Lucy Merrill gasped. Ah. The maid continued, That's how things go with administrative work. I think we'll have to restart the count from yesterday as day 1, so it's day 29 now. Lucy Merrill dropped onto her bed in disbelief. And Ed Roth-Taylor, far from her worries, thought to himself, however, time wasn't passing quickly for everyone. At the cell, Knox said, Shoot, I guess Duke Crepin's judgment was correct, even though he wasn't fully developed on a technical level. To have that ability to respond and that level of battle proficiency means that if he had lived, he could have been a great threat to the Roth-Taylor family. Kadek said, definitely. He then thought to himself, and it wasn't just his abilities that were outstanding. The spirit sorcerer, who summoned a spirit with the resolve to burn through all of her mana, and that mage who resolved to take revenge without hesitation. Judging from how he was able to build deep relationships with people of such ability, Ed Roth-Taylor's potential could not have been predicted. They were aware of what a terrible human the delinquent heir of the Roth-Taylor family was. But still, they were curious about why the patriarch would order them to assassinate him. However, they could now make a cautious guess. What if Ed Roth-Taylor, with this much ability, had thought of opposing the patriarch and feigned lunacy after being named heir in order to run away to Sylvania? What if he had been raising his forces here, and he said to Knox, "It's pointless to talk about that now." Suddenly, the guard woke up and said, "Correct. What's most important right now is leaving this place and reporting this all to the patriarch, right?" Kadek and Knox were shocked. The guard gestured for them to be quiet and said, "Shh, don't worry. It's just that there are those who would benefit from the confusion of you two escaping. That's all." Knox said, "You." Dune, holding the keys, said, "I am Dune, decoy of the LT Trading Company." A few moments later, in Lucy Merrill's room, she thought of Ed Roth-Taylor again, beef jerky, or Ed Roth-Taylor. Again, and she said, "You know, Belle." Belle Maya said, "You have 24 days and 3 hours left." Lucy Merrill said, "Kill me." Belle Maya said, "I cannot do that." A few moments later, outside, a worker said, while passing through, a beautiful lady with silver hair said, "Sorry." As she said, the other remarked, enchanted by her beauty, "Wow, so pretty. She sure has a fascinating aura." Kylie Ekney, from a distance, said, "That shiny silver hair." "Ah, I was originally silver-haired too." "Ah, she disappeared. She seems to be around the age of a student, but she isn't. Wonder who she is wearing a uniform. I still don't know so much." "Yes, since there's lots to learn, let's live each day to its fullest. There'll never be another time like this in my life." She was silent for a moment and opened the paper. And she said to herself, I thought I'd be able to meet Tanya immediately after Awfulest Hall was retaken, but her whereabouts are unknown. I was surprised when I heard that she was one of the student council president candidates in the Academy newsletter, but it's a relief that she's at least safe. What was really shocking was that third year Ed had passed. The vassals of Roth-Taylor, the family that excommunicated him, are the likely culprits. The scenery of that hut during that winter blizzard, and the sight of Ed that made me think of the meaning of freedom. It was a feeling I can still recall like it just happened. But Tanya, my first friend at this academy, is being named as one of the culprits who had a hand in his murder. I believe in Tanya, but with the news that the vassals escaped prison, a girl on a bench said to her friend, "How could she think of killing her own brother?" Kylie Ekney said to herself. The opinion of her within the academy is getting worse. The atmosphere of the academy after the loss of Ed is quite dark and gloomy. As Sylvania Academy Principal Obel Forcius said, It's an incredible amount of work, but in the end, it's related to Ed Roth-Taylor's death. I'd like one professor to take on the responsibility and get it done. Someone who knows a bit about Ed Roth-Taylor and has interacted with Clebius and with Lucy. Is there no magic faculty professor like that?" The professor said, There is an assistant professor." Sylvania Academy Principal Obel Forcius said, "Assistant Professor Claire." Assistant Professor Claire without rest said, "Whenever there was this much work, Ed was always so helpful. Arg. You really don't know what'll happen in life." Clebius Nortondale said, Yes." Assistant Professor Claire looked at Anis Halalan and said to herself, Anis has also stopped talking. As Anis Halalan said to herself while her eyes formed tears, it was a short meeting that never would have borne fruit. This pain that's filling my heart. But I'm okay. I can still see Ed glimmering in my vision, but I'll endure it somehow. However, Janica was the one who testified on the real culprit behind Ed's murder case. I'm having such a hard time. But Janica, she must be suffering even more than I am, right? As Janica Failover said with joy, "I'm going to try curry today. Anis, you're good at cooking, right? What do you think?" It's hard for me to control the fire, so I wanted to do something that I could just keep on medium heat for a while. I'm used to cutting up the ingredients, but I'm a bit scared to try a new dish. Anis Halalan was shocked after seeing Janica Failover enjoy, without grieving for the death of Ed Roth-Taylor. Janica Failover continued to say, Maybe not. We've only really eaten hot food recently, right? But it's not good to decrease your vegetable consumption, so maybe a salad." Suddenly, Anis Halalan hugged Janica Failover tightly. And she said, "Wake up, Janica. He's gone now. He's dead. You have to accept it." Janica Faylover, sweating, said, "No, so." A wind spirit said, "Lady Janica, is this okay?" Janica Faylover said to the wind spirit, "Shush," as Anis Halilan shouted at Janica Faylover while crying. A few moments later, Ed Rothtaylor said, Janica Faylover said Tanya returned to the academy on her own. She'd been hiding at the royal dorms, but it seems that she's been actively cooperating with the investigation to prove her innocence. Princess Fenia decided to officially support Tanya, so some of her support has returned. Wow, the shirt is so clean, but there are way more people from the academy who support Lortel, as Janica Faylover cleaned Ed Rothtaylor's clothes and underwear like a true wife. As the students shouted, "Economic President Lortel of the common people." Janica Faylover continued to say, "The candidate registration isn't even over yet, but the energy has completely shifted over to her." But when Lortel came to the cave, what happened? Her hand trembled in anger. Ed Rothtaylor suddenly looked shocked and looked at Janica Faylover, as Janica Faylover's hand stopped trembling, and she said, "I know it's none of my business." But at this rate, Jix Effelstein suddenly arrived and said, "Lortel will become the student council president. I came because of my promise with Ed, but it seems Janica was here too." Janica Faylover said, Jix Effelstein said, "It doesn't matter if Lortel becomes president, but Kadek and Knox have escaped, so the rumors that Tanya murdered you are growing stronger. I went to the royal dorms after Princess Fenia called me, but because you've put your life on the line in your own way, I can't testify for Tanya either. What I want to say is that Tanya is in really bad shape. Tanya, who has been close with the top students as your younger sister, is someone who'd receive attention even if she wasn't a first-year student council president candidate. But now that she's being framed as someone who killed a family member, she's currently being suspected by all the students in the academy. She'll soon stand in front of everyone once the student council president candidate registration period is over, but it doesn't look like she'll be able to handle it any longer." Ed Rothtaylor said. "Yeah, you don't have to say anything else." Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, "Right now, it's Act 3, Scene 2, right before the election." Episode 3, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Student Council President Election. According to my memories, this act doesn't have a single fight scene and is a scenario to clearly show all of the relationships the protagonist has built. Up until this point at the academy, normally Taylor would actively support Princess Fenia since she was the one who chased Ed Rothtaylor out at the beginning and saved him. Of course, it's not like he's meeting and persuading all of the students one by one. Because the top students in each year have a large influence on the students, he goes to convince the top students who he has a relationship with. Lucy, who doesn't vote because she's lazy. Janica, who wants to give everyone a vote. First-year Wade, who is on the princess's side. And fourth-year Dorothy, who supports Tanya. They are the ones that can't be convinced. The ones that can be convinced. Magic faculty, first-year Joseph Alchemy faculty, first-year Claude Combat faculty, second-year Clebius Alchemy faculty, second-year Alvira Combat faculty, third-year Drake Alchemy faculty, third-year Adelante Combat faculty, fourth-year Deke Magic faculty, fourth-year Traciana, the two top students from each year, a total of 8 people. In the elections, as long as you can get 5 of these 8 on your side, you can win. Winning the election like this, Princess Fenia became the president, and Taylor obtained the necessary power of the royal family, who became his biggest supporting force until the end. In the 4th act, he especially needs the royal family's power to go against Krepp and Roth-Taylor, as well as during the battle against the final boss. Maintaining the flow in a scenario like this is a matter of life and death. Although at a small scale, it can be a weapon for your own gains, it's the most assured way of guaranteeing your survival in the great trials ahead. Although the smaller aspects have changed a lot, I need to make sure the overall flow for the future is consistent. Princess Fenia must become the student council president. If I just hide like this, the opinion about Tanya will continue to get worse. In order to prevent Lortel from becoming president, Princess Fenia might actually decide to run. It might be better to secretly let Princess Fenia know that I'm alive and convince her to run. Convincing all of the top students I have connections with to stir up the pot. Regardless, until the registration period is over, there are still a lot of ways to turn Princess Fenia into a candidate. But then, what about Tanya? Tanya, who was supposed to become a one-time villain who disappeared later, has now become a murderer because of Ed Roth-Taylor. Because of me, she's now experiencing an overwhelming ordeal that wasn't originally in the scenario. I need to choose between Tanya and the scenario. Jake Seffelstein said, "You seem worried. Well, it's a shame, but should we cancel today's plans?" Ed Roth Taylor replied, "No, it's fine, let's begin." As Jix Effelstein unsheathed his sword, he said, "I need to confirm the results of training all this time, and I have something I want to check as well." Ed Roth Taylor held his dagger and said, "When you have a lot on your mind, it's good to get your body moving." Jix Effelstein grinned. "Thank you. I haven't had a proper opponent to face recently, so I've been itching to work up a sweat. This should be good." Ed Roth Taylor nodded. "Yeah." He thought to himself, both of us decided to do a little light sparring. The two of them stared seriously at each other, ready to begin. Suddenly, the girl's old memories surfaced. As is often the case with distant recollections, the light had faded, leaving only vague impressions. Still, she tried to recall every scene, 3 siblings, hand in hand, walking up a hill covered in blooming flowers. Arwen, Tanya, and perhaps that was her last truly happy memory. Ever since then, Tanya's life had been burdened with immense responsibility and crushing pressure. There were once happier days. As the people outside shouted, step down," and she said to herself, "But," as the people outside continued to shout, "Murderer, step down," she thought to herself, how did things end up like this? Because helping Tanya, who had been driven into a corner, would have a massive impact on the flow of the scenario. That much was certain. It made me hesitate, even more so considering how much things had already deviated from their intended course, twists, unknown causes, and unseen consequences. Still, Jix Effelstein raised his sword and said, "All right then." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Jix Effelstein, the strongest second year other than Lucy, who had stood by Taylor until the end. In the original scenario, exhaustion and incompatibility should have caused Jix to lose to Wade. But now, Jix Effelstein started his attack and said, "I'm coming." Jix Effelstein used his skill-first sword. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "It's a small detail, but it still bothers me. Let's check." As Jix Effelstein's attack approached Ed Roth Taylor, he thought, and above all, let's see how much the person who has changed the most from the original scenario. Ed Roth Taylor used his skill-basic defensive magic to block the attack. Ed Roth Taylor continued his thoughts, have gotten stronger. Suddenly, he was shocked. As Jix Effelstein emerged from the dust cloud, Ed Roth Taylor thought, "He's fast! How is he moving this fast?" But with him moving in that quickly, Jix Effelstein suddenly looked at Ed Roth Taylor's dagger and thought, "It'll be difficult to dodge this, right?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "Mug." His dagger suddenly glowed with red flames, and it exploded. Shocked and confused, Ed Roth Taylor thought, what are those unnatural movements? Ed Roth Taylor picked up his dagger. While evading an attack, he thought, is he? Jix Effelstein used his skill telekinesis magic to move objects using mana. He effortlessly moved like a butterfly, evading Ed Roth Taylor's attacks. Ed Roth Taylor thought, is he moving his own body using telekinesis during battle? No matter how much control he had over his magic and physical abilities, those weren't movements that could be easily replicated. You also need a battle sense that surpasses simple theory. Jix Effelstein used his skill mid-rank magic, Ice Spear. Ed Roth Taylor barely evaded the ice spears and thought, no mercy. Did he assume I could dodge this? In reality, he was just barely managing to. This is obviously a diversion, a strategic move to activate greater magic, buying time for a larger spell. Ed Roth Taylor said, I thought this was supposed to be a light spar. Jix Effelstein replied, I thought it'd be one too, at the start. He dropped his sword and said, I had only planned on using a single blade, but I think he used his skill high-rank magic advanced mana armament. Grinning, Jix Effelstein said, practice should be like the real thing. A huge explosion blasted. In the distance, Janica Faylover gasped in shock. Ah, Ed. She continued cooking and murmured, will this be okay? I put carrots in the curry, so I hope he doesn't dislike them. He'll be hungry once their duel ends, so I should hurry up. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor managed to block Jix Effelstein's attack, creating massive craters in the beach. As Ed Roth Taylor endured Jix Effelstein's relentless assault, his barrier shattered. Ed Roth Taylor drew his bow and shot at Jix Effelstein. Jix Effelstein blocked the attack. Ed Roth Taylor thought mana armament, as the name suggests, creates armaments out of the user's mana. Most mages don't have a need to arm themselves in such a diverse way, so there's no reason for them to use this difficult high-rank magic. Therefore, as the sole mage who can use all types of weapons without limitations, this is Jix's unique magic. Jix Effelstein rushed toward Ed Roth Taylor. In an instant, he was behind Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor thought, "Cuke, telekinesis again. These movements can't be followed nor predicted." As Ed Roth Taylor looked at Jix Effelstein's sword, he stared at it in shock. He then used his skill, Blessing of Wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. A sudden gust of wind blasted Jix Effelstein away. Gah, cuke! Jix Effelstein grunted as he slid back but quickly steadied himself. Suddenly, water burst from the ground. Jix Effelstein said in confusion, "When?" Ed Rothtaylor used his skill spirit formula, Manifest Waterhead. Water danced on the ground, and Leisha appeared behind Jix Effelstein. Jix Effelstein turned to attack Leisha. Cuke! He looked above in confusion as Ed Rothtaylor followed up with another attack. He used his skill mid-rank magic, Particle Explosion, and it exploded. Ed Rothtaylor thought to himself, as expected, Jix is strong. If he's learned mana armament, then he's just as strong as expected in the scenario. At this rate, Taylor's party will never have a problem facing an enemy, huh? In the distance, Jix Effelstein coughed. Cough. As I thought. Incredible. He jumped and said, "I can't let my guard down, Ed. I'll be getting serious from now on." A grin formed on his face, the joy of battle filling his eyes. And he used his skill, Advanced Mana Armament, Convergence. Ed Rothtaylor pointed at Jix Effelstein and said, "This, Leisha." As Leisha tried to intercept the attack, Ed Rothtaylor thought to himself, "It's only the beginning of the third act." The ability Jix has shown during this duel was the maximum I expected for this scenario. I never thought I'd see this form so soon. Act 4, Scene 7 of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, Jix's final battle pattern that can be witnessed during the Gregol Cathedral infiltration battle. As Jix Effelstein used his skill, Nature's Lance, Jix Effelstein said, "Rather than having a ridiculous mental battle, I think just crushing you with the difference in our power would be the best way to deal with someone like you, Ed." As multiple lances approached Ed Rothtaylor said in frustration, "Cuke," and he managed to deflect most of the lances. Ed Rothtaylor thought to himself, "Cuke, it's fast. I'm out of mana. Particle Explosion isn't mana efficient, but I had no choice. The problem is the second attack." Ed Rothtaylor punched the ground as the swords were deflected by gusts of wind. Ed Rothtaylor in exhaustion said, "Huff, huff." He used his item, Magic Engineering Tool, Impact Amplifying Wave Ball. Jix Effelstein said, "The fact that you're using a magic tool, this is the end." And he dashed toward Ed Rothtaylor. Suddenly he was shocked and confused, saying, "This." As he looked at Ed Rothtaylor, he thought, "Wind magic? He has to be out of mana, so how?" Ed Rothtaylor said, "Ooh, since you're going all out at full force, I have no choice but to do the same." And he used his item, Legendary Rank Magic Engineering Tool, Glass Golden Phoenix Ring. He thought to himself, "I can't have it rendering me unable to use mana for a long period like last time. I have to use the least amount of mana possible, just enough to slightly manifest it." As Ed Rothtaylor grinned in frustration, suddenly he heard a voice saying, "Finally." Ed Rothtaylor was shocked and said, "You." As he looked at the beautiful girl and said, "Without the altar of substitution, Lucy or Janika's mana, you've summoned me. That's a great stride, Ed." Ed Rothtaylor thought to himself, "Marilda," in a different scene. The announcement said, "That is all." As the student shouted, "Wah!" a student said, "What's the point of even having 4 candidates? The result of this election is clear to see. The student council president is," as the student shouted, "Lortel, Lortel, Lortel." Another student said, "You can feel the sincerity. With her leadership ability from running the trading company, she'll definitely do well as president." And another said, "Company leader, Lortel." A girl with long black hair said to her friend, "What will you do if she really becomes the president?" Her friend said, "It just means that nobody within Sylvania Academy will be able to stop the company leader." As the crowd shouted, "Lortel, Lortel," Lortel Kesheln walked down the podium. Suddenly she said, "Oh my, you did a good job with your nails, Tanya." Tanya Rothtaylor said nervously, as she hid her hand from Lortel Kesheln. Tanya Rothtaylor walked past her and Lortel Kesheln said, "What's wrong? You seem nervous." Tanya Rothtaylor said, "I," and she gathered her strength saying, "I did not kill elder brother Ed." With her face held high, she said, "Oh." A few moments later, Tanya Rothtaylor stood at the podium. Her voice cracked as she said, "Ahem. Good morning, my name is Tanya Rothtaylor. I am currently running for student council president." The crowd became silent. She continued, "I have come up to the podium. Not bad. She's keeping a mask up and acting like nothing's wrong right until the end. Is it because she wants to prove her innocence? Or does she really have a talent for politics?" However, it's already been 10 minutes since her speech began. Not a single person has reacted. Tanya Rothtaylor said, "That is all." So, 10A, student shouted, "Murderer!" Tanya Rothtaylor was shocked. Stones and paper were thrown at her. A student said, explain the murder charges against you. Another said, they say it has to do with internal conflicts in the Roth-Taylor family. Do you plan on denying them after all? A boy said, just look at the information in the student newspaper. Another said, are you not going to say a single word about your murder charges? Tanya Roth-Taylor was hit by debris and stones thrown at her by the students as she said, thank you for listening to my speech. Thank you. Ugh. As she stepped on an empty bottle, she slipped and fell to the ground. The students laughed hard, saying, "Ba bwa ha ha. Ah ha 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 ha." The girl with long black hair said, "Dee, don't laugh. I'll end up laughing too." Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, I was reckless. Was it foolish of me to even attempt to stand at the podium? As her tears dropped to the floor, she continued to tell herself, I should have run away. No, I have to run now. As the mad students raged toward her, she blocked herself from the incoming debris thrown at her. Suddenly, the students were thrown away by a gust of wind. They said in confusion and shock, "What?" As Tanya Roth-Taylor peeked, she thought to herself, "That's..." As a person rode Marilda. Marilda said, "Grr." Tanya Roth-Taylor thought to herself, "They're so faded and worn that I can't tell whether they were memories or dreams. In the end, I couldn't remember, so I had given up on trying to. But there would be moments when those memories would become so vivid that I couldn't even believe them. And after all that, no one would be able to forget ever again." As Ed Roth-Taylor held the hands of Tanya Roth-Taylor, he said, "There are a lot of things to explain. But for now, let's resolve this situation." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, several days before Ed appeared on the podium. Marilda said, "That's a great stride, Ed." Ed Roth-Taylor, confused, said, "Marilda?" Marilda replied, "Your magic power efficiency has gotten much better, hasn't it? Of course, there are still restrictions on what you can do. However, this is enough." She used her skill, updraft, raising everything around her into the air and restricting freedom of movement. As Jix Effelstein was thrown away, he cried out, "Gah!" Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, strange. Let's assume that Jix's growth at this point in the plot is maxed out. The amount of magic power I've used isn't a large amount by any means, but I've completely exhausted my reserves. Marilda said, "The efficiency is good, but I didn't want this form." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, using every possible magic technique available to me. Marilda pinched her face and said, "It's hard to speak with this small mouth. Plus, my skin doesn't have any fur, so it's cold, and I don't have a tail, so it's hard to keep my balance." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, and with Marilda using a cheat-level secret technique. Marilda said, "Wait." As Jix Effelstein attacked from behind, he thought to himself, the result should be my victory. Marilda looked back and said, "When did you?" She thought to herself, "It's hard to move with this form, so I can't, however." Jix Effelstein was stopped by Marilda. Ed Roth-Taylor raised his hand and said, "I lost. I learned something today." As Jix Effelstein's weapon disappeared, he said in exhaustion, "I can't believe you've trained yourself this much in barely a year." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, Jix has grown stronger, even more so than in the scenario. My calculations were wrong. Why is that? Ed Roth-Taylor said, "You've gotten a lot stronger too." Jix Effelstein sat on the ground and said, "Even if it weren't for you, I would have kept training myself, but because I've watched you grow stronger daily, it pushed me forward." Ed Roth-Taylor also sat on the ground and thought to himself, "Until now, I've tried to do whatever I could to keep the plot as is. Trying to maintain my knowledge of the future was definitely part of it, but there is one condition that's absolutely necessary for Taylor to be able to win in the final act. So I believe that the plot was the only answer. In reality, even with the plot in tatters, there have been several dangers, but I've always managed to keep it on track. As a result, it's also true that I've begun to fear the factors outside of my control. As such, after hearing that Kadik and Lisha had escaped, I hesitated about whether I should save Tanya or not. What little remained of the original plot had already fallen far out of my hands. But let's focus on what I can do right now. Jix, who will be Taylor's ally in the final act, must become stronger. Just in case, I myself have become stronger." Janica Failover said, "Good work." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, and above all, the number of reliable comrades I have has grown. I may be naive for thinking this, but I'm sure it's okay to think this way sometimes. Deviating from the original plot. In the present, Ed Roth-Taylor rode Marilda as she growled, "Grrr." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, "Doesn't mean we have to meet a bad end." A girl said, "What is that?" Her friend said, Ah. Joseph Whitefeld said, "Everyone calm down. I've seen that high-rank spirit before." Huh? That's right, I have too. There are hardly any people that can handle one. I've taken elemental studies before, so I know. That person I asked, Ed Roth-Taylor. As the students were shocked and said, "He's alive." Ed Roth-Taylor spoke into the mic and said, "Hello everyone, I am Ed Roth Taylor. I was not murdered by Tanya Roth Taylor. To begin with, I support Tanya Roth Taylor more than anyone else. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Janica, the third-year top student, Lucy, the second top student, and Imperial Princess Phenia, who has already declared her support, the combat faculty's top student, Clebius, and the alchemy faculty's top student, Alvira, second-year Jix, first-year magic faculty top student, Joseph, and first-year general top student, Wade. Winning over their votes shouldn't be difficult. However, before thinking about all the pros and cons, Ed Roth Taylor said, please, as her family and as someone that has always supported her, I wish for her vision to be properly conveyed. Tanya Roth Taylor thought to herself, finally, I can feel at ease. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor said, that's right. Dean McDowell said, upon being stabbed with a knife-bearing deadly poison, you used Delheim's hourglass to survive. After that, you survived alone in a cave, and you were found and rescued by Janica Faylover. Immediately after that, you ran to the podium where Tanya Roth Taylor was giving her speech and defended her. Is that everything? Ed Roth Taylor said, yes. Dean McDowell said, It seems the investigation is wrapping up. This is really the last one. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, I stopped counting the number of interrogations after I hit double digits. I'm sick of this. I can't believe it's finally over. Suddenly, Principal Obolforcius said, Magic faculty, third year, Ed Roth Taylor. As Ed Roth Taylor's eyes widened, he looked at Principal Obolforcius. Principal Obolforcius said, enter. Sylvania Academy Principal Obolforcius said, I read all of the investigation data. You've truly suffered a lot. I'd like to apologize for the Academy's lack of security that allowed you to experience such hardships. Ed Roth Taylor replied, no, they prepared this quite calculatively and meticulously, so it would have been difficult to prevent, even with higher security measures. Sylvania Academy Principal Obolforcius took a sip of his tea, then placed his cup down and said, thank you for saying that. However, I'm not sure if it's all true. It seems very contrived. From the timing, it almost seems as if you waited for Kadek and Nox to escape and deliver the news of your death to the one who incited them before being relieved and revealing yourself. I don't know how the internal conflicts within a noble family like the Roth Taylor family work, nor do I plan on looking into it. However, as someone who manages this academy, I need to report to the royal family about what happens here. If I were to report that you came back alive, the Roth Taylor family, a major force behind the royal family, would also find out about your survival. Perhaps in a way slightly different from what you intended. Ed Roth Taylor held his cup of tea, sweating. What if you were to postpone your report until later? He asked. Sylvania Academy Principal Obolforcius responded. Is there a reason I should take that risk? Ed Roth Taylor nodded. I'm sure you must have guessed, but the one who planned my death is the patriarch of the Roth Taylor family and the true authority behind the royal family, my father, Crepin Roth Taylor. Sylvania Academy Principal Obolforcius said, I'm not interested in business outside of the academy. Ed Roth Taylor continued, the Roth Taylor family, being pivotal to the royal family, will want this to pass by quietly without receiving any news. If it becomes an issue later on, it's okay if you report it, if there is a risk. Ed Roth Taylor. Ed stopped as Principal Obolforcius spoke again. From what I see, your grades have improved significantly, and your reputation among students has rebounded impressively. Even your sister, Tanya Roth Taylor, has a promising future, and you have earned the respect of the top students as well, almost as if you became a different person. As I've always said, Sylvania is always on the side of the students, even more so for students as capable as you. See you later, I'll remember your name. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, Principal Obel seems to have caught on to the entire situation, and yet he's overlooked it. Thanks to that, the fact that I'm alive won't be exposed outside of the academy. A few moments later, outside, Kylie Eckney said to an admirer of Tanya Roth Taylor, Tanya's schedule is finished for today, so don't bother her and go back. And she isn't accepting inappropriate gifts. From a distance, Ed Roth Taylor muttered, is this really okay? As he looked at Kylie Eckney. She's the saintess. Suddenly, Tanya Roth Taylor appeared and said, I was waiting. I was shocked when I heard that you have been called by the Principal Ed. Ed Roth Taylor said, I heard that it's basically confirmed that you're going to be elected. Congratulations. Your day to shine has finally come. Tanya Roth Taylor replied, I can't be at ease yet. Hee. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself Tanya's innocence was proven. 8 of the 12 top students, the majority, across the 3 faculties in 4 years supported Tanya. But the reason that Tanya, who was once hated, could receive such overwhelming support, the most decisive reason was Lortel's collapse. Lortel made it seem like it was a one-on-one fight between her and Tanya. When she did that, the other minor candidates were forgotten, and it became a two-way battle between them. At the perfect timing, when both Lortel and Tanya had similar levels of support, an article was released. It stated that Lortel had been embezzling the trading company's funds and threatening their clients. In the end, amidst the disgrace, she stepped down from the race. Only Tanya's supporters remained. Tanya Roth-Taylor sighed and said, "Because of the election and the investigation, we've barely even gotten to talk, huh? There will be many opportunities for us to talk, but I really wanted to say thank you." Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "You said it enough times back then." Tanya suddenly raised her voice. "Thank you, brother. The day of the election in the present," Tanya Roth-Taylor, frustrated, said, No, that was back then. Ha. But Ed, this question might seem offensive, and I wasn't going to ask it because it didn't seem right. But I can't hold it in anymore. Can I ask you something? She took a breath before continuing. During your announcement at the election, why did you take my side like that? If you were hiding, you didn't have to step out and reveal yourself there. You doing it like that made it seem like you just couldn't stand the injustice I was experiencing, or something like that. That's what I thought, at least. Ed Roth-Taylor answered, "Yeah, that's why I did it. We're family. Of course I have to take your side." Tanya Roth-Taylor took a deep breath, smelling the fresh air. She then looked down and said, "Well, I'm the student council president now. I should do my work professionally, but it's okay to be a little biased, right? I'm human too, aren't I? Tell me if you're ever in danger. If possible, I'll help you as much as I can." As Ed Roth-Taylor watched Tanya walk away, he smiled. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Lortel Kecheln said, mockingly, "We're family. Of course I have to take your side. Must be nice to be family." "Ha," Ed Roth-Taylor said. "How long have you been here?" Lortel Kecheln replied, "Since you started saying embarrassing things to Tanya." Ed Roth-Taylor sighed. "The rumors I've been hearing lately have been crazy. Are you okay?" Lortel Kecheln smiled. "Yep, it all went according to plan." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, the incident that confirmed Tanya's election was the scandal about the trading company's embezzlement and abuse of its clients. Lortel purposely publicized these scandals. She intentionally turned it into a two-way fight against Tanya to erase the presence of the other candidates. She even went to Princess Phinia to show her hostility toward Tanya, pushing her into running for president. It was obvious that the two who felt largely responsible for my death would take my side to repay their debt when I came back to life. And I. As he recalled their time in the cave, he remembered Lortel Kecheln saying to him, "I think I'll have a lot of enemies soon. Even if the entire school turns against me, I want you, at least, to remain my ally." Ed Roth-Taylor continued, thinking, I had already decided to save Tanya when Lortel told me her plan. My fight with Jix only solidified my resolve. It wasn't a lie when I said I saved Tanya because she was family, but it would also be a lie to say I didn't consider her usefulness. What's approaching in the fourth act is the battle against the Roth-Taylor family, and I am already an enemy of the family. Tanya, as an insider, is the best connection I have for obtaining information and launching smokescreen operations. However, the darkness within human relationships is something that only those who need to know should know. For example, a girl who has only lived by calculating gains and losses since she was young. Lortel Kecheln said, "I'm quite notorious within the academy these days. And since Tanya doesn't look upon me too favorably, I'll have to leave things to you for a while." Ed Roth-Taylor sighed. "You have a bad habit of taking hold of and shaking up everything around you, Lortel." Lortel Kecheln smirked. "Oh my, it's just an occupational disease. I also get shaken at times." Ed Roth-Taylor studied her expression. Are you really okay?" Lortel Kecheln grabbed Ed Roth-Taylor's arm. "It's not like rumors will make me lose money. So what? Anyway, the role of a villain suits me best. I'll be fine as long as I don't have you as my enemy." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, there are hidden sides to human relationships. That's why it's hard to read every intention. So now, this scenario will take a new turn. I don't know what Princess Phinia, who will no longer be the student council president, will do. And as for what might happen in the conflict between the royal forces and the Roth-Taylor family, I can't say for sure. How the rest of the third act scenario will unfold, I'll just have to wait and see. Returning to the cabin, Ed Roth-Taylor arrived back at his cabin in the woods and muttered, "It's been almost a month, huh? It's been a while since I've been here, so it feels pretty special." He thought to himself, of course, there are more than a few things I need to do now. In order to get the camp back to normal, I have to organize the campfire area neatly. And the inside, which I didn't clean before leaving. As he opened the door, Lucy Merrill murmured in her sleep, "Snore, whoo." Ed Roth Taylor glanced at her magic hat, then looked over to see Lucy Merrill sleeping soundly on his bed. Snore. Whew. Roth Taylor sighed and smiled. He dusted off a book, sat in his chair, and thought to himself, let's just rest for now. As he placed the book over his face, snore. Ed Roth Taylor thought, I've finally returned to the camp. 3 days later, Tanya's appointment as student council president Janica Faylover approached a professor hesitantly. Grading, me. Spirit Studies senior professor Melina looked at her. Why not? I'll give you bonus marks. She smiled and added, of course, academically, we can't quite compare you to a professor yet, but you can freely handle high-ranking spirits at your age, right? When it comes to the intuitive aspects, you're among the best, even among currently active spirit sorcerers. Janica Faylover nervously wiped sweat from her forehead. But still, YMB Professor Melina took a puff of her pipe. There will soon be joint combat training. As the senior, you should show some dignity. Janica Faylover frowned. I don't particularly have a desire to show any dignity. Professor Melina exhaled. I don't really expect something like dignity, but still, you're the top student of the year and the greatest spirit sorcerer in the academy. Yet, you're always smiling in lessons as if you're the happiest person in the world, she smirked. It's obvious that you're ecstatic. I know that you're dating Ed, but it seems like you're way too in love with him. From an outsider's perspective, it looks like you've gone crazy. Janica Faylover's eyes widened in shock. What? Wait! Her face turned as red as a hot teapot. Professor Melina chuckled. Ka! Janica Faylover, still sweating, stammered. Ed and I, what? Why are you suddenly saying tat? Janica's embarrassing situation Spirit Studies senior professor Melina sighed. Are you kidding me? You and Ed are always together, not just during Spirit Studies classes, but in your shared quarterly lessons and even your elemental class. You're always together when you go to the student welfare facilities or the student cafeteria. And lately, I don't know what's going on, but you're constantly giggling and smiling. I don't know what kind of nonsense you think about, but you'll just stare into the air while grinning. Even during lectures, you'll just stare blankly at the chalkboard, smiling. You look like a child who just started dating, so I can't help but sigh. Janica Faylover looked around nervously and whispered, Professor, so. Please don't mention this to the other students. Professor Melina yawned. I'm not usually interested in the dating rumors of kids your age, but everyone already thinks that, don't they? As she spoke, all the students nearby turned to look at Janica. Professor Melina smirked. That you and Ed are dating. Janica Faylover trembled, her face heating up like a teapot ready to burst with steam. Memories of the past, Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, the Eastern Spart region, a place that can only be reached on horseback after riding from the capital for 3 days and nights. The southern mountain range in eastern Sparta is known as the land of farming, Pulan. If you follow Pulan's streams and go deep into the ridge, you'll find Torin, a small mountain farming village with no more than 300 people. Janica Faylover, who began seeing spirits the moment she could babble, ahaha, was clearly a genius among geniuses, someone who would bring light to the village. One day, a young Janica greeted a visitor. Hello? Ed Roth Taylor continued his thoughts. Every so often, outsiders would visit the village. In particular, Janica remembered a certain male boy. He was the only person who spoke to her formally. Since all of the village's youths had left for the city, Janica had lived her entire life as the village's beloved youngest child. Because of this, formal speech was unfamiliar to her. Of course, perhaps due to her naturally friendly nature, the male boy eventually became comfortable with Janica. One day, the boy said, Janica, outside of Pulan, there are lots of big cities. In the imperial holy city, Ed thought to himself, the beautiful girl was the pride of the village, raised with love and never lacking anything. She was adored by everyone. As for the male boy who occasionally visited the village, the boy stood before her, nervous but determined. Please accept my feelings. Ed continued his thoughts. Perhaps it was inevitable for him to fall for her as well. She was a girl who didn't know how to say no. Janica Faylover trembled, looking at the bouquet of flowers in her hands. But the young girl who knew nothing of romance, she dropped the bouquet. I'm sorry. The young boy, heartbroken, left as if running away. For a long time, he did not return to the village. However, when he finally did come back, he brought something unexpected. A letter of admission from Sylvania. And the boy handed over the letter and said, Goodbye. Ed thought to himself, formal speech. It had been 3 years since she entered Sylvania. Now, she could barely even remember his face, but Janica Faylover was still scared of rejection and unfamiliar with formal speech. At Trix Hall administration office, a lady approached Janica Faylover. Hello, Miss Janica. Hick, Janica yelped in surprise. The lady gave a small smile. I don't know how many days it's been, But if you have any requests or questions, please don't hesitate to tell me. She was at the Trix Hall administration office. After checking, we can quickly deal with it if it's an administrative task. Janica hesitated, sweating as she read the letter in her hands. Trix dorms leave request, the lady sighed. I don't know what you're so torn up over, but if you really don't know, ask those around you for advice. There are a lot of people who would jump in to help you if you just said so. I'm sure they'll hear you out, Ed thought to himself. Janica had always had a lot of people around her in the past. However, as someone who found attention burdensome and wanted to run away from it, bringing up a conversation was difficult, even if the people were her own close friends. Talking with Anis Halalan a few moments later, Anis Halalan crossed their arms and said, I should have caught on to the fact that he was alive when I saw how you were giggling all day long. Janica Faylover lowered her head. Sorry, I had my reasons. Anis Halalan sighed. Yeah, I'm sure you had no choice, but what's the worry now? Janica hesitated. As you know, I'm really bad at rejecting others' requests. Receiving requests makes it difficult for the one who gets them to say no. Anis Halalan suddenly stood up. Yes, and it's because you accept all his requests that you've basically become that guy's maid. He can live in seclusion, so why do you keep cooking for him and helping him with housekeeping? A difficult request. Anis Halalan crossed her arms, frustration evident on her face. Just how hard is the request that Ed Guy asked of you this time? Janica Faylover flailed her hands in protest. It's not like that. I only did those things because I wanted to. She hesitated before continuing. This time, I have something to ask of him. But because we're so close, and comfortable with each other, and always together, with our relationship it makes it harder to request something from him. Anis Halalan raised an eyebrow, unconvinced. Yeah? Then how about putting some distance between you two? Wouldn't that make it easier for you to make and reject requests? I think you two need to be less intimate with each other. If you're too conscious of each other, don't you think creating some space will stop your heart from fluttering so hard? Anis Halalan frowned, thinking to herself, is it even possible for Janica to put distance between her and that guy? In the first place, I'm asking for the impossible. But what if they became too distant and that man ended up all alone? If that happened. Anis Halalan hesitated. That's why maybe putting some distance between the two of you will make him. Before she could finish, Janica suddenly lit up. Thanks. Anis Halalan blinked, startled. Huh? Janica clapped her hands together, looking excited. I have a good idea. I'll get going now, huh? Anis Halalan was still confused. Janica took off running. See you tomorrow, Anis. Anis Halalan instinctively stood up, reaching out. But it was too late. She slumped back down, groaning. Okay. She rubbed her temples in frustration. What did I just say to her? What have I done? The thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane skill proficiency. Advanced crafting slot magic engineering understanding of magic engineering products. 7 quick production. 4 collected crafting formulas. Telos's Frost Blessing Level 1 Thunderstruck 1,000-year-old crafting formula unlocked. Wooden cane Glockseye crafting formula unlocked. Delheim's Hourglass Level 1 Ed. Rothtaylor leaned against the table, deep in thought. I've collected a lot of crafting formulas. Making all of them is physically impossible, but the one I want the most. Thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane unlocked. The Thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. The crafting formula itself is fairly simple, but it remains a cane of exceptionally high force rank, a rare and powerful artifact. Thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane amplifies the sensitivity of spirits across all attributes. Enhances mana efficiency in spirit magic. I understood the formula quickly, but gathering the necessary materials is an entirely different challenge. The required branch cannot come from just any tree. I need a branch from a tree that has lived for over 1,000 years and has been struck by thunder. Even though this item appears in the protagonist's inventory as a quest reward in the final chapter of the 3rd act, in reality, it cannot simply be bought or found in any marketplace. 1,000-year-old trees are exceedingly rare, but there are at least a few of them in the northern forest. The real issue is thunder. Ed glanced upward toward the roof of the building. There, napping peacefully, was Lucy Merrill. He narrowed his eyes. Thunder? Lucy lay curled up, sleeping without a care in the world. Ed sighed. Hey, Lucy. Lucy stirred, her eyes fluttering open. When she saw Ed staring at her, she suddenly jolted upright. Then, like a startled cat, she leaped onto a branch, then another, then an even higher one. Ed pinched the bridge of his nose. This isn't even the first time I've woken you up. Why are you still so surprised? Lucy, still clinging to a branch, muttered, You can speak now. Ed waved a hand dismissively. It's okay. Don't worry, there's no rush. Let's talk later. It's already time. Suddenly, a rustling came from the bushes. Janica Failover emerged, brushing leaves from her uniform. Hey, Ed. Ed glanced up. Oh, Janica. You're a bit late. Yeah, about 10 minutes late, she admitted, catching her breath. You should have taken the easy way. Why did you? Ed tilted his head. Did something happen? Janica straightened, gripping the staff in her hands. She cleared her throat. Ahem. No, I had no reason to be late, I just was. Inside, she repeated to herself, putting distance. Ed closed his book. That happens, especially considering how busy you are. Thanks for coming all this way to help me with sensitivity training. Do you want some tea? Janica's brain short-circuited. Uh-huh. Yeah, thanks. She inwardly groaned. Just how? Am I supposed to put distance between us? A few moments later, Janica observed Ed as he trained with spirits. Wow, it looks like you're actually very skilled at handling spirits now. It hasn't even been that long. Color me impressed. Ed nodded, still focused on his task. It'll take some more time with Marilda, Janica continued. But now that your understanding of Mug has increased, it barely takes any mana, right? Ed gave a small smile. It's because Mug has great compatibility with you. Mug floated beside Ed, beaming with excitement. I, Mug, am confused with what to do after receiving such compliments. I promise to work harder. Before Ed could respond, a voice called out from behind. Suddenly, Belle Maya said hello. Ed Roth-Taylor said, So you've come for Lucy. Belle Maya said, yes. Vice Principal Rachel said she needed Lady Lucy, the year's top student. I was fairly surprised to hear about your death. I'm relieved to see you so alive and well. Ed Roth-Taylor said, I apologize for making you worry, Miss Bell. With my circumstances, it couldn't be helped. As Ed Roth-Taylor and Belle Maya stared each other with a spark and tension. While Janica Failover, confused, looks at them, Belle Maya said, Did you know? It's a virtue for maids to always consider themselves in a lower position. Ed said, I see. I still refuse to speak informally, however. Belle said, Then I'll be off. Maids have to be thorough with their work after all, especially on the issue of speaking informally or formally. Ed Roth-Taylor said, I see. I will still continue to speak formally, however. Belle Maya said, Then I will be off. Maids have to be thorough with their work after all, especially on the issue of speaking informally or formally. Ed Roth-Taylor said, I see. I will still continue to speak formally, however. Janica Failover said to herself, I've never seen her look like this before. I didn't know Ed and Belle had a battle of wits. Distance, battle of wits. Formal speech. Belle Maya said, I was worried about you after you went to the Dex Hall, Lady Janica. I'm glad to see you in good health. Janica straightened. Yep. Living alongside my friends isn't bad. Lucy Merrill, who had been watching the sky in complete disinterest, gave a small yawn. Belle, unfazed, continued. In any case, I must prepare for inspection and make Lady Lucy presentable again. I'll be off. As she walked away, Janica waved. Please take care of yourselves, you two. Bye. Belle simply nodded. And I hope there are no issues with your studies. Janica hesitated for a moment before looking up at Ed. Ed, should we try speaking formally to each other? Ed blinked. Formally. Do we have to? Why? Janica fidgeted. Well, rather than just speaking formally, since it hasn't been that long since we've made it's not like it's awkward, but talking in a manner where we respect and maintain courtesy toward each other, Ed stared at her, confused. Without thinking, Janica grabbed the sleeve of his shirt. I just wanted to try it out once. Ed studied her face for a moment. Then, seeing how serious she was, he gave a small nod. Okay, he sighed inwardly. If she insists then. The Dex Hall's curfew is coming up soon, so we can just talk back and forth a few times, and then I'll send her off. Janica straightened and took a deep breath. Hello, Sir Ed. Ed stiffened. This isn't a time prison. He cleared his throat. Oh, yes, but still this is. His voice caught in his throat. For some reason, Janica's awkwardness was contagious. He had no idea why she was so embarrassed, but her tension was making him nervous. 3 minutes later, the fire crackled between them. So, both Ed and Janica spoke at the same time before immediately looking away. Never mind, Janica muttered, her face turning red. Ed shifted uncomfortably. Even though we've had moments when the silence was suffocating before, this makes me several times more nervous than those. Ugh. I thought our relationship was like that of a family, but now it's gotten awkward. The problem was that even though Janica had suggested it, she clearly hadn't expected the atmosphere to become this tense. Ed scratched the back of his neck. I want this awkwardness to go away, but what do I even say? So... Before he could finish, Janica suddenly shot to her feet, blushing furiously. Oh, would you look at the time? My curfew is almost up. She stumbled backward. Thank you for today. And then she ran. Then I'll see you tomorrow, sir, she called out as she disappeared into the night. Ed stared at the empty space where she had stood. Sweat formed on his forehead. Wait. He let out a deep sigh. Huff, we're going to keep this up in the future. A bead of sweat dripped down his face as he stared at the flickering fire. This was going to be exhausting. While Ed Rothtailor reads alone under the tree, Marilda said, So, are you going to continue that awkward mutual respect formal speech play with Janica? Ed Rothtailor said. Why are you asking when you saw everything? Marilda said, I'm not so free that I can follow you all the way to the academy. I was just wondering if anything interesting happened in class. Ed Rothtailor said, It's been the same as yesterday. As Ed Rothtailor talks to Janica Faylover, he says, It's nice to see you. And she suddenly gets frightened, stepping back in the halls. Ed Rothtailor said, It was strangely uncomfortable. Maybe she's expressing her underlying stress in a unique way. I didn't think much of it at first, but now I'm wondering if something's up with her. Marilda said, So what I'm hearing is, she steps down from the branch and continues, You're worried about her? Ed Rothtailor said, Of course I am. Marilda said, Oh ho, Ed Rothtailor said, Moving on. Can I snap a couple of branches off this tree? I want to make a thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. Marilda said, What? You're trying to make another tool? Here I was, wondering if you were too distracted thinking about Janica, but you're always busy. Though. You don't need my permission for a few branches. Ed Rothtailor said, Isn't it your tree? The name of it is literally Marilda's guardian tree. Marilda said, It's a bit convoluted. If I were to be exact, I'm protecting the forest. Because of an old friend who decided to put my name on this tree as they pleased. Ed Rothtailor said, An old friend. Well, you have lived a long life, so it's a given you've had many relationships. Marilda said, Problem 1. Why do spirits take the form of animals? I had the form of a human from the start, and I told you that wasn't easy, right? The reason spirits take the shape of animals is that animals are the most familiar and convenient in terms of access. They have an easier time copying their forms, then just as I had to do the same thing to gain a human form. Just who did I copy? Ed Rothtailor said, Who knows? Marilda said, I've made a contract with you, so I can read your thoughts. And Ed Rothtailor said, And what? Marilda said, I took on a form that's closest to your ideal type. Ed Rothtailor said, This is my taste. That's you unexpected. Marilda said, Of course it is. I just lied after all. As Ed Rothtailor looks at her silently, she gets frustrated and says, Are you joking? Marilda said, Reading your thoughts isn't plausible, and transformation is a very difficult kind of magic. So I can't just copy anyone. I've lived a long time, so long that Sylvania Academy's rises and falls simply seem cute to me. I met this child back when Arkan Island was uninhabited, before the academy was established. She didn't dress fancily and was always easygoing. My appearance is how she looked. Ed Rothtailor said, Wait, is it? Marilda said, She was the most special and unique person I've ever met. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, Infusing mana into this guardian tree, using it as an energy source, establishing this school, and having Marilda protect this forest. This isn't a relationship that can be learned in the game. So this was how they were connected. The unparalleled mage and scholar. It was the great sage Sylvania. A few moments later, at end night, Janica Faylover said to Ed Rothtailor while he peels his apple, Hey! Janica Faylover looks at the sky, avoiding eye contact with Ed Rothtailor, nervously saying, Bolo? No, hi, hello. Rothtailor continues to peel his apple, saying, Yes, want some apples? Would you like some apples? Janica Faylover said, Yes. As she sat on the log, Ed Rothtailor looks at her and says, Please pass your plate. Janica Faylover said, Here. Ed Rothtailor sweats while looking at Janica Faylover and says to himself, What should I do? As Janica Faylover eats the slice of apple, Ed Rothtailor continues to tell himself, I'd prefer we either speak formally or don't, and just stick with it. As Janica Faylover covers her face and trembles, Ed Rothtailor said, What is it, Janica? Are you hurt somewhere? Janica Faylover said, No. I just think it'll be difficult to say this while looking at you. So, young Master Ed, there's something I'd like to ask, but it's a question that might sound really strange. So just hear me out until the end before replying. Please, Ed Rothtailor said. Phew, as he continues to peel the apple, he says to himself, Right, regardless of my body, I'm an adult. If it's something she's having such difficulty bringing up, let's not be taken aback. Just listen. Janica Faylover looks at Ed Roth Taylor and blushes before saying, "What do you think of me leaving Dex Hall to come live with you here at the camp?" Ed Roth Taylor stares back at her and accidentally cuts his thumb, not feeling anything. As blood squirts, Janica Faylover shouts in shock, "Ah!" The blood continues to flow, and Janica Faylover exclaims, "Ed! You okay? Are you okay?" A few moments later, the fire crackles as Ed Roth Taylor speaks to himself. "Whether it was living outside or fighting, since I've lived like this for a year, I thought I could handle any situation smoothly." Ed Roth Taylor sighs, while touching his wound, and continues thinking, "But it's a relief I cut my finger. It gave me time to organize my thoughts." Ed Roth Taylor said, "First, this is probably something you expected me to say, but still I'll address it. While I wonder if there's any purpose in saying this outright, I think of you as someone incredibly kind and sincere. I'm sure it isn't just me who sees you that way, but I like you a lot." Suddenly, Janica Faylover's eyes widen as she blushes like a teapot. Ed Roth Taylor continues, "With that being said, I feel the need to express the fact that I am a man. Listen carefully, Janica. I don't know how you see yourself." As Janica Faylover's head steams from heat, Ed Roth Taylor continues, "But you have quite a lovely charm. You are beautiful. While I can stay considerate and gentle at the moment, I don't know what may happen if we live under the same roof." As Janica Faylover continues to heat up, tears well in her eyes, and she stammers, Wait, let me catch my breath." Ed Roth Taylor adds, "To be precise, men in general are similar in some ways, and I'm thankful you trust me, but still," Janica Faylover interrupts, "Still, if it's you, I'm okay with it, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor is shocked as he blushes as well. Janica Faylover, already above boiling point, mutters, "Ah." As they look at each other while the fire crackles, Ed Roth Taylor thinks to himself, "For a while it felt as if Janica and I were balancing on the tightrope of a strange boundary." Ed Roth Taylor stands up. Janica Faylover softly calls, "Ed." Ed Roth Taylor thinks to himself, speaking in a polite manner without rhyme or reason made things feel both familiar and unfamiliar. After the arduous and grueling student council president election, and just when I finally felt at ease, a sense of freedom returning to camp, Janica's sudden proposal of cohabitation came out of nowhere. Janica Faylover thinks to herself, "Can you endure this? Can you restrain yourself?" This situation was practically urging me, enticing me to let go of my rationality. Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor speaks, "Janica." Ed Roth Taylor thinks to himself, however, he sits down closer to her and asks, "Are you going through something difficult?" Ed Roth Taylor thinks, "Whenever something unexpected happens, there's always a reason behind it. Considering how Janica is bringing this up out of the blue, I have to consider if there's a factor behind the scenes." Janica Faylover looks up at the sky and sighs, "Really, Ed? There's nothing you don't know. I must have wanted to run away. I've missed the days when I had a single room in Ophilus Hall. I must seem like an idiot, right?" Ed Roth Taylor thinks to himself, from the beginning, for Janica, who even went berserk because of the pressure of everyone's eyes, living in the normal dorms of Dex Hall was no easy task. For an entire year, she endured everyone's relentless gazes, forcing herself to kindly smile in response. Janica Faylover continues, "This camp, it's kind of been like a refuge for me. So I guess I wanted to escape here if it was possible. I'm sure it must have been burdensome for you to hear, Ed. It's not something that would get resolved by running away, and it must be burdensome for you. But I still wanted to ask, just once." Heh. Ed Roth Taylor chuckles, "Ha." Janica Faylover murmurs, "Yeah." Ed Roth Taylor said, "But you know, Janica, isn't the issue of it being burdensome to me completely unrelated?" Janica Faylover, confused, asked, "Huh?" Ed Roth Taylor continued, "Life is about being a burden to others while carrying the burden of others. Of course, if I ever feel a burden isn't worth carrying, next time I'll just make a burdensome request in return. It's not like we're only going to know each other for a short while, so isn't it something that can be solved through give and take? Our relationship is going to last for a long time." Janica Faylover hesitated. Then, Ed Roth Taylor said, "I still think it's a bit too much for us to live under the same roof, but how does another hut sound?" He thought to himself, I thought Janica would jump up and down in joy, knowing her personality, but instead, Janica Faylover suddenly hugged him. "Oof," Ed Roth Taylor exclaimed, startled. Her reaction differed from what he expected. Janica Faylover whispered, "Yeah, thanks." Ed Roth Taylor noticed, "You're not speaking formally anymore." Janica Faylover completely forgot and gasped, "Hick." Ed Roth Taylor gently placed a hand on her head and thought to himself, Janica seemed to try creating some distance but ultimately failed. What really would have changed if she had succeeded? She's a girl who will always step up to help when someone needs it. While I'm sure her kindness will never be fully repaid, if someone like that were on the floor, crying, no matter how much the relationship had soured, one wouldn't be able to resist and would place a hand on her shoulder. Well, even if I say that, building another hut is no easy feat. I need to prepare for lessons, finish creating the cane quickly, and I've already lost sleep trying to figure out how to adjust my schedule. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor heard noises outside. He opened the door and Tarkin stood there. "Ah, you're awake, Ed Rothtailor," Tarkin said. "I need your advice. I have no experience in building huts." As Ed looked around, he saw spirits gathered outside, already working on Janica Failover's new hut. Tarkin observed, "You seem tired. Honestly, I'm the same. In the spirit world, I partied all night since there was a celebration. Well, regardless. Now that there's a hut to be built." We finished picking the location. It seemed best to place it on the opposite end. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself as he watched the spirits work so fast. Tarkin smirked. "It's kind of romantic to open the doors in the morning and see each other, right?" A fox spirit chimed in. "Well, it doesn't seem like it'd be bad to build it next door either. But it might feel a little stuffy, and some privacy should be maintained." Another spirit hummed. The fox spirit continued. "Perhaps like this. No, maybe building it as close as possible is best," his friend interjected. Suddenly, Mug, a fire spirit, landed on Ed Rothtailor's shoulder. "Sir Tarkin, the general plan is to finish in 10 days, Mug announced with a snappy salute. "This fire spirit, Mug, as the scene head of command, shall do their very best to make work as efficient as possible." Tarkin suddenly looked at Mug seriously and said, 10 days. Mug, now nervous, stammered, "Indeed. After considering the lower-ranked spirit's rotation shifts and breaks, that's the plausible time frame. Of course, there's definitely a possibility of reducing that time, depending on progression." Tarkin, his voice fiery with authority, said, "Back in my day, it was normal to carry the spirit sorcerer for 3 days straight, hike snowy mountains for a week, and battle the very next day without a problem. Now that it's your day, there are more spirit sorcerers, so it's easier to form contracts. The lower-ranked spirits are taking it easier, resting well, eating well, and working on their own comfortable terms. When will you have a phase shift and reach mid-rank at this rate?" Mug trembled and quickly adjusted. Then I will adjust the plans as much as possible and finish it within 1 week." Tarkin walked away saying, "Ed Rothtailor, I have work to do, so I will be off now." Mug turned back to Ed and declared, "It will be finished in 5 days, so please endure it, even if it gets a bit noisy." Ed Rothtailor, sweating, gasped. 5 days? It took me several months." Mug, determined, clenched his fists. "If he says I have to do it, I have no choice. This fire spirit, Mug, I can do it. I can do it." Ed Rothtailor sighed and thought to himself, "I'm sorry, I really am, Mug. I didn't do this on purpose." A few moments later, Ed Rothtailor took out his woodworking gear. Phew, he exhaled. "At least my busy schedule is finally sorted out. Now, I have time to make the thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. There were so many things that made me want to repay her. Giving her a place in the camp isn't enough. Despite her already having many canes from her friends and family, and my uncertainty about whether she'll even like it since she uses an oak cane, I still hope Janica will like this." As Ed Rothtailor worked on his large, solid, finely carved wooden cane, he remained deep in thought. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, "Lucy can't sleep." As she stared into the distance, the spirit shouted, "Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!" Ed Rothtailor said to himself. It was likely partially due to the construction work that had lasted all day long, but the true cause. While Lucy Merrill looked into the distance, she trembled in frustration and anger as she saw Janica Failover humming to her favorite song. Suddenly, Janica looked at Lucy Merrill and said, "Ah, Lucy," Ed Rothtailor said to himself. Was Janica who had greeted her warmly. Suddenly, she was shocked and confused as she looked at Lucy Merrill. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, but the two had already engaged in a battle of wits before. Although Janica was bad at expressing things that were unpleasant, she couldn't lose. As Janica Failover smiled, radiating joy, she said, "Ahem, so I'll be living here." Lucy Merrill, frustrated, clicked her tongue. Suddenly, Ed Rothtailor said, "Ooh," as she nibbled on a piece of beef jerky, and he said to himself, "I borrowed a bunch of elemental magic books." He was at the faculty building in the Eastern Square, and he said to himself, "This is because I thought I should learn some new magic." A system notification appeared, mid-rank magic, particle explosion. And he said to himself, although particle explosion has good practical use, its firepower is that of low-level magic at best. As Jix had said during their fight, "I think just crushing you with the difference in our power would be the best way to deal with someone like you, Ed." Ed Rothtaylor said, firepower, hmm? As he saw a beautiful girl by the fountain playing her banjo, he said to himself, the holy firekeeper, the romantic and the prophet, Adele Saris. Although she had appeared regularly since the first act as Taylor's comrade, she didn't appear often in the game. She didn't have many points of contact with Ed either. Adele Saris said, you're busy today as well, Ed. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, so why is it that she's speaking to me? Ed Rothtaylor looked back and said, me? Adele Saris said, I've heard much from Taylor and Isla. They seem to have complex emotions about you. Ed Rothtaylor said, yeah, but that's none of my business. And he said to himself, although I am a bit curious about Taylor, from what I heard from Jix, he's been growing stronger and doing well. At this rate, he'll be able to easily pass through the joint combat training without an issue. Adele Saris said, do you want to hear a song? I'm still a bard who travels the continent, although I'm staying in Sylvania for now. Ed Rothtaylor said, it's fine, these are quite heavy. Adele Saris said, oh my, what a shame. As Ed Rothtaylor walked away, Adele Saris called out, Ed, if you one day rise to the patriarch's throne, you will have to kill the person you respect most with your own hands. If you hesitate in that moment, however, know that it will be you who dies. Ed Rothtaylor, confused, said to himself, a prophecy? The reason that Adele could always calmly play the lute in any situation was because of her prophetic ability to see the future. But because her prophecies didn't always come true, he didn't have to worry too much about them. However, the reason he felt unsettled was because he knew of a more certain future, based on the scenario in the third act. Adele would die. In a different scene, Ed Rothtaylor, unimpressed, said no, and he said to himself, I wanted to make 2 thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden sticks in order to craft 2 canes, one for Jenica and one for me. But when I asked her to make lightning for me, Lucy Merrill, frustrated, said, I'm only doing 1. Ed Rothtaylor said, don't you just have to use the magic once anyway? Lucy Merrill remained silent. Ed Rothtaylor said, arg. Then I'll just make one and give it to Jenica. As he sighed, Lucy Merrill, frustrated, trembled and said, eek. Ed Rothtaylor said, since its performance is good, I should give it to the person who will use it best. Lucy Merrill bit her lip in frustration and said, okay, I'll do both of them. Ed Rothtaylor said, oh. Lucy Merrill grabbed Ed Rothtaylor's arm and said, but I have a condition, it's nothing much. Ed Rothtaylor, confused, said, a condition. Lucy Merrill said, go somewhere with me, and she dragged Ed Rothtaylor with her. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, the Archmage Glock, regardless of the field, whether it was elemental studies, monster ecology, herbology, mana management, sensitivity theory, spirit studies, etc., he was acknowledged for his research results. And he possessed 2 highest-ranked spirits, highest-ranked fire spirit, Teorphus, highest-ranked water spirit, Fried. At the same time, after he retired, he worked to develop younger generations, investing all of his life savings into the education sector and academy research funds. They say he barely used money on himself. When it comes to Sylvania Academy, it was Archmage Glock who advanced it to be the best educational facility in the world. Glock spent all of his funds on the academy and secluded himself in the Great Ramellan Mountains in the continent's northwestern region. A student in the crowd said, isn't that the person who's dating Jenica? Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, and there, he met an abandoned child at a monastery. A student said, that's Lucy. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, that was Lucy. If there was something unexpected, it was that Lucy's magic talent was greater than Glock had imagined. It was a talent that was a precious gem of humanity. The twilight of the Archmage who had left his mark in history was spent polishing this gem. He was a great man. If a book were to be written about his life, it could be filled with epic tales and grand adventures. But his later years were more sorrowful. His wife, whom he had met when he was young, lost her life while subjugating Teorphus, and all of his colleagues had passed away before him. Eventually, the only people who remained around him were those who revered him and those who wanted to use his fame. That is probably why he built a hut in the mountains to seclude himself. But what was a relief was that there was someone who could continue his will. A rainy day and a shabby hut, those alone allowed Glock to pass away happily. Lucy Merrill said, and that is how the journey of Archmage Glock ended, and how my journey began. Although, it is over now. Ed Rothtaylor said, over. Lucy Merrill said, do you know where that old man's hometown is? Ed Rothtaylor said, from what I learned in history class, it's the lawless area of Cohelton, right? Lucy Merrill said, no, the history books are wrong. That is just where he spent his youth. Ed Rothtaylor, shocked and confused, said, what? Lucy Merrill said, his real hometown is here, Arkin Island. I don't know what was so entertaining. But whenever he talked about living on Arkan Island, he was so earnest. And even until the moment he died, he worried about this school. He was such a fool, that old man. His heart's hometown was Arkan Island. There was no helping it. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, Lucy told me about the journey that she had no choice but to embark on. At the time, the young Lucy only had the shabby hut and the cold corpse of the old man left. She covered his corpse with a blanket, tied it up with leather ropes, and then froze him with ice magic. Although most mages would get exhausted maintaining this ice magic for even just 1 hour, Lucy was already capable of doing so at this stage. This is a story that sends chills down your spine. Glock's hut was in the Ramelin Mountains, in the northwest of the continent. So, she headed south from there. She passed the Urikal Forest, Great Lake Ica, the land of Alchemy Cree, the Malin Plains, the holy city Carpia, and the Denkin Wetlands to finally reach the Klol Empire's borders. After that, the Teldanilvi County. Following the river downstream from there, it took her past the merchant city Oldek, the Awulin County, the Islan Barony, the Salvi County, the Rothtailor Duchy, the Feder Marquise, and the Tis County. Then, she passed the Janet Mountains, the Dres River, and Zahul Margrave's territory. Heading southwest, she passed through Crampel Forest. If you opened a world map, you would have to draw a straight line with a quill for quite some time before reaching Mexis Bridge, which connects to Arkan Island. That journey, one where she continuously used magic to maintain her master's corpse and even to move her own body. Lucy Merrill pointed at a distance and said, "It took 3 months. I got a bit lost, and it took me a week just to find that." A few moments later, Ed Rothtailor said this. Lucy Merrill said, "According to that old man's records, this is the place where the Archmage and the Great Sage taught each other and trained. This is where my journey ended." A system notification appeared. Introduction to a Spectral Magic Author. Glock Eldervane Ed Rothtailor said this, and he said to himself, Glock's Travelogue of Southern Views, which included his thoughts on magic within the southern continent, sells for 7,000 golden coins. If you think that is one of history's greatest books, his posthumous book, which includes his analysis of a spectral magic, must have a worth I cannot even calculate. Lucy Merrill sat on the cliff looking at the sunset and said, "You can take it. It's all knowledge I already know, so I do not need it. I remember all the words Grandpa left behind. I have not even lived half the life given to me, and I might begin a new journey. Or maybe I will continue living a half-hearted life like this. Still, I plan on keeping the promise I made to Grandpa. If danger comes to Sylvania, I will definitely protect it at least once." It is not a very happy story, and listening to it is not enjoyable either. And coming to a place like this is a hassle, but I just wanted to show you this, Ed Rothtailor said to himself. Although the first journey of her life had somewhat concluded after arriving on Arkan Island and burying her master, Lucy has not yet been able to escape her master's shadow. That is why she endlessly waits for that danger to approach Sylvania, sometimes with excitement and sometimes with fear. No wonder she is lazy, but once the promised trial has passed, she will finally be able to leave on a new journey in order to lead her own life. Because I know that time is not too far off, I have decided to be lazy with Lucy today. The sound of the waves and the refreshing wind of late spring made it neither cold nor hot, even after sitting for a long time. That was a fortunate thing, as Ed Rothtailor holds the head of Lucy Merrill while they watch the sunset. Janica, amazed as she looked at her new cabin in the woods, said, "Wow." As it sparkled in the light, she continued, "I didn't know it could be built this fast. Wow." Mug and the others were exhausted. Mug muttered weakly, "This fire spirit, Mug, fire spirit, Mug, that fire." Janica looked at them in concern. "Guys, I told you to take it easy." Still exhausted, Mug said, "No, Tarkin, never mind. I think we can ascend now. Have a happy camp life. That'll be enough for us. That's all we need." As the spirits ascended, Janica called out, "Thanks, guys. Thank you so much." She smiled wistfully. "You're just being unsummoned. This feels strange, but thanks." A few moments later, Janica picked up a stick and began writing on the ground. She paused, tapping her chin. The words cohabitation took form in front of her cabin. Blushing, she spun the end of her braided hair between her fingers and whispered excitedly, "Cohabitation. Cohabitation." Suddenly, the door of Ed Rothtailor's cabin creaked open. Janica blinked. "Ed?" But instead of Ed, Lucy stepped out, stretching her arms with a wide yawn. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, then glanced at Janica. Janica froze, her face heating up. "Ah!" Lucy's gaze dropped to the words scrawled on the ground. "Cohabitation." A smirk played on her lips. Proudly, she coughed and cleared her throat. "Ahem." To herself, she mused, cohabitation is nothing compared to sleeping together. Elsewhere, a system notification flashed. Basic aspectual magic, a new article has been revealed. New. Aspectual magic, aspectual type magic manifestation property conversion. Level 0 death immunity. Level 0 time prison. Level 0 long distance teleportation. Level 0 forced concentration. Level 0 favor manifestation. Level 0 seduction. Level 0 as Ed Roth-Taylor conjured his magic, Marilda observed with interest. Oh ho. But then the magic fizzled out. Marilda sighed. Another fail? It looks difficult to use just by the looks of it, she tilted her head. Can you even get a grasp on the mana flow? Meanwhile, Lucy snored softly on Ed's lap. Ed exhaled. Not sure, I have to try at least. Lucy stirred awake and stretched. Yawn. For aspectual magic, it's important to understand the principles first. Magic is a study where both theory and senses coexist. You'll get a feel for it after repeated practice. She lazily lifted a hand, and suddenly all of Ed's tools floated into the air, levitating effortlessly. Ed's eyes widened. Wow, looks like you've been practicing too. Lucy shrugged. Yeah, 2 or 3 times. Ed reached out and gently ruffled her head. Lucy jolted. Huh? Ed chuckled. I'm sure that's the case for a genius like you. Meanwhile, Lucy's mind was racing. Who would have known that Glock's introduction to aspectual magic would exist? I thought of it as magic that couldn't be learned in the game. Aspectual magic requires the ability to manipulate time, space, and the mind with ease. At its peak, it's the greatest in power. But because it goes against providence and the natural order, it's the most difficult and unresearched magic. Apart from the danger, it's hard to understand. Lucy has learned it through intuition, so it'll be difficult for her to teach. It would have been great if I had Professor Glass. Yeah, if Professor Glass were alive. Ed let out a tired sigh. Ha! Suddenly, Jix burst in, shouting in disbelief. What? Another woman? His arms flailed as he dropped a stack of books. Even if you have large aspirations as a man. Marilda blinked in confusion as she watched Jix panic. Jix huffed. Who knows what kind of hell you'll really face at this rate? Marilda pouted. Why? I was having so much fun reading this. With a snap of his fingers, Ed made Marilda vanish. Jix scratched his head awkwardly. I apologize. It was the spirit from last time. I jumped to conclusions. Ed folded his arms. What is it? Jix sighed and held up the books. These are the old magic books you asked for. They need to be scrapped. Ed nodded. Give my thanks to Elka. I need to start from the basics, so borrowing them each time would be annoying. He noticed how heavy the stack looked. It must have been heavy, so thanks. I should do something for you. Jix waved him off. It's fine, but if you really insist. He grinned. What about doing student council work with me? Ed arched a brow. I'm flattered, but because of the previous incident. Tanya. Jix cut him off. No, the student council president trusts you quite a lot. She seemed to want to put other people she trusts near her. So, I'm asking if you'd want to work as part of the student council. Ed leaned back. Is it okay to be so half-assed about its formation? Jix scoffed. It's not half-assed. Since this is the first time in Sylvania history that a first year has become the student council president, she's planning on making the cabinet the best it can be. The lady from Correll County in the 3rd year and the 4th year top student, Deke, have already joined. And in the future, she wants first-year magic faculty's top student, Joseph, 3rd year top assistant, Annis, and 4th year top alchemy faculty student, Dorothy. And you too. She's only gathering trustworthy and talented people. But you're going to reject it? Jix sat down, waiting for a response. Ed tapped his fingers against the table. Jix smirked. You do magic engineering, spirit sorcery, stamina training, camping, and academy scholarship student work. And you're also training in a new type of magic, so there's no helping it. Jix stretched his arms. Oh, a new hut, he shook his head. I expected it, but the student council president will be disappointed. Ed narrowed his eyes. He expected IIT, he sighed inwardly. After saving Tanya and having the scenario turn into something unknown, small predictions feel meaningless. Jix joining the student council was unexpected in the first place, and the entire list he stated was unexpected. His eyes flickered toward the horizon. According to the timeline, the joint combat training will be happening soon. Episode 2, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania's Second Joint Combat Training. This is the biggest event before the 3rd act's final showdown, Lucy's subjugation, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself. This event, which takes place for the 2nd generation 9-year seniors, the same generation as the protagonist, features an incident where the first-year alchemy top student, Claude, loses in the final battle and drinks the forbidden drug, evil god's blood. I remember that event well. It had an unpleasant ending. However, the scenario is now beyond my control. Whether it follows the path I know or diverges in a completely new direction, that remains unknown. In another scene, a massive carriage rolled forward. Unless mages have spent the entire night casting weight lightning magic, this thing would never move, Ed mused. The might of the forces guarding it is akin to an army, so the Holy City's citizens call it the Wheeled Palace. Because of the immense resources it consumes, this palace rarely strays far from the Holy Imperial capital. Two figures sat atop the carriage. Archbishop Verdio sighed. It's farther than I expected. It's a relief that we can observe the Saintess situation from here. Ho ho ho. Holy Pope Eldine nodded. Yes, thanks to your plan to visit the nearby noble territories, we were able to make this happen. The planning was perfect. We'll arrive at Sylvania soon. Tanya Roth-Taylor looked at them seriously. Since the Holy Pope himself is visiting, there must be no issues with the preparations, right? There's so much to do. She glanced at the documents in her hands. But the truth is, Holy Pope Eldine, who governs the holy city of Carpia, and Archbishop Verdio, who serves as his right hand, are both visiting for more than just public appearances. Their goal is to spread the word of Telos and perform new baptisms, but those are merely formalities. A student rushed past. Bring that this way. Tanya turned to another paper. And this is what really matters, isn't it? She held up the meeting request. They're worried about Saintess Clarice. She's the heart of the order. But wait, there's another meeting request. She furrowed her brows. Who does the Holy Pope want to meet? She scanned the document again. Second year. Adele? Who is that? Anyway, plan my schedule so that I can meet the Saintess, she instructed. Kylie, her assistant, quickly responded, yes. Meanwhile, Saintess Clarice sat quietly, deep in thought. Today, the Holy Pope will be visiting us from the Holy Imperial capital, which means instead of appearing as Kylie, I must once again present myself as the real Saintess to the students. She turned to her companion. Belle, today is the day of the joint combat training, right? Belle Maya nodded. Yes, fortunately it coincides with the Holy Pope's visit. Clarice sighed. That's unfortunate. I was really looking forward to interacting with the other grades. Inside, her thoughts swirled. I don't want to return to the Holy Imperial capital. Student life feels like a dream, and I haven't even met the person I was supposed to yet. She gazed out the window, the girl who commands the holy fire, the one always staring off into the open world, the wandering minstrel, Adele. I took many walks, hoping to run into second years, she murmured, but because she's constantly on the move, it's hard to find her, even here. I want to meet her soon. She sighed again, thinking of the stories she had heard. The exam I took with my friend, the hut I searched for in the middle of the night during a storm. I, who have only ever listened, finally have stories of my own to tell. Of course, I can't tell the Archbishop any of this, she thought wryly. If Verdio, who preaches purity above all, heard about the incidents at the academy, she shuddered. How the top students stormed the dorms and destroyed them. How a fallen noble got caught in a murder case. If Verdio knew, he'd force me to leave the academy, even now. It's always hard to refuse Verdio's words. It's not because he's the master of mind reading. Perhaps it's because mind reading is an ability that falls under the holy magic category, but it doesn't work on me. Ever since I was young, he has been like a teacher to me, so that's why it's hard to refuse him. Belle Maya held Saintess Clarice's soft, delicate shoulder and said, I think you can eat comfortably, Saintess Clarice. Saintess Clarice replied, Oh my, was it obvious that I was nervous? She then thought to herself, well, it's fine for now. As long as I follow the condition that if another student discovers my identity, I must give up my student life. Wait, Ed Roth-Taylor. Of course, it doesn't seem like he would reveal anything, but what if Verdio and Ed Roth-Taylor meet? Belle Maya started to sweat and asked, Saintess. Saintess Clarice, also sweating, thought to herself, but what if Verdio somehow finds out that Ed Roth-Taylor knows my identity through mind reading? As she trembled, Belle Maya hesitantly asked, Should I make you a cup of tea? Saintess Clarice quickly replied, No, it's fine. But I have a request. Help me prepare to go out. Belle Maya hesitated. We don't have much time. Where? Saintess Clarice softly answered, Ed. She looked at Belle Maya. Her face flushed as she began to sweat. Ed Roth-Taylor. I think I'll calm down if I meet him. I need to meet him right now, as quickly as possible. Belle Maya was shocked and confused. Pardon? Saintess Clarice thought to herself, Belle doesn't understand why. Frustrated, Belle Maya muttered, Is that so? She thought about the many girls in Ed Roth-Taylor's life, and then to herself, but she didn't want to let Ed and the Saintess meet. At the academy boards, the students looked at the posted joint combat training match list. A student said, "I don't have any challengers for the joint combat training." At a distance, Ed Roth-Taylor and Janica casually sat down and drank their hot tea. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "Do you have anyone you'd like to challenge?" Janica Flaylover replied, Doesn't that seem a little arrogant?" Ed Roth-Taylor sipped his cup of tea and thought to himself, the joint combat training had officially begun. Like last year, it was an exam where students fought each other, and their results were reflected in their grades. The fact that lower-year students could challenge upper-year students remained unchanged. However, what had changed from last year was the introduction of a dual request system, allowing students to challenge opponents more formally. According to the current scenario, there were no first-year students in Class A. As a result, the first years were eager to defeat a second year to prove themselves, since there were many strong characters in the protagonist's year. The first year versus second year matches were expected to be highly entertaining. However, the third year and fourth year matches were far less interesting to most spectators. Janica Flaylover asked, "What should we eat for dinner tonight?" Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "I have some leftover meat I bought from the L'Oreal Inn restaurant. Should we just season it with salt and cook it?" Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, among the third-year students, Janica and I were among the few notable ones. There weren't many strong individuals in our year. Last year, aside from Janica defeating Lortel, no one else had managed to defeat their juniors. With that precedent, the fourth-year students would likely challenge anyone and easily win. On the other hand, those who were strong rarely received any challenges. Janica Flaylover moved closer to Ed Roth-Taylor and chuckled. "Hey, you keep reading the book Lucy gave you." Ed Roth-Taylor replied, "It's an important book. I think I'll be reading only this for now." Seeing that no one had challenged him yet, he thought to himself, "I have to assume I am now considered strong as well." Janica Flaylover's expression grew sad. "Important, I see." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, while there was a way to challenge someone first, that would be difficult for someone like Janica, given her personality. "I need to stay low." Suddenly a guard shouted, "Make way, the Saintess is coming." As the carriage arrived, Ed Roth-Taylor, confused, thought to himself, I turned to check how much the scenario had changed. First of all, it was strange that Clarice was here right now. Janica Flaylover looked at the carriage and gasped, "Wow, the Saintess!" Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, she wasn't supposed to participate in the joint combat training because it overlapped with the Holy Pope's visit. As Saintess Clarice stepped down from the carriage, Ed Roth-Taylor wondered, did the Holy Pope's visit get delayed? What major event could have caused such a change? What could have changed? Janica Flaylover, in shock, stammered, Saintess Clarice approached their table and said to Ed Roth-Taylor, "I had planned to send a letter, but I wanted to hurry and meet you, so I decided to just come." She smiled and said, "Hello, Ed." She suddenly pulled a chair and added, "I can't stay for long, but it would be great to have a short conversation with you." Janica Flaylover immediately stood up and lowered her head. Ed Roth-Taylor, still sitting, stammered, It's an honor, Saintess." Janica Flaylover blushed and trembled as she said, I am Janica Flaylover, Saintess. It's an honor to see you up close." Roth-Taylor thought to himself, even though she had lived in the countryside. A third of the Empire's population were Telos Order believers. Janica Flaylover grabbed Ed Roth-Taylor's sleeve as she tried to whisper, "Ed, what do I do?" Ed Roth-Taylor, sweating, thought to himself, this kind of reaction to meeting the Saintess was normal. Looking at her now, it was hard to believe she was the same person as Kylie Ekney. Through years of rigorous training, every one of her movements had become poised, exuding elegance. There were no signs of emotional disturbance. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, "I heard the Holy Pope and Archbishop will be visiting soon. Is it okay for you to be here?" Saintess Clarice replied, "The Holy Pope is visiting Trix Hall. Fortunately, it coincided with where I am. It was time for the joint combat training match announcement, so I thought you'd be here, Ed." Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, she came just to see me. Why? Saintess Clarice continued, "Although the Holy Pope is known for his intelligence, the Archbishop, Verdio, is equally sharp." She held her cup of tea and added, "It makes one wonder if he can read minds or something. The way he seems to know exactly what you're thinking is so fascinating. It must be a type of holy magic, right?" There were rumors that the Archbishop had the ability to see people's thoughts. Ed Roth-Taylor responded, "I see." Then he thought to himself, Verdio, mind reading, the ability to see thoughts. Suddenly, it hit him. I see. The real reason Clarice had come all this way and was speaking to him in such an unnatural manner became clear. Archbishop Verdio had the ability to read thoughts, and she was afraid he would discover that I knew her true identity. Ed Roth-Taylor said, "That capable, Archbishop Verdio is incredible. Of course, there's no way he'd ever meet someone like me with my lowly fallen status. Saintess Clarice asked, "Is that so?" Ed Rothtailor replied, "Yes, and I'll be busy with the joint combat training, so I will probably never meet him." Saintess Clarice closed her eyes and blushed as she murmured, "Never." Janika Flaylover hesitantly said, "You Saintess." As Saintess Clarice opened her eyes and looked at her, Janika Flaylover then asked, "Then, you're saying you came here just to see Ed?" She spun her braided hair between her fingers. Saintess Clarice stammered, "Ah, yes, that's true." Janika Flaylover looked at her intently and said, "While you were nervous about meeting the Holy Pope, you brought a carriage all the way here just to see Ed?" Saintess Clarice flustered, "No. So, too am human too, as so. Of course I get nervous, so." "Ah ha ha!" She laughed awkwardly as the other students listened. In shock, Saintess Clarice suddenly exclaimed, "Anyway, that's why. There are people you want to see, and when you think of the person you want to meet, and seeing his face, wait, so, since I was nervous." Her hands trembled as she looked down and blushed. "I just wanted to see him or meet him," she murmured to herself. "I guess that makes sense." She then abruptly stood up and ran away, blushing. "Oh, look at the time! The Holy Pope will arrive soon," she shouted, fleeing. The knights were shocked. "Saintess!" they called out as they watched Saintess Clarice rush into her luxurious carriage and speed off. The students and Janika Flaylover turned to look at Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor suddenly felt a sharp headache and broke into a sweat. He muttered to himself, "Ha! Whether she's Clarice or Kylie, she's hard to spend time with." A different scene at the arena of the joint combat training. "Woohoo!" a student shouted excitedly. His friend asked, "You didn't send any challenge requests either?" "Ed, yes, Ed. There are rumors among the new students that he's pretty strong. Of course, he's probably just strong among those third-year weaklings." Ed Rothtailor muttered to himself, "Just." "What?" Cordic smirked and said, "You need to prepare yourself. For the first and second-year matches, there's a rule that they can't use mid-rank magic or sharpened blades. But the upper grades are different," he added, taking out his axe. "Ka-ha-ha-ha! I'll make it clear before the match." It was Cordic Valadirk, a fourth-year combat faculty student ranked second, a man who never let his guard down against his juniors. "As you may know, my name is Cordic Valadirk," he announced. A girl in the crowd whispered, "I know they said you can't use sharpened weapons because they have the ability to kill, but that's just a blunt weapon." Her friend sighed, "Ha, I was so scared I'd have to go against that guy." Senior Professor Melina called out, "Okay, third-year Ed Rothtailor, fourth-year Cordic Valadirk, if both are ready, begin." Cordic immediately leaped toward Ed Rothtailor. "Ka-ka-ka-ka, my body is heating up." "Ka-ha-ha-ha," he cackled. "I never go easy just because it's a mock duel. If you feel the fear coursing through your body, then it's still not too late," he roared, swinging his axe. Ed Rothtailor let out a sigh. "Ha!" He raised his hand and cast flame. Suddenly, Cordic Valadirk exploded. Ed Rothtailor had used mid-rank magic particle explosion. Cordic Valadirk burned to a crisp, screaming in pain, "Kyok!" As the dust settled, he groaned, "Kyuk! What kind of mage has that kind of reaction speed?" The third years, Kyuk. Until last year, they were nothing much. Marilda and Mug stepped out beside Ed Rothtailor. Cordic Valadirk trembled. "Just. Where did this monster come from?" Ed Rothtailor suddenly continued his attack. A student gulped nervously. Gulp. Lying on the floor, Cordic Valadirk thought to himself it took around 5 seconds. "I was careful to make sure he wouldn't get hurt." "Sorry if you wanted to fight some more," Ed Rothtailor said nonchalantly. "Good work." The students erupted in cheers. "Whoa, woo!" Ed Rothtailor let out a sigh. "Whew," he thought to himself, "I couldn't focus on the fight because I was thinking about other things." After the Saintess's explosive visit, I had to take the directionally challenged Janika to the stadium. On my way to fight Cordic at the other stadium, I met someone unexpected. "Oh my, we meet again," Adele Saris greeted. Ed Rothtailor frowned. "What are you doing here? This is Glock Hall. Second year should be in Nail Hall." Adele Saris smiled. "What a coincidence. I heard even the way the wind blows is fate, so we must be quite closely connected." Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, "She's uncomfortable once the joint combat training is over." "Well then, I have to go," Adele Saris said. Ed Rothtailor clenched his fist. "I know that Adele Saris will die. Normally, I would weigh the scenarios, but the scenario had already shifted once I made Tanya student council president, thinking that it was arrogant to try and influence things that I had no power over, and thinking of those I've had to let Jijo. Now, it's difficult to just let things pass." "Hey," he called out. Adele Saris turned around. "Yes, Ed? You will die soon," he said. "That must be hard to believe." Trying to convince her would, I know, Adele Saris interrupted. Ed Rothtailor's eyes widened. What? He gasped. She knows she's going to die? How? As Ed Rothtailor rushed out after the duel, he thought to himself, has she possessed someone like me? No way. I need to hurry and find Taylor to see how much the scenario has shifted. And then Adele. Suddenly, the ground shakes. Ed Rothtailor exclaimed, it's an earthquake, he thought to himself. An earthquake? What is that sound? Even if the scenario had changed drastically, he had prepared thoroughly using predictions and imagination. But what was happening now, as he opened the window and looked outside, Ed Rothtailor saw a colossal figure emerging from the sea. His eyes widened in shock. Is something like this even within the realm of imagination? Why, is that here now? He murmured to himself. A being thought to have gone extinct, even in legend, a great calamity that could not be stopped by human strength alone. As a giant foot stepped onto the island, Ed Rothtailor's thoughts raced. The failed swordsman of Sylvania's final boss, the sacred lance dragon, has awoken. Episode 3, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania, second joint combat training. The protagonist, Taylor, crushed all the strongest freshmen. Then, finally, he took down Claude of the Faculty of Alchemy, who had drunk the evil god's blood, and exited the exam room, only to hear the news of Adele's death. At the time, the details of Adele's death were unknown. The innocent and childlike Clarice completely lost trust in the Order and became an entirely different person. The players of the game considered Clarice's sudden transformation a complete destruction of her character and dubbed her the Faithless Saintess. To contain the faithless Saintess, who now opposed them, the Order dispatched troops to Arkan Island. In the end, the one who went berserk and single-handedly destroyed the Order's forces was Act 3's final boss, an awakened Lucy. That was how Act 3 was originally meant to unfold. However, Sacred Lance Dragon, Wellbrock, he was the boss of Act 5, appearing only at the climax of the main story. Awakened as the final boss. Just what is going on here? The tides shifted from just a single step. A powerful gust of wind slammed into Ed Rothtailor, forcing him to grit his teeth. Gah! It wasn't magic, not even a deliberate attack. Simply by taking one step forward, students scattered in all directions as the Sacred Lance Dragon, Wellbrock, rampaged. Some fell to the ground screaming, Run! Wah! Half of the dormitory was reduced to ashes. Ed Rothtailor barely survived, only because he was in the faculty building. You-ah! He shouted as he ran. His survival was nothing more than sheer luck. Without hesitation, he jumped out of the window. If this continues, I might not be able to use magic for years. No, I might never be able to use magic again. Even if it means putting my life on the line, maximum output. Don't stop. Summoning Marilda, he mounted the beast. Marilda roared, Grah! I'll die either way. Run, Marilda! Even if I do nothing. Trix Hall a Knight urged Saintess Clarice. You must run, Saintess. I know. Quickly, gather the others and run. Saintess, please take my hand. I will escort you to the carriage we prepare. Before he could finish, a massive dragon scale blasted through the walls, ending the knights' lives in an instant. Gah! One groaned in pain. Saintess Clarice shielded herself, screaming, Kya! As the dust settled, she looked around. Just what is going on here? Artides, scales. The mere act of the dragon shaking off its scales had created this destruction. A knight barely clinging to life despite his severed arm assisted her. You must leave now. Please forgive my rudeness. Saintess Clarice's voice trembled. Who created that horrific thing? Marv, the knight called out. Prepare the carriage. Marv rushed forward, pulling a horse. Saintess, the carriage has already been destroyed. Instead, please take this horse. He's been trained well. He will take you across the Mexis Bridge and off Arkan Island. Tears welled in Saintess Clarice's eyes. I can't ride a horse. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Ugh! The knight, barely conscious as his severed arm bled profusely, pleaded, Please, just grab the reins and hold on to the horse's neck tightly. Even as he lost an ear, the knight forced himself to continue. Aye. Marv slapped the horse's flank. Go, take the Saintess outside the castle. The horse galloped away as Saintess Clarice screamed, Kya! Looking back, she trembled. Boo, ooh. I had always thought it was an exaggerated tale, like something from a myth. But now, I recall the story. The one the Archbishop used to read to me back then. Wellbrock, the Sacred Lance Dragon. Every time he unleashed his magic-laden breath, resembling the power of the sun, everything beneath him ceased to exist. As the Sacred Lance Dragon, Wellbrock prepared another attack, a terrified scream rang out. A system notification appeared. High-rank magic, large-scale magic nullification barrier, the attack was blocked. Saintess Clarice looked up in shock and confusion. That's... Principal Obel Forcius clenched his teeth. Damn, even high-rank magic can only deflect its breath. He narrowed his eyes at the rampaging dragon. You've awoken too early, Sacred Lance Dragon. Despite his efforts, the beast continued its destruction. Obel Forcius stepped forward, preparing to restrain it. So you aren't even going to give me the time to imprison you? He invoked his skill, highest rank telekinesis magic, Chains of Providence. From a distance, Lucy Merrill recalled her master's words. One day just once, when this school faces a great threat. Lucy exhaled slowly. This wasn't what I had in mind, old man. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed multiple high-rank telekinesis spells upon Wellbrock. The dragon roared in defiance. The chains shattered instantly. Lucy hovered before the enormous dragon, determination burning in her eyes. Saintess Clarice gasped in shock. With a surge of power, Lucy launched herself at Wellbrock's foot, only to be swatted away. She crashed into a distant wall. The force of the impact sent violent gusts of wind through the battlefield. Clarice struggled to hold onto her horse. As the dust settled, Lucy activated a protective barrier around herself, her expression unreadable. Obel Forcius, still standing his ground, nodded. Thank you for buying me time, Lucy. His spell was complete. Highest rank defensive magic, shield of the god of creation. The dragon's massive claws crashed against the divine shield, but were repelled. From a distance, Saintess Clarice watched in horror. Her breath came in ragged gasps. I have to hurry to the Mexis Bridge and escape this island. I have to run away. No. She trembled, staring at her blood-stained hands, the blood of the fallen students around her. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out. So you were safe, Saintess? She turned sharply. Senior. Ed Roth Taylor approached her, his expression unreadable. Nah, thank goodness you're here. Are you hurt? He extended a hand toward her. No, how did you know I was here? You had planned on meeting important guests, so I figured you'd be at Trix Hall. Clarice hesitated. I, was riding a horse to the Mexis Bridge. Ed shook his head. It's pointless. That area is too crowded. Even if you manage to leave the island, you won't escape the dragon's range. You'd only end up dying in vain. Without another word, he pulled her onto Marilda. Hold on tightly. Clarice clung to him, barely able to process the situation. Ed's thoughts raced. Human strength alone cannot prevail against this monster. Even with Lucy and Obel here, all they can do is hold it back. According to the original story, Taylor would raise his power to the maximum and acquire the ultimate swordsman form. Then, should I give up? His grip on the reins tightened. No, get it together. The main story has fallen apart. I must find the key variation that caused the plot to deviate. That will lead me to a way to send the Sacred Lance Dragon back into slumber. At first, I thought this was my fault, because up until now, whenever the story changed, it was because of me. But even if the flap of a butterfly's wings could cause a tornado, isn't the world ending just a little too much? Why is the finale of Act 5 happening now at the end of Act 3? First, I need to confirm who summoned the Sacred Lance Dragon. I have to analyze the key figures of Act 3 in order of importance. His eyes darted around. Lucy is fighting the dragon. Clarice doesn't seem to know anything. Behind him, Saintess Clarice clung to him desperately. In the distance, Taylor rallied the students. This way, everyone. Ed narrowed his eyes. Taylor, the protagonist, is an exception. Right now, he's focused on saving people. That means the only other person who could have changed the plot is. His eyes widened in realization. It can't be. Meanwhile, at Nail Hall, a deafening explosion rocked the corridors. A student screamed, "Run away! Wah!" Adele Saris walked calmly through the chaos, seemingly unaffected. She read the letter in her hand. Nail Hall Training Room, 1 p.m. Adele Saris, Clarice, please wait until your opponent for the next match is decided. But beneath it, a new message had been added. Combat training will be cancelled due to a sudden change in the Saintess's plans. Adele's lips curled into a faint smile. What a shame. We could have met, but I'm sure fate will have us meet one day. It's always been that way. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, the game's final boss, Wellbrock, awakens in the middle of Act 3. Fighting against him is impossible. Instead, there is a possibility of sealing him if I find the reason for his awakening. Let us take a look at the prominent characters of Act 3. It cannot be Lucy or Taylor, and it is not Clarice. As Adele said, I know. Ed Roth Taylor continued, speaking to himself, Adele. Her calm attitude, even when knowing of her death, was odd. If I find her, I am sure the truth will be unveiled. Let us leave Clarice somewhere safe and find Adele. However, I do not have much time. Time is... As Ed Roth Taylor said, we are here, St. Tess. Luckily, the barrier magic cast on the Ophalis Hall is still active. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, Senior, Ed Roth Taylor replied, head inside and wait for a little while. As Ed Roth Taylor sweated, he muttered, Ah. Then he said to himself, the barrier magic is still active. However, the first attack stage is a bombardment of Wellbrock scales, and the barrier failed to block it. St. Tess Clarice Ekner was shocked and crying as she said, everyone inside the Ophalis Hall is... Ed Roth Taylor suddenly grabbed her delicate wrist. She exclaimed, Oh! Ed Roth Taylor said, Not everyone. Then he thought to himself, the fact that the barrier magic is still active means that someone is maintaining the spell inside the maintenance room on the top floor. That means there must be a survivor on the top floor. As Ed Roth Taylor opened the door, he was shocked and confused by what he saw. He said, Miss Bell. Belle Maya was lying on the floor, wounded. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, I will use holy magic. I will make sure she... Ed Roth Taylor held Belle Maya. He thought to himself, it is hopeless. She had already fallen victim to the first attack and crawled up here in that state, just in case there were other survivors. Belle Maya coughed blood and trembled, saying, Cough. She handed a key to Ed Roth Taylor. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, Miss Bell. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, she would likely say. He remembered his military days and thought that she simply did what she had to. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, How could this happen? Ed Roth Taylor closed the eyes of Belle Maya. She slept forever. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, It cannot be. Miss Bell will be all right. Ed Roth Taylor grinned in frustration. He grabbed St. Tess Clarice Ekner and walked away. St. Tess Clarice Ekner cried out, Miss Bell. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, we will do what we must. Ed Roth Taylor used the key and said, first of all, since there is high-level magic active in your room, as long as it is not directly attacked, it should be safe, St. Tess. Please keep a strong heart. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, Ed Roth Taylor said, I will go out to get a grasp of the situation. St. Tess Clarice Ekner trembled in fear and said, You cannot. It is dangerous. Outside. Ed Roth Taylor said, look out the window. If we simply leave things as they are, then... Ed Roth Taylor looked out the window and was shocked and confused. He thought to himself, is that aspectual magic? And that is no normal aspectual magic circle. Could that method be? Ed Roth Taylor looked at the books and said, this is unrelated. This is... St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, Senior Ed, what are you doing all of a sudden? Ed Roth Taylor said, no. He thought to himself, it has to be here, since this is the St. Tess's room. Introduction to Holy Magic Techniques. Application of Holy Magic Techniques, here it is. Glock's Introduction to Aspectual Magic. Think. The sacred lance dragon was suddenly resurrected. Adele disappeared, and Clarice knows nothing. Finally, the aspectual magic circle materialized up in the skies above. It is neither Obel's nor Lucy's method. It is a method of application that I have never seen before. As the sacred lance dragon charged for another attack and spat flames onto the barrier, Principal Obel Forcius said, I cannot block it all. Kuh. As the sacred lance dragon shot another flame, Principal Obel Forcius shouted, no, that direction is... Ed Roth Taylor sweated and thought to himself, phew, this is... right. I understand it now. Was it not twisted from the beginning? If this was part of the original story, St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, Senior, did you figure something out? As light shone brightly outside the window, Ed Roth Taylor and St. Tess Clarice Ekner looked toward it. St. Tess Clarice Ekner shouted, Gah! She covered her face from the sacred lance dragon's attack. She said, the light. Ed Roth Taylor hugged St. Tess Clarice Ekner tightly as the sacred lance dragon's attack hit them and exploded. A few moments later, only ruins of the building remained. As the smoke cleared, St. Tess Clarice Ekner felt pain and opened her eyes, saying, you. Ugh. As blood dripped from her face, she looked at Ed Roth Taylor and said, ha, ha. Ed Roth Taylor said to St. Tess Clarice Ekner, whatever may happen, if you do not feel that you can handle it, ask me for help right away. St. Tess Clarice Ekner said, no, Senior Ed, no, you cannot. Ed Roth Taylor said, number is 160. As St. Tess Clarice Ekner tried to heal Ed Roth Taylor, she said, Please do not speak. I will do whatever it takes to make sure you. Ed Roth-Taylor spat blood and became unconscious. Saintess Clarice Eckner caught him as he collapsed. Saintess Clarice Eckner said, Senior, Ed? As the debris fell and effectual magic appeared, she cried out, No, why? Why did so many people? Even you, Senior Ed. You cannot die in my place. Please, please, no, please. No. She hugged Ed Roth-Taylor tightly and whispered, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Suddenly, she opened her eyes, shocked. Confused, she said, Huh? A boy nearby asked, Why did the Saintess come here? His friend replied, Did she come just to see that guy, Ed? Do they know each other? Saintess Clarice Eckner, still stunned, thought to herself, What is going on here? Janica Faylover blushed and gasped, The Saintess. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at Clarice confused. Saintess, you asked to speak with me. What did you want to talk about? Clarice thought to herself, Senior Ed. She suddenly climbed on top of the table and grabbed Ed Roth-Taylor's shirt. Shocked, Ed exclaimed, Huh? What are you? Clarice aggressively opened his shirt, revealing his chiseled body. Sweating, Ed stammered, Saintess? Clarice thought, he does not have any wounds. This cannot be. The other students looked on in disbelief. Janica Faylover rushed forward, pulling Ed away, and shouted with tears in her eyes, Saintess! Even if you are the Saintess, you cannot. In broad daylight, and in public too. This is... Ooh, a Saintess. Clarice sat back in her chair, panting. Ha, ha, she thought, was everything up until now a dream, a premonition, a hallucination? That is impossible. She glanced at her wrist. Everything I experienced, all of it was real. She saw bruises on her delicate wrist and trembled in fear. I have come back to the past, she thought. This morning, I briefly spoke with Senior Ed to stop him from meeting Verdio, the mind reader. Then I went to Trix Hall, and while waiting for the Holy Pope, while I was waiting, the sacred lance dragon appeared. Clarice thought in horror, I am going to die. Death, everyone will die. At this rate, everyone will die. Ed Roth-Taylor buttoned his shirt and said, Saintess? Suddenly, Clarice grabbed Ed's wrist and cried out, Q quick! What? Ed asked. We have to run, she shouted. Wait, Saintess? Saintess. Clarice pushed Ed into a carriage, thinking, I cannot just shake off the Saintess. What is going on here? Ed said, You must head to Trix Hall to meet the Holy Pope, Saintess. Clarice replied, I will take responsibility for everything. We must hurry to the Mexis Bridge as fast as possible. The carriage raced off. A student said, What just happened? His friend answered, The Saintess. Just kidnapped Ed Roth-Taylor. Janica Faylover stood frozen in silence and thought, Responsibility. Are they eloping? Ed said, Saintess. How long will you keep crying? This is going to cause problems. Clarice said, A great dragon will descend upon the skies of this very Arkan island, and most of us will die. Ed stared, What? Clarice replied, I have already died once. I returned to the past. You already saved me once, Senior. Back then you looked like you realized something, but before you could tell me, you were crushed by falling rubble, and you died in my place, and hic. Of course, I am sure you do not understand what I am talking about right now. But you said something before you died. As Saintess Clarice Eckner holds the rough hands of Ed Roth-Taylor, Saintess Clarice Eckner said that regardless of what happens, I should come to you for help, and that I should tell you that no matter what. Ed sighed. If you say something like that, just how am I supposed to respond? He looked out the window, sweating. Marv said, Saintess, there are inspection personnel ahead at the Mexis Bridge. We will have to wait for now. Ed said, Saintess, going this way was a mistake. It would be best to turn around and meet the Holy Pope. And I, Clarice suddenly spoke, 1-5-1-5-5-0-0-1-6-0. Ed Roth-Taylor froze in shock. Marv chuckled nervously. Ha ha, it is so crowded here. Saintess, it seems that due to the Holy Pope's visit, merchandise from the LT Trading Company is backed up. Looks like this will take a while. Ed shouted, We need to get through. This is an emergency, so just get past them as best you can. Marv panicked, but then the academic society will complain. Ed snapped, The Saintess is in danger. No, all of us are. As long as it is possible, break through. Nothing else matters. Marv said, Then please hold on tight. As the horses suddenly surged forward, Marv declared, I have spent 22 years as a coachman. I can even cross the seas if I try hard enough. Marv shouted as he drifted the carriage toward the front. Ed Roth-Taylor said, Great. Then he thought to himself, soon, the sacred lance dragon will be revived and we will all die. I decided to completely believe Clarice's words, however absurd they sounded. The numbers Clarice had just recited, they were a string that no one else in this world would understand. 15, 500, 160. Roka 15, 500, 160. He whispered internally, before I came over to this world, that was my military service number. Ed said aloud, I see. If even the Awfulest Hall had fallen, then there was no safer place left on Arkan Island. That is why you chose to escape. Also, if time truly has been rewound, then a spectral magic must have been involved. Among the current magical theories, only a spectral magic can interfere with the flow of time. I think I am starting to perspire. Are you listening? Saintess Clarice Ekner, savoring the closeness to Ed Rothtailor's chiseled body, murmured, Ah, yes. Just let me stay like this for a little while, please. You were saying this happened due to a spectral magic? Ed replied, That is right. But turning back time on such a large scale should have been impossible with a human's magical power. However, if it is as you said, then... Suddenly, Wellbrock appeared. Clarice screamed in fear, Kia, ugh, she thought to herself, still. This time, we have successfully escaped. We have left Arkan Island. So we should be fine. But it happened again. Wellbrock groaned, ugh. Clarice thought it was a living nightmare. Ed said, Are you all right, Saintess? Clarice turned back and gasped, Senior Ed. She was horrified. Senior, she saw Ed wounded. Cough, cough. Ed gasped, Saintess, do not give up. You must continue onward. Clarice, trying to heal him, cried, No, you are going to be okay, I swear. I will make sure you... I am so sorry. Once again, I was not able to help you. I was not able to do anything, while you helped me, and died once again for my sake. Yet I still have not done anything for you. While I depend on you, I am sorry. I am so sorry. Hick, Ed said weakly. There is no need to apologize. There is no reason to cry. I will help you again. I am sure I will. So, he held Clarice's face gently. So, please do not cry in despair. Senior Ed, Clarice said softly, trembling. Ed dozed off. Clarice shivered in fear. Oh, she thought, this cursed blessing. Instead of someone like me, he should have had it. If I could, if I could return to the past just once more. As Wellbrock prepared for another attack and fired. Clarice suddenly opened her eyes. Ed Rothtailor asked, Saintess, you asked to speak with me. What did you want to talk about? Clarice said, She could not control her tears. She hugged Ed Rothtailor tightly while Janica Failover watched in frustration. Saintess, Ed exclaimed. Clarice cried to herself, No matter what, I will save you. She put Ed inside the carriage. Wait, Saintess. Just what are you? Ed asked. Clarice shouted. This time, we will go the other way. Yes. She turned to Marv. Hurry, to the east. She thought, I explained the situation to Senior Ed while escaping inside the carriage, and we decided on a place to hide. But Wellbrock struck the carriage with precision. Clarice thought, my third regression. She held Ed in her arms. Hick, no. We ran to the other side of the island, but we did not have enough time. My fourth regression. She put Ed into the carriage again. Wait, Saintess, just what are you? Ed asked. We went to the seaside cavern by the western sea that Senior Ed guided us to, but it collapsed. My 12th time. We went to Professor Glass's secret laboratory, but we were hit directly by the sacred lance dragon's magical attacks. My 15th time. Ed said, fading again. 22nd. She shoved Ed into the carriage once more. Saintess, he cried out. Clarice thought again, and again, and again. She watched Ed fall over and over and grew exhausted. Huff, Saintess, Ed called to her. Ha, she panted. Clarice thought, I do not know why time is being rewound, but regardless of where we went in the academy, neither the Holy Pope nor the Archbishop were present. Above all, wherever we ran to, this man, Ed, sweating, asked, What is going on? Clarice looked at him and thought, would die. I have repeated this day dozens of times, but he would always save me and die in my place. Ed Rothtailor said, Saintess. Saintess Clarice Ekner muttered, 151001602. She trembled in frustration and thought to herself, what am I supposed to do now? Marv said, Saintess, there are inspection personnel coming out of the Mexis Bridge. We will have to wait for now. Clarice thought, ah, I see. We are already at the Mexis Bridge. I am sure Senior Ed will yell out the window that we have to get past them no matter what. But Ed Roth-Taylor opened the door and said, for now, please stop here. Clarice looked at him in confusion. Ed stepped out of the carriage and said, please get off, Saintess. What? Clarice asked in disbelief. Ed removed his blazer. I do not know how many times it has been for you, but he gently placed his coat over Clarice's shoulders. You need to rest. Tears began to flow from her eyes. Ah, she whispered, then thought, I do not understand why he stopped the carriage in such a dire situation. But this is my first time experiencing this. Ed said, I know a couple of people worth asking for help from. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing his muscular arms. Clarice thought, something has changed. We do not have time for that, she protested. I do not want to see you die anymore, so please just run away. The Mexis Bridge will be blocked off once the incident occurs. I tried everything I could think of. I tried dragging you away by force. I tried to run away again and again and again, all in different ways. Ed calmly said, it is okay. I tried everything with even the faintest glimmer of hope, but nothing worked. It was all in vain, Clarice cried. I told you it is okay, Ed reassured her. And it was not in vain. He opened a small container of ointment. These wounds on your body that will not heal are a big risk factor, he said. Why is it that these wounds remain despite time turning back? He gently applied the ointment to Clarice's delicate skin. The holy magic's blessing that you bear will target those hostile against you, or those who bear the intent to attack you, and it will protect your body. Another protection it offers is complete resistance against holy magic. That is why Archbishop Verdio's mind reading did not work on you. If so, why is it that only your memories and wounds remain intact? He dropped the ointment jar and said, that is because this very phenomenon of time being rewound is itself being realized through holy magic. It is likely that effectual magic is being used to actually rewind time. Clarice thought to herself, so at that time, what Senior Ed realized was this. Ed continued, the only way to fuel a spell affecting such a wide area would be through a holy magic technique using a god's power as its foundation. Do you see a new hope now? He sparkled with a renewed sense of purpose. Actually, he asked, how many times have you repeated this day? Without warning, Clarice hugged him tightly. Gah! Ed gasped. Clarice cried harder and said, I do not know. I know I was counting at the start, but after 10 times, I just forgot. Ed gently placed his hand on her head and said, you have done well to come this far, Saintess. First, calm yourself, settle your heart, and do not wear yourself out. He thought to himself, whenever people find themselves repeatedly crashing against an insurmountable wall, they always desire the same thing, a new hope. After that, Ed said, just leave everything to me. We have found the cause, he thought. So running away is no longer the answer. Now, we must remove the source of the problem. I thought it was strange, even back when playing the game. Clarice changed far too quickly after Adele's death. The faithless saint. The way she so suddenly opposed the order in its entirety was to the extent that it was taken as a destruction of her character. But if I think back to it now, it is as if she experienced so much that her personality itself changed. It was impossible to know through the game, but if Clarice had to experience this indescribable hell a countless number of times before learning that the order was behind it, then her shift into the faithless saint makes perfect sense. If so, we can conclude that nothing has changed from the original story. At Nail Hall, considering this, Ed continued and thought, what Clarice must do now is also clear. Even if she runs away from the Holy Lance dragon, time will turn back, and we cannot eradicate the dragon itself either. Then, Ed Roth-Taylor said, please listen closely, Saintess. We will stop the resurrection of the Holy Lance dragon. First, we must find the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, as they would be capable of this level of holy magic. Saintess Clarice Eknair said, I have asked countless times while repeating this day, but nobody seemed to know where they were. Is that not strange? Given their high status, each and every move of theirs should draw plenty of eyes and ears. Ed Roth-Taylor replied, yes. As they pushed through other students, Ed added, it would draw plenty of eyes and ears. The students murmured among themselves, the Saintess and Ed Roth-Taylor? Taylor glanced at Ed and said, what is with him? Ed thought to himself, were Taylor and Wade in the middle of a spar. The scene in Act 3, Chapter 5, where he awakens his swordsman form and easily takes victory. Wade Callamore hit Taylor in the head and shouted, how dare you look away? Taylor responded, come on, you look too. Please get off of me, Ed said. No, Saintess Clarice Ekner insisted. Ed thought to himself, Taylor, I guess the story has changed after all. Let us not dwell on unimportant thoughts. He shielded Clarice's head with his arm, thinking, the Holy Lance Dragon will be resurrected soon. As they ran away, Ed thought, what is important right now is finding the Holy Pope and the Archbishop, whose whereabouts were lost at the Mexis Bridge. And the person most likely to know their whereabouts is... Ed said to Lortel Kecheln, sell me some information. Lortel Kecheln replied, oh my, what a pleasure to see you. Did you happen upon a profitable situation? Ed thought, all information on Arkan Island passes through Lortel. Lortel grabbed Ed's arm, pressed it against her chest and said, well, I will hear you out first, and... He thought, and if it is Lortel Kecheln? Lortel glanced at Clarice and blinked in confusion. Huh? She will be able to maintain her calm demeanor, no matter the situation, Ed thought. You have been studying new spells day in and day out, Lortel said. Did you perhaps pick up a hypnosis spell along the way? Ed looked upward in silent frustration. Even so, Lortel continued, aiming for the Saintess as much too. There is someone I need to find right now, Ed interrupted. I need to find them before the joint combat training, at the latest. I will pay you however much money you ask for. Lortel frowned and said, tell me what is going on first. A few moments later, near the Mexis Bridge carriage depot, a servant shouted, acting company leader. As you have ordered, I have gathered all the witness information from near the Mexis Bridge, Lortel said. Now then, shall we discuss the price? I normally charge a high fee, but today I might have to charge extra. She turned to Ed and continued, first off, because you said it was an emergency, I withdrew from my last spar and accompanied you. And I can understand you, since this is just how you are, Senior. But seeing how the Saintess has changed so suddenly. From her carriage, Clarice looked on and said, Senior Ed Roth Taylor. I fail to understand what is going on here, Lortel said. Ed asked, you said you were waiting for your last spar, right? Then, it took us quite a while to come this way, so the joint combat training should be coming to an end soon. Yes, Lortel replied. And what about it? Lortel, Ed said. You maintain your calm demeanor no matter the situation, and you excel in making rational judgments and acting accordingly. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? She asked. It is just that, especially in times like these, you shine so brilliantly. As such, no matter what happens, stay calm, and please believe in what I am about to say. Senior, did you not say you were out of time? She asked. That is right, Ed answered. That is why I am saying this. Lortel stood in shock and remained frozen. Suddenly, the ground shook. Debris struck the ground. The coachman shouted at the horse, nay! Wellbrock's attacks hit the nearby buildings. The coachman screamed in pain, gah! The horse cried out, ah! Ed used his skill to block the falling debris and pulled Lortel tightly into his embrace. He was struck from behind. Lortel gasped, wide-eyed, as she stared at the wings of Wellbrock. Wellbrock stepped forward, the ground trembling beneath each step. It screeched. Rain began to fall. Lortel whispered, what is going on? She opened her eyes wide. Ed gently set her down. Cough, he muttered. Senior Ed, Lortel cried out. So, how much? Ed asked, despite the blow he had taken. Huff, huff, Lortel panted, then smiled. Compared to my life, it looks like I will have to pay you back instead. I do not need anything, Ed said. He took the paper from her. Lortel smirked. Is that so? What a lucrative deal. According to the 13 witness testimonies, the Holy Pope and Archbishop used a concealment rune and traveled down isolated roads while accompanied by troops. Ed Roth Taylor asked, and their destination? Lortel Kecheln answered, the academic cathedral within the faculty building. As he looked at the carriage, Saintess Clarice Ekner punched the door open and shouted, Senior Ed? She ran out and immediately hugged Ed Roth Taylor, crying, Senior Ed, no, you cannot. Are you okay? What do? You are bleeding. Lortel Kecheln stood there, stunned. Then she exhaled and said, Phew, quit stammering. Let us get moving. It looks like at least one horse is still barely capable of moving. She took hold of the horse and added, It is greatly wounded, but it can reach the faculty building. Quite the stroke of luck. Ed Roth Taylor stepped into the stirrup and said, We must hurry. Then he turned to Lortel and said, Give me the reins. Lortel held the reins tightly and replied, Even if there is a saddle, having more than 2 people on it would be tough. One of us has to stay behind. Ed Roth Taylor said, The Saintess and I must go. Still gripping the reins, Ed added, If I must explain. It is a long story, but... Hop, Saintess Clarice Ekner exclaimed, as Lortel helped her onto the horse. You must hurry, Saintess, Lortel urged. Ah, Clarice exclaimed. Lortel said, I am sure you have a reason for this, Senior Ed. I will believe in you. She handed over the reins. Ed said, thank you, Lortel. I will repay this debt later, I swear. Lortel suddenly grabbed Ed's hand. No, she whispered. Then she stepped into the stirrup and said, you will be paying me back now. She kissed Ed Rothtaylor. Saintess Clarice Ekner blushed and said, hey. She stared at Lortel, stunned. She gasped. Lortel got down and said, it seems this second time was also me, Senior Ed. Well, I do need to buy insurance, after all. Lortel, Ed murmured. Then Lortel slapped the horse. Eek, the Saintess yelped. Lortel called out, Saintess, there is a proper order to things in the real world, so if you cling to a product someone else has already claimed, things will get quite messy. She waved goodbye, then stopped walking. Silently, she said, no, I am not confusing things. The calamitous reign of the Holy Lance Dragon should have ended 300 years ago. Put on a smile, Lortel Cashon. She looked up and said, he who laughs in the face of danger will find himself the victor in the end. As Wellbrock's colossal foot came down toward her. Meanwhile, Ed Rothtaylor and Saintess Clarice Ekner rode away on horseback. Principal Obel Forcius and Lucy Merrill faced Wellbrock head-on. Ed said, you must take to heart what I have told you, Saintess. Okay, Clarice replied. She thought to herself, there is no way he is not scared. I'm sure he must want to run away. Just how is it that he... The horse neighed in pain and collapsed. Ed shielded Saintess Clarice Ekner with his body as she clung to him. Gah! Ed groaned in pain. Clarice shut her eyes, then slowly opened them. Senior Ed, you are bleeding, she said. She thought, how is he? I am fine, Ed said, standing up. I have been hurt far worse than this more than a few times before. How is he so strong? The Saintess thought. More importantly, Ed said, the Academy Cathedral. When they arrived, it seems like we made it to the right place after all, Ed said. He thought to himself, within the long history and grand scale of the Holy Imperial Capital, they are revered as the greatest of holy sorcerers. They are strong enough that, were they to be gathered together, even Lucy would have a hard time fending them off. And they are loyal to the point of always being prepared to lay down their lives for Telos, an honorable title held by only 8 people, the Apostles of Telos. Please step away from the entrance right this instant, Clarice shouted. Ed thought, the Apostles' only weakness is their religious devotion. They would gladly give up their lives at the Saintess's word. One apostle said, my apologies, Saintess. I am following His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldine's orders. No one may pass by me. This is all for your sake, Saintess. Ed drew his dagger and pointed it at them. The apostles attacked. Gah! Ed groaned. Saintess, he called out. You must break through. Saintess, I have told you that you may not pass. Another apostle shouted. But Saintess Clarice Ekner ran toward the Academy Cathedral. Ed threw an item, a magic engineering tool, impact-amplifying wave ball. As the apostles tried to stop her, one slipped and slid away, screaming, Gah! The apostles of Telos looked at Ed Rothtaylor. Ed Rothtaylor cast, basic wind magic, windblade. The apostles of Telos scoffed, One of them glanced toward Saintess Clarice Ekner entering the cathedral and clicked his tongue. Tisk. They turned back to Ed and asked, who are you? You are overexerting yourself. You have already lost a lot of blood. It is already over. Just give up. But as Ed Rothtaylor began to charge his magic, their expressions turned to shock and confusion. He clenched his fist harder and said, not yet. He used mid-rank magic, magic arrow, fires condensed magic power in the form of arrows. The number and arc can vary depending on the user's proficiency. In response, the Apostle of Telos activated high-rank magic, Holy Body Awakening. Using holy magic, all magical power is converted into physical energy. He pointed his spear at Ed and said, I did not want to kill you, but... Ed fired his magic arrows. The Apostle evaded the bolts and shouted, I am an honorable Apostle of Telos. Lightspeed Taldarak. Lightspeed Taldarak lunged, I will be taking your life. His spear pierced Ed's chest. Ed Rothtaylor, despite the pain, said, listen closely, Saintess. When as time repeated, Principal Obel Forcius and Lucy Merrill were still fighting Wellbrock. Ed said, I was already wrong. Saintess Clarice Ekner cried, then. But Ed shook his head. I am not telling you to give up. Rather, you should break through instead. Even if you say you have repeated this day countless times, your body and mind have not been restored. I do not know how long you will be able to hold out, but you must come to a perfect understanding of exactly what is going on. Hold your heart steady and give it your everything. Ed grabbed the hand of Lightspeed Taldarak and said, "And if time were to rewind once more?" He stabbed Taldarak's hand. "Gah!" Taldarak cried out in pain. "How can this be?" Ed said firmly. "Then this time you must finish everything perfectly." Glock's ring lit up. "You dare!" Taldarak roared. Ed replied, "Of course that does not mean I will go down without a fight." Suddenly, Marilda appeared behind Taldarak and lunged in to devour him. "Gah!" Taldarak screamed as Ed collapsed to the ground. Marilda shouted, "You! Have you gone mad? You should have summoned me from the very beginning." Ed gasped. "You would have lost. He is too fast and strong for you," Marilda exclaimed. "You, geez. Hey, no. Keep it together. Cough. Huff, huff," Ed breathed as his vision began to fade. "Do not die on me. Please do not die," Marilda said desperately. Ed looked toward the Academy Cathedral. His eyes slowly closed. "Ed," Marilda cried. At the cathedral door, "Open, open," Saintess Clarice Ekner shouted. She muttered to herself, "The door is locked, but I have been here plenty of times. Past this door is a large corridor, and past that, a sacred chamber. Sacred." She used her magic. "Ugh." Boom! The door exploded. "Huff, huff, huff," she panted. Suddenly, confusion struck her. "Huh." Blood dripped to the ground. "You are Adele," she gasped. Adele approached her, staggering. Clarice caught her and cried out, "Adele, Adele." "Aha, Adele, just what happened? How did this?" Adele whispered, "Saintess, you are here sooner than expected." "What?" Clarice asked, stunned. Adele gently touched Clarice's chest and murmured, "Still?" Saintess Clarice Ekner recoiled in shock. "There is no need to come back again," Adele said as she walked forward. Clarice stared at Adele's arm. "That is a holy blessing?" For that one mark, the holy power of the Archbishop, the 6 bishops, the 8 apostles, and the Holy Pope must be gathered in their entirety. There is only one person who can have this holy blessing inscribed on their body. The Saintess. Clarice's eyes widened. "How? There is not much time left," Adele said. "It will all be over soon. Please wait just a little longer." "What are you talking about?" Clarice shouted. Her arm began to glow. She rushed forward and cried, "Adele!" Adele's body lit up, and then she shone brightly. Suddenly, time rewound again. Ed Rothtaylor said, "Saintess, you asked to speak with me. What did you want to talk about?" "Saintess." Clarice stood up silently. In frustration, she replied, "Yes." She looked at Ed and said, "I will now tell you everything." Meanwhile, Adele remembered, "My first memory is seeing seagulls flying high in the skies above the harbor." She called to some children running nearby. "Stop right there. Do not run. You will get hurt." The children looked at her in confusion. "You could end up tripping over a rock, so watch where you are going carefully," she said. She glanced behind and smiled. "My parents ran away from their homeland to the trade city of Oldek while seeking refuge from the war. However, it did not change much, if anything at all. They were used and scammed, and in the end, they spent their days barely being able to afford even a single piece of bread a day." As a sandwich, cookies, and a bottle of milk were given to Adele, she began to eat the sandwich and said, "Nom." Her father smiled and said, "Adele, your father has something to take care of, so I will be back soon. Just wait here for a bit." Adele replied, "Okay." As her father walked away, he glanced back one last time. The other people nearby continued about their business. He broke into a run and muttered, "Gah." Adele said quietly, "Thank you." She thought to herself, that luxurious sandwich, something I would never have been able to eat normally, strangely enough, tasted like nothing at all. She watched as her father cried while walking away. Adele stood up and said, "Now then, time to go." A nearby child shouted, "Hey, be careful." His friend tripped and cried out in pain. "Ah," Adele thought. I had become an orphan. At the Deldaros orphanage, Adele thought to herself, the sole virtue in the trade city of Oldek was faith. This applied even to the children. This orphanage, which received support from the Telos order, was still on the better side. The reason being that because we were considered servants of God, we were allowed to rest when made to pray in the chapel. After picking up a lute cast aside at the dock, I learned to play hymns on it, which allowed me to spend more time at the church, distancing me just a little from the strenuous labor. One day, a wealthy man exclaimed, "Archbishop Verdio, congratulations on your entry into the Holy Imperial Capital," another man said eagerly. "Archbishop, I will pay double the offerings we give to the merchantry, so please allow us into the Holy Imperial Capital." Archbishop Verdio laughed. "Ha ha, really, there is no need for this. Thank you." As he gestured, he accidentally knocked over a candle holder beside him. "Ah," he squealed, almost like a little girl. "Chiga!" Fire! His robe caught fire. The wealthy man panicked. Archbishop, are you all right? Adele quickly threw a pail of water at the flames, soaking Verdio. She said calmly, something terrible would have happened had the altar room caught fire. She continued pouring water to fully extinguish the flames. Archbishop Verdio looked at her in shock. How did you know this would happen? Adele, having prepared buckets of water beforehand, replied, I saw it in a dream. I have dreams like this once or twice a month, although I cannot see my own future. Archbishop Verdio gently held Adele's small hands. She was shocked and confused. It is a true honor to have met the vessel that will stand at the top of the order before anyone else, he said softly. O Saintess of Telos. 1. Adele thought to herself. It all happened overnight. I had over a dozen attendants, luxurious meals, and the respect of high-ranking clergymen. I had to pray every day, receive lessons on etiquette, and sacrifice time for sleep to study. It was incomparable to the life of poverty I once lived. I received baptisms thrice, from the Holy Pope, the Archbishop, and the greatest apostle. I carried on the will of the Holy Imperial Capital and bore the Holy Magic's blessing on my body. With the baptisms and the blessing, my holy power grew stronger. Finally, I had completed every procedure except for the baptism of the stigmata, and for the first time, I was able to see my own future. She saw Wellbrock with her own eyes. In another scene, Archbishop Verdio shouted, What do you mean you will give up on being the saintess? What are you saying? Adele calmly replied, Thank you very much for all the care you have given me thus far. I wish to serve Lord Telos through other means, aside from being the saintess. Verdio sighed. Ha! I see. So I cannot convince you after all. He looked back at her and continued. The precognitive ability you possess is a spectral magic. It can twist the providence of time created by Lord Telos. It is because of that instinctive ability that you were selected as the saintess. Verdio's gaze darkened with anger. Your talents are too great. It seems you have finally become able to see your own future. Adele thought. Years passed by. I gave up being the Telos Order's saintess and remained in the Holy Imperial Capital as caretaker of the Holy Flame. I played the lute throughout the night. Whenever I would fall asleep, my future would appear once again before me. Wellbrock's roar echoed in her mind. Gah! Said Archbishop Verdio yelled. The plan has gone awry. If we intend to calm the god-eating Holy Lance Dragon of creation, we must offer the saintess as a sacrifice. Adele thought to herself, I was able to hear many things while I was in the Holy Imperial Capital. The world was coming to peace. This was all thanks to the extraordinarily wise rule of Holy Emperor Clol. However, in a peaceful world, none sought God. As a result, the Holy Pope's influence was reduced. Verdio, who was both a clergyman and a businessman, knew all too well what was needed: fear of ruin and a miracle of God. They would revive the Holy Lance Dragon, which had been sealed on Arkan Island, in order to plant terror in the people's hearts. The order would then show a miracle by subjugating that very disaster. Archbishop Verdio had been searching for a saintess as a sacrifice to seal the Holy Lance Dragon from the very beginning. That sacrifice was me. I believed that by running away I had stopped that future from ever occurring. However, several years later, Saintess Clarice Ekner opens the window and shouted, Adele! Adele thought to herself, she was not as talented as I was at a spectral magic, but she was a young girl with an incredible gift for holy magic. Her countenance and grace, her intelligence and personality. Anyone looking at her would think she was born to be the saintess. Saintess Clarice Ekner sighed deeply. Adele, what do I have to do in order to live a pure life? Adele thought to herself, no, I have to tell her. It was because I ran away that you became the saintess. My struggle to survive will lead to your death. That is why. She looked at Saintess Clarice Ekner and said, I would rather die in the sewers than live as a blank pure white canvas. And she thought to herself, you have to run away. As Adele sang The Green Fogs of the Denkin Swamp, she thought to herself, run away. And she sang more, saying, the golden light from the fields of the golden city of Clolon. And she thought again, run away. Adele continued to sing, the red roofs of the trade city of Oldek, and she said to herself, as long as it is not here, anywhere is fine. She sang, the viridescent light of knowledge from the scholarly lands of Sylvania, and she said to herself, please, run away from me, Clarice. Every night I would sing of freedom and romanticism, hoping that Clarice would run away. However, guilt would stab into my heart every time I saw that girl smile, because I knew that all of this was nothing more than lies and pure hypocrisy. And early one morning, I ran away again, In this way, I became a wandering minstrel. My final destination was this place, Sylvania Academy. As Adele walked wounded, she groaned in pain. Ugh, guh. The students nearby said, "Hey, are you all right?" Adele thought to herself, "At first, I did not understand the timing of the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Now, though, I was aware of precisely when and how everything would take place. When I made my way into the chapel, the third apostle of Telos, Taldarak, would speak. Taldarak said to Adele, 'Outsiders are forbidden from entering.' Adele thought to herself, 'Then I would roll up my sleeves and show him.' She said aloud, This is the blessing of holy magic?" Adele thought to herself, "I would take advantage of his surprise to enter the chapel where the apostles of Telos would be waiting in battle for me. And in order to awaken the Holy Lance Dragon, there would be a chest containing a necklace bearing Wellbrock's fang. I would try countless times to convince Verdio and the apostles, but they would not listen to me. Seeing how they had not brought Saintess Clarice from Trix Hall, they must have assumed that the stories of the Holy Lance Dragon were no more than exaggerated fairy tales. A true display of arrogance. They would quickly send someone to Trix Hall. In the end, they sought the Saintess to save them. They needed to sacrifice a Saintess in order to feed the Holy Lance Dragon a great amount of holy power, enough to sate its hunger. The sacrificial circle inscribed on the floor of the chapel would put Wellbrock to sleep by sacrificing the Saintess's life. Then, everything would come to an end. As Wellbrock's fangs started to light up, Adele cried out in pain. "Ugh, gah." She thought to herself, "It is fine. Although my life may have been meaningless, it is not as though it amounted to nothing. It may have all been built on lies, but I saw the light in Clarice's eyes." However, what I could not have predicted was that the blessing of holy magic would protect my body from the necklace. The spectral magic within me was activated and pushed to its limits. As spectral magic uses holy power as its fuel to wrap itself around the world's flow of time, again and again and again. I was surprised that Clarice was able to burst in last time, but I do not have much holy power left, Adele said in pain and exhaustion. "Now, just 1 or 2 more times. It will be over. In 2 or 3. Once I have used up all my holy power, even these loops will come to an end. It is over." And she walked towards the Academy Cathedral. Suddenly, a man touched her delicate shoulder. Adele looked at Ed Roth-Taylor confused and said, What? You? Huff, huff. Ed Roth-Taylor said, "Do you prefer orange juice?" Adele thought to herself, "Just what?" Ed Roth-Taylor continued, "Or just cold water?" Still confused, Adele looked at him and said, "What is this man doing here?" Archbishop Verdio said, "We will not be able to stop the Holy Lance Dragon. Did you think that, after all this time, I would believe you? The Order will make a miracle happen today, and all of humanity will once again bow before our Lord and God, Telos." As Adele said to herself, the Order's arrogance and the Holy Lance Dragon's revival, the only way to put an end to this would be to offer the life of a Saintess to the rune of sacrifice. The life of a Saintess. The life of a Saintess. I had nothing to regret. This was meant to be my duty to begin with. However, the blessing of holy magic protected me. It called upon the spectral magic within me with its greatest power and rewound the world's time. With a body just barely recovered enough to survive, I opened my eyes in the hall leading to the combat training room in Glocked Hall. The blessing of holy magic would lose its power once I ran out of holy power anyway, and the Holy Lance Dragon would be sealed. And so, I repeated my walk down this hall. That arrogance repeated itself. The Holy Lance Dragon was revived, and in the worship hall, after everyone had left to find Clarice, I placed myself in the rune of sacrifice again and again. This is my punishment. I should have never passed my duties off to someone else. Thinking about it that way makes it all a bit easier. This will not last forever. There is a limit to holy power, after all. I gave up on convincing Verdio. If it is impossible to stop him. Adele trembles while leaning on the door, and she said to herself, "This time, the moment I enter the cathedral, I will throw myself into the rune of sacrifice without any hesitation. I will stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon itself and make sure that none of this comes to pass. I am almost there." Suddenly, Ed Roth-Taylor holds her, and she looks at Ed Roth-Taylor and said to herself, "But why?" Adele said, What, you?" Ed Roth-Taylor said, "I prefer drinking cold water so you can have the orange juice." As Ed Roth-Taylor sat her on the bench, Adele said, "Right now, I need to." Ed Roth-Taylor handed over a cup and said, "Hey, you are going to die soon." Adele was shocked while holding the cup. Adele, in shock, said to herself, "I remember, Ed Roth-Taylor. At the very beginning, he appeared in front of me just once. In the past, Ed Rothtaylor said to her, "You are going to die soon." Adele said to herself, "The world continued just as it was, but aside from that very first time, he never appeared in front of me." At that time, my reply was, Adele smiled and said, "I know." Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, "This conversation feels like an old, distant memory. It feels like I have returned to the beginning. Nothing has changed." Ed Rothtaylor said, "Yeah." And he continued to say to himself, "I have to end this conversation and head to the cathedral. I need to bring an end to everything." Ed Rothtaylor said, "That is it?" Adele said, "What?" Ed Rothtaylor said, "I do not know everything, but you are about to die, and that is all you have to say." Adele said, Yes, that is it." "What is wrong with that? I need to hurry," and Ed Rothtaylor said, "Is that really it?" Adele said, "No, I do not." As Adele said to herself, "I have confirmed it countless times through these unending loops. I will die." I had already known that since long ago. Even back then, there was nothing I wanted to say. As Ed Rothtaylor said before, "Is that it?" Adele said to herself, "I wonder. I feel like I did have something more to say." But I sang instead, and Clarice smiled for me. Was that not enough? Ed Rothtaylor continued to ask, "Is that it?" Adele, annoyed, shouted, "Jake, just stop, leave me alone." As she remembered her last moments with her father holding the expensive sandwich, she said, "Just leave me." And she said to herself, "I wonder if that was it," as she sat alone on the bench, and her father walked away. Adele smiled and said, "Thank you." Suddenly her vision changed as Ed Rothtaylor asked, "Is that it?" Adele was shocked. As she looked at her father again, she cried and said to herself, "I wonder if it really was." What I wanted to say as I watched my hesitant father's back was not thank you. I wanted to scream for him to stay with me. At the end of these countless lies, Adele trembled and said, "I am scared. I do not want to die." As tears flowed into her cup, she said to herself, as if a dam had broken, the truth came flooding out. Ed Rothtaylor said, "Phew," as Ed Rothtaylor took a sip of his water from a bottle, and he placed it on the bench and said, "Phew, jeez." While Adele continued to cry and tremble, Ed Rothtaylor stood up and said, "You sure had a hard time saying something so obvious." As he rolled up his sleeves, Ed Rothtaylor said, "Tell me everything you know. Let us bring an end to this." A few moments later, Saintess Clarice said, "I will now tell you everything." Saintess Clarice said to herself, "After listening to my story, Senior Ed decided to move separately from me. He decided to go looking for Adele, while I headed to the cathedral. As Tal'Darak came out of the cathedral, he said, "Saintess, were you not waiting at the Trix Hall? Why are you here?" Saintess Clarice said to herself, "I need to focus." And she said, "Move aside, Tal'Darak." As she passed him, Saintess Clarice said to herself this time, "I will finally learn the whole story." Suddenly, she opens the door of the cathedral and said, "Stop everything you are doing right now. Holy Pope Eldine, Apostles of Telos, and Archbishop Verdio." Archbishop Verdio said, "Saintess Clarice?" Saintess Clarice said, "Archbishop Verdio, I believed you to be an innocent believer who put the Holy Imperial Capital above all else." Archbishop Verdio said, "That is correct. I live only for the sake of the Holy Imperial Capital. Our righteous Lord is always with us above the heavens. But the ignorant populace will never believe that if we do not show them anything." Saintess Clarice said, "That is why you want to kill the Holy Lance Dragon and spread that grace." Archbishop Verdio said, "It will not take long." Saintess Clarice said, "All of you are underestimating the Holy Lance Dragon. At least consider the possibility of fail." She was shocked and confused as she said, "No. From the very beginning, you intended to use my life as insurance." Archbishop Verdio leans closer to her and said, "It is merely insurance, something that would only come to pass if things do not end well." Outside, Ed Rothtaylor pulls Adele and said, "Yes, the truth is not exactly pleasant." Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, "To put it briefly, for a long time now, the order has been facing declining finances. So that is why the Archbishop revived the Holy Lance Dragon? So that they could make a show of taking it down and strengthen the people's faith and the order's power." Adele said, "Archbishop Verdio, I was like this even as a normal priest, growing the congregation and enriching the Holy Imperial Capital storehouses. That is how the Archbishop proves his faith." Ed Rothtaylor said, "Did you try to persuade the Archbishop?" Adele said, "As someone who ran away from the Holy Imperial Capital, I have lost all trust. Although he would not listen to anyone else anyway, he would simply use force to make others comply. He brought with him a force that could win against anyone after all, the Apostles of Telos. They are the greatest armed forces in the Holy Imperial Capital, capable of fending off even an army." Archbishop Verdio said, "My apologies, Saintess. It will not take very long, so I would like for you to stay asleep for a while." Adele said, "Considering their strength, there is nothing that can be done." As she closed her eyes, suddenly she realized and shouted, "Ah!" Ed Roth Taylor carries her and said, "Force? Force alone is not a major concern." Adele said, "What do you mean?" As the cathedral was hit by high-rank electricity magic, divine punishment, from above the stained glass shatters. As Archbishop Verdio was shocked, he looks back and said, "Who is that? Just who could? Do you not fear the Lord, Telos?" Lucy Merrill said without flinching, as a mage of Telos falls to the ground. "Nope." Another said in pain, struggling to get free from the magic of Lucy Merrill. Guh. Lucy Merrill magically landed inside the cathedral and said, "I am," and she looks at Archbishop Verdio and continues to say with her electrifying magic, "An atheist? I do not believe in a God, but I do believe that those who have sinned deserve to be punished for it." Archbishop Verdio said, "What? What do you mean by sin?" As another apostle of Telos was thrown to the wall, Lucy Merrill said, "It is engraved in both your temple and your laws, arrogance." As she charges her power towards Archbishop Verdio, Archbishop Verdio said, "Just what are you doing? You have turned away from the grace of our Lord Telos." As apostle of Telos, 6th seat, Lenos shoots his arrows, while apostle of Telos, 2nd seat, Reuben charges at Lucy Merrill. Lucy Merrill silently looks at them as Archbishop Verdio shouted, "As Telos wills," while Lucy Merrill casually stands and waits for the attacks of Reuben and Lenos. Lucy Merrill snaps her fingers and a barrier blocks the arrows of Lenos and electrifies Reuben from behind. Taldarak said, "How dare you taint this chapel?" As Lucy Merrill looks behind, "I am the 3rd seat, the Lightspeed Apostle, Taldarak." Taldarak cracks his voice while saying, "I will be your end," as he charges his spear towards Lucy Merrill. Lucy Merrill said to herself, this was not a matter of speed, and she used her skill, high-rank spatial magic, spatial leap. Lucy Merrill said to herself, but of space itself, as she teleported behind Taldarak, as Lucy Merrill flicks her fingers, and Taldarak was hit by the powerful thunder of Lucy Merrill, and he said in pain like a little girl, "Gah!" Archbishop Verdio said to himself, "The apostles of Telos are each individually hailed as being some of the strongest people in the nation, and yet, even though there are 6 of them, how is this?" No, more importantly, how did she know to attack this place? In order to raise the authority of the order, we plan to revive the Holy Lance Dragon and strike it down. The stage on which this was set happened to be where the students would be, Arkan Island. We could not afford any part of this plan leaking. Regardless, the plan has failed. So if that is the case, Archbishop Verdio said to the Pope, "We must secure a path of retreat. Our priority is protecting His Holiness, Holy Pope Eldine." Lucy Merrill stepped forward, her voice cold and unwavering. "Running away?" she echoed, sparks crackling from her fingertips. As she used her chronistic aspectual magic, "Time prison," Archbishop Verdio squeaked like a girl, saying, "Eek, Brother Taldarak." Brother Taldarak suddenly shouted from the rubble, "All of this is for the sake of our Lord Telos." He covered for Archbishop Verdio, who was running away. Archbishop Verdio looked behind and said, "Brother Cleve, we must take the Saintess." Cleve took Saintess Clarice and said, "Please pardon me, Saintess." "Ah, what are you doing? Unhand me." Archbishop Verdio muttered to himself, "We must bring the necklace, which is physical evidence, and the witness, the Saintess, with us. If we pressure the Academy using the Holy Pope's authority, then regardless of what that student says, they will be ignored." High-rank electric magic. Lucy Merrill used her skill, divine punishment. Cleve planted his shield on the ground and blocked Lucy Merrill's magic. He shouted like a little boy with a cracking voice, "Gah! Please escape." Lenos carried the Pope away, shouting, "Everyone, escape from here and gather at the agreed-upon location." Cleve carried Saintess Clarice. Archbishop Verdio declared, "Regardless of what may come, the order will be victorious." Lucy Merrill gritted her teeth and muttered, "Tisk, how annoying." The Lady Apostle cried, "Archbishop Verdio, even if we escape like this, we will soon be caught." Archbishop Verdio replied, "It is fine. Even if it is only for a moment, we will destroy the evidence and retrieve the Saintess, and once we inform the Academy of this act of violence, then..." Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Ignition." He used his skill, basic magic ignition. The Lady Apostle burned her wings and screamed in pain, "Gah! Gah! How could mere basic magic be so powerful?" Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor's dagger approached her quickly. She swung her spear and deflected the dagger. Ed Roth Taylor used another skill, spirit formula, explosion. The cathedral exploded. A student from a distance said, "What is going on? Is that not where the Academy Chapel is?" Archbishop Verdio ran away while the Lady Apostle lay burnt to a crisp on the ground. Ed Roth Taylor shouted, "Follow me, Mug." Mug responded, "Yes, young Master Ed." Archbishop Verdio muttered to himself. He predicted our retreat and was lying in wait. Is he working together with that witch hat-wearing brat? He used a skill at Ed Roth Taylor, Holy Spell. Mug took the hit and said, "Gah, my apologies, young Master Ed." Archbishop Verdio continued running while Ed Roth Taylor stopped. A few moments later in the forest, Archbishop Verdio panted while running. "Ha, ha," he said to himself, "I have lost them. Now, if I hide together with the evidence, the necklace, then it will all be over. Nobody will be able to find me within this dense forest." This dense forest? Ed Roth Taylor caught up to Archbishop Verdio. Ed Roth Taylor said, "The necklace, hand it over." He pulled Archbishop Verdio by the hair and threw him off balance. They tumbled from rock to rock as Ed Roth Taylor tried to take the box from him. Archbishop Verdio gasped. "Seeing that you are aware of the necklace, it looks like you know everything. You sent that mage too, did you not? But now it is over." Ed Roth Taylor kicked Archbishop Verdio in the knee. Archbishop Verdio was shocked and confused. Ed Roth Taylor grabbed his neck. Archbishop Verdio shot holy magic at him, but Ed narrowly avoided it, just an inch from his face. Ed Roth Taylor stabbed Archbishop Verdio. Archbishop Verdio screamed in a high-pitched voice like a girl, "Gah, gah, grrr." He hugged the box tightly. Ed Roth Taylor shouted in anger, "Hand it over!" He remembered what Adele had said. Archbishop Verdio is strong. Even without the apostles of Telos at his side, he will not be easy to subdue. Ed Roth Taylor muttered, "I see." He thought to himself, "We are running out of time if we want to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Not to mention, our enemy has been planning this for a long time. Even if I get Lucy's help, there is a high chance that we will fail. It would be nice if we could turn back time just once more in order to get more information, but given Adele's state," Adele said, panting, "Huff, huff, it is okay." Ed Roth Taylor was shocked. Adele smiled and said, "It is okay if you fail. I can still turn time back a few more times." Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, "That is a lie. Her power is nearly exhausted, and it would not be strange if she were to drop dead any second now. There is no time to hesitate." Ed Roth Taylor pushed his dagger into Archbishop Verdio. He grabbed the box and panted, "Huff, huff, huff, huff," he muttered to himself, "the magic power. It is still flowing." Archbishop Verdio chuckled, "Heh heh. Archbishop Verdio, the Holy Lance Dragon will soon be resurrected. The apostles were taken down, so only the saintess can stop it now. Then all will know the greatness, cough, of our Lord Telos." Ed Roth Taylor panting, huff, huff. Ed Roth Taylor thinking, "The Holy Lance Dragon will soon revive. Now I understand everything. In order to prevent the dragon's seal from being undone, I must subdue Archbishop Verdio and take the necklace outside the island. But the problem is, nobody will remember this. I must relay this information. Adele will have to sacrifice herself once again. But even if we succeed in turning back time, if I do not manage to pass on what I have learned, we will fail again in exactly the same way." Ed Roth Taylor coughing, cough. Ed Roth Taylor thinking despite seeing her true feelings, recalling Adele's words, "I do not want to die." In the end, I was too late. Lucy Merrill suddenly arrives. Lucy Merrill, who cares if you were a little late? Ed Roth Taylor coughing hard, cough, cough. "Lucy, you need to relay my words, quickly. Adele or Clarice, either is fine." Lucy Merrill helps Ed to stand, then gently lays him at the base of a tree. "What?" Lucy held up a scrap of paper. It read, "You must steal Wellbrock's Fang necklace as quickly as possible and leave the cathedral. Verdio intends to use the Order's authority to cover up the crime." Lucy said, "It is not just your mana. The way you use magic itself is incredible. But if you practice enough, you will learn it one day too." Ed exhaled. "Phew, yeah, thanks." He managed a frustrated grin. Gah. He realized in dread, the Holy Lance Dragon has revived. Rather, I guess it has revived once again, as Wellbrock was summoned anew. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "Everything has come to light. Verdio revived the Holy Lance Dragon for the sake of the Order. The location, method, escape route. I left out a lot in the message. I wonder if Adele, on the verge of collapsing, will be able to rewind time once again. Even if she does succeed, the problem is time. Will I, upon losing my memories, formulate a plan and act faster? Will I be able to evade the apostles, steal the necklace, and leave Arkan Island?" Lucy Merrill said, "You see." Ed Roth Taylor looks at Lucy Merrill confused. Lucy Merrill said I made a promise to the old man. I promised that if the academy were ever in great danger, I would protect it at least once. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Yeah, I know. You told me last time." Lucy Merrill said, "Yeah. That is why, even if time were rewound again and again, I think I would have faced down that dragon each and every time, without fail." "I think you did too." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Yeah." Lucy Merrill said, "I came to this academy to keep my final promise to the old man. But maybe I was here, waiting for this. Now I am done with this tiresome waiting. However, if time is rewound once more, then stopping it would be pointless." As she puts down her magic hat. Ed Roth Taylor said so. Lucy Merrill hugs Ed Roth Taylor and said, "Then I would rather die in your arms. I am sure we will forget all this either way. This memory will be forever lost." Ed Roth Taylor said, "I guess." So, as scales rain down at Ed Roth Taylor and Lucy Merrill, while Lucy Merrill puts up her barrier, Lucy Merrill said, "Then there is something I want to say, something I could never find the right time to say." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "Her thick walls are collapsing. It is embarrassing, but not very romantic. This very moment itself tells me everything I need to know. It may be that Lucy would never be able to say these words to Ed otherwise." Lucy Merrill cries and said, "I cannot live without you, so please, do not go away." As Ed Roth Taylor gently touched Lucy Merrill's head, Ed Roth Taylor said that was not even a particularly difficult request. As Wellbrock shouted, "Grah!" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "It began to rain." Neither of them put up any resistance. They did not cry out in pain, nor did they let out even a single groan. They simply felt each other's warmth. A long time later, the rain came to an end, and the two lay there just the same, in each other's arms. A few moments later, as Lucy Merrill's magic hat was torn, a bright light emits. In a different scene, Adele drops her mandolin, and she said in pain, "Cough, gah, cough." Adele said to herself, "My holy power has bottomed out. I can no longer affect the flow of time, and I can no longer peer into the future. I can finally die." In the end, I was not able to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. That I was able to meet Clarice one last time was painful, but it still made me happy. It is a shame she was not smiling. Even if it were a lie, it would have been nice if I had been able to sing for her. On the other hand, my encounter with Ed Roth Taylor was awful. The slightest flicker of the desire to survive destroyed all my resolve. However, this intense agony, in this state where I could die at any second, cough, is what reminds me so naturally of what it is I must do. Move. I must stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival and make it so that it never happened. I must die according to my predestined fate. I have confirmed what Ed Roth Taylor's plan is and how it comes to an end. But the plan is impossible. First, Clarice needs time to convince him, given that he would have lost his memories. While he is formulating a plan, the entire morning would go by. He must then acquire the necessary forces to take on the apostles of Telos, and mobilizing them would also take time. However fast he may be, he would likely reach the cathedral around dusk. However, Archbishop Verdio's plans will already be unfolding. Magic power will have already been injected into the necklace, and the Holy Lance Dragon's revival would only be a matter of time. The sun has begun its descent, and the shadows have grown longer. Once I pass this hallway, I will be able to enter the chapel. Now, I have to enter the chapel and offer my body to the sacrificial. As she looks outside the window, she was confused as she was shocked. She saw a huge bird outside. Janica Flaylover was shocked and concerned, saying, "Ed, what is wrong? Are you okay?" As Ed Roth Taylor drops to the ground, his head in pain, saying, "Gah, gah." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, Glock's work, Introduction to the Aspectual. For those who have developed a resistance to aspectual magic, as Ed Roth Taylor said in pain, "Gah." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, it will not affect them completely. Adele's magic to rewind time is a combination of aspectual magic and holy magic. The blessing of holy magic offers resistance to holy magic, and as a result, Clarice maintained her memories across time. Saintess Clarice said confused, "Senior Ed?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, perhaps it was because Adele has lost her strength, or perhaps it was because I was researching aspectual magic. As Ed Roth Taylor said in pain, "Gah," as his whole body trembles. And he said to himself, but immediately prior to my regression, the aspectual magic within my body resisted Adele's aspectual magic. As he opened his eyes and said to himself, and as a result, my memories and experiences did not disappear into time. As he remembered, crushed to death by rubble, pierced to death by fragments of window glass, or slashed to death by scales, slowly bleeding out to death, burning to death. Ed Roth Taylor grins and blood came out of his mouth as he said to himself, I feel like I am going crazy. Janica Flaylover said, Ed? Saintess Clarice uses her holy magic at Ed Rothtaylor, saying, Senior Ed. Ed Rothtaylor suddenly holds her delicate wrists as he sat up and said, It is a race against time. Archbishop Verdio said soon, the Holy Lance Dragon will revive. And through the grace of the Lord Telos, Ed Rothtaylor said we have to move as fast as we can. Archbishop Verdio said, the order will rise to glory once again. As the eagle hovers above Archbishop Verdio. And it rushed towards Archbishop Verdio. Ed Rothtaylor said, We have to go to the Academy Cathedral, as Ed Rothtaylor arrived behind Archbishop Verdio. As Ed Rothtaylor took the fang necklace inside the box, Ed Rothtaylor said and seized the fang necklace. Archbishop Verdio looks behind and said, You dare, stop him, Brother Lenos. As Lenos shoots arrows at Ed Rothtaylor dodged and said to himself, Throughout those endless loops of time, the beginning was almost always the same. Saintess Clarice would drag me into her carriage. She would tell me about the time loop and my service number, and I would travel in the carriage, organize my thoughts, and take some time to understand the situation. Archbishop Verdio said, I do not know who you are, but do you truly believe you can win against the holy apostles of Telos? As Lenos shoots more arrows at Ed Rothtaylor. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, however, the answer was always beside me. As Janica Flaylover took out a magic staff, a gust of wind blows towards Archbishop Verdio. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, while looking at the back of Janica Flaylover. Ed Rothtaylor continues to say to himself, faster than the carriage, and far stronger than me, someone who could help me in this ridiculous situation, without any explanation required. As Archbishop Verdio looks above, Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, was always beside me. Janica Flaylover said, let's go, Ed. Ed Rothtaylor said, and he said to himself, it is a race against time. We arrived here in under 1 hour, but the necklace's magic has already begun to activate. This necklace is the key to awakening the Holy Lance Dragon. Once the necklace begins to resonate with the Holy Lance Dragon sealed beneath Arkan Island, he will eventually be reawakened. That means there is only one solution. Before the Holy Lance Dragon is revived, we must take the necklace and run far enough away that the magic cannot fully activate. Archbishop Verdio said, What do you think you are doing? Hurry, and... As he looks back, Ed Rothtaylor's dagger lights up on the ground. Suddenly, it exploded. Ed Rothtaylor and Janica Flaylover flew swiftly out of the cathedral. Ed Rothtaylor held tightly onto Janica Flaylover's tiny waist as they flew. Ed Rothtaylor said, Janica, I told you to escape on your own because I would find my own way out once we land. Janica Flaylover blushed as she looked at Ed Rothtaylor's hands around her and said, I could not just leave you behind and run away. Ed Rothtaylor said, the last time may have been over 1 year ago, but if you are the cause of another incident, you will be expelled. If this incident is not resolved, then I will be considered a fugitive who attacked the order. Janica Flaylover said, my homeland, Pulan. It is pretty remote, so if you hide there, no one would be able to find you. Or would an isolated desert area or a lawless zone be safer? Ed Rothtaylor said, hey. As Janica Flaylover gently held Ed Rothtaylor's hands, she said with a caring voice, also, you have been suffering alone, have you not? Ed Rothtaylor said, what? And he said to himself, how did she? Janica Flaylover said, I can tell now just by looking at your face. If you are going to be expelled, then let us be expelled together. It might be more bearable if we both share the consequences. Even if we are treated as fugitives, let us bear that fate together. I will never simply allow you to suffer alone. Ed Rothtaylor sweated and said, Janica, and he looked back, and he said to himself, the apostles of Telos. So all 6 of them followed after us. Ed Rothtaylor said, let us go as fast as we can. We do not have any time. Janica Flaylover said, okay, Ed. In the cathedral, Archbishop Verdio walked in the dust as Saintess Clarice said, please move aside. Archbishop Verdio said, Saintess Clarice? Saintess Clarice said, huff, huff. As Ed Rothtaylor had said to her a while ago, Saintess. As he held the soft wrist of Saintess Clarice, he said, there is something that only you can do. Saintess Clarice said, that only I can do? Ed Rothtaylor said, you know everything that has happened, as well as how everything will end, while I do whatever I can to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. Archbishop Verdio said, wait, the situation has become complicated now, but we... As Saintess Clarice pushed Archbishop Verdio aside, Ed Rothtaylor said, you must stop Archbishop Verdio. As Saintess Clarice swept away all the things on the table, Ed Rothtaylor said, the Archbishop is cunning and fanatical enough that he is willing to do anything for his beliefs. He will attempt to use the order to cover up everything that has transpired. In order to stop him, Saintess Clarice said, how long will you simply stand by and watch? As Ed Roth Taylor said before, you must win over the Holy Pope. Saintess Clarice said, Your Holiness, excommunicate Archbishop Verdio at once. Outside, Clebius Nortondale said, Taylor and Wade will be competing. Alvira said, Wade is pretty strong. Taylor will lose. As Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Flaylover flew above in the sky, the apostles of Telos chased them. Ed Roth Taylor said, I was sitting absent-mindedly in front of Glock Hall just 10 minutes ago. As they were attacked by basic wind magic, Wind Blade. Ed Roth Taylor looked back and said to himself, that is, we cannot dodge it. Suddenly, they were hit as Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Flaylover fell from the sky. Janica Flaylover shouted, Kya! Ed Roth Taylor chased after Janica Flaylover and said, Guh, Janica. As Ed Roth Taylor tried to fall faster, he reached for Janica Flaylover. As they entered the clouds, Ed Roth Taylor managed to grab Janica Flaylover's wrist and took the necklace. He embraced Janica Flaylover and said, Got you. The apostles of Telos said, Catch them. The necklace is our priority. Janica Flaylover said, Ed. As Ed Roth Taylor was confused, Janica Flaylover whispered in his ear, You can take care of the rest, right? Ed Roth Taylor said, What? As she pushed Ed Roth Taylor away and smiled, she said, I believe in you, Ed. I will do it. As she put Glock's ring on her finger, it activated. The students saw a bright light in the sky. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, The flow of air in the atmosphere is shifting. The air above the academy began to be filled with all kinds of winged spirits. Taldarak said, This is, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. However, among them was a single spirit that stood out from the rest. Despite it being a clear sunny day, the people below were denied the light of the sun. As Alvira said, What is that? Clebius Nortondale said, Come on, what is it now? A massive tail of a whale appeared, rising above the horizon. Ed Roth Taylor said, Some say it was the first of the first spirits, the very first of all water spirits to gain life, a unique existence in nature, the only one of its kind, and the strongest water spirit of all. As Freed appeared in the air, one of the apostles of Telos shouted, Most of them are lower-ranked spirits, but there are too many of them. Guh, it looks like there are hundreds of them. The spirits attacked Freed, but Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Flaylover were being protected within the barrier formed by Freed. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, I can definitely feel it losing magical power. At this rate, we'll be able to stop the Holy Lance Dragon's revival. However, he turned to Janica and shouted, Hey, just how much magical power are you using? Janica, panting and flushed with exhaustion, replied, I do not know. I think I am going to be bedridden for a while after this. Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor hugged her tightly and said, Hey, Janica, are you all right? Let me see how high your fever has gone. Janica sat up quickly and exclaimed, Eek! She was sweating and her body grew even hotter as Ed held her forehead. Do not, my fever will just get worse. One of the apostles of Telos shouted, Our only hope is to attack the main body. Taldarak, another said, We will open a path for you. As they battled through the swarm of spirits, Taldarak soared through the air at light speed, bypassing the others entirely. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, the apostle of Telos' third seat, Lightspeed Taldarak. Taldarak hovered in front of Janica Flaylover and said, Are you the one controlling all these spirits? This is dangerous. I do not like killing, but you have left me no choice. Just then, Ed Roth Taylor appeared behind him, riding on Tarkin. With a commanding voice, Ed shouted, Get him, Tarkin! Taldarak turned around in shock. What? Tarkin lunged and bit Taldarak's spear. Ed Roth Taylor jumped forward and locked Taldarak in a chokehold. Gah! Taldarak grunted in pain before exploding with energy. Ah! He broke free and tried to flee at lightning speed. Janica, mustering her strength, raised her voice. Tarkin, please, protect Ed. Taldarak flew like lightning, but crashed into the earth, forming a massive crater. As he stood up, Taldarak muttered, despite summoning a highest-ranked spirit, I cannot believe she is also controlling a high-ranked spirit. He glanced toward Ed and Tarkin. What a frightening talent. However, as the apostles of Telos carry out the will of God, we are stronger. Hand over that necklace now. If you do not, then both you and the spirit sorcerer will die. Ed Roth Taylor responded coldly, No, you are wrong. He thought to himself, I cannot regress anymore. I no longer possess Stelheim's hourglass. My dozens of deaths are still fresh in my mind. I cannot risk dying again. That is why I must survive. Since I have gotten away from Arkan Island, the magical reaction has weakened. But if I do not get even farther away, the Holy Lance Dragon will still awaken soon. However, my opponent just had to be Tal'Darak, the third seed of the Apostles of Telos, known as Lightspeed Tal'Darak, prepared for battle. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, his ability is high-rank holy magic, holy body awakening. Using holy magic, all his magical power is converted into raw physical energy. As Tal'Darak vanished and moved in a blink, Ed's eyes followed the flow of air. I know this because of my memories from my previous loops. Tal'Darak's instantaneous movement speed surpasses the speed of sound, so evading with the naked eye is impossible. But if I cannot see him anyway? Suddenly Tal'Darak appeared behind Ed, attempting to stab his neck, but Marilda appeared, blocking the attack. A system notification appeared, Blessing of Wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy will be blown away by the wind. Tal'Darak grimaced in frustration as he was knocked back. Ed thought, a counterattack that can only be used once. I will make full use of this single opportunity. A system notification followed, mid-rank magic, point explosion. A blast erupted, sending Tal'Darak flying backward. He slid through the dirt, shouting, "You scoundrel!" So you intend to resist after all? Ed Rothtailor panted. Phew, huff. There is one fatal flaw, he thought. I lack decisive firepower. Tarkin spoke up, leave what firepower you lack to me. Ed considered, magic does not work on him. But Tarkin has plenty of firepower. Tarkin unleashed a barrage of flames on Tal'Darak. But Tal'Darak flew above them and in an instant struck Tarkin directly on the mouth. The beast howled in pain. Grah. Ed gritted his teeth. My opponent has the advantage in speed. He is a combat-oriented warrior. Tal'Darak, the Lightspeed. Tarkin whispered weakly. My apologies. Janny, Ka. Ed thought grimly. She is wielding multiple high-ranking spirits at the same time. This must be the limit of the magical power she's given Tarkin. This is the worst possible situation. He pulled out his bow and fired an arrow at Tal'Darak. The arrow missed and dropped to the ground. Ed whispered, ignition. The arrow transformed, its form shifting into water. Tal'Darak said, water magic and fire magic. Steam, is it? However, your trickery is clear to me. With one swing of his spear, he struck Ed Rothtailor. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself, Tal'Darak is definitely strong. In the end, the only way for me to win is... He clenched his jaw. Marilda, in the last loop where I had risked my life, Marilda handled everything at the end as well. However, currently, Janica is using the Golden Phoenix Ring, and I have never completely summoned Marilda using my own strength. In pain, Ed Rothtailor groaned, gah, and thought, do I? Tal'Darak rampaged, slamming his spear into the ground. Then he kicked Ed, sending him flying, gah. Ed winced. Do I really have no other options left? He thought, crashing like a bullet into a large rock. He panted, exhausted. Tal'Darak shouted, this is the end. Ed Rothtailor stared up at him, the spear poised to strike. This feels familiar, he thought. Crawling into the depths of my mind is death. Flashes of his past death surged through him. Memories of dying again and again. Those memories. Then a system message appeared. Unknown Spirit Connection, level 18 and level up. Spirit Understanding, level 18 and level up. Magic Power Details. Spirit Type. Spirit Understanding, level up. Magic Power Details. Spirit Type. Sensory Sharing, level 13 to level up. Contracted Spirits. Low Rank Fire Spirit, Mug. Connection, level 5 and level up. Magic Power Details. Spirit Type. Spirit Manifestation, level 13 to level up. Contracted Spirits. Low Rank Fire Spirit, Mug. Spirit Formula Efficiency Phase Shift available and level up. Contracted Spirits. High Rank Wind Spirit, Marilda. Connection level 3 and level up. Contracted Spirits. Mid-rank Water Spirit, Laisha. Connection level 4 and level up. When as the system rapidly updated, Ed Rothtailor thought, I wonder, just before the spear reached his head, Tal'Darak's expression shifted in shock. Ed thought, Wei-Sin, whether it is a spectral magic or spirit connection, the method for learning magic is no different. I have failed dozens of times. I have shed blood, sweat, and tears building up everything I have. I put in desperate effort, never giving up. All that seemingly meaningless effort. Behind Tal'Darak, the high-rank wind spirit Marilda appeared, growling in fury. Ed Rothtailor continued, complete manifestation, also known as... Tal'Darak turned back to look at him, practiced mastery. With a burst of energy, Ed punched Tal'Darak straight in the face. Gah! Tal'Darak groaned. Ed thought, you cannot succeed on your first try. You do not even know if it will ever work out. But even then, so what? As Tal'Darak charged his spear in frustration, Mug suddenly appeared. Have things ever been any different? Ed thought. Mug deflected Taldarak's spear. Everyone has their own reasons to struggle and survive, all for the sake of keeping your body in one piece. The world is full of people that live like that. Ed raised his arrow and stabbed Taldarak in the chest. Gah! Taldarak trembled, groaning, gah. While Marilda held his other hand with a spear, Ed thought, I will struggle however unsightly it is among these people. He raised his fist and punched Taldarak. He raised his bloody fist again and punched him once more. And put in my blood, sweat, and tears, pushing my body to its limits, all in order. He exhaled deeply. To survive. Standing up, he walked away with Marilda, leaving Taldarak's body behind. I do not have much time left, but I still have something left to do. He held the necklace tightly. In that cathedral, Saintess Clarice shouted, How long will you simply stand by and watch? The Pope looked stunned. Your Holiness, excommunicate Archbishop Verdio at once. Archbishop Verdio stepped forward. Your Holiness, you are not planning to go along with the whims of the Saintess, who knows absolutely nothing, are you? We have all gathered here for the sake of the Order's future, have we not? Clarice narrowed her eyes. Knows absolutely nothing, you say? You plan to use Wellbrock's necklace in order to revive the Holy Lance Dragon, and then you would have the Apostles slay it. Is that the plan you mean? Archbishop Verdio and the Pope were both visibly shaken. How do you? Verdio stammered. Clarice said coldly, I have seen the Holy Lance Dragon subjugation take place countless times, but not once has the Order managed to actually subjugate the Holy Lance Dragon. Verdio broke into a sweat. What do you mean? Your plan will fail, Verdio, Clarice said. I have repeated this day countless times, watching you all fail again and again. And at the end of all that, I now stand here in front of you. Archbishop Verdio said, Surely, you do not believe the words of the Saintess, who knows nothing, yes. We are here for the future of the Order. Saintess Clarice replied, Who knows nothing, you say? Using Wellbrock's necklace to revive the Holy Lance Dragon and having the Apostles defeat him. Is that the plan you are referring to? Both Archbishop Verdio and the Holy Pope were shocked and confused. Archbishop Verdio exclaimed, Saintess, how do you? Saintess Clarice said, Despite countless attempts to subjugate the Holy Lance Dragon, the Order has never once succeeded. Archbishop Verdio said in shock and confusion, What? Saintess Clarice declared, Your plan is going to fail, Verdio. I am standing here because you have failed time and time again, repeating the same moment over and over. In the end, the only remaining option is to offer the Saintess to the Rune of Sacrifice. Archbishop Verdio shouted, Saintess, that is. A magic circle began to form on the floor. Saintess Clarice said, If that is truly the will of the god Telos, then I will offer myself. However, countless innocent people who are living peacefully will die. If the Order becomes the reason for such destruction, who will ever trust the Order again? Archbishop Verdio said, The truth is something no one, not a single person, will ever know, Holy Pope. Saintess Clarice said, I am here, already aware of all your plans. If I die, the person who brought me here. Ed Rothtailor tried to move forward, panting, huff, huff. As he held the necklace tooth of Wellbrock, Marilda followed behind him. Saintess Clarice continued, The person I came to save. In another scene, Adele coughed, cough, cough. As she walked toward the cathedral, Saintess Clarice continued, And the song of truth they sing will echo across the entire continent. And it is not just me. The entire world will come to distrust the Order. Those people are likely still within Arkan Island. The Saintess who distrusts the Order, Archbishop Verdio said, could use the authority of the Holy Pope right away. The Holy Pope said, The authority of the Holy Pope? For decades, I have remained the Holy Pope, unable to choose between doctrine and reality, a pathetic coward. Whenever someone with conviction stepped forward, I, a pitiful, old man, simply followed behind, as I have done for so long. Now, I place the future of the Order in the hands of someone with greater conviction. Saintess, as you now shine with the brightest light of faith in the Order, I will follow your will. He looked at Saintess Clarice. Saintess Clarice suddenly looked sharply at Archbishop Verdio and said, Your plan never succeeded, not even once. This time is not any different. In the name of the Holy Pope Eldine, the most devout servant of the god Telos, and I, Saintess Clarice, I hereby excommunicate you, Archbishop Verdio. Suddenly, Saintess Clarice was shocked as Archbishop Verdio laughed. Cuckoo. Do you think that will change anything? Suddenly, he grabbed the wrist of Saintess Clarice and pulled her away. Saintess Clarice exclaimed, What are you doing, Verdio? Archbishop Verdio said, If you, the Saintess, merely refuse to enter the rune, then no one can stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon. Though that boy ran off with the necklace, the apostles are already pursuing him. Even if he manages to shake them off, how far do you think he will get in that condition? Ed Roth-Taylor said, "It is not over yet, at this rate," as he held the necklace. Archbishop Verdio said, "The Holy Lance Dragon will be revived soon." Saintess Clarice said, "No, it will not go the way you want it to." As she took her hands off Archbishop Verdio, she said, "Because the person who grabbed my arm and ran with me is far stronger." She used her holy powers on Archbishop Verdio and continued, "Then someone like you." She blasted Archbishop Verdio away using holy magic divine power discharge, which nullifies most magic effects and deals physical damage to the opponent. She then fell to her knees and panted, "Ha! Ha!" Archbishop Verdio said, "Did the god Telos not say that the saintess must live a life of only following the pure white light? Why have you become so colorful?" Saintess Clarice replied, panting, "Ha! Ha! Because I am the saintess. And a student, I have learned that even a beam of light that looks like pure white at first glance has strands of red, gold, turquoise, blue, and violet lights." Lucy Merrill arrived and looked at Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor handed over the necklace to Lucy Merrill. She flew away with lightning speed and disappeared into the sky. Saintess Clarice said, "Light becomes pure white when all of them are gathered together." A system notification said, Episode 3, The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania's Second Joint Combat Training. Now that he is an upperclassman, the protagonist Taylor faces off against the first years, but their resistance is formidable. Everyone wants to defeat their senior to earn good grades. His opponents are not easy. This is all because in the early scenario, for certain reasons, none of the first years joined Class A. And so, the scenario continues. Taylor defeats Claude, his final opponent and the top student of the Faculty of Alchemy. However, Claude refuses to accept defeat and drinks the evil god's blood, a forbidden potion. As the mid-boss of the chapter, a system notification said, "Claude, alchemist of calamity empowered by the magic of the evil god Mebular. He unleashes all sorts of black magic, an endless string of trials." As the episode nears its end, the protagonist has already faced off against numerous enemies and can barely stand. Ed Roth-Taylor fell to the ground. He trembled as he tried to stand up, and he said to himself, "Even so, the scenario continues." Taylor glowed with powerful golden energy. He then attacked Claude, delivering multiple slashes. Claude was shocked. A system notification appeared. Elemental/Taylor rampaged. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "Taylor's elemental slash can now cut through all elements, even darkness itself." From afar, Taylor's attack caused a huge explosion at the academy. Meanwhile, Ed Roth-Taylor walked silently. The other students, uncaring, did not help him at all. He thought to himself, in the original scenario, this is how Episode 3, the Second Joint Combat Training, ends. Taylor, once a laughingstock of the academy for being a failed swordsman, is now fully recognized as a powerhouse. He is celebrated by students, faculty, and comrades alike. His name is now etched into everyone's eyes and memories. But the joy does not last long. As Taylor exited the testing arena, he received news of a comrade's death. The bard and prophet, Adele Saris, had died. At this moment, the cause of Adele's death was not clearly described. Originally, Adele was a character meant to exit the story in this way. As Adele was about to collapse inside a magic circle, Ed Roth-Taylor grabbed her from behind. He said to himself, "However," Adele gasped in shock as Ed pulled her away. Adele winced in pain. "Ugh, ha, ha." Ed Roth-Taylor, breathing heavily, said, "Huff, huff." He thought to himself, the original storyline has already changed. Taylor and his companions never received news of someone's death. Suddenly, Archbishop Verdio stood and charged at Saintess Clarice, shouting, "Ah!" Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, though there were rumors of a disturbance within the order. A fist struck Archbishop Verdio in the face. A knight sighed. Phew, Ed Roth-Taylor thought. The disturbance was handled as an internal matter. The Pope bowed before Saintess Clarice. Ed Roth-Taylor continued to himself, as a result, the so-called Saintess of Distrust never came to be, and the Holy Lance Dragon did not revive earlier than expected. With the Saintess of Distrust erased, the Order's army never descends on Arkan Island, and the rampaging boss of Episode 3, Awakened Lucy, never appears. Perhaps even more has changed now than in the original scenario. Lucy Merrill stared into the distance and said, "I want meat jerky." Ed Roth-Taylor continued, but the academy remains peaceful. 2 days passed. Ed Roth-Taylor knocked on a door and said, "Janica, are you feeling better?" Janica Flaylover exclaimed, "Ed, do not come in. I still have to wash up." Ed Roth Taylor hesitated. Janica continued, but my eyes, I still cannot see very well yet. Ed Roth Taylor thought to himself, the price for drawing upon the mana of the future was high. Janica is currently unable to use mana or see ahead of her. It seemed that the highest-ranking water spirit, Freed, who had blocked the 5 apostles, had crashed into the forest area outside Arkan Island. Janica, who had passed out, said that she found herself inside the cottage when she opened her eyes. I am not sure how it happened, but I am quite thankful. Suddenly, Belle Maya said, if something like this happens, you should always come to me first. Ed Roth Taylor turned and said, yes. Thank you for coming. Belle Maya sparkled. He thought to himself, the more she fulfills the role of head maid, the less housework she ends up doing. Looking at her expression, it seems like she has been wanting to do housework all this time. Belle Maya asked, young Master Ed, are you all right? Ed Roth Taylor responded, yes. I am worried about Janica since she still cannot see, but I am fine. Belle Maya clarified, no. I meant if there was anything else you were concerned about. Ed Roth Taylor replied, yes. Belle Maya said, I understand. Right now, what is most important is tending to Miss Janica. I am saying this just in case, but that means I will be changing her clothes and wiping her sweat. As she entered the cabin, Ed Roth Taylor added, obviously. Belle Maya smiled. Of course, young Master Ed would never make a mistake like that. She entered silently, and the door closed gently. But then Belle Maya peeked outside and said, but it is quite a turbulent time right now. When else would you be able to get away with making such a mistake? I think it would be all right if you periodically listened to what was going on inside. Ed Roth Taylor slammed the door shut. He turned and walked away saying, stop saying strange things and go inside and help Janica already. Belle Maya murmured, that is quite a shame. Ed Roth Taylor looked back. Belle Maya added, right. Young Master Ed, you used informal speech just now. He silently looked at her, then turned away. As he sat near the campfire, Belle Maya shouted from inside, Miss Janica! Leaving a patient in an environment filled with dust like this is just a crime. At this rate, it would be better to just go to the Academy Infirmary. I am going to open the door wide open and properly ventilate this place. I am doing it. Ed Roth Taylor broke into a cold sweat. Janica Flaylover screamed, Belle, why would you do that while I am changing my clothes? Why are you doing that? No, ow. As Ed Roth Taylor sighed, he said to himself, the quick-witted Belle seems to have noticed that I have been feeling troubled. Opening the windows and the door to wash down Janica is just crazy. But thanks to her, the daytime hours passed by without a chance to think about anything else. I only left camp for a couple of days, but work-wise, it feels like I had been gone for a whole month. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor said, I am running out of firewood. Suddenly, a voice called out from the distance, hello. Ed Roth Taylor looked at the lady confused and said, Kylie. She took off her hood, revealing her silver hair. Ed Roth Taylor said, no. Saintess Clarice. A few moments later, Ed Roth Taylor poured Saintess Clarice a cup of his homemade secret sauce tea. Saintess Clarice said, Archbishop Verdio has been officially excommunicated. Ed Roth Taylor replied, is that so? Saintess Clarice continued, by the order of the Pope and the Apostles, he is being escorted to the Holy Capital. Afterwards, his punishment will be handled by the Pope. Ed Roth Taylor asked, can you trust the Church? Saintess Clarice answered, Pope Eldine has acknowledged the error in his passive ways. To think that a single archbishop with misguided thoughts wielded power over a wavering church, in some ways, this could be a turning point and cause the church to go in a new direction. I would like to try believing in it. Ed Roth Taylor silently nodded. Saintess Clarice said, and Adele has disappeared. I use my position as the saintess to search for her whereabouts, but there are no traces of her anywhere. Ed Roth Taylor asked, was there something you wanted to say to her? Saintess Clarice said, at first I wanted to tell her about the things I had experienced after leaving the Holy Capital, but now, I just want to tell her, thank you. She looked at the sky. Saintess Clarice placed down the Adele series lute and said, I will leave this here. Since, if it is Adele who has been everywhere there is to go, she might pick this camp as her next travel destination. Will you be at the camp during summer vacation as well? Ed Roth Taylor replied, I do not really have anywhere else to go, so yes. Saintess Clarice said, by the way, I have a small request. I just was wondering if you could start treating me like your junior. As she put her hood back on, Ed Roth Taylor said, is that not what I have been doing until now? He handed her a torch and added, and while you are Kylie, it just feels more natural as well. Saintess Clarice smirked and said, that is true as well. But what I mean is, if you ever need my help, please feel free to let me know. She blushed and added, I am not sure whether I will be able to repay you for all the help you have given me, but I will do everything I can. Ed Rothtailor silently watched as Saintess Clarice walked away, until she had already gone too far for him to see. Suddenly, Adele said, It looks like I will have to leave soon. If I stay here, I might end up seeing Clarice again. Ed Rothtailor asked, Will you be all right? Adele replied, Neither my spectral magic nor divine magic has come back, but I can move my body around now. Ed Rothtailor said, No, I am asking if it will be all right for you to leave without meeting Clarice again. Adele responded, Yes, I do not have any songs left to sing, or rather, it might be that I do not have the courage to lie anymore. If I think about it, it was a lie from the beginning. Words praising Telos, stories of traveling the world, songs romanticizing freedom. All the songs I have sung with this lute were lies. As Adele held the lute, Ed Rothtailor asked, Is that so? Adele picked it up as Ed Rothtailor watched, shocked and confused. Adele suddenly threw the lute into the bonfire. Ed Rothtailor said, Adele said, I intend to visit all the places I lied to Clarice about going to, since it will be a long journey. I do not want to carry anything heavy with me. My journey until now has just been to escape my fate, but this time, I will not be leaving to escape, but to travel. Ed Rothtailor asked, Is there a difference? Adele replied, Maybe that I have somewhere to come back to? I will have to return within 3 years, since I will need to come back before Clarice graduates. At the end of my travels, I want to come back to this place and sing her some new songs. Ed Rothtailor said, Yeah, I will find a good tree to make an instrument for you when you come back. Adele said, Ha, so I will have to come back in 2 years then? Ed Rothtailor asked lastly, Is that it? As Adele remained silent, Ed Rothtailor stood up and said, Since you have lost your magic, you will not be able to see the future anymore. The future you know of ends here. From now on, in places you have never seen before, without knowing anything about what lies ahead, you will have to start your journey. Because you have left the determined scenario, you might not be able to do anything about the potential horrors that lie in your future. You, who can no longer see that future. Are you not scared? Adele, still silent, finally said, I am scared. However, that makes it exciting, does it not? She smiled. A few moments later, Ed Rothtailor said to himself, Many things have changed. I just had a conversation with a girl who should be dead. I am not talking about the scenario. A crossroads created by the limit of time. Whether I should get farther from Arkan Island to stop the revival of the Holy Lance Dragon, or whether I should go back to save Adele. In that moment, I chose to stop the dragon's revival. No, I chose to sacrifice Adele. If Adele's divine power had gotten weaker, or if Lucy had not retained her memories like I did, I would have abandoned Adele for the sake of my own survival. That is the kind of person I am. As Ed Rothtailor remembered his time in the military, holding a fully loaded M4 rifle entering a room, he broke into a sweat in shock as he looked at his comrades and said to himself, using the excuse of survival as a shield, compassion or a sense of duty, as he saw the last breath of his comrade, Ed Rothtailor ran away while evading the bullets, thinking, camaraderie or friendship, I am a person that can throw that all away. As his tears burst forth while leaving his comrades behind, Ed Rothtailor silently looked at the smoke from the extinguished campfire and lowered his head. Suddenly, Janica Flaylover came out of her cabin. Fireflies followed her, making her look like a fairy. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, Before I knew it, I came face to face with summer vacation. Until now, many things have changed. Ed Rothtailor, who should not exist at the academy, has become a top student. The boss of the first act, Janica, is by my side, and the boss of the third act, Lucy, has disappeared. But despite all that, there are things that have not changed. As Ed Rothtailor and Janica Flaylover looked at the sky in front of the campfire, Ed Rothtailor said to himself, Whether it is altering the determined history, or whether it is turning a blind eye to someone's sacrifice, somehow, I have survived. Ed Rothtailor said to himself, Darkness fell upon the camp. Adele the Bard was gone. The scenario I knew had completely changed. The closest major event now was the battle to defeat Lucy. The skill points, experience, and unique abilities obtainable there would be a tremendous help for the upcoming 4th chapter. More importantly, Taylor's growth had been stunted, which was a major source of anxiety. I could not cling to this twisted version of the story forever, but Taylor's development was supposed to be my insurance. The battle against Lucy was a crucial event. It was meant to allow her to finally let go of Glock. I thought speaking with her would help me gauge where things stood. But Lucy, who usually lingered around the camp napping, had not shown up in many days. Were things really okay like this? Ed Roth-Taylor thought, sweating as he whispered to himself, ugh. Suddenly he opened his eyes and said, huh? As he sat up, he panted, ha ha! How long had it been? He could not fully remember, but the dream had been a nightmare. After the upcoming final exams, the school break would arrive. Was it because of the sudden relaxation in the environment? A dark smoke rose near Ed Roth-Taylor's shoulder, coming from behind him, while the campfire burned. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, I remember now. Before I came here, I dreamed about this every night. At the academy, Tanya Roth-Taylor said, Ed seemed troubled lately. Chicks replied, yes. He said he was fine, but I had a bad feeling about it. Everything appeared normal on the surface. He was busy, as always, handling his responsibilities in the camp while diligently attending classes and studying. In the hallway, Claire asked, should we get dessert? Anna said, I will get it. Jix continued, this is only an assumption, but it felt like he had a lot on his mind. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, I am worried. About him. Jix added, I am worried as well, but about something else. Tanya Roth-Taylor asked, huh? Jix said, as you know, Ed's relationships are complicated. Tanya Roth-Taylor sweated and said, I am aware. Jix said, Ed being troubled is not common. Some might even see this as an opportunity. The competition might become even more intense. At Ed Roth-Taylor's cabin, Janica Flaylover said, I think I can handle lower-level spirits now. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, really? You still cannot see clearly yet though, right? Janica Flaylover replied, I am a little worried my mana might twist, but I will try anyway since you are here, Ed. I need to get back to classes soon. Exams are coming up. Ed Roth-Taylor said, that is true. Janica Flaylover said, ha, let me begin. As she started to chant gibberish, Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, Janica normally does not need full recitation for lower spirits, but since it has been a while, she chose to be cautious. That spell. Mug appeared, exclaiming, ah! You have finally called for me again, Lady Janica. Janica Flaylover held her head and coughed. Cough! Mug said, ah! My lady. As Janica Flaylover fainted, Ed Roth-Taylor caught her before she fell. Are you okay? He asked. Janica Flaylover, shocked and confused, blushed like a teapot ready to burst. She murmured, huh. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, can you hear me? Head inside for now, Mug. Mug replied, all right. It has been a while since I was last summoned. Janica Flaylover said, yes. It took more mana than expected, so I was surprised. Ed Roth-Taylor held her head and said, that is strange. Are you not fully recovered yet? You seem to be running a fever as well. As Janica Flaylover continued to sweat and heat up, she said, that is not because of the mana, Ed. Lortel Kacheln said, I knew about this already, but seeing it in person was still strange. Ed Roth-Taylor said, ah, Lortel. Lortel Kacheln waved at them and said, I came here to see you, Ed. I even prepared myself, but this is... She sweated and added, to think he had truly settled down out here. As Janica Flaylover's cabin sparkled, Lortel Kacheln said, I wanted an explanation for why this had happened. Or maybe I did not. Janica Flaylover said, that voice. Is that you, Lortel? Lortel Kacheln said, it has been a while, Janica. Janica Flaylover replied, yeah, it really is you, Lortel. She smiled proudly and said, I decided to move in with Ed. We are living together now. Lortel Kacheln tried to smile and said, living together? I think it would be more appropriate to say that you are his neighbor now. I came here today to check up on Ed, Lortel continued, but also to give him some important information. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, important information? About what? Lortel Kacheln said, Ed, I do not know what your finances look like, but I recommend that you buy everything you need for the next semester early. Ed Roth-Taylor said, already? It would be cheaper to buy things now, sure, but the break has not even begun yet. Lortel Kacheln said, it is not about the price. Lortel added calmly, you will not be able to buy anything once the break is over. What? You were lucky to hear this information as well, Janica. Janica Flaylover said, yeah, but I am living together by Ed's side now, so you do not need to specify either of us anymore. Thanks, though. Ed Roth-Taylor sweated and looked at Janica Flaylover, thinking to himself, how odd of Janica. Oh, she did not miss a beat when talking to Lortel. Of course, it was Lortel we were talking about, so she would not get angry or flustered. Inside, Lortel Kacheln blazed with flaming anger. Lortel Kacheln said, still, it was irritating. I am heading back for today, Lortel said. But this place is quite nice. The air is fresh and there is a stream nearby. I understand why Lucy comes here to nap all the time. Janica Flaylover frowned, annoyed. What? Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, Janica's eyesight has not fully returned yet, but she saw this clearly. As Lortel Cashel looked back, she thought, this place. This place. Ed Roth-Taylor noted to himself that Lortel Cashel was smiling. At the academy, a maid said to Belle, Lady Lortel left a message? She offered to find you a replacement and asked whether you wanted a new job. This is the pay she is offering. Belle took the letter and muttered, Huh? I mean, I understand it is Lady Lortel, but this is so sudden. The maid watched as Belle sweated and opened the letter. Belle said to herself, 3 Flynn gold coins. It was not a small amount, but 3 Flynn gold coins. I have worked in this hall for many years, no matter how much she offers me. The maid took the letter gently and said, I did not mean to pry, Chief Maid. Belle read aloud from the letter. Your daily pay is 3 Flynn gold coins. The maid clarified. She is offering you 3 gold coins per day. Belle repeated to herself in disbelief. Not monthly, not weekly, but daily. The maid asked hesitantly, are you planning to quit? At the cabin in the woods, Ed Roth-Taylor pounded the roof lightly and wiped the sweat from his brow. A voice called out, Is this really Ed I am speaking to? Ed Roth-Taylor looked toward the voice, confused. Sales Manager Dune said, I was sent here by Lady Lortel. My official title is Sales Manager Dune of the LT Trading Company's Sylvania branch. This is Rihanna. We came to do some surveying. Ed Roth-Taylor sweated. Surveying? No way. Sales Manager Dune continued, It will be over soon. Lady Lortel intends to build a cabin out here. As Lortel Cashel smiled with a plan in her office, Dune added, She sent me ahead to take some rough measurements. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, a cabin. She was serious. It is an honor to finally meet you, Dune said politely, throwing an item from his bag for Rihanna to catch. Ed Roth-Taylor said, It is strange for you to be so formal. You seem to be around my age. Why not relax a little? Dune replied smoothly, You are someone my employer considers special. It is never bad to flatter a bit. Well, I doubt I will see you often anyway. Lady Lortel does not like sending her employees out here. Dune said to Rihanna, Move it. Rihanna looked shocked. Ed Roth-Taylor asked, Is there a reason why? Rihanna said, Because she is quite aware of how different she becomes here, Dune explained. When she is with you, she acts like any other girl. But in front of her company, Lady Lortel is a cold person with iron flowing through her veins. Ed Roth-Taylor said, That sounds like a lack of respect for your employer. Dune said, That is actually a compliment. Either way, Dune continued, if there is anything you need help with from our company that you would rather not, discuss with Lady Lortel directly. Call for me anytime. He took out a bottle, wiped it clean, and added, This drink costs about 1 gold coin even in the Oldek black markets. It is strong, so do not give it to anyone who does not drink. They will get seriously drunk. Rihanna took a single sip, and that afternoon, she became angry and chased after Sales Manager Dune, yelling, Stop talking about other people's embarrassing moments, Dune. Ed Roth-Taylor looked at the bottle and said, You think too highly of me? Dune chuckled. Too highly. On the contrary, I think you underestimate yourself. Ed Roth-Taylor wiped his brow and sighed. At Clavin's store. Ed Roth-Taylor thought, According to Lortel, I should buy supplies ahead of the semester. I could already make most things myself, so I should focus on consumables. But why are you here? Annis asked, covering her face. Annis? Ed Roth-Taylor said. She lowered the book from her face and said, I came to buy a few things. I just did not expect to see you here. You have not been coming by the laboratory lately. You must be pretty busy, huh? I heard about Janica. They said she was injured quite badly. Well, I was a little surprised when she announced she would live out there at the camp, but it seems like she is settling in well. I'm sure you are dealing with a lot yourself, Ed. I am well aware of your situation, Annis continued, so I explained it to the professor as well. Take care of yourself, okay? Clebius and Onyx are good at getting work done, so you can ease up a little too. You need scholarships to make life easier, right? Annis sparkled in beauty as she spoke. Ed Roth-Taylor silently listened. Yeah. Thanks, he said ed Annis stepped back, smiling faintly. Now then, we'll be going. She accidentally hit the table, and her bag of groceries flew. Ed Roth-Taylor caught the bag midair. Careful. You almost fell. He caught an apple as it tumbled toward the ground. Annis stammered. Ed Roth-Taylor wiped his sweat and examined the contents of the bag. Sprouted potatoes. A rotten apple. This spinach looks like she dug it up herself. Why is the bread moldy? Never mind, Annis said flatly. You can look. There is nothing special in there anyway. It does not matter. There is no reason for me to try to impress you. She looked away, blushing. So, is being poor something to be ashamed of? So what if you see me like this? Do I need to impress you, huh? Tears welled in her eyes as she bit her lips. What are we, dating? Huh? She slumped. Ah, I want to disappear. I am sorry, Ed said softly. Ed thought to himself. Annis Halen was known as a commoner who carried herself more nobly than most nobles, but her family went bankrupt shortly after she entered the academy, forcing her to work as well. I thought she would be struggling, but to think she had it worse than me, living out in a camp. Thank you, he said aloud. Annis bought this cookie. She shared a bakery membership with Clara. I feel like I could have lived without knowing that fact, he thought. As they sat together, Annis blushed and cleared her throat. A new professor will be replacing Professor Glass, so I came to buy supplies we were low on. It looks like you have been shopping quite a bit yourself, Ed, she added. It is nothing much. I just heard that the prices of school supplies are going to rise soon, he said. Yeah, I check the prices every day, and it looks like everything is about 10% more expensive than last month, Annis said. You do that every day? Ed asked. If you think I'm overdoing it, no, Ed said. It might sound strange, but I think we are quite similar, Annis. She looked shocked and confused. Ed thought to himself, if you get sick, you cannot work. If you cannot work, you lose your dorm. If that happens, you cannot attend the academy anymore. She must have gotten used to this stressful life. I am sure she has come to work sick more than once. Survival does not mean the same thing to everyone, not like it does to me, living in a cabin in the woods and preparing for the next scenario. To Annis Halen, this academy was her forest, her jungle. Annis smiled, looking at Ed with glowing beauty. Thank you, she said quietly. I actually thought the same about you when we first met. Anyway, I should buy things for the next semester before they become even more expensive. Besides, if whoever is doing this can manipulate prices this wildly, it must be the LT Trading Company, right? At this rate, they are bound to clash with the student council. I do not know why they are squeezing profits now. Well, I am sure they have a plan. The leader of LT is probably smarter than I am. I will be heading out now. Thanks for telling me. Ed thought to himself. I am curious too. Why is LT raising the prices of school supplies like this? When you are curious about something, the fastest way to learn is to ask directly. Later, Lortel Keshon said, these Clentru drinks are terrible gifts. Come on, Dune. If you were going to embezzle funds, you should have bought wine instead. Just because it is expensive does not mean it is good. Ed said. That one is mine, you know? Lortel Keshon replied. Well, it came from me either way. Dune occasionally skimmed funds, bringing in items like this. He did not even realize Ed knew. Why do you let it slide? Ed asked. So that I can use it against him if he ever oversteps. It is a bad habit of mine. Regardless of who it is, I need insurance before I can fully trust someone. It is strange to say that you are special, she continued, but I have not found anything to keep you in check, Ed. Then Lortel Keshon grabbed Ed's arm and pressed it close against her chest. What if we both knew each other's weaknesses? I am sure you have many questions for me. At the professor dormitories. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself that it was a bit far to walk, but following her led him near the professor dormitories. There were not many people around, making it an ideal place to talk. This classic setup, Ed thought, does not suit you at all. He recalled what Lortel Keshon had said before. It is not about how expensive it will get. You will not be able to buy anything once the break is over. Are you planning to buy everything up and hoard all the school supplies? Ed asked. Yeah, well, I am the only one who can freely set prices on this island, Lortel Keshon replied calmly. It never occurred to me that you would be curious about the inner workings of Elta. She tilted her head slightly. Are you worried about me? Well, Ed said, hesitating. In situations like this, you are supposed to say that you are, even if you do not mean it. I suppose so. I'm a bit worried. Lortel Keshon looked at him. Ed, confused, looked back. Then, she smiled faintly. Should we trade secrets, now? What are you planning? Ed asked. I told you, she said. I want us to share our weaknesses. If you tell me yours, I will tell you why I'm raising the prices. A weakness. Ed paused. Ha. You asked me this before, did you not? He remembered her question from long ago. Have you ever killed someone? Back then, he had answered no. In the present, Ed said quietly, whether I had killed a person before. Ahaha. I did. It has already been a year, Lortel said lightly. Why bring that up now? I lied to you. Lortel Keshelm froze. I have killed someone before, Ed said. A countless number of people. He looked at her coldly. It is up to you whether you believe me or not, but I was once on a battlefield in some far-off foreign land. When you are dragged through a war zone like that, you end up seeing people around you die more often than you would like, and among them, there are always a few you cannot help but think you need to save. Especially the ones you got close to, the ones you talked with, the ones you spent time with, comrades. At first, you grit your teeth and try to keep them alive. Even when you know you are about to collapse from exhaustion, you still haul a badly wounded man onto your back and sprint straight through the middle of the battlefield. Or you cling to a fading comrade, bawling your eyes out as you watch them take their final breath. But eventually, you stop doing it, because you are too busy trying to survive yourself, even though it tears you apart at first. One day you realize you have gone numb even to the deaths of those closest to you. Simply because all your effort goes into surviving. When you are drunk on survival instinct, keeping yourself sharp and alert, survival becomes the only thing in your mind. But once you leave the battlefield, and you find yourself in a situation like this, where no one is actively trying to kill you, and if by chance you even manage to save someone, the one question you tried so hard to ignore comes flooding back. If I had not looked away, maybe I could have saved them. It was me who killed them all, so I reached my conclusion a long time ago. His fist trembled. They were key characters in the scenario, people I could influence. I made up countless reasons. I even lied to myself. But in the end, I decided I would never become comrades with anyone. Lately, I forgot that resolve, which probably means I have grown dull. This is my weakness. He relaxed and leaned back against the bench. Silence followed as the moon shone brightly overhead. Lortel Keshelm said at last, I should give you your answer. I promised, after all. You asked why I am buying up school supplies and books, did you not? I received a report that a little rat slipped into the trading company. This is the process of flushing it out. For the past few days, the inventory counts of books and school supplies in the warehouse have not been matching. That means someone has been siphoning goods off. Is it not that man Dune? He even admitted to buying alcohol with embezzled funds. No, Dune is not that bold. He only indulges in small luxuries. He never goes beyond that. I believe there is someone far more malicious than Dune. When prices rise, they will sell before we do and run. That is when we catch the rat. And I will probably end up killing someone again. Ed was shocked. Back then we said something like this, did we not? Lortel murmured. She repeated the question softly. Have you ever killed someone? No, Ed answered. I have never killed someone with my own hands, Lortel said. But if I count the people I failed to save, like you do, then I have probably killed many people too. Because I am someone who looks away from people and judges only by the numbers written in my accounting ledger. I am the golden daughter. But is that not everyone? A merchant who recognized a child's talent and bribed her biological parents to make her his adopted daughter. Parents so poor they lived off a single day's worth of begging, eating rotten bread in the corner of the slums. In the end, they had not even realized that they would be killed to keep information from leaking, all while selling their daughter. Pitiful people. All of them must have been accomplices. Do you know how much money my parents received when they sold me? Lortel Keshelm asked quietly. 3 Flynn gold coins. It feels like just yesterday that I was a girl sold off for 3 gold coins, and yet now I am someone who can designate 3 gold coins as a daily wage just to scout one person I like. Funny, is it not? Still, 3 coins a day is a bit much, is it not? Well, I think she will refuse, but that is fine too. Dealing with the rat that crawled into the merchantry and managing Dune, who is always plotting to stab us in the back, none of it bothers me, because I do not expect anything from anyone. And I do not trust anyone either. You know the reason, do you not? Ed Rothtaylor said. Because you do not want to be disappointed. Exactly. That is why I am always alone as well. She smiled at him. That is my weakness, Ed said softly. So from the very start, the reason you carved time out of your busy schedule and asked me to take a night walk. I do have ears, you know, she interrupted with a hint of amusement. In fact, I can hear a little wider and farther than ordinary people. She hugged his arm gently. Ed thought to himself that she must have heard the rumors, that he had looked depressed lately, drained of energy. And apparently, Lortel continued, among the children of noble families, there is a ritual when they marry. They exchange their weaknesses with one another, because when both sides know each other's weak points, they become that much closer, or so they say. The academy at night is quiet, is it not? A place that is usually so crowded becomes so empty. It makes you feel as though you have been left alone in the world. Yeah, Ed admitted. It does, she said. For me, it feels like that even during the day, but sometimes you need that feeling. You know it too, do you not? She asked softly. Sometimes this kind of solitude. Ed looked at the sky. Is comfortable, right? Lortel said with a smile. I told you, we are the same. The next morning, Belle spoke nervously. I am sorry, Miss Lortel. Honestly, that offer would have been good for me, considering how high the wage is, but I take pride in working at Ophilus Hall. Of course, I am not always treated fairly. Sometimes I am dissatisfied. Sometimes it is difficult. Sometimes I am exhausted. But even so, I want to continue taking responsibility for Ophilus Hall. Lortel Ketchum said. A daily wage of 3 gold coins is a bold offer. It truly pains me to refuse. You cannot convert the noble conviction you have toward your work into money, can you? Then, how about a side job arrangement? Belle, shocked and confused, blinked. Pardon? A side job arrangement? I heard that lately you have been making time to nurse Janica. Lortel continued. Just drop by regularly once in a while and manage things for me the same way you do that. Come comfortably whenever you have time. Take care of what needs to be handled and then leave. Something like that, twice a week. Can we not do it that way? Belle's eyes sparkled. Yes, Lortel prompted. That much can be, Belle began, looking away. Thank you, Lortel said brightly. Here is the contract. Belle, shocked, said, Pardon? Sign here. And here as well, Lortel instructed. Okay, Belle stammered. All right then. From now on, please take care of my villa and the nearby camp. Belle said, I will see you at... Huh? Lortel interrupted. The camp. And then she shut the door. Belle muttered to herself. A side job for 1 gold coin. She had even prepared the contract from the beginning. I had been played. Ed Rothtailor thought to himself that it had only been a few days since he slipped into this slump, drowning in old memories. But when he looked at the people living busily around him, today's weather was wonderful, Janica Flailover said brightly. It pulled him back to reality. Life at the academy did not stop. He decided he would not stay gloomy and weighed down anymore. More precisely, he did not have the time to. It was final examination season now, so he needed to hurry and finish the staff work as well. Then vacation would arrive soon. He would make all the preparations he could before then, in order to face what was coming. Meanwhile, Tanya Rothtailor, reading a letter, sweated slightly. It has been a while since I received a letter from Father. The letter read, I heard that during vacation many students return to their family homes, rest, and then come back. Tanya, you should come home and get some rest, then return to Sylvania, and if possible, bring Ed with you as well. Ed thought to himself about the altered scenario. Tanya Rothtailor continued reading the letter, cold sweat forming on her back. With the break approaching, I wish to see you again. Many students returned to their family homes, rested, and then came back. Tanya, you should come home and get some rest, then return to Sylvania. Bring Ed with you as well. Tanya Rothtailor froze, her fingers trembling as she folded the letter. The senior maid of Ophilus Hall spoke gently. You seem quite tired. No, I am all right, Tanya replied quickly. Yet inwardly, she sighed. I already have my hands full with the LT Trading Company crossing the line, and now Father as well. Sigh. The night slipped by unnoticed, and before she realized it, morning had already arrived. It hurts. My head hurts, Tanya muttered, clutching her arm as she stirred awake. Suddenly her eyes snapped open. At the door stood Lucy Merrill. Oh. Both of them jumped away from each other in surprise. Lucy? Tanya stammered, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Esh. Hello, Lucy. Did you have something you wanted to say to me? Lucy adjusted her hat, hesitating. Sorry. About last time. I made a mistake. No, you already apologized before. There is no need to do so again, Tanya said hastily. She scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha. T, the weather is great today, right? Perfect for a nap. Were you going to my brother's camp today as well? I do not go that often these days, Lucy replied. Oh. Really? Well, why is that? Tanya asked. Lucy looked away, her cheeks reddening. After napping somewhere else, it is strange. My skirt gets dirty, I get dust all over myself and my hair gets tangled. I do not look nice. Tanya Rothtailor and the senior maid were both stunned. That Lucy Merrill, worrying about how she is viewed, Tanya thought in disbelief. The senior maid also broke into a sweat. It was subtle, but right now, it mattered. I was planning to go to his campsite tomorrow, Lucy continued softly. Not having been there for so long makes me want to go. For just a moment, she looked like an ordinary young girl. Do not worry, Lucy, the senior maid said confidently. Lucy tilted her head in confusion. You are plenty beautiful, Tanya added quickly. But tomorrow, I vow on my title as senior maid to dress you up as best as I can. That was the senior maid of Ophalis Hall. Primary duty, assisting students. Secondary duty, love advice. Lucy Merrill broke into a nervous sweat. Elsewhere, inside a cabin deep in the woods, a bird hummed softly. Suddenly, chirp! Dark energy surged outward from Janica Flaylover. Lortel, you really built it, she murmured, her eyes turning crimson. A powerful gust of wind spiraled through the cabin. Marilda appeared. Well, she asked calmly. It is not much of a strain to summon you in human form now, Ed Rothtaylor said. So it seems, Marilda replied. A system notification appeared. Rare thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. A cane crafted from a 1,000-year-old tree struck by lightning, processed with various spells to increase spirit sensitivity efficiency. Crafting difficulty, extremely high. Amplifies spirit sensitivity of all attributes. Improves mana efficiency of spirit magic. Allows all spirit formulas to be used regardless of spirit sensitivity once a contract is formed. Improves mana efficiency when using high-rank wind spirit Marilda. Expands the affected area of Blessing of Wind. Greatly enhances the area of effect and power of the spirit formula Updraft. It was the right choice to make this, Ed said quietly. Whoa, Janica exclaimed. I have never seen a staff made through magic engineering before. Do you want to try it out? Ed asked. Janica stared at the long staff in his hands. Me? I have not fully recovered yet, so I am not sure I can test it properly. She took the staff and closed her eyes. Then, her eyes flew open as power surged through her body. Whoa. It is not just efficient, it feels like the mana is naturally flowing through me. Your spirit sensitivity is high, Janica, Ed explained, so you probably feel it more strongly. Yep. This would really improve the power of my spirits, she said excitedly. It is amazing. No wonder people love magic engineering. Then she handed it back. That is great. Ed, take it back. No, Ed replied simply. That is yours? Mine? I made it for you, Ed said. I owe you a lot. I am sorry I was not able to thank you properly until now. Janica clutched the staff. But would this not be better used by you, Ed? I am going to make another one anyway, so do not worry. He noticed her fidgeting. Another one? So it would be like a pair. I see. I will use it well. Tears welled in her eyes as she hugged the staff tightly. Thank you, Ed. Ed froze for a moment, then smiled warmly. I really made the right choice. They smiled at each other. Back at the academy, already, a student muttered, I am in trouble again. Her friend groaned. At the student plaza, a notification was posted. Final examination season had begun. Depending on the subject, both written examinations and field examinations awaited. This system applied only to middle year and upper year students. The written examination was capped at 100 points, but the field examination had no upper limit. Because of that, top students always maintained their rankings through their field examination scores. That was true for Wade, the top first-year student, and there was no need to even mention Lucy, the top student of the second year. If you wanted top marks, what mattered most was the field examination, and the highest scorer in my grade was Janica Flaylover, third year, top student. Ed Rothtaylor murmured to himself. Can I beat her field exam score? Hello, Jix called out cheerfully. Hey, Ed replied. I heard there is a practice exam with the professors, Ed thought. In the first place, most students, aside from exceptions like Lucy or Janica, did not have the skill to face a professor directly. However, the top student was exempt from all tuition. It was true that I managed to scrape by with my academy scholarship and trading with Lortel, but things were still tight. Before I had no chance of aiming for the top, but now, things are different. Phew. All right, let us try it. Top of my class, at the student council room. This way, a girl said politely. The president is waiting for you. Thank you for guiding me, Ed replied. Ah, yes, she answered brightly. Whoa, he really is popular. Meanwhile, the contents of Crepin's letter echoed in Tanya's mind. With your first break approaching, I wish to see you again. Tanya, you should come back home and get some rest, then return to Sylvania. Also, I know Ed is alive. Bring Ed with you, if you can. Public opinion has improved, and his magic skills have heightened. I will no longer press the consequences of insulting the princess. I wish to accept Ed as a member of the Rothtailor family again. As family, and as his father, I would like to offer him one last chance. Tell this to Ed. After losing Arwen, I do not wish to repeat the same thing again. If you wish, the door to Rothtailor is still open. From Crepin Rothtailor. It has been a while since I last received a letter from Father, Tanya said softly. Father has forgiven you, Ed. So he wants you to come back and talk things over. That is great, Ed replied calmly. Tanya sighed. I can tell from your expression that this is not how you truly feel. Ed lowered his gaze. An opportunity to regain power has arrived for a fallen noble. This should be a good thing, but Father tried to have my brother assassinated. To bring me back now. This is clearly a trap. I will go home alone and tell Father, Tanya began. No, Ed interrupted. Let us go home together during this break. He took the letter from her hands and burned it with his aura. It is all right, he said quietly. I have plans of my own. A story now recorded in history books. Back then, the Klol Empire was still at war with the demi-humans. Their forces had reached the capital of Cloron. At that desperate time, the hero who led the Emperor's armies from the front was Obel Forcius, and the 3 young mages who supported him, Glass, the Seeker, Zelen, the Carver, and the Outcast, Khalid. Now the outcast who had faded into obscurity had returned to Sylvania Academy. Why did he return as a professor? Cough. Cough. Ugh. Professor Khalid? Claire Elfin asked sharply as smoke filled the room. The final examination is in 3 days, she exclaimed. We need to create the rubric for the field exam and submit it. What? Khalid muttered. We can just improvise. Really? Claire snapped. It is the final examination. The one where all of your students participate. You know this. Come up with something in your lab and submit it, Khalid replied lazily. It will be better than having me interfere. Sigh. All right, Claire said, defeated. Khalid leaned back and thought to himself, why did I even agree to fill Glass's empty position? Well, it probably does not matter anymore. Outside Ophalis Hall, Ed, Bell called. What brings you here? May I enter Ophalis Hall temporarily? Ed asked. Technically no, Bell Maya replied. But since you are trustworthy, if you tell me your purpose, I will grant you access. Ed paused. I did not hide what I needed. When he spoke, both Bell and the senior maid froze in shock. The reason I am visiting Ophalis Hall today, Ed said calmly, is to prepare for a future danger. The senior maid immediately rushed inside. Ed continued inwardly. The danger of entering the Rothtailor mansion. I was killed by him once, even within the academy. To be honest, I want to use everything I have to wipe them out, but if I lay a hand on the Rothtailor family, backed by the royal family, I will be branded a traitor. Originally, the one who threatens him is Princess Phenia. She uses her authority to expose his crimes, human, sacrifice, forbidden research, collaboration with the evil god, under the light of day, but now, she is not making any moves. In the first place, she did not even become the student council president. There was no reason for her to clash with the Rothtailors. In that case, I must create a reason myself. The best method was infiltration. Enter the mansion and investigate directly. But without preparation, I do not know where I might end up dead. That place was under the complete control of Crepin Rothtailor, though we seem to be walking quite far. Ed, Bell said hesitantly. When the exams begin, do you plan on taking a break from camp work? Well, I will still handle the basics, Ed replied. I see. What is this? Ed wondered. Bell was not the type to start conversations casually. This route was clearly a maid-only passage, and my presence here stood out like a sore thumb. Could it be? Even though we were taking a long route, she deliberately chose a discreet path, one where students who remembered my expulsion would not notice me. Climb up this way, Bell said softly. Carefully. Whoa, Ed muttered. I see. This is the thoughtfulness of the head maid. However, why are we moving so slowly? Bell suddenly stopped and broke into a sweat. I have a very important question, she blurted out. This is extremely important. What is it? Ed asked. Well, it is hard to express. Could you give me a moment to think? It is, She glanced nervously down the hall. The Ophalis Hall senior maid, standing behind her, suddenly gave a firm thumbs up. Bell stiffened, sweating even more. She turned back to Ed. Nothing, she said quickly. I will explain next time. Please go ahead. Ed walked forward. So this is Tanya's room. I decided to send a reply to Crepin through Tanya. The letter read, Thank you for granting me this new opportunity. I shed tears of gratitude. I deeply regret my sins and have worked endlessly to become a better man. I have also gained several connections worthy of the Rothtailor name. I wish to prove my skills before you and introduce my close allies as well, Father. Ed smiled faintly. I do not even need to explain who the most trustworthy person to keep nearby is. Room 302, Lucy Merrill. Ed raised his hand toward the door, then paused. The door opened, silver hair spilled into view. Lucy Merrill stood there, wearing a dress. The wind flowed in from the open window behind her, fluttering the curtains as she sat quietly on a chair. Hi, she said softly, her cheeks tinged with red. Oh, Belle said casually. It seems she is all dressed up as usual. You have not been to the camp recently, Ed said. Have you been busy? Lucy blinked. No. You seem completely different from how you look at camp, Ed continued. So this is how you usually are. I did not expect that, Lucy. Oh, Ed added hastily. It really suits you. I am surprised. Lucy lowered her gaze, flustered. You said you had business, Belle reminded him. What is it, Ed? Ah, Lucy, Ed said. After our exams, come with me and visit my home, and let us greet my father. Lucy froze. Belle froze as well. Ah? Ed blinked. Ahem. That was phrased a little strangely. To explain properly, this is the situation. Anyway, I am risking my life here. It will be a journey back to the Rothtailors, and it will take time. So I do not intend to ask this favor for free. I am only telling you this because I truly trust you, Lucy. I intend to dethrone Crepin Rothtailor. I know, Ed continued calmly. This is an act of rebellion against both my family and the Empire, but I no longer intend to allow my father to remain the head of the Rothtailors. Is your motive revenge? Lucy asked quietly, slouching in her chair. Ed was silent. I just want to survive, he said at last. After I overthrow my father, the one trying to harm me, the next head may be Tanya, but I would still be the eldest son of the greatest noble family on the continent. I would be in a position that is difficult to touch, and from that position, I will do everything I can for you. So, invest in me, Lucy. Lucy remained silent. I do not invest in things. As you know, she continued, I am not really interested in power. I see, Ed said quietly. So, Lucy asked, what do you think I am interested in? Hey, do you think I kept my promise with the old man? She stood and opened the window. Sunlight flooded the room. Has that danger truly passed? She asked. If I have fulfilled my promise, what should I be thinking about for the rest of my life? As I said, I have no interest in power. If I help you, it will be because I want to help you. That is all. But even so, I cannot do it for free. What do you need? Ed asked. What I fear, Lucy said slowly, is that after I keep my promise and cast away my burdens, I will have nothing left. Help me, she said, so that I will not be consumed by that emptiness. So, Ed asked, how can I do that? Lucy extended her pinky. Help me find a reason to live. Light shimmered against her outstretched finger. Her expression was stern, honest. Neither smiling nor crying, just Lucy. If I had not made this promise here, Ed thought, what kind of expression would she have shown? He reached out and locked his pinky with hers. Lucy's eyes widened, her face flushing crimson. For a moment, they simply stared at each other. Then, she hugged him. Ed froze. I have no way of truly understanding how much this promise means to Lucy. Lucy did not say anything else for a long while. At the written exam site, Ed Rothtailor spoke quietly to Janica Flaylover. For now, you and I are enemies. Janica flinched, clearly startled. She stared at him in disbelief. Huh, why? Why are we enemies? Ed scratched his cheek awkwardly. Oh, it is nothing that serious. I just mean that I am going to try my best to become the top student this time. Since the day I awakened in this world, my goal has been simple, to graduate from the academy and survive. In order to do that, I needed to afford the massive tuition, thanks to the Glock Foundation scholarship and the money I earned from trading with Lortel. I have managed to hang on. Still, I was never certain I would last until graduation, but once I become the top student, I will be completely exempt from tuition. Before, that goal was far beyond my reach, but now, getting top marks? I see. Janica narrowed her eyes and smiled faintly. I guess if I let my guard down, you really might score higher, huh, Ed? Most third-year students, aside from Janica, are pretty average. A boy nearby received his exam paper and groaned. Ugh, I still have not finished memorizing everything. Another student muttered in despair. Oh gods, What number should I even write to guess? The instructor's voice echoed through the room. Close your books. I cannot compare to Janica in spirit arts, but I come out slightly ahead in memorization, heavy subjects like history and magic engineering. I will not let you have it so easily, Janica said. People from my hometown are really proud of the fact that I am the top student. Ed quietly raised his pen. And with that, the final exams began. A short while later, inside the faculty building, Claire collapsed forward onto her desk. First day of final exams. Elemental Studies written exam. Complete. Ah, Claire groaned weakly. Help me. Ed tilted his head. What is that about? Annis answered calmly. Professor Khaled is here to replace Professor Glast, but apparently Assistant Professor Claire wrote and graded the written exam questions all by herself in 3 days. She has been like this ever since. What about him? Ed asked. Clebius clutched his head in despair. Ugh, how did I get the questions from the basic swordsmanship textbook wrong? I am so stupid, I am so dumb. Anna sighed. Clebius has been like that ever since the written exam. Suddenly the door flew open. Clebius! Elvira stormed in, hands on her hips. How long are you going to stay this depressed? You can make up for it in the field exam. Second-year top alchemy student, Elvira Aniston. What brings you here, Elvira? Annis asked. I wanted to have the elemental resistance potion formula I developed looked over, Ed said. The best way is to ask the professors. You picked the worst possible time, Annis replied flatly. Assistant Professor Claire is sleeping with her eyes open right now. I am screwed, Clebius muttered. I am going to lose the top spot. He looked up at Ed with hollow eyes. Ed Roth-Taylor, you think I am worthless too, right? Stop whining, Elvira snapped, and do not say things like that to your senior. What do you care? Clebius shouted back. You are looking down on me too. Annis glanced at Ed. Did you do well on the written exam? You look happy? Well, Ed said, I did all right. In the first place, I have never stopped studying since I came here. Based on our scores so far, Janica is slightly ahead. If I want to truly pull ahead in the remaining subjects, I need to focus on one thing, the Elemental Studies field exam. This curriculum's field exam is a duel with the professor. Our opponent will be Assistant Professor Claire, but Ed frowned slightly. Are we sure the exam can even happen? Is it not tomorrow? Annis tried to pry open Claire's eyes and said, This is going to be rough. Well, then another professor will have to step in. Ed Roth-Taylor tilted his head. The door opened. Professor Khaled staggered inside. Ugh, I am hungover. Hugh, Assistant Professor Claire jolted awake. Ha, Professor Khaled. What brings you here? Professor Khaled rubbed his temple and sighed. I just took a beating from Dean McDowell. I was told it was unbelievable that every single submission was filed under the name of the youngest professor, and that I needed to do something about it. He clicked his tongue. Do they really think they can say whatever they want just because they are the dean? I am so sorry, Claire said hurriedly. No, Khaled replied. I will admit it. If I am getting paid, I should actually do some work. He glanced around. The field exam is tomorrow, correct? Oh, well, yes. Then get some rest, he said, taking a seat. I will handle the field exam. His gaze shifted. Let me see. He looked directly at Ed Roth-Taylor. You are Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed stiffened, confused. Professor Khaled smirked. Want to fight? Huh? Ed muttered, sweat forming on his brow. The next day, Obel Hall, combat training grounds. Whoa, there are a lot of people here, even though this is not group training. I heard Professor Khaled is fighting that third year named Ed. Look over there. Even the student council president is here. You are right. Chief Secretary Ziggs and Dyke, too. Tanya watched silently. I do not expect Ed to win. Aside from Lucy, no student can stand against a professor. And Professor Khaled is a war hero. Ed inhaled slowly. Despite my schedule, the reason I came here is simple. Ugh, I feel awful, Khaled muttered. Because I cannot avoid this. My joints are screaming after sleeping on the floor while drunk, Khaled added. Do not bother drinking milk. Even if you drink milk. War hero Khaled's other title is, Khaled raised his hand. It does nothing. A mad dog, a violent gust of wind surged toward Ed. Ed activated his spell at the same moment. Green light flared. Whoa, Khaled murmured. Your firepower is not bad. He closed his eyes. Ed's heart skipped. An incantation. Then this is not basic magic. Mid-rank lightning magic. Flash. Light detonated across the arena. Ah, I cannot see. Q, Ed groaned, shielding his eyes. Oho, Khaled said. Good reaction time. He was already in front of Ed. Ed reacted instinctively. Basic impact spell. Magic shockwave. A blast erupted outward. Basic defense spell. The barrier barely held. Ed charged his man. Basic fire spell. Ignition. Flames engulfed Khaled. Your proficiency with basic magic is solid, Khaled said calmly. Then, So you blocked my vision with fire. Mid-rank spell. Point explosion. Ed remained calm. You are a good student, Khaled continued. You learn quickly. Do you review everything you learn every day? Now, let us move on to more complex material. Basic magic. Water bullet. Basic magic. Ignition. Let us finish the lesson quickly. Magic collided. Steam swallowed the arena. Ed stood still. Steam formed from fire and water. I am used to fighting in this environment. And Khaled appeared at a distance. Ed released wind magic, a basic spell. Ice shard struck from behind. Ed twisted aside just in time. You have good reaction speed, Khaled said, but you think too much. You should not hesitate. Shadows multiplied. Khaled surrounded him. Even if I disperse the steam, it reforms immediately. His mana output is overwhelming. Then do I search for the real one? No, they are all decoys. The real Khaled will strike from behind. Ed opened his eyes. If that is the case, ice shattered. A crushing force rippled outward. Basic effectual magic, forced concentration. Basic effectual magic, forced concentration dispel. A blade of wind struck from behind. Basic wind magic, wind blade, cuke. Ed was launched across the ground, skidding to a halt. Professor Khaled frowned. What are you doing? Are you consciously limiting yourself to elemental magic? Ed Roth-Taylor pushed himself upright. Is that not obvious? This is the Elemental Studies exam. Tanya covered her mouth. Cold sweat formed on her brow. Ha! Khaled laughed. You are a funny kid. In the first place, I consider techniques beyond elemental magic as well. Is that allowed? Ed asked calmly. Are you worried I might get injured? Khaled replied. No, Ed said without hesitation. This is the Elemental Studies exam. Khaled's grin widened. Elemental magic is the foundation of all combat magic. It is not simply about using elements. It is about combining every field of magic with elemental principles and wielding them as one. That, he continued, is what Elemental Studies is supposed to teach. I see, Ed murmured. Is what Glass would have said, Khaled interrupted. I am different. Ed stiffened. Khaled removed his hand from his pocket. Do whatever you can to stop this. If you are still standing on 2 legs after 10 minutes, you get a perfect score. Mana surged around him. The war ended, and Emperor Kloll's reign continued. Guardian Obel and the 3 war heroes were sent to Sylvania Academy. We were ordered to teach self-study periods. But what could I teach them? To these sheltered children, survival training was abuse. I could not force them to sharpen mana sensitivity overnight. I could not teach them how to kill or how to survive. Khaled blinked awake in a classroom. I clashed with the academy, with students, with everyone. I left. I wandered the lawless Kohelton region as a bounty-hunting adventurer that continued until Sylvania summoned me again. After my only lifelong friend died, Glassed, I returned. Nothing had changed. Glass left nothing behind. I only wanted the easy pay. So, Khaled said aloud, it was the students who stood by Glass in his final moments? That is just like him, Claire replied softly. He was especially fond of one student. Then I heard a name from that greenhorn professor. What was his name? Khaled's hand slipped from his pocket again. Do whatever you can to stop this. If you are still standing, after 10 minutes, you get a perfect score. Ed Roth-Taylor, Khaled's eyes widened. Multiple arrows screamed toward his face. He deflected them in a flash. This kid, did he start forming that mana bow the moment we began talking? Elemental Studies is not even his specialty. Spirit formula, manifest, waterhead, water surged. Marilda lunged forward. Is he a spirit sorcerer? Khaled froze the spirit solid. No, that would be an exaggeration. Calling him a mage is already pushing it. Standard doctrine says to close distance against a mage, but when both sides are mages, distance becomes a liability. And yet, the instant Ed realized pure magic was disadvantageous, he changed tactics. He rushed forward. For talent like this, to rely only on elemental magic. He is fighting with his limbs bound. That is nothing unusual on the battlefield. Khaled's eyes sharpened. At this range, basic effectual magic, forced concentration. Ed struck simultaneously. A dagger flashed from the opposite angle. Khaled blocked with his shield. Fast reactions. Ha! So you can use effectual magic too. What next? Mug, Ed said calmly. The dagger ignited. Spirit formula, explosion, the shield detonated. Khaled slid backward, coughing. Well, look at you. A figure emerged from the flames, a mid-rank fire spirit, mug, so you are already beyond the level of these students. Ed adjusted his shirt. That sobered me up immediately. Khaled raised his hand, smiling. Since we have come this far, let us see it through. Golden light gathered in his palm. What are you? Ed began. I do not know how they will clean this up, Khaled said lightly. I will probably have to write another incident report. The light intensified. I heard they call him the Mad Dog, Tanya whispered, trembling. But against a student, high-ranking electric magic surged. Lightning slammed into the ceiling. He is using high-ranking magic. Thunder rolled. Lightning gathered overhead as he activated his skill. Divine punishment. The arena vanished in light. Dust rolled outward in a violent wave. Arg! Professor Khaled staggered. Damn it, did I overdo it? He is still a student. I thought he would be able to take it. As the dust slowly cleared, Khaled opened his eyes. A blade of wind tore past his face. He twisted aside at the last instant. The attack grazed his cheek. Blood ran down his skin. Ha! Behind the thinning dust cloud, Ed Rothtaylor sat motionless. Khaled's breath caught. He withstood it, a high-ranking spell. And he is still. Ed removed the cover from his staff. He stood. Khaled's pupils contracted, ready to fight. Yes, now I understand why Glass took an interest in this kid. Ed's silhouette overlapped with another image. A battlefield, smoke, screams, corpses. He is someone who has faced death countless times. Come, Khaled said softly, that fire in his eyes. It only exists in those who have lived that kind of life. Marilda surged forward, magic roaring. Gwa! Ed charged alongside her. Khaled slammed his palm down. Ice erupted, sealing the path, and shattered instantly, cut apart as if it were butter. Ed burst through the fragments. I have met countless people with that gaze, and I have fought them with my life on the line. Khaled laughed. Joy flickered across his face. He grabbed Ed's arm and twisted. The dagger flew from Ed's grip. Ed countered immediately, seizing Khaled's collar and driving a kick into his stomach. Khaled retaliated at point-blank range. Ed's eyes widened as light bloomed between them. Mid-rank magic, point explosion. Fire swallowed the space. And yet, Ed remained standing. A hand emerged from the flames. It seized Khaled's wrist. Blessing of recovery. Temporary immunity to flames greatly increased. Ed raised his staff. Spirit sorcery, explosion. Ha! Khaled exhaled, staring into the light. Ed followed instantly. Blessing of wind. When an unexpected attack is received, the enemy is blown away by wind. The force detonated outward. Khaled was hurled back. Ed froze. The blessing of wind. Why? Ice shards slammed into Ed's back. His breath left him in a gasp. This was to activate the blessing on purpose. Khaled's voice cut through the chaos. On the battlefield, a single moment of weakness means death. You understand that well, but you were one step behind. Mana dropped like winter. High-ranking ice magic. Permafrost. Arg! Ed cried out. Ice crawled over his body. His limbs locked in place. It is too late to defrost now, Khaled said quietly. He raised his hand. Ice spears rained down. Ed closed his eyes. A thunderous impact. A figure crashed into the arena. Every shard shattered midair. Ed's eyes snapped open. A smoking fist stood between him and death. 10 minutes have already passed. You have gone too far. The man straightened. Fourth-year faculty of combat. Valedictorian. Senior student council member. Deacon Pellin. Ed Rothtaylor can no longer fight. Professor Khaled. Brother Ed. Tanya rushed forward. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Khaled exhaled heavily. Yeah, I got a little too excited and overdid it. Thank you for understanding, Deke replied. No need, Khaled said. The incident report was already waiting for me. He turned to Ed. You get full marks. I thought there was no maximum score, Ed said weakly. Then take the highest score possible. If your written exam went well, you will be the top student. I see why Glass was fond of you. Khaled rested a hand on Ed's shoulder. I do not understand why the child of a noble lives the way you do. I had personal issues after being disowned, Ed replied. I got used to living in the woods. No, Khaled interrupted. I am not talking about camping. You live like you are still at war. Ed stiffened. Khaled turned away. I do not know what it is, he said, but you had better quit as soon as possible. The screams still pierced the walls, no matter how peaceful everything looks. His hand trembled as he pulled out a flask. Stay in that place too long, and you become a degenerate who cannot live without being drunk on something. Like me. Professor Khaled said, I will see you again. I may not be one to talk, but that kid is one hell of a lunatic. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, Ed, are you all right? Are you hurt? I am going to file a formal protest against the academy. I will see this through to the end. As Deacon Pellin watched Ed Roth-Taylor and Tanya Roth-Taylor, he said, that could have turned out very badly. Confused, he muttered to himself, huh? He has not finished thawing his legs yet? In fact, they have not thawed at all. Ed Roth-Taylor said, I am fine, Tanya Roth-Taylor began, but Deacon Pellin thought to himself, it was not that he could not melt the ice. He simply chose not to. Lowering his staff and gathering that red mana was not meant for fire magic. It was holy magic. He was preparing to attack with holy magic. If I had not intervened, I wonder who would truly have won. Looking down silently, Deacon Pellin said, Ed Roth-Taylor. Ed Roth-Taylor looked confused. I got in the way, did I not? Deke asked, showing his hand. Not at all. I received a good grade. That is what matters, Ed replied as he shook Deke's hand. I heard the rumors, but this is our first meeting. At this rate, we may witness a new academy-wide valedictorian, Deke said. Well, as you know, Janica is no slouch, Ed answered. Is that so? Ha ha ha. Watching you young students rise one after another makes me feel as though I should improve myself as well, Deke said before walking away. Ed thought to himself, the examination is over. All that remains is the announcement of the grades. Annis Halen said, Hello, Professor Khaled. Professor Khaled replied, Who are you again? Ah, yes. Annis Halen, the student teaching assistant. I have heard that you are more capable than most assistant professors. He handed her an envelope. What is this? She asked. The grades. Post them for me, Professor Khaled said as he sat down. Is this the list of the top 20 students in each year for the semester? Yes. Organize it and put it up, she thought to herself. I am not certain about the practical examinations, but I am confident in the written results. I barely made it last time, but this time. As she looked at the list, Professor Khaled said, Your name is not on the list. Eek, ugh, Annis muttered in frustration. What? He asked. She thought to herself, the full scores are available only to the student council and the professors. What you can see are your highest and lowest grades, along with the ranked top 20 students, including the valedictorian. Sylvania's valedictorian rarely changes because the practical examinations carry significant weight. However, this year, she stood there, shocked and confused. A few moments later, the results were posted. A student said, Is that? His friend replied, Seriously? First year rankings, 1. Wade Callermore, valedictorian, 2. Joseph Whitefelts, salutatorian, 3. Dennis Beniams, 4. Claude Bellisis, 5. Tanya Roth-Taylor, second year rankings, 1. Lucy Mayrill, valedictorian, 2. Lortel Coweln, salutatorian, 3. Clarius Nortondale, 4. Ziggs Effelstein, 5. Taylor McLure. A boy stammered, Really? A girl replied, I believe it makes sense. He worked very hard. Third year rankings, 1. Ed Roth-Taylor, valedictorian, 2. Janica Faylover, salutatorian, 3. Drake Lacus, 4. Adelante, 5. Siri Camellan, fourth year rankings, 1. Deke Pellin, valedictorian, 2. Trakvana Bloomliver, salutatorian, 3. Dorothy Whitefelts, 4. Krugs, 5. Patriciana Bloomliver. As Ed looked again at third year rankings, 1. Ed Roth-Taylor, valedictorian, 2. Janica Faylover, salutatorian. A voice scoffed, What? So anyone who works hard is supposed to become valedictorian now? Ed sighed softly. Ha, he thought to himself. It took 1 year and 7 months. Some would say that is an extraordinary achievement in such a short span of time. Others would say I did well simply to endure for that long. Either way, the outcome is what matters. I became the valedictorian of the third years. Images of his clock and his tightly packed daily schedule crossed his mind. Instead of exhausting myself to pay for the next semester, I can now devote more time to preparing for the threats ahead. In simple terms, my chances of survival have increased dramatically. I am certain this feeling is nothing more than relief. But what is this emotion rising within me? Ed! He turned to see Janica Faylover waving at him. You are at the top, Ed. I am in second place now. You won in the end, Ed? Janica, Ed said softly. He reached out and gently took hold of her delicate wrist. Ed? Huh? As he pulled Janica Faylover gently aside, Ed Roth-Taylor said, I need to speak with you. Let us go somewhere quieter. A few moments later, Ed, what is it? Janica asked nervously. Ed held out the score sheet. Ed Roth Taylor, Elemental Studies Examination Score, 95. Janica Failover, Elemental Studies Examination Score, 30. Did you intentionally fail? Ed asked quietly. You let me take first place, did you not? Janica broke into a nervous sweat. Was it that obvious? She lowered her gaze. I cannot receive the scholarship anyway because of the disciplinary action from before. I also left the dormitories. Besides, I am afraid of the expectations people place on me. After thinking about it, I decided it was acceptable not to stand at the top anymore. Your grades are more than worthy of valedictorian, Ed. I thought it would be better if it were you. Ed exhaled softly. Ha! All right, thank you. It is because of you, Janica. I will not forget this. No, it is nothing. You work harder than anyone, Ed. There you are. They turned to see Anis Halen approaching. Ah, Anis? What are you doing here? Janica asked. We were supposed to go to Laplace Bakery today. You, Clara, and I were going to celebrate the end of classes. You always forget things like this, Janica. Today? Oh, really? Hello, Ed, Anna said calmly. She took Janica by the arm. Huh? Eh? I will be borrowing Janica for a while. It seems she forgot. Yes, Ed replied quietly. As the sun began to set, Anna spoke. You made a mistake, Janica. Eh? Ha? I am sure you did not intend any harm. You simply wanted what was best for Ed because you like him. I saw Ed's scores. Even if you had earned a perfect score on the written examination, he would still have been at the top. Really? What a relief. He worked so hard. He truly wanted to become valedictorian. Do you not understand? Anis asked gently. This happened because of you. Ed did not reach the top on his own. You placed him there. That is correct, Janica. You should understand something as well. Being at the top requires more than mere kindness. She looked at Janica steadily. Janica slowly sat down. Yes. She began to tremble. If even you do not have faith in him, then who will? Anna said softly. Night fell over the cabin. Ed sat alone, staring into the fire. I only wish to become valedictorian to increase my chances of survival. From that perspective, the method should not matter. So why does this heavy feeling remain? Perhaps survival was not my only reason. It was the same during the duel with Professor Khaled. I could have secured perfect marks by simply enduring 10 minutes, yet I tried my best to defeat him. I could have held back. Since the moment I arrived here, I have had only one objective, to survive. Yet now I find myself worrying about matters beyond survival. He tossed another piece of firewood into the flames. It does not matter. The semester is over. There is no time left to dwell on these thoughts. Whether I like it or not, I must think about how to survive over there. I am heading to the Roth-Taylor Manor now. At the royal palace of the Kloel Kingdom, Princess Salaha gazed out the window. The Roth-Taylor Manor. It has been about 5 years. Father, I heard that Phinia is returning from Sylvania. It is unfortunate that I must depart before she arrives. I understand your desire to see Phinia, said Emperor Kloel, but a visit to the Duchy of Roth-Taylor would be a far more worthwhile use of your time. Salaha thought to herself. Perhaps father intends to separate me from Phinia. Even so, House Roth-Taylor is the greatest duchy on the continent. It is a power I must learn to wield before I ascend the throne myself. Many nobles will attend the upcoming gatherings. However, if they were to be ranked, that family would stand above the rest. The patriarch, Crepin Roth-Taylor, and Tanya Roth-Taylor, the first freshman in the history of Sylvania to become student council president. There was also a son who was meant to return, but he was expelled previously. He is likely of no consequence. Salaha stood gracefully. I shall take my leave now. Then go forth, Salaha, Emperor Kloel replied. As she walked away, Salaha, the Frost Princess, departed for the Roth-Taylor Manor. At the residence of Phinia Elias Kloel, Tanya Roth-Taylor said, Whoa, I say this every time I come here, but this place feels like a different universe. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself. Ophelis Hall is the most expensive and luxurious facility across all of Arkan Island. This place ranks second in terms of money spent, and its size is only half that of Ophelis Hall. A guard stepped forward. Please come in, Ed reflected quietly. But the one thing that sets this facility apart is that everything here exists solely for a single person. They looked up toward the balcony. Phinia Elias Kloel gazed down at them. She was the third princess of the Kloel Empire. Phinia Elias Kloel. Ed Roth-Taylor bowed and said, Greetings, Princess Phinia. Thank you for allowing us to visit. Tanya Roth-Taylor bowed even deeper. Ed continued, Princess Phinia, the reason we have come today is... Phinia interrupted calmly. You have a use for my authority, Ed Roth-Taylor. I am the one who contributed most to your expulsion from your family. My recognition will make it easy for you to return as well. Ed thought to himself, That is a bit blunt, but it is true. I am here to ask for her help in my return to nobility. Returning to the Roth-Taylor Manor is a huge gamble. Lucy is coming with me, but strength alone will not be enough. What resolves most conflicts between nobles is power. By that logic, the princess stands high and mighty. Her recognition of me would make it difficult for anyone to oppose my return. The problem is that, as effective as this solution may be, obtaining her recognition is difficult, let alone proving it to others. Phineas said, "It has been a while since I last spoke to the Roth-Taylor family. Ed Roth-Taylor, would you give Lord Crepin my regards?" Ed blinked in confusion. That. His eyes shifted to the table. A letter. Did she prepare this in advance? Princess Phineas viewed House Roth-Taylor as a threat. I had intended to propose acting as her spy in exchange for support, yet she asked me to deliver her regards. Carrying a royal letter is no small responsibility. More than anything, the meaning behind it carries weight. The letter was not sealed with wax, a sign of trust, proof that no tampering would be done. Ed said quietly, "I was prepared to negotiate with you." He reflected inwardly. This symbolizes. Phineas smiled at him. "It is all right." Ed understood. Complete trust of the courier by the sender. I set off in 2 days. I prepared the camp for my absence. I retrieved the traps laid throughout the forest, oiled them, and stored them away. I locked the cabin gates. What remained was the food. I needed to discard anything not suitable for long-term storage. Ed. Janica Failover stood there, holding a pot. "You are here." She had even washed Ed's clothes. Janica stirred the stew. "Look, Belle gave me some herbs, so I added them to this curry. I kept tasting it while cooking. It smells amazing." Ed looked at her. Why does it feel like you are walking around me on eggshells?" Janica flinched. "Heek," Ed thought to himself. "She has been like this for a while, if I had to guess. Is it because I let you become valedictorian? Because you think I made a mistake?" Janica shook her head rapidly. No, let me have it." Ed understood. "That is it." Janica sighed softly. "Ha. The truth is, I thought I knew a lot about you, Ed, but sometimes it feels like I know nothing, so I kept having bad thoughts." "Bad thoughts?" Janica trembled and bit her lip. "That you, Ed, actually hate me." Ed reflected silently. Kind people who rise to the top sometimes suffer because of excessive consideration. Janica must have experienced that before. "You are worrying over nothing." Janica slowly stopped crying. "It is impossible to completely understand another person anyway." But I will tell you this. No one in this academy knows me better than you. So even if you make a mistake, how could I ever hate you? You are very special to me." Janica's face flushed like a teapot about to whistle. "Ugh. Ed, why do you not just do something bad to me? Say something harsh, make a mistake, or ask me for a favor. What? It is fine, even if it is difficult. I am not even going home this vacation." Ed wiped sweat from his brow. In that case, do you think you can take a request?" Janica's eyes sparkled. "Yes, anything." 2 days later, the Roth-Taylor lands lie at the heart of the empire, prime territory. To travel from the thriving coastal cities to the capital, one must pass through Roth-Taylor lands. This position reflects the house's duty to defend the crown, leading the people to call it the shield of the crown. Tanya Roth-Taylor leaned forward. "Brother." Ed Roth-Taylor continued sleeping. "Brother." She swallowed nervously. "The air feels violent. Are we going to remain like this until we arrive?" Across the carriage, Janica Failover sat stiffly, practically radiating a red aura of irritation. On the other side, Lucy Merrill was peacefully asleep on Ed Roth-Taylor's lap. Janica's eye twitched. She grabbed Lucy by the collar and pulled. "Get off! It is dangerous to sleep like that." Lucy simply tightened her hold around Ed's legs. "Hey! Get off! It is dangerous! Ugh!" Lucy trembled dramatically. Tanya shrank into her seat. "Why? Are these two coming with us?" Scary. "Brother, please." She bit her lip to keep from crying. Suddenly the carriage stopped. Ed stirred. He blinked at the chaotic scene before him. Janica froze on his lap. What is going on?" A few moments later, after things settled, "We should arrive tomorrow." Tanya forced a laugh. Brother, you sure are close with those two." Lucy continued hugging Ed from behind. "I suppose, since the start of the semester." Lucy glanced sideways. "Janica Failover." Everyone turned toward Janica. "Give it a rest. This place is crawling with spirits." Janica stiffened. "What?" There is a horde of spirits around the camp as well. Every time something happens, they all run to you to report. It is obvious. A nearby ape spirit flexed proudly. Looking good today. The spirits admired Ed's freshly washed, muscular figure without shame. Lucy continued calmly, that you are receiving every detail about his life. Do you not think it might feel as though he is being spied on? Janica, Tanya asked cautiously. No. Janica's face turned red. That is the spirits acting on their own. You could stop them, but you did not. Acting innocent, yet how scheming. It is fine, Ed interrupted. I do not mind. Given my situation, it helps with safety. See, he does not mind. Janica declared triumphantly. Ed scratched his cheek. I did not expect you to be receiving every detail of my life, though. Janica froze as if struck by lightning, then metaphorically shattered into pieces. Lucy leaned close to her ear, scheming. She circled her slowly. Scheming, scheming. Janica solidified into a statue of embarrassment. Ed pinched Lucy's ear. If I were you, Lucy continued stubbornly, I would feel so bad that I would simply disappear. Ouch! Give it a rest. We are almost at the Roth-Taylor Manor. We need to discuss what to do there. The Roth-Taylor Manor is technically enemy territory. Do not forget that. We need to find evidence that proves Crepin Roth-Taylor's guilt. The Roth-Taylor Manor had 6 visible buildings. It was far larger than Ophelis Hall, an entire town rather than a single estate, a place where the name Roth-Taylor outweighed even the authority of the crown. Within these walls, Roth-Taylors outranked royalty. Ed handed his luggage to the butler. Suddenly, the man's hand slipped. The luggage crashed to the ground with enough force to crack the stone floor. The butler turned pale. All the servants immediately bowed. I apologize, master. God, Ed thought. The butler trembled violently. I became nervous, as we have not served you in some time. Your glorious presence was too overwhelming. I could not help but make a mistake. Please forgive me. It is all right. I will carry it myself. The butler stared in shock. Ed lifted his own luggage, from this point forward, to ensure my survival. Tanya, Janica, Lucy, and Ed stepped into the manor. Moments later, Crepin Roth-Taylor stood waiting, a faint smirk on his face. Welcome, my son. Ed met his gaze calmly. I need to find a way to bring down God. A few moments earlier, Ed Roth-Taylor, Tanya Roth-Taylor, Janica Faylover, and Lucy Merrill stood before the portrait on the wall. Tanya Roth-Taylor said, It has been a while since you last saw this portrait of our sister Arwen. You truly hated this portrait when you lived here. Ed remained silent. Arwen Roth-Taylor, the eldest among the Roth-Taylor children. My older sister, she is no longer in this world. However, I cannot help but wonder, why is her portrait displayed here? Does he miss the daughter who left before him? Or is he merely honoring the child who embodied the dignity of House Roth-Taylor? Suddenly, Crepin Roth-Taylor's voice echoed from above. You came. He slowly descended the stairs. The journey must have been long and difficult. I have missed you, Ed, my son. A short while later, he continued. Much of our manor is in disarray. We are hosting a grand party beginning tomorrow evening. Most of our servants are occupied with preparations, so please understand if they cannot attend to your every need. Ed replied, I regret arriving at such a busy time. Crepin shook his head. No, that is precisely why I wanted you here. I wish to show the world that my proud son Ed Roth-Taylor has finally returned. He then turned his gaze toward the others. You must be my son's friends. Lucy Merrill remained silent. Janica Faylover startled and stammered, My name is J. Janica Faylover. Faylover, Crepin repeated thoughtfully. I have heard of that name. A spirit sorcerer capable of handling high-level spirits with ease. And you must be the one Tanya mentioned in her letters, the genius mage everyone speaks of. Lucy Merrill, Lucy interrupted calmly. The room fell silent. Tanya wiped away a bead of sweat. Janica stood stiffly. Even the butler appeared uneasy. Ed glanced at Lucy while Crepin observed her in silence. At last, Crepin stood and smiled faintly. Yes, you have brought very interesting companions. I would gladly continue this meal, but the Frost Princess Selaha has just arrived. As one of her subjects, I must properly attend to her. Janica let out a quiet sigh of relief. I left your room untouched, Crepin added. Go and rest. Ed slipped his hand into his pocket. Yes, but before that I have something for you, father. Moments later, in the dining hall, Princess Selaha studied the letter before her. What is happening? A letter bearing Phineas' sigil, with no wax seal. Crepin examined it calmly, a symbol of absolute trust. Has Crepin Roth-Taylor, the noble powerhouse, already aligned himself with Phenia? There seems to be a misunderstanding, Crepin said evenly. I was the one who received this letter. He placed it inside his pocket. Princess Selaha's eyes widened in confusion. An unsealed letter symbolizes trust not for the recipient, but for the messenger, does it not? He continued. I am certain you must be curious about who delivered it to me, Princess Selaha. Elsewhere, Ed stepped into his room. This place is Ed Roth-Taylor's room. The door opened behind him. Lucy walked in first. Were you not planning to stay in the room next door? Ed asked. Without answering, Lucy leapt onto his bed and lay down. Wake me if something happens. Lucy may appear indifferent, but she never overlooks anything important. It seems she intends to keep her promise to protect me, Ed Roth-Taylor's personal room. It is surprising how unchanged it remains despite our severed ties. Then again, Arwen Roth-Taylor's room has also been left untouched. They can afford to preserve rooms like this. They have more than enough space. Fortunately, Ed pulled open a drawer, a locked drawer. As the troublesome son of the house, breaking it open would not raise suspicion, but I cannot damage it without knowing what is inside. Should I break the lock? The mechanism shifted slightly, and Ed frowned in confusion. He gave Lucy a small thumbs up before carefully opening the drawer. Inside were stacks of letters. What is? A voice echoed, mechanical and distant. Act 1, Scene 1. The failed swordsman of Sylvania. Act 1, Scene 1. The idiot who was disowned after insulting the main character, Taylor MacLore, Ed Roth-Taylor. No one knows what became of the fool who vanished early in the story, but it was clear he lived a miserable life. The game ended, and the credits rolled. Cast: Roberto Carlos, Arturo Vidal, Olivier Giroud, Alessandro Nesta, Ederson, Lionel Messi. Artwork: Gerd Muller, Ronaldinho, Eduardo da Silva, Eden Hazard, Neymar, Kylian Mbappe, Yaya Touré, Lee Kang In, Yaya Touré, Nacho Fernandez. Adaptation: Ronaldo, Adam Johnson, Marcelo. Ed lowered his gaze. I tried my best to avoid that fate, but everything that happened before the scenario remains unknown to me. He read the letter slowly. At this rate, I will be killed. What meaning is there in a life destined to be cut short? What value can such a life hold, as it merely waits for its promised death? My life in the glory of House Roth-Taylor was brief, but I intend to set my affairs in order. My journey as a member of House Roth-Taylor ends here. Ed lowered the page. These are all handwritten letters sent to Arwen. The sheer volume suggests their correspondence lasted for years. Reading them all will take time, but that is a blessing. Whenever I have the opportunity, I will memorize every word. For now, I must play the role of Ed in front of Crepin. House Bloomliver, the Empire's greatest family of magicians, specializes in combat magic designed to secure victory on the battlefield. Senior Bloomliver raised her hand. Ice shards rained from the sky. She is the matriarch of House Bloomliver, Senior Bloomliver, the House of Witches, however. Lucy Merrill lifted a single finger. The shards shattered instantly. A brilliant light engulfed the field. Ugh! Senior groaned in pain when faced with overwhelming mana. Not even a scratch, Senior muttered in disbelief. At that point, the type of magic becomes meaningless. Lucy yawned. Are we done? Roth-Taylor Central Gardens? Duel grounds. Thank you for granting me this duel so soon after my arrival, Lord Crepin, Senior Bloomliver said. My children in Sylvania would not stop speaking of her, so I wish to see for myself. Do not worry, Crepin Roth-Taylor replied. I also found it worth watching. You have some peculiar friends. Lucy rested her head on Ed's lap. Yawn. Yes, Ed answered calmly. Peculiar indeed. She seems tired, Crepin observed. She sleeps often. She did not rest much last night either, Ed explained. I would like to speak with her during dinner if she is not too exhausted, Crepin continued. It was a splendid duel, an appropriate opening for our grand feast. Ed lifted Lucy into his arms. Now, I shall see you all at dinner, Crepin concluded. The guests have begun to arrive? Good. Now is the time. I will let Lucy sleep in her room and move while the manor remains in chaos. Ed, Janica called out. He turned, puzzled. I had the spirits roam throughout the manor, just as you asked, she said hurriedly. There were not many who are sensitive to spirits, so it was easy. So, Lord Crepin's office. Ed quickly covered her mouth. Ed? She thought, her face flushing as she savored the closeness. Shh, he whispered. Come into my room. Your room, Ed. Together? Right now? Yes. We cannot risk anyone overhearing us. No one will enter. He opened the door. Yes, of course, Janica replied nervously. We can speak freely here, Ed said as he closed the door behind them. Janica suddenly stiffened. Someone was already inside. Well, came a calm voice. Ed's eyes widened. Princess Salaha sat gracefully on his couch, a letter in her hand. This does not seem like the most suitable place for a secret meeting, she said lightly. It is already occupied. Ed and Janica immediately knelt. I did not expect you to be here. My apologies, Princess Salaha. She lifted the letter slightly. I require no explanation. You are knowledgeable enough. Her gaze sharpened. Will you continue to remain aboard that sinking ship, Ed Rothtaylor? Ed Rothtaylor said, Please pardon my discourtesy. As Ed Rothtaylor and Janica Faylover knelt down before Princess Salaha, Ed Rothtaylor said, I didn't think you'd be in my room, Princess Salaha. Princess Salaha said, Discourtesy? Oh no. Having a few commoner women fawn over you is a classic hobby for noble men. I don't intend to chastise you over your personal life. Don't get too close with the peasants, though. Things will get messy if they end up carrying your child. Janica Faylover blushed and cried as her ego shattered. Princess Salaha said, I've seen many noble men end up being dragged around by common women. How ridiculous. Ed Rothtaylor said, Thank you for your opinion, Princess Salaha. What brings you to see me? As Janica Faylover, still crying, peeked at Ed Rothtaylor's expression, Princess Salaha said, Right. I won't make this long. You'd know after seeing her in person, but Fenia thinks too much. She's unfit to be emperor. So join me instead. As she extended her hand towards Ed Rothtaylor said, I wouldn't dare lay my hands on you, First Princess. I may be of the Rothtaylor family, but I cannot bring myself to touch you. Princess Salaha stood up and said, Ha, you flatter me. I'll allow you to simply speak then. As she became serious and looked at Ed Rothtaylor, confused, she said, You refuse. Your father, Sir Crepin, is sure to support me, so under him, you should choose wisely. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, That's exactly why. The Frost Princess Salaha gains the powers of the evil god while working with Crepin, but is devoured by Mebular after being unable to fully control its powers. Her ending is one of the worst among the characters in Act 4, so if I had to find an excuse to refuse her, Ed Rothtaylor said, Emperor Kloll's actions have led to a golden age within the Empire. This period of time requires a benevolent ruler. I have no doubt that Princess Fenia would be able to fill that role. As Princess Salaha crumpled the paper, she looked down on Ed Rothtaylor in anger and said, Fenia does not seek the throne. Are you aware of that? Ed Rothtaylor said, Even if she doesn't currently, I will wait quietly by her side. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, There is no better excuse than Fenia to refuse Salaha. As the room fell silent, Princess Salaha stepped forward and touched Ed Rothtaylor's chin. Ed Rothtaylor sweated and said, confused, Huh. Princess Salaha said, You make me want you even more. Huh. I quite enjoy taking things from others. Principles are most beautiful when broken. I wish to see how deep your conviction for Fenia runs. Ed Rothtaylor said to himself, I don't really support Fenia. This has led to a misunderstanding. Princess Salaha said, Well, there is plenty of time. As she walked away, she said, This party will go on for 5 days, so you will have more than enough time to realize what sets me apart from her. You may speak to me whenever you change your mind. Ed Rothtaylor said, I thank you for your advice. Princess Salaha said, Yes, I'll see you again. A few moments later, at night, Janica Faylover said, I can be quite a difficult person. I may be a commoner, but I don't deserve to be looked down on like that. Ed Rothtaylor said, Janica Faylover. Janica Faylover said, I should have said something like that, like Lortel. Right? Ah, that's even more upsetting. Ed Rothtaylor said, You're not the type to say things like that anyways. Janica Faylover said, She's a princess, she's beautiful, and she's interested in you. Ed Rothtaylor said, That aside, did you gain anything from scanning through this place? Janica Faylover said, Yeah, it took a while because it was so big, but Mug has some information. Ed Rothtaylor said, Mug? Yeah, for some reason, there is a lot of mana emanating from underneath Duke Crepin's personal study. But under his office should be the kitchen. There is no reason for that much mana to flow from there. That is suspicious. Janica Faylover said, I think you should go in person. But that study is frequented by the Duke, and it's locked down when he's not there, so it won't be easy. Ed Rothtaylor said, We have 5 days, so let's not rush things. My room will always be open, so come whenever and tell me if anything happens. Janica Faylover blushed and said, H here? Your room, whenever? Ed Rothstaler said to himself, there's much to do. I haven't even read half of the letters between Arwen and Ed, but staying in my room all day will only invite suspicion from Crepin. I need to read the letters when I can, and investigate Crepin's study. However, to avoid raising suspicion, I need to attend the party as much as I can. The party, day 1. With a 5-day schedule ahead, excitement was gradually building among the people, and so everyone sought to relax a little before the main events. Until she arrived, Tanya Rothstaler said, "Hello, Princess Selaha, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Tanya Rothstaler, the successor of the Rothstaler family." Princess Selaha said, "Oh, hello, nice to see you. The Rothstaler family has a bright future ahead of them." Tanya Rothstaler said, "I apologize that the party is still quite empty, as it's only the first day." Princess Selaha said, "Oh, don't concern yourself with that. I did come early after all. And I did get to see something fun." As Ed Rothstaler stepped into the room, a peasant said, "Is it him?" Her friend said, "The previous successor, who returned from exile." Ed Rothstaler, another peasant, said, "He seems quite burly. He's definitely bigger than he used to be." Her friend said, "He looks sharp too, like an entirely different person." Princess Selaha said, "You have a good brother." Tanya Rothstaler said, "Yes, I'm proud of him." As Princess Selaha's gaze became sharp, she said to herself, "Ed Rothstaler, over the next 5 days, you will see many things. I've also gained the support of Pulchus, who arrives in 3 days and is the deputy of Commander Magnus, who controls the army. As he said, my report." Archbishop Samuel said, "Please take care." Princess Selaha said to herself, "Not only that, Archbishop Samuel of the Telos Order is on my side as well. Yes, I hope you realize many things here. This will be a good opportunity for all of us." The party, day 2. A carriage arrived. The wheeled palace of the Telos Order has arrived, and with it, the authority of the greatest religion on the continent. Many eyes automatically turned to the Saintess. Politically, her support carries immense weight, based on who Saintess Clarice is close to and what discussion she has. The entire political landscape could shift. And so, Selaha, in her ambition, has made contact with the new Archbishop Samuel, a close servant of the Saintess. Des brings flowers and said, "Freesias represent purity, innocence, and everlasting friendship. There is no flower that better represents the Saintess. It also represents your wish for friendship between the two of you." Princess Selaha said, "As always, your gift selection is impressive." Des said, "You flatter me." Princess Selaha said, "I've already spoken with the Archbishop, so I will surely be the first to speak with the Saintess, right? There is no reason for us to approach her aggressively. Let's just leave a good impression." Archbishop Samuel sweated and said, The thing is, the Saintess is not here currently." Princess Selaha was shocked and said, "What?" In a different scene, Saintess Clarice said, "To be meeting with you here in your own home, it feels quite different. It feels almost romantic, like a chance meeting in a foreign destination." As the maid and butler sweated in fear, Ed Rothstaler said, "It's an honor." Saintess Clarice held the calloused hands of Ed Rothstaler and said, "Honor, the honor is mine," as she blushed a little. A few moments later, Ed Rothstaler said, "Saintess, we managed to leave with the excuse that you wish to see the mansion, but your position inherently draws attention. Shouldn't you act with that in mind?" "Room of Arwen Rothstaler." Ed Rothstaler said, "What made you act so rashly?" Saintess Clarice said, "I used to care when I was in the Holy Imperial Capital." Ed Rothstaler said, "I was quite worried, actually." Saintess Clarice said, "I was happy to hear that you'd been reinstated, but I didn't think they'd treat you well." Ed Rothstaler said, "Well, people didn't like me before either, so I was going to make an example of anyone who treated you harshly, but thankfully that doesn't seem to be necessary." As Saintess Clarice stepped down on the ground, Ed Rothstaler said, "Even if they do, that is my burden to bear." Saintess Clarice held the rough hands of Ed Rothstaler in an instant and said, "Don't keep trying to shoulder it all on your own." Ed Rothstaler was shocked and confused, and he said, "What do you mean?" Saintess Clarice said, So, take advantage of my position. If you stand by my side throughout this party, surely nobody will dare treat you with disrespect." As she blushed and looked away, Ed Rothstaler said, "If you use phrases like 'take advantage of' so openly, it makes the one accepting your offer a weirdo." Saintess Clarice looked down and said, I mean, that's not it. I'm just saying it would be better to act in a way that benefits you, and I too can also, It's hard to make an argument with all these excuses. Fine, I'll stop making up reasons. I need a partner for tonight." As she looked at Ed Rothstaler and pressed Ed Rothstaler's rough hands against her chest, she said, "Would you dance with me during the banquet? Because doing so should be good for your reputation, and it could also be good for me, or maybe not, but I think it would be more beneficial than not." As her voice trembled, Ed Rothstaler said, "Didn't you just say you'd stop making up reasons?" Saintess Clarice said, "You don't have to point that out, Ed. Anyways, I am going to refuse all requests to dance with me tonight, except one." As Ed Rothstaler sweated and was silent, Saintess Clarice walked away and said, "Ahem, I'll get going now. I do need to meet the other guests here. There may be some who are displeased that I came here to see you first." Ed Rothstaler said, "But why did you?" Saintess Clarice looked back at him and said, "Who knows?" As she shut the door close, Ed Rothstaler was shocked as the cabinet opened. Tanya Rothstaler came out and said, "Brother." Ed Rothstaler, shocked, said, "Tanya, why are you?" Tanya Rothstaler said, "I came here to look for your coat, and had finally found it, but the Saintess." "No, that's not important now. What are you thinking? Janica, Lucy, and now Saintess Clarice. How am I supposed to act around them?" Ed Rothstaler sweated and said, "Tanya." Suddenly, Ed Rothstaler's head hurt, and he said, I don't know." Outside, Saintess Clarice, exhausted, said, "Ha ha." And she said to herself, "This isn't Sylvania Academy. This is a social gathering. Being good at magic, being rich, being older, none of that matters here." As she smiled and blushed, sweating, she said, Anyways, I have the most authority while we're here. Tonight, at the banquet at least, there's nobody who can stop me." The renowned Emperor Kloel had a son. However, after the Crown Prince announced that he would not succeed the throne, the people's support naturally split among the Emperor's 3 daughters, leading to a struggle for power: the Frost Princess Selaha, the Princess of Wisdom Persica, and, as Emperor Kloel said, "It's been a while," the Princess of Charity, Phenia, and she said, "Have you been well, father?" Emperor Kloel said, "My deteriorating health is no news to anyone. However, you don't look all too well either." Princess Phenia Elias Kloel looked down, appearing sad, as she said, "I do not believe that I am worthy of succeeding the throne." At the Imperial Library, Persica Elias Kloel said, "I heard you gave up the throne as soon as you came here." Princess Phenia Elias Kloel said, "And you, sister, are always in the library at times like these. You aren't interested in the throne either, right?" Persica Elias Kloel said, "There is always joy to be found in discovering new books to read here." She was the Empire's 2nd princess. Persica Elias Kloel said, "That aside, it's already been over a year since you suddenly decided to enroll at Sylvania, hasn't it? I'm almost getting used to you visiting every school break, but you seem a little down compared to before you enrolled. Is it because of that Rothtaler again?" The party hosted by Crepin Rothtaler is suspiciously large. Many influential nobles, royalty, and even the Saintess are present. I thought you'd be bothered by that. Would it be a problem? Crepin Rothtaler is a loyal servant and a model noble. I and many others may think that way, however. You've always glared at Crepin Rothtaler without any particular reason, it seemed. Given our situation, we are all gifted at reading things. For me, books. For Selaha, power. For you, it was people. Princess Phenia Elias Kloel said, "Is that so? Ha." And she said to herself, "The source of my depression being a Rothtaler isn't wrong, but it's not Crepin Rothtaler, it's Ed Rothtaler. I wish to escape from this invisible power struggle and prove that I was worth more than my title. It's already been a year and 6 months since I left for Arkan Island." Meanwhile, the balance of power has shifted towards the first princess, Selaha, and the throne has slipped further and further away. But I don't have any intention of recovering any lost ground. That man has proven that my secret weapon, my insight, is useless. Persica Elias Kloel said, "I don't believe it when you say you aren't interested in the crown, but I trust your eyes, so I did some digging. These books are all of the books that Crepin Rothtaler looked into while he volunteered to inspect the library. They are all forbidden books containing ancient magics of myth and long-forgotten evil gods. I heard of how you got disowned, Crepin's son, and that he recently has returned. Most people who lived as nobles would have starved in his situation. It's obvious that he'd want to return to power. But isn't it odd? Sure, he may have only disowned his son to appease you, but why would he suddenly reinstate his son now?" Princess Phenia Elias Kloel said to herself, "Ed Rothtaler, who visited me in my quarters before he left, told me this as he took my letter. Ed Rothtaler said, 'I didn't expect you to help me so easily. I was ready to negotiate with you.'" Princess Phenia Elias Kloel said to herself, "What if my original suspicions were right?" Princess Phenia Elias Kloel said to Ed Rothtaler before, "You got yourself disowned on purpose because you knew something about your family that others don't, right?" And she said to herself, and he had left Crepin, who was researching the evil god on purpose, and his reinstatement was him being sent back home in shackles. Then the negotiations he mentioned would have meant that he wished to discuss with me ways to fight against the darkness that looms over House Roth Taylor. But I, with trust as an excuse, have once again sent him into danger. Persica Elias Kloll said, "Tonight marks the second day of the party, so it will go on for 2 more days. I wanted to go too, but it'd take an entire day and a half just to get there, so I gave up. Although you might be able to make it there in a day if you rode non-stop." Princess Phinia Elias Kloll said, "Persica, I'll go now since you seem to be doing fine. It's late and I need to get some sleep." As a knight shouted, "Princess Phinia, we have prepared the fastest horse with the greatest endurance as you requested." Princess Phinia Elias Kloll rode the horse and said, "I will be riding at full speed. We ride to the Roth Taylor Manor." As they rode off, Persica Elias Kloll said, "A man who makes even the third princess ride out into the darkness. The Roth Taylor Manor will be in for a shock. I do wonder what he looks like, but now isn't the time. With this, the only remaining princess in the castle is me. At the party, day 2. Ed Roth Taylor extended his hand and said, "May I have this dance?" Saintess Clarice, elegant and beautiful, held the hand of Ed Roth Taylor and said, "Oh, Ed, it would be my honor." The people around were shocked. The musicians suddenly started to play music. As Ed Roth Taylor held the tiny waist of Saintess Clarice, they gracefully danced. Saintess Clarice blushed as Ed Roth Taylor looked at her. The others also danced as the place sparkled. As the people around whispered, "Look, the loser who only just got reinstated." Saintess Clarice was shocked. Another said, "I saw him yesterday too. He seemed like a completely different person." An ugly man said, "Still, how could that lunatic ever change?" As Saintess Clarice was silent, Ed Roth Taylor said, "There is no need to be upset." Saintess Clarice was shocked. Saintess Clarice looked down and said, "I was just thinking that I may have done all this for nothing." Ed Roth Taylor said, "It's all right, Saintess. You've been a huge help to me regardless. We got this opportunity to dance, but I wasted it all on worrying. Ha." Saintess Clarice said, "But this party is still far from over, so dance with me again, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "It would be an honor, Saintess Clarice." As he said to himself, the second day of the party, a more thorough search begins. Lucy is on standby on the roof in case anything happens. Janica will infiltrate Crepin's study to find evidence to take him down. Dancing with Clarice has brought unwanted attention on me, but this will surely help me in the long run. I'm sure none of the nobles here will find themselves picking a fight or getting in the way of my plans. Princess Selaha said, "You seem busy, Ed Roth Taylor." Ed Roth Taylor looked at Princess Selaha and said to himself, "Except her." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Princess Selaha." Princess Selaha said, "Hey, you're making a face like you've just gotten another issue to deal with." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "That's exactly right." Princess Selaha said, "Leaving this grand party behind, it's obvious what you want. You're going to have a go with that commoner girl, right?" Ed Roth Taylor sweated and said to himself, "That's true, although it's not what she thinks." Ed Roth Taylor said, "I thank you for your opinion. I will consider my actions more carefully in the future." Princess Selaha said, "Then may I test if those words are empty or not," as she tossed her glass of cheap wine. Ed Roth Taylor said in confusion, "Huh?" As the glass shattered on the floor, the crowd looked at the commotion. As the maid cleaned up the mess of Princess Selaha, Ed Roth Taylor and Princess Selaha stared at each other. Princess Selaha extended her hand and said, "Would you dance with me too? You seem like quite the dancer." Ed Roth Taylor looked at her hand and said to himself, "Usually, the man requests the dance, especially when he is of lower status, as I had done with Clarice. But the Frost Princess asked me to dance first. With everyone's eyes on me, there is no way I can refuse." The maid looked at the mess on the floor. Ed Roth Taylor suddenly said, "I cannot." As the maid stopped cleaning and looked at Ed Roth Taylor shocked and confused, Ed Roth Taylor said, "How could I dare lead a dance with the princess? I am unwell and would only cause trouble." As he turned and walked away, leaving Princess Selaha hanging, and she said to herself, "His insolence knows no bounds." This party was where I would cement myself as the next sovereign. I met the patriarch Crepin on the first day, and I was to meet the saintess on the second. Not only did he take the honor of being the first to meet the saintess, but he refused my offer to dance. Has he resigned himself to be Phenia's dog? He only shortens his lifespan. I will completely isolate you from all power. The investor Roland visits on the third day. He is an investor of a trading company that deals with all goods that enter the capital. He will dearly regret it when he realizes that Roland is on my side. He is a close aide to the company leader who recently took charge of the whole operation. The chauffeur said, "Mr. Roland Bellatrax, your superior canceled your business trip. You have been requested to return to headquarters and carry on with your work." Mr. Roland Bellatrax said, "Huh? No way. Why? The leader is going? That's nonsense. I should go this time. I need to meet with Princess Selaha and network. The chauffeur said, "Would you like to speak to the leader yourself?" Mr. Roland Bellatrix shook his head and said, "That won't be necessary." And he said to himself, "The eye of the storm. It can't be considered isolation, but instead the very center of it all." Lortel Ketchum smiled and said, "Heh." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "The leader of the trading company, the saintess of the Telos order." As Saintess Clarice looked at Ed Roth Taylor with flowers and butterflies inside of her, Princess Phenia Elias Kloll riding her horse. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "The princess on horseback, the genius spirit sorcerer, and the legendary mage prodigy." Lucy Merrill yawned and snored. Ed Roth Taylor removed his coat and said to himself, "Are all gathering around one man?" The Roth Taylor Manor has 6 floors. Many servants roam the halls as the party continues through the night, but the number of people noticeably decreases as you climb up the floors. That is because most of the facilities are located on the lower floors, while the upper floors are generally reserved for members of the family. As a guard said, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "The workers deny entry to all outsiders above the 3rd floor." The guard said, "I heard you were unwell." As Ed Roth Taylor walked past him and said, "I can take care of myself, leave me." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "Of course, those of the Roth Taylor family can enter as they wish. His study is at the end of the 4th floor. All of the windows on the 4th floor are locked. This also means that he isn't here. With the party ongoing, the host, Crepin Roth Taylor, would be there, entertaining the guests. He shouldn't have any time for his study." As he opened the lock, outside, Wind Spirit and Lucy Merrill waited. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "The preparations are complete. That means now is the perfect time to uncover the secrets of Crepin Roth Taylor." Ed Roth Taylor said, "How did you escape the party?" Janica Failover said, "Hee. Unlike you, Ed, nobody seemed to care that I disappeared." As Ed Roth Taylor gently opened the door, he and Janica Failover peeked inside. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "There you are." As Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and confused, Crepin Roth Taylor said, "We haven't had a chance to talk without other people interfering." "Yes, let's talk." As he closed his book, Crepin Roth Taylor said, "I have many things to ask you," having survived that incredible challenge. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Father, Crepin Roth Taylor said, "What should we speak of first?" "Ah, yes. Who are you?" As Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and confused. As Ed Roth Taylor said before, "I have something for you, Father." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "My son does not call me father. He hates me with a passion. No matter what you went through, my son's heart would not have changed that drastically. I can't even sense your restrained anger towards me. You look at me like you have nothing to do with me, and so I can tell. You are not Ed Roth Taylor." As he closed his fist and powerful energy surged, the energy swirled around them. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Oh, 3 intermediate spirits instantly." As Janica Failover summoned Ape, Mug, and Snake, Crepin Roth Taylor said, "You could easily handle high-level spirits too, but I guess you didn't want to bring the building down. Are you worried about the people below?" As the spirits charged towards Crepin Roth Taylor. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Spirit Sorcerer Janica Failover, you are strong but you are too soft. However, those intermediate spirits won't be enough," as he attacked them with his chains. Mug said, "Lady Janica, I'm sorry." Janica Failover was also chained and said, "Ah," and she said in pain, "Kya," as Crepin Roth Taylor pulled Janica Failover away from Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor used his skill, Basic Wind Magic Wind Blade, to cut the chains of Janica Failover. As Ed Roth Taylor charged, suddenly he disappeared and came closer to Crepin Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor was shocked. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "You're quite skilled. You are certainly not my son." As Crepin Roth Taylor stopped Ed Roth Taylor from attacking, Ed Roth Taylor said in pain, "Gad," as he was disarmed, and he pushed Ed Roth Taylor away. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Who are you?" As Crepin Roth Taylor was shocked and saw the blade of Ed Roth Taylor flying. Suddenly it cut Crepin Roth Taylor's leg and he said in pain, "Chi." Ed Roth Taylor said, "I may not be your son." Ed Roth Taylor used his skill Spirit Formula Return. Ed Roth Taylor continued to say, "But I'm still Ed Roth Taylor." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "You speak nonsense." Ed Roth Taylor charged and said, "But that's the truth." Janica Failover shouted, "Yeah," as she summoned a giant wind spirit. As Ed Roth Taylor charged and a gust of wind blew, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "The dust rises within the study, the boss of the 4th act, Crepin Roth Taylor. Gravity, inertia, friction, all physical energies are at his command. It is the power of the evil god Mebular who allows you to have a taste of the powers that control the world." Ed Roth Taylor used his item, Impact Amplifying Wave Ball. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "A magic engineering tool?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "But he is not surpassing the limits of his mana. Crepin hasn't fully realized the powers of the evil god yet." According to the scenario, Crepin Roth Taylor only fully awakens once he invades the academy at the end of the 4th act, which means that now is the perfect opportunity to take him down. As Ed Roth Taylor continued to charge at Crepin Roth Taylor, and his fist burst in flames, and he used his skill intermediate magic point explosion, the crowd was shocked as the halls trembled from the blast. The maid who cleaned the floor earlier also dropped 2 more glasses of cheap wine. Princess Silaha put her glass on the side as she smiled and said, the wine tastes exquisite, I may have had too much. In another scene, debris fell from above as the maid said, "Ka, what's going on?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, but taking down Crepin, a loyal servant of the crown, will only make us traitors. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Are you okay, Janica?" Janica Failover said, "Yeah." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, to fully subdue him, we need to find evidence of his evil doings. Ed Roth Taylor said before, for some reason there is a lot of mana emanating from underneath Duke Crepin's personal study, but under his office should be the kitchen. There is no reason for that much mana to flow from there. That is suspicious. Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, I expected there to be a secret passageway. I was originally going to search for it quietly, but given the situation, I just blew it open. As a slash came towards Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Failover, Ed Roth Taylor pushed Janica Failover away as Crepin Roth Taylor's attack sliced the ground. Janica Failover said in shock, as Ed Roth Taylor unintentionally held some soft melons. Janica Failover said, "Ka." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Your responses are swift. As if you faced me before, but you are no match for me." Ed Roth Taylor said, "This manor is certainly your domain, so it is quite the hassle to fight you here." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "But do you know where you messed up?" Janica Failover said, Whoa. As Ed Roth Taylor grabbed her wrist, Crepin Roth Taylor said, "You allowed my people to enter it." As Ed Roth Taylor and Janica Failover ran away, Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Aren't you being too careless, turning your back to me?" As he charged his attack. Suddenly he froze in shock as the air went silent, and a flash of purple lightning suddenly descended near him, and it struck intensely. As Crepin Roth Taylor saw Lucy Merrill's figure in the distance, Lucy Merrill eating his beef jerky said, "I'm sorry about this." In another scene, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Listen closely, Janica, you need to remember everything you see here. It will be much more convincing if you can speak to all of this as well, instead of me just making claims on my own." Janica Failover said, Why? What is past all this?" Ed Roth Taylor said, "I don't know, but we're about to find out." Ed Roth Taylor opened the door, as Janica Failover said in fear, "Ed, this is enough," Taylor said to himself, "evidence of experiments for eternal life that sacrifice countless people. This is enough to prove his guilt." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Are you okay?" Janica Failover said, Yeah, let's keep going." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "More than enough. This place that Crepin wanted to hide forever. In this dark basement exists but one area with light. Even under the faint moonlight where everything seems devoid of color, a familiar hue catches my eye. That is the color of the hair on the giant portrait that you see when you enter the Roth Taylor Manor. The same golden hair as mine." Janica Failover sweated and said, "Ed, she's..." As they looked in the distance and saw a lady with golden hair, Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, Arwen Roth Taylor. He was planning to use his daughter by force, and his other children too if needed. Arwen Roth Taylor suddenly spoke and said, "A lot has changed since I last saw you, both you and me." "It's been a while, Ed," as she smiled and looked at Ed Roth Taylor. The balcony exploded as Lucy Merrill flicked her finger with explosive energy. She used her skill, high-rank light magic, radiant blades, as blades surrounded Crepin Roth Taylor. Lucy Merrill said, "You're not getting past me. If you've got a problem, then fight me," as she chewed on her beef jerky. Crepin Roth Taylor remained silent and sad as he said, "He's well prepared. Fighting you would be problematic." In another scene, Arwen Roth Taylor said, "A lot has changed since I last saw you," as Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and confused. Arwen Roth Taylor said, "Both you and me." "It's been a while, Ed," as she smiled at Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Arwen." Janica Failover covered her mouth in shock. Arwen Roth Taylor said, "This is not the ideal reunion, and I thought you'd be sad to see this, but I wanted to see you one more time, Ed." As Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, Arwen Roth Taylor, the sister of this body, and someone you never actually see in the game. Arwen Roth Taylor said, "How was life in Sylvania? Were you able to do well? It couldn't have been easy. It must have been difficult for you since you've never had to work hard before." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Now isn't the time to talk about this." Arwen Roth Taylor said, "Yes. After you and I fought, you left me. No, the family." Ed Roth Taylor said, "You should have left too. You know just as well as I do what Crepin Roth Taylor has been doing. Why are you still following him?" Arwen Roth Taylor said, "I can't call what he's doing evil. He nurtured us as we grew and left us the mighty legacy of the name Roth Taylor. So, come back, Ed. We'll continue to serve Father. We're family," as she touched Ed Roth Taylor's face. Arwen Roth Taylor smiled and said, "We'll be together forever." Ed Roth Taylor grabbed her hand and said, "Stop, you are not Arwen Roth Taylor." Arwen Roth Taylor became silent and poison spread on her face. She suddenly said, "How did you know?" "You're nothing but a fake yourself." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Arwen volunteered herself for the experiment to control an evil god, and her loyalty did not waver even as the god took her. And my son left for Sylvania after a fight with Arwen. Few people know of this, even in this household. How did a fake like you come to know of this?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. As Crepin said, Ed had a big falling out with Arwen. Reading the great number of letters I found in Ed's room was what allowed me to find out about this. The letters were all written in a short period of time after the fight with Arwen and before Ed's departure to Sylvania. Many of the letters shared the same content. As a book fell to the ground, Ed Roth Taylor said, "Sister, why aren't you stopping Father?" Arwen Roth Taylor looked back and said, "This is the first time you've gotten angry with me, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Look at this, a book outlining the evil god, Mebular, the god of mysterious hatred and rage. A book forbidden by the crown. Countless humans have to be sacrificed to summon the evil god, especially those of higher status, like nobles and royalty. You know this too. Father will stop at nothing for his goals. He'll sacrifice you too." Arwen Roth Taylor said, "Yes, I know." As Ed Roth Taylor was shocked, Arwen Roth Taylor said, "But Father does what he must for the family, and I too must do my part." Ed Roth Taylor said, "What do you, Arwen?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, "Arwen." Arwen Roth Taylor said, "I won't force you to do the same." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. Arwen continued to support Crep until the end. "So, if you don't like what's happening here, then leave. You were never good with physical skills, Ed. Why don't you give magic a try? Sylvania should be taking applications around this time, right?" Ed Roth Taylor said to himself. It was Arwen who sent Ed to Sylvania, and after sending her brother away, Arwen Roth Taylor said, "So, come back, Ed. We'll continue to serve Father." Ed Roth Taylor said to himself, she wouldn't just ask him to return. As Ed Roth Taylor was silent, Arwen Roth Taylor said, "Yes, there is no reason for you to answer me," and she lowered her head. As Ed Roth Taylor's fist trembled in anger, suddenly the ceiling collapsed. Janica Failover said, What should we do? This place looks like it's gonna collapse." Ed Roth Taylor said, "That noise, no way." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "I understand how powerful of a mage you are. There is no way I can fight against you alone. Certainly, if I was alone," as he raised his hand. Powerful energy surged. Crepin Roth Taylor, shocked, said, "What is?" Suddenly Crepin Roth Taylor exploded as Lucy Merrill watched. Crepin Roth Taylor said, "Mebular the Omnipotent, I shall borrow your power in return." The people gathered said in pain, "Ah, save me." Crepin Roth Taylor said, "I offer you every life on my land." Ed Roth Taylor looked back at Arwen Roth Taylor as he gritted his teeth in frustration. Ed Roth Taylor carried Janica Failover on his shoulder and ran. Janica Failover said, "Ah, Ed." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Let's run." Janica Failover said, Ed, aren't I heavy?" As Ed Roth Taylor stopped, he said, "Listen closely, Janica. That magic circle exists to sacrifice souls to the evil god. I'm sure it was created because Crepin is using Mebular's powers. Mebular never grants anything for free. We are the sacrifice, and if we're still here when that circle activates, then we'll likely lose our lives. You and I are the only ones who saw what's down there, so." Janica Failover said, "If you ask me to escape before you do, I'm going to get angry." Ed Roth Taylor was shocked and confused. Janica Failover said, "Listen closely, Ed. I am prepared to die for you, so we both have to survive. If you die, Ed, I'm just saying." As Janica Failover blushed. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Thanks, but the evil god is still." Suddenly, Ed Roth Taylor was shocked as he jumped and carried Janica Failover away. A beam of energy shot behind them. Ed Roth Taylor shouted, "Watch out!" Lucy Merrill said, "Cough, cough." As the dust cloud cleared, Lucy Merrill on the ground said, "Well, that's something." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Lucy, hey, are you all right?" Lucy Merrill said, "The way it uses mana is odd. My defensive spells aren't working. It feels like gravitational magic, but the force is also purely physical sometimes. It's definitely not normal. It's using a form of magic that you can't deflect with regular mana usage." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Lucy, if this is too much." Lucy Merrill said, "I'll win," as Ed Roth Taylor was shocked. Lucy Merrill said, "It's not me, but that giant eyeball that'll have to struggle," as she used high-rank explosion magic Ruin. Multiple magic circles appeared as she made 58 strikes at Mebular. Lucy Merrill said to herself, "Highest rank magic." as Lucy Merrill charged her magic and used Moment of Genesis. A bright, blinding light shone as Lucy Merrill fell towards Ed Roth Taylor. She said, "Ah." Ed Roth Taylor said, "Lucy." Lucy Merrill said, "Get out of here. You'll be in danger by my side. You're going to take him down, right?" As Ed Roth Taylor was silent and nodded, Lucy Merrill said, "Ha," and fell, saying, "Get it done. That's what I came here to help you for," as she burst up like a bullet. Ed Roth Taylor said, "Ha," while Lucy keeps Mebular occupied. "Janica, save those who still can be saved. You have many spirits under your command, so I'm sure you'll be able to cover a lot of ground." Janica Failover said, "What about you, Ed?" Ed Roth Taylor charged forward and said, "I am going for Crepin Roth Taylor." As Princess Phenia Elias Cloak and her escorts arrived, they saw chaos all over the Roth Taylor manor. Princess Phenia Elias Cloak's escort said, "Something here feels very wrong. As your escort, I cannot allow you to stay here any longer. It's not too late to turn back now, Princess Phenia." As Princess Phenia Elias Cloak sweated, the evil god looked around the place. Nobles shouted in pain, "Kya, call the guards, guards, save me, ah." A noble hit a knight and said, "What are the guards doing? Char, you out of your mind." As he fell to the ground, Saintess Clarice shouted, "Move aside." The noble looked at her and said, "Saintess Clarice." Saintess Clarice said, "We need to contact the nearby paladins now." The knight said, "No. Are you refusing to follow my orders? I am simply following the orders of someone else." As Bear Knight Knox slowly took off his helmet, he said, "My master's order." Bear Knight Knox. And they charged at the nobles. The nobles said in fear, "Gwa! Ah, run! They're in on it too," Sinir Bloomliver said to herself. "There are barely any combatants. Most of the people here are high-ranking nobles as well as the Saintess. How could this?" Sinir Bloomliver said, "These men, something is wrong with them.
Get back, Saintess. I know this is confusing." As an evil knight appeared at the back of Sinir Bloomliver,
Saintess Clarice used her skill, holy magic, divine power discharge, and it hit the evil knight behind Sinir Bloomliver. Saintess Clarice said, "I'm all right. My blessings protect me against most attacks." So, as she looked behind, Knox charged with his mace and said, "Gwa." Saintess Clarice said, "Help the others. We have to escape from here immediately." A noble said in fear, "Eek! The Roth Taylor bastards are all missing. They were all in on it. That heir daughter and that son who returned. They all must be in on it. Yes. We must convince the crown and get them all executed." As Saintess Clarice got annoyed, she said, "Everyone shut up." As Knox exploded, Saintess Clarice said, "Ha ha, calm down, let's all survive." The noble said, "The wall is broken, get out." As they went out, they suddenly stopped and looked above as the evil god looked down on them. The noble said, What is that?" As the noble was shocked and confused, he said to himself, "Our eyes met." The evil god suddenly looked at him. Monsters suddenly flew towards them and said, "Kya." The noble said in fear, What is that?" "Gremlins." That monster even spawned demons. As he was bitten, he said in pain, "Chi, cha, run, run." Saintess Clarice said, "Everyone, please, calm down." Sinir Bloomliver said, "Saintess, there are too many of them. The two of us can't help them all. We can't keep them under control either. Besides, we don't have any proper structure in the first place." Suddenly the monsters exploded. Sinir Bloomliver said to herself, "I've heard from my two daughters who are fourth years at Sylvania that the only reason they were able to become valedictorian was because their timing was lucky, that there is a generational genius of a mage in the second year, and in the third year exists a one-man army." Janica Failover said, "Everyone, follow the spirits to safety. They'll guide you towards the exits." As Sinir Bloomliver said to herself, looking at Janica Failover, a one-man army. Princess Selaha was escorted by her chamberlain, Dest, and made her way through the central hallway. Sinir Bloomliver, matriarch of the House of Witches, helped the guests escape with the help of the spirits. Saintess Clarice said, "Janica, where are you going?" Janica Failover said, "We need to get something from Ed's room. Hurry." Janica Failover said to herself. Saintess Clarice and Janica ran towards Ed's room. The night at the Roth Taylors was getting busier by the second. The only man who saw through it all. As Ed Roth Taylor walked up the stairs, Janica Failover said to herself, "Was him." Ed Roth Taylor sweated and said to himself, "The descent of the evil god is the end of the fourth act, around the winter break of Taylor's second year. However, unlike the scenario, even after we stopped the sage's sealed grimoire from entering Crepin's hands, Crepin still summoned the evil god half a year early. You need to sacrifice countless humans to borrow the evil god's powers, especially nobles who are revered by their peers. They are especially favored by the evil god." But in the original story, Princess Phenia, who had become the president, aggressively kept Crepin in check. Crepin wasn't able to easily study or collect sacrifices for the evil god. Eventually, Crepin would attack Sylvania in search of the relic, all because there are many noble children at Sylvania. But unlike what was supposed to happen, Fenia lost the race for president, as well as her desire for the throne. And as such, Crepin's only restraint had disappeared. There was no need to attack the academy. He could just take advantage of the regular parties at his estate. There would be more than enough sacrifices attending, all there to leave a good impression with Princess Selaha. Then it's obvious why he wanted me back too. I would have been a thorn on his side after I survived his spell. By having me return and reinstated as a noble and restoring my status, he would have gained another sacrifice to offer. In the end, the cause for this whole tragedy once again is me. As Ed Roth-Taylor stabbed a flying eye and pulled his dagger, he remained silent. Annex, 3rd floor, Roth-Taylor Hall. A man stood at a distance. Ed Roth-Taylor said, "You." As Eagle Knight Kadek said, "Ki Kiki," and turned around to look at Ed Roth-Taylor, he said, "It's been a while, my lord." Eagle Knight Kadek. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "He isn't a welcome sight, but he is someone I once knew." As Ed Roth-Taylor prepared for a fight, he said to himself, "Those who have been sacrificed turn into monstrosities, slaves of the evil god." As Eagle Knight Kadek attacked, he said, "Impressive, my lord." Mug suddenly appeared. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "And even if their minds remain intact." As Mug bit the hand of Eagle Knight Kadek, Ed Roth-Taylor was able to cut the arm of Eagle Knight Kadek. Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "They are rarely anything more than puppets, hell-bent on killing anything in front of them." However, he was already strong and talented before, and now he has the powers of the evil god. Eagle Knight Kadek shouted, "Loyalty, eternal loyalty to House Roth-Taylor." Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "Nothing less than taking his head will keep him down. A knight like Kadek is quite a tough opponent to deal with." Suddenly, tentacles appeared beneath the rubble. As Eagle Knight Kadek's neck was slashed, Ed Roth-Taylor was shocked and confused. As Eagle Knight Kadek's head popped off, Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "What I faced was something that wasn't present even in the failed swordsman of Sylvania." Arwen Roth-Taylor said, "Leave." As tentacles held the sword, Arwen Roth-Taylor said, "Ed." Ed Roth-Taylor sweated and said, "Ha." And he said to himself, "Not as a boss, or even a hidden boss anywhere. I as Ed Roth-Taylor as a soul in this god-forsaken world." Arwen Roth-Taylor said, "I cannot let you go further." Ed Roth-Taylor said to himself, "It felt as if I had met fate itself." As the demon god is being attacked, the scene shifts. Roth-Taylor Mansion grounds. Watchtower, 4th floor, food storage. The men slammed the door shut and shouted, "Wah! Huff! Huff! Block it! Hold on!" Suddenly spikes burst through the door, impaling one of them. An eye peeked through the gap and growled, "Grrr." Tanya Roth-Taylor hid in fear, trembling. "Ugh! Ugh!" she whimpered, tears streaming down her face. "Why is something like this happening?" she thought to herself. The building began to shake and crumble. "At this rate, this tower will topple over." She looked outside. Ed Roth-Taylor and Arwen Roth-Taylor faced each other while Kadek burned in the distance. Outer hall, 3rd floor, Roth-Taylor Hall. Ed Roth-Taylor thought to himself, Arwen Roth-Taylor, sister to Tanya Roth-Taylor, who was 5 years younger, and Ed Roth-Taylor, who was 3 years younger, is the Roth-Taylor family's true heir. He activated his skill, defense magic. Arwen Roth-Taylor lunged at him, striking his defensive barrier. Ed gritted his teeth. "She's fast!" Although various sorts of elemental magic could be imbued into it, this renowned sword was so heavy that barely anyone could use it. The Blade of Dawn, it was too much of a gift for a young child who'd just been baptized. Ed charged his magic and cast mid-rank magic, Point Explosion. Despite that, nobody disagreed when she became the owner of the Blade of Dawn. From a young age, she'd perfected sociology, politics, economics, defensive magic, all sorts of magic and alchemy, and, most importantly, she was an expert swordswoman. The nobles who watched over Arwen Roth-Taylor's childhood all said this: "A flower has bloomed in the Roth-Taylor family." However, much time has passed since then. Ed activated Blessing of Fire. Temporary immunity to flames greatly increases, and it is now an old tale. The man who looked just like the brother that had once looked up to his sister found Arwen's weakness in just 2 exchanges. A lightweight enchantment. The fire enchantment is only there to disguise the lightweight enchantment, attacks that rely on centrifugal force. Because she cannot stab no matter how fast she is, if I focus only on her slashes, I can dodge them. Arwen's greatsword relies on the momentum created by the deactivation of the lightweight enchantment, causing it to regain its weight. But as light as the greatsword is while the enchantment is active, it's more prone to being affected by outside forces. If so, Arwen released her sword, catching it with her other hand. It's not too hard to predict what her other weapon is for, Ed thought. A backup plan when her greatsword is neutralized, and once she gains distance from the enemy, she'll retrieve her weapon again. And since I predicted this, reacting accordingly is a simple feat. Ed managed to sever Arwen's right arm. Her limb fell to the floor. Something is disturbing me. Unlike how it was till now, Arwen Roth Taylor is someone who exists outside of the original scenario. I can't help but feel like I'm missing something. Don't stop observing. Her limbs, created by Mebular's power, can regenerate. It's an annoying ability, but it comes at the cost of losing your reason. According to the lore, humans under the control of Mebular are still alive but suffer a pain worse than death. Destructive urges flood the body, and their single most powerful desire in life remains as a residual ego. For example, the Eagle Knight Kadek, loyal to the Roth Taylors, retained his desire to serve the Roth Taylors until the end. Of course, even if it does simplify their logical processes, when it comes to speed, power, and reach, I'm still at a terrible disadvantage. I can't let this drag on, Ed muttered aloud. On the roof of this building, Crepin Roth Taylor is waiting for the evil god Mebular to be fully summoned. Lucy is standing her ground, but when the evil god is fully summoned, everyone here will die as a sacrifice. If I want to survive, I need to defeat Arwen here and stop Crepin. Of course, if the conditions for survival have been placed on one side of the scale. Arwen's blade drew closer to his chest. Spirit Formula Manifest, Waterhead? Marilda suddenly appeared, biting down on Arwen's sword. Then, there's no reason to use methods that put me at a disadvantage. Ed finished. He charged forward. Arwen evaded, though her hair was sliced. She blocked his next attack. Ed ducked, his mind racing. Any mistake will lead to immediate death. Every exchange, one by one. He suddenly threw an item. Magic engineering tool, claw hand, temporarily pulls surrounding objects towards itself. I'll restrain the tip of her sword as she tries to pull it back. That brief moment will be enough to change the flow. Even if she readies her sword again, her next slash will be half a beat slower. Acceleration, acceleration, magic. Moreover, a thrust. They charged at each other. Ed's eyes widened in shock as Tanya Roth Taylor tumbled out of the tower, falling directly toward their battle. Ka! Ed and Arwen closed in on each other. They locked eyes. For a moment, clarity returned to Arwen's gaze. She dropped her sword, reaching out to catch Tanya. Ed slashed. The tower collapsed. The east watchtower, receiving Mebular's attack, toppled over. As the rubble fell and the dust cleared, Tanya and Arwen lay on the ground together. Tanya! Ed shouted. Thank goodness, Arwen whispered from the conversation recorded in Ed's letters. She had given up everything, Ed thought. But father has a greater meaning, and this is the family's purpose. And she decided to obey Crepin. Everything after that is just my speculation. Crepin performed human experiments on Arwen for summoning the evil god who favors humans of precious bloodlines. She was a perfect sacrifice, and during that torturous time, what was it that Arwen desired the most? The one thing that she wished to hold on to as her mind crumbled under the evil god was, "You need to leave," Arwen rasped. Tanya. Ed, not here, please. Leave the mansion. Ed's hand trembled. A few moments later, Ed dragged his sword up the stairs. He saw Crepin Roth Taylor. Crepin turned and said, "You're here." He suddenly froze in shock as Ed charged with incredible speed, dual blades in hand. Ed dropped one sword at Crepin's feet. Crepin muttered, looking down at the blade, then back at Ed. Marilda appeared behind Ed. "Let's finish this," Ed snarled, casting mid-rank magic, point explosion. Crepin exploded. Ed's remaining sword burst into flames as he cast basic magic ignition. Crepin erupted violently. When the dust cleared, he remained standing within a barrier. "Your magic is formidable," Crepin said, "but it's of no use." He froze. Ed had appeared before him, slashing across his chest. Crepin stumbled back. "You left Mug with Tanya," Marilda said, charging her power. "What are you doing jumping into these flames without the blessing of fire? I don't care. Take him down. Tisk!" Crepin moved with sudden speed. "Interesting." Ed gritted his teeth and charged again. Their swords clashed. "Are you done pretending to be my son?" Crepin taunted. "But it's strange. Why are you so angry?" He's right, Ed thought to himself. I am not Ed Roth Taylor. I'm just a stranger who woke up in this body one day. To be honest, the Roth Taylor's tragic backstory is none of my business. The hatred engraved into this bloodline doesn't concern me. So, while she was still alive, enduring for so long as a test subject, having her mind shattered and her body twisted for the entire time that her human dignity was trampled upon, The fact that this woman worried only about the safety of her siblings should not concern me. Of course, Crepin continued. It's not the first time you've seen something like this, right? Ed remembered his comrade's final words. Survive, run, from my senior who took a bullet for me, and the girl who refused to run and continued to turn back time at the cost of her own life. People who can throw their lives away for the sake of others are people I can never understand. Even before I came to this world, and still after, I only have one purpose, to survive. You must live, survive, Ed. So those kinds of people, I admire them. Ed ended Arwen in a swift motion. Her eyes opened one last time. Tanya hugged Mug close. Ed charged at Crepin. You're different from my son, Crepin observed, even when I met you at the library. Did killing Arwen bother you that much? Feeling guilt over such a simple matter. Ed stabbed Crepin in the chest. Urk! Shut up. They plummeted together. Ed gritted his teeth in rage as his skill activated, updraft, raise everything around you into the air and restrict freedom of movement. Calm down, Ed, Marilda shouted. This isn't like you. Ed continued his assault. Huff, huff, mid-rank magic, point explosion. The explosion blasted outward. Ed landed hard. Ed, your mana, Marilda warned. Huff, huff. So you're finally out of magic? Crepin laughed. To think you could cause so much destruction with one point explosion. Excellent. But know this, rage narrows your vision. The ground shattered beneath them. Ed fell. The ground? Defense magic. He crashed to the floor. Huff, huff, cough. The evil god Mebbler will complete his descent soon, Crepin announced. Once the magic circle is complete, all life forms inside the area will die, and I will be granted immortality. No matter how much you scream and struggle, this fact will not change. I will live forever, and you will die, just like my son who resembles you. Ed Roth Taylor made it to the academy thanks to Arwen, Ed said. Why are you so sure that he died? I see, so you didn't know, Crepin mused. A year and a half ago, the reply he sent me that my son, before he was expelled from Ophelis Hall. Reply? Ed replied to that letter? I never heard about this. Are you curious about what it said? He wrote out a very lengthy letter to me, detailing his thoughts as he was about to end his own life. His final words. Yes, before he was expelled from Ophelis Hall, my son, Ed Roth Taylor, had already died. Father, I received the letter of excommunication you sent. I believe that being mocked as the shame of the family was a better fate than becoming your test subject and allowing my soul to be eaten away, so I pretended to act like I was crazy. I caused trouble at school, insulted the princess, and brought shame to our family. I would go that far just to leave your grasp. It was my long-awaited wish. This was all possible thanks to Arwen. Part of my gratitude is towards how she allowed me to go to the academy, but I'm talking about why I am still alive. As for what was publicly announced, is my sister actually dead? Having this 1 year at the academy before getting excommunicated. The reason I'm still alive, wasn't it because my sister was still alive? You have no plans to stop researching the evil god, and the fact that you allowed me to stay at the academy must mean that my sister is still locked away in your cold laboratory while you squeeze everything you can out of her broken body. I've reached the end I so wished for, but realizing that my freedom was built on the screams of my sister, I no longer have the confidence to carry on with this revolting life. I will not reveal your secret to anyone. I will atone for my sin of running away with my death. I know that you will never grant it, but please do not drag Tanya into your hell. From your worthless son, Ed Roth Taylor. Ed Roth Taylor killed himself? Ed thought. But I saw Ed Roth Taylor in the credits scene. It was a bad ending, but he was still alive. That would mean someone saved Ed Roth Taylor. I finally understand the reason I came into this world. The Ed Roth Taylor I possessed is dead. Before my possession, after it, and even now, my life has been built up on the deaths of others. My son, Ed Roth Taylor, was a weak boy, Crepin said. He had no aspirations. He merely wished to live happily with his family and servants. Shut up, Ed charged. Pathetic, right? An eye emerged from Crepin's shoulder. In life, those with more will to live eat those who have less will to live. That is the way of the world. The eyes began to glow. That's dark magic, eye of ill will. Shoots out an undodgeable beam of death in all directions. Life forms instantly die upon contact. Ed blocked the attack, crying out in pain. Cuke! He collapsed into the rubble. I'm amazed to block this, Crepin said. Is that spirit magic? Tisk. That first attack has already nullified the blessing of wind. I need to do something different, Ed thought. Eye of ill will is Crepin's instant kill move that is used by borrowing the evil god Mebbler's magic, meaning it has a cooldown. Once used, all 5 eyes close, and 1 eye will then open in each interval. When all 5 eyes are open again, he'll emit that same undodgeable beam again. There are 2 ways to block the Eye of Ill Will. The first way is to deal enough damage to Mebular, the source of the magic. The second way is to deal sufficient damage to Crepin, the caster. Ed slashed desperately. At this rate, I won't make it in time. I could call Marilda again using the Phoenix Ring, but Marilda has trouble fighting in enclosed spaces, and it'll burn through my mana too fast. You cannot defeat me, Crepin declared. I always do whatever it takes to survive. I killed my own kin and sacrificed my servants. I struggled as desperately as I had to. I will soon gain immortal power and eradicate the palace. I will crush everything that could threaten my life and become an undying immortal, unfortunately. Crap, Ed muttered. The eye suddenly closed. You won't be there to witness it. Ed! Clarice! Ed looked up in shock. Just what is? Saintess Clarice skipped from point to point, her barrier cracking. Ed leaped to catch her as she fell. Cough, cough. Sainted, what is going on? Crepin demanded, confused. Sainted, if you were counting on some miracle, it's too late. The eye suddenly opened and rampaged. Ed cried out in pain. Holy magic's blessing. Saintess Clarice used her holy magic with trembling hands. Sainted, why did you suddenly? I knew you would catch me, she said, sweating. We can leave the arguing about danger for later. Huff, huff. Ed moved her aside. Stay here, Sainted. It won't take long. She suddenly grabbed his wrist. Wait. Now's not the time. Now's not the moment. I don't know what's going on in the Roth-Taylor mansion, but you do. Right now, you don't seem like yourself. So, just rest a bit. Ed stared at her, shocked and exhausted. Huff, huff. While I use the holy magic's blessing, she smiled, just for this short moment. So you survived, Crepin said. I see you had the holy magic's blessing. Saintess Clarice rode Marilda away. But now that you've sent away the sainted who was protecting you, dark magic, blade of death, how will you stop this, You still have mana left? Ed stood firm, weapons and staff in hand. Don't mess with me. You're doing this to survive? Sure, maybe you were at the start. Legendary rank, Glast's golden phoenix ring. Distorts the timeline and brings the magic you possess in the future to the present. Very rare. Thunderstruck 1,000-year-old wooden cane. Allows you to summon spirits you have not formed a contract with if you have enough magic. However, to sacrifice the lives of others and your own children for eternal life, can that truly be considered a struggle? Have you finished spending your last words? Being able to do anything it takes to survive, Ed thought. I agree with that statement. Crepin looked up in shock. A massive magic circle appeared above. My senior died in my stead. Then the woman who gave up her own life to save her brother. Lastly, the boy who gave up his life because he couldn't protect his sister, whether they died inevitably, by need, or of their own will. The dead burdened my shoulders. Some advised me to forget them, but I could never forget a single one of them. I hate jerks like you more than anything, Ed said aloud. Don't run from the death you've wrought, you darned weakling. Summon, highest rank fire spirit, Teorphis. A giant shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.